Chapter 341 Ji Chansheng. My thigh is actually mine. Xuandu Temple. Xinhuang Merit Tower. The 8th floor. Mu Xian sneezed subconsciously. Then she knelt in front of Yu Linglong. With a guilty look on her face. Sister. I'm sorry. I let you down. Yu Linglong looked at her well-behaved and honest junior brother. And said helplessly, Junior brother? You have already reached the peak of Mahayana. Is it so difficult to break through the tribulation realm? She really didn't understand. When she broke through the tribulation realm, it was as easy as eating and drinking water. Now she can ascend at any time if she wants to. But why did the tribulation realm become a mountain for her junior brother? Mu Xian was also helpless. Sister. It is really difficult to break through the tribulation realm. The tribulation realm is the last realm before ascension. There are not many people in the world. Mu Xian thought that it was not easy for him to cultivate to the peak of Mahayana by himself. Breaking through the tribulation realm by himself was beyond his ability. At least it was beyond his ability at that time. Mu Xian added, Sister. It may not be difficult for you to break through the tribulation realm by yourself. You think too highly of me. Yu Linglong frowned. Yu Bihai also did it. Mu Xian. Sister. After you ascended, Yu Bihai was the best in the world. He is very strong. How could he have the qualifications to compete for the best in the world? Yu Linglong continued to frown. Li Huanyan also did it. Mu Xian began to shut himself in. How could he, a cowherd boy, compare with a few evildoers? But seeing that Yu Linglong seriously expressed her incomprehension, Mu Xian still tried to give a positive example. Sister. Jiangxi is the second person in the righteous immortal sect. And he didn't do it. It was only with the luck of Danqing Pavilion that he broke through the tribulation realm in one fell swoop. Being able to break through the tribulation realm by oneself, without the help of external forces, naturally has higher potential in cultivation than those who rely on external forces. And the chance of ascending will also be higher. Yu Linglong herself broke through the tribulation realm without any obstacles. She always felt that her junior brother was also a rare genius. So she applied the same standard to Mu Xian. Mu Xian tried very hard to explain to Yu Linglong that we are different. Yu Linglong shook her head and said, Jiangxi's situation was different back then. He was appointed when the army was defeated and hurriedly inherited the position of the head of Danqing Pavilion. Under normal circumstances, he could also pass the tribulation by himself. But he chose to accept the responsibility of Danqing Pavilion. Mu Xian assured, Senior sister, give me another 100 years, and I am sure I can break through by myself. Yu Linglong, you are really amazing. Mu Xian heard the yin and yang of Yu Linglong. The old face suddenly flushed. Junior brother, if you are only at the peak of Mahayana cultivation and cannot break through the tribulation realm by yourself, there will be many voices in the temple opposing your succession to the position of the master of Xuandu Temple. Yu Linglong reminded, although I can suppress these voices for you, I will go into seclusion after leaving office. Recently, I have gained some insights and my realm has improved. Can you maintain the situation by yourself during the days when I don't show up? She is sure to suppress all dissatisfaction. But she can't be a nanny for Mu Xian all the time. The iron must be hard before it is forged. Yu Linglong made the words clearer. If you can break through the tribulation realm before you become the master of the temple, then the position of the master of the temple will definitely be yours. And no one is qualified to compete with you. If you can't break through the tribulation realm by yourself, you must work hard on your connections in the temple to ensure that there are more people who support you than those who oppose you. Otherwise, junior brother, you can't handle this great responsibility. Not everyone can be Jiangxi. And compared to Jiangxi, who was appointed at the time of defeat and ordered in times of crisis, inheriting a world's #1 power is in a sense a greater test of the successor's level. The Danqing Pavilion that Jiangxi took over has fallen to the bottom. And no matter how he goes next, it will be upward. Mu Xian is different. He took over Xuandu Temple and reached the peak. And no matter how he goes next, it will be downward. It is really difficult to be the successor of Yu Linglong. The more so, the more the successor is required to have sufficient prestige and strength. Otherwise, it is easy to be attacked. In the past few years, with Yu Linglong, Xuandu Temple has hidden many problems. When she is not there, the successor needs to have a high enough level to solve these problems. Yu Linglong looked at Mu Xian with great expectation. Junior brother, do you have confidence? Mu Xian's body began to tense. He did not answer Yu Linglong's question immediately. To be honest, he was not very confident. Yu Linglong also saw it. She began to think about one thing, junior brother. Am I too strict with you? She was using the standard of the master of Xuandu Temple to ask Mu Xian. Xuandu Temple is the world's #1 immortal sect. So the master of Xuandu Temple should of course be the world's top power. Yu Linglong has always believed that her junior brother is a talent. So the standard she has set is also very high. She didn't think there was anything wrong with her before. Now she began to doubt. When Mu Xian heard Yu Linglong say this, she finally mustered up the courage. Senior sister, I have confidence. Yu Linglong didn't believe it immediately. Junior brother, go and hold an internal meeting among the elders of Xuandu Temple. What's the agenda? Nominate the next generation of candidates for the master of the temple. Yu Linglong said directly, I want to see the people's support in Xuandu Temple and your popularity. This is very important. If Mu Xian doesn't have enough strength like her to suppress everything, then she needs to have the skills of Jiang Shi and Li Huanyan to deal with others. She must have one of them before she can hand over Xuandu Temple with confidence. Mu Xian was nervous, but thinking of the efforts he made in Xuandu Temple, he gritted his teeth and said, Senior sister, don't worry. As long as you want me to be the master of Xuandu Temple, I will definitely do it well. Except for breaking through the tribulation realm by himself, which is completely beyond his talent. Mu Xian will do his best to meet all of Yu Linglong's requirements. But he is not good at cultivation advancement, which is very similar to advanced mathematics. If you can't do it, you can't do it. Hard work and desperate efforts can't solve the problem. Fortunately, in terms of internal affairs and power tactics, hard work can make up for it. Coincidentally, Mu Xian didn't just enter Li Huanyan's sight. Earlier, he had entered the attention of the two Daluo. I have carefully read the public information about Ji Changsheng's rise. In this world, the reason why Ji Changsheng can rise is not because of how powerful he is, but because many big figures treat him differently. Li Changshi, Yu Linglong, Li Huanyan, Yu Bihai. These people are the most important factors for Ji Changsheng's success in this world. And the first big figure who treated Ji Changsheng differently was Mu Xian. Li Changshi is carrying the inheritance of Taiyin Xingjuan. Once she is involved too deeply, there will be Daluo karma. It is best to stay away from her. Yu Linglong has reached the limit in this small world, and we can't move for the time being. Yu Bihai and Li Huanyan are already in high positions and have great power. Only Mu Xian has not yet become the master of Xuandu Temple. If Mu Xian cannot become the master of Xuandu Temple, he will lose the opportunity to promote Ji Changsheng, and Ji Changsheng will not be able to stand out in Xuandu Temple. If the Bai family becomes the new master of Xuandu Temple, Ji Changsheng will face a catastrophe. Ji Changsheng cannot be killed now. But we can start with Mu Xian. If we can't move Ji Changsheng, can we still move Mu Xian? The Bai family is a good chess piece. Brother, the first step to killing Ji Changsheng is to change Mu Xian's fate. Support the Bai family to the position and beat Mu Xian down. Do you go or do I go? I'll go. Go Chen agreed with Ziwei's judgment. The Tianma sect cannot relax its vigilance. You keep an eye on it, and leave the Bai family and Mu Xian to me. Speaking of which, Mu Xian himself may not believe that he has become the center of the struggle between various parties inexplicably. And even Daluo has set his sights on him. A series of changes have taken place around him around the selection of the next master of Xuandu Temple. The strength of the Bai family has advanced by leaps and bounds quietly. The Bai family began to secretly collude, win people's hearts, and accumulate reputation. The ultimate goal is naturally to plot for the position of the master of the temple and completely control Xuandu Temple. But Mu Xian knew nothing about these situations. Emperor Go Chen took action personally, and the Bai family did it secretly enough. Mu Xian is not the master of Xuandu Temple, let alone Li Huanyan. He does not have the ability to sense the autumn wind before the cicada moves. Li Huanyan does. She received the news earlier than Mu Xian. But when she received the news that the Bai family was secretly colluding to harm Mu Xian, Li Huanyan also received the news that Mu Xian was as still as a mountain. Mu Xian didn't make any moves? Li Huanyan was a little curious. He was too patient. No. The Bai family definitely received strong reinforcements, and they were secretly colluding to kick him out. I saw Mu Xian's reaction, and he seemed to have no idea and was kept in the dark. Li Huanyan thought of Ji Changsheng, thinking of how Ji Changsheng knew all about the Bai family. Even Sheng Taiping was Bai Shiji's sole puppet. Ji Changsheng already knew it. How could Mu Xian not know the Bai family's trump card? So Li Huanyan's reply was very firm. Mu Xian is sure to win. So he is as still as a mountain. All the actions of the Bai family are under his control. If you need to stand on the side, don't hesitate. Stand on Mu Xian. The other side of the sound transmission note is the elder who transmits scriptures. Hearing Li Huanyan say this, the elder who transmits scriptures was very confused. Mu Xian is sure to win? Are you sure? Yes. Mu Xian is a master manipulator who is very cautious and has strange and unpredictable methods. He is definitely one of the top ruthless characters in the world. The elder who preached the scriptures. I have worked with Mu Xian for many years, and I know him well. To be honest, I don't think Mu Xian deserves your evaluation. Believe me, I won't make a mistake. Mu Xian is more terrifying than you think. He is an old silver coin who hides very deeply and secretly plans many things. Use all the energy hidden in Xuandu Temple to support Mu Xian. The Bai family is definitely not Mu Xian's opponent. The elder who preached the scriptures fell into great shock and confusion. But Li Huanyan's judgment has always been more accurate than hers. So the elder who preached the scriptures was scared and broke out in a cold sweat. I didn't see through that Mu Xian was hiding so deeply. The more Li Huanyan thought about it, the more she felt that Mu Xian was unfathomable. He had the support of Yu Linglong, the strongest person in the world. He also had Ji Changsheng, a loyal, brave, smart and capable confidant who was willing to die for him. Such a hero would soar to the sky if he didn't fly. In the past few years, he had been hiding under the halo of Yu Linglong, and the world was far from realizing his value. He had to seize this opportunity, follow Mu Xian, and expand her strength in Xuandu Temple. After a moment of silence, Li Huanyan sent another message to Li Changxi. Changxi, I found a gifted seed of merit for you. Li Changxi quickly replied, gifted? Half as talented as me? Li Huanyan, no worse than you. I think he has the potential to become the next Yu Linglong. Li Changxi became interested. With such talent, why don't you keep it for yourself? Aunt? Li Huanyan, he admires Xuandu Temple, and I can't do anything about it. But the 8 merits of Xuandu. Given your situation, Changxi, it may be difficult to snatch such a seed of merit. If you help me do one thing, I guarantee that he will become your disciple. Li Changxi, what is it? Li Huanyan, support Mu Xian to be the next master of Xuandu Temple. Youguang lineage. Li Changxi just saw Li Huanyan's words and received the news of the meeting. Aunt's intelligence is getting more and more powerful, and she has even connected with Mu Xian. The nature of this matter is actually very serious. But Li Changxi didn't take it seriously. Don't expect a mentally ill person to consider the overall situation. Li Changxi just said, Aunt, I will check the quality of this seed of merit. No problem. I will definitely not let you down. Half a day later, the elders of Xuandu Temple gathered together. Yu Linglong personally presided over this elders' meeting and directly dropped the bombshell of the candidate for the temple master. The elders were caught off guard. It was recognized that Yu Linglong was the best in the world, and she had the final say in Xuandu Temple. They thought that the next temple master would be chosen by Yu Linglong. Unexpectedly, Yu Linglong would give them the right to vote. Of course, before the meeting started, Yu Linglong also said the ugly words in advance. Everyone only has the right to vote, not the right to decide. I have a veto power. Everyone can speak freely. No pressure. And say who you think is the candidate. The elders remained silent. No one stood up to be the first bird. The elder who preached the scriptures thought of Li Huanyan's instructions. He glanced at Mu Xian, who was standing below Yu Linglong. He gritted his teeth and voted for Mu Xian decisively. I vote for Mu Xian. Not only that, the elder who preached the scripture shocked everyone with one sentence. Even the royal family of a small country in the mortal world knows that relatives are not allowed to interfere in politics. Let alone Xuandu Temple, the first immortal sect. All the elders looked at the elder, who had always been neutral in shock. And the elder who preached the scriptures just nodded slightly to Mu Xian. For a moment, the whole place was filled with the sound of gasps. A hint of solemnity flashed across the eyes of the old lady Bai. The Bai family had been staring at Mu Xian, and thought that Mu Xian did not make any moves. Now it seems that the Bai family did not keep a close eye on him. Mu Xian. Good tricks. Unknowingly, he won over the leader of the neutral camp. Mu Xian's tricks were even more vividly revealed in the following. Li Changxi also made a clear statement. The Yaoguang lineage supports Mu Xian. The law enforcement hall supports Mu Xian as the abbot. Mu Xian is indeed more suitable. Before senior sister Linglong was away, Mu Xian served as the abbot several times. He was well-mannered and had the demeanor of a great general. The voices supporting the abbot began to occupy an overwhelming force, and quickly attracted the neutral camp to join. Since the matter has been settled, it seems like there is something wrong with the brain to remain neutral. Yu Linglong's eyes flashed with great relief. Junior brother really did not disappoint me. Junior brother, it seems that you are the one that everyone expects. Mu Xian was already confused. I didn't know what expression to make. And Mu Xian, who did not show his joy, fell into the eyes of the Bai family. And there was only one evaluation. He did not show his joy or anger. A quarter of an hour later, Go Chen sent a message to Ziwei with a solemn face. Rumors cannot be trusted. Mu Xian is very secretive and difficult to deal with. Demon cult. Li Huanyan received the message without any surprise. This is Mu Xian's normal operation. Since that little guy is Mu Xian's man, he must be very concerned about Mu Xian's situation. So Li Huanyan kindly informed Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng saw the white paper reappearing on his desk and read the content on it. And he was a little dazed. What? The master of the temple can become the master of the temple. And it has something to do with me? I thought the master of the temple could be considered my benefactor. In the end, I am the master of the temple's benefactor? What made Ji Changsheng even more dazed was still to come. On the white paper, Li Huanyan attached Li Changxi's information. If you want to worship in Xuandu Temple as an undercover agent of the Heavenly Demon Sect and finally choose Li Changxi as your master, it is safest to be with her, because she is mentally ill and easy to deceive. Li Changxi has always believed that she is the Taiyin Star Lord. The way to gain her trust is very simple. Admit that everything she says is right. If you want her to help you, then you can make up a similar origin for yourself from now on. Fight poison with poison and become one of Changxi's own people. Ji Changsheng finished reading Li Huanyan's message. Silently thought of his own identity. The great emperor of Changsheng in the South Pole. Then Ji Changsheng lowered his head and looked at his hands. Really create the future with your own hands. What, Yu Linglong? You be high. Li Huanyan, all are not worth mentioning. The pattern of this world in the next 6 months is probably all created by me. Ji Changsheng realized. I have been looking for him among the crowd for thousands of times. And when I look back, I find that my thigh is actually me. Chapter 342, Ji Laoimo, who started from scratch. And Li Changxi, who is awake in the world. Ji Changsheng felt the value of his self-made success. Mu Xian felt the popularity of his position in Xuandu Temple. Yu Linglong felt that her judgment of her junior brother was correct. Li Huanyan felt that everything was as she expected. And Li Changxi was relieved to think that she could finally have a disciple to run errands again. Everyone has a bright future. Only the world where the Bai family was hurt was achieved. Of course, there is also Go Chen behind the Bai family. Go Chen and Ziwei quickly reviewed the matter. Mu Xian's control over Xuandu Temple is far beyond our previous expectations. We underestimated Mu Xian. There is another possibility. Mu Xian and Ji Changsheng are too deeply bound. Ji Changsheng's future is difficult to change. So Mu Xian's fate will not be easily changed. Mu Xian is shrouded by Ji Changsheng's luck. He can win by following Ji Changsheng. That makes sense. Ji Changsheng's luck and karma are too strong. It is more difficult than imagined to shake Ji Changsheng's karma. The situation Ji Changsheng is facing now is very dangerous. But it is not so easy for them to target him from behind, because they cannot kill Ji Changsheng directly. In a sense, the problem they face is the same as Ji Changsheng's. They all have to bury the bullet by changing the details. In the end, Ji Changsheng's future life will be in chaos. And then the heavenly Tao will format him, and make him unconscious puppet to ensure that Dao Yu's fate will not be wrong. So they first targeted Mu Xian. As long as Mu Xian's fate was changed, Ji Changsheng's fate would also be affected. Unfortunately, it has failed so far. Everything is not as simple as imagined. Go Chen and Ziwei thought of Ji Changsheng's luck. When they attacked Ji Changsheng was about to be promoted to the 6 Imperials, firmly sitting on the throne of the young master of the Hua Palace, and was recognized by Daozu, and even reached a certain agreement with the 6 saints. This is the general trend. It is also history that has already happened. To change history is to go against the will of heaven and change fate. And Ji Changsheng maintained his performance, just following the will of heaven. We go against the will of heaven. Ji Changsheng goes with the will of heaven, and his luck is with him. So Ji Changsheng will get twice the result with half the effort, and we will get half the result with twice the effort. Ziwei calmed down completely. Brother, it seems that we have to take a long-term view. Going against the will of heaven will inevitably be targeted by the way of heaven. The stronger the Daluo, the more he knows the power of the way of heaven. That is a behemoth that can borrow the power of the two saints. The 6 saints are also known as the saints of the way of heaven. Even Daozu Hongjun is more because of the integration of the way of heaven. The way of heaven maintains stability and order. They are against the way of heaven by changing their fate. The resistance they encounter comes not only from Ji Changsheng, but also from the self-correction of the way of heaven. Of course, the path of promotion for all strong men is to go against the will of heaven. So the higher you go, the harder it is to go. And the powerful Daluo are basically powerful men who have successfully defied the will of heaven. So they have rich experience in defying the will of heaven. Ziwei and Gochen are both Daluo Tindi. They realize the difficulty of the matter. But they have not lost confidence because of it. They just changed their goals. Ziwei thought of someone. Li Changqi's strength is still very weak now. But she has the inheritance of Taiyin Star Lord. Only part of it. Her talent in practicing illusion is too strong, which makes her unable to distinguish the difference between illusion and reality. As long as she can recognize the reality, her mental problems will be cured without medicine. Compared with the fate entangled with Ji Changsheng, her entanglement is deeper than Mu Xian. Attacking her will have a greater impact on Ji Changsheng. A technique emerged in Ziwei's mind. Brother, do you still remember Yangren? Yangren? Gochen recalled for a while, and then said, Yangren in the conferred god Tribulation? He was originally a doctor in the Shang dynasty. Later, he became a disciple of Qingshu Dao Jinjuan, one of the 12 immortals of Yushu, and became a third-generation disciple of the Chan sect. Finally, he was named Jia Zitai Sui? Yes, that's him. The conferred god Tribulation conferred hundreds of gods, and most of the star gods served under the command of Emperor Ziwei. Jia Zitai Sui is no exception. The divine duty of Jia Zitai Sui is to lead his subordinates, to be upright and righteous every day, to follow the degrees of the Zhou Tianxing, to investigate the past mistakes of the human world, and to seek good fortune and avoid disaster. The reason why he can have this divine duty is the ability of Jia Zitai Sui itself. The pupil technique in the world comes from the Chan sect. When it comes to seeing through the falsehood and seeing the truth, the Chan sect is the best. From Yang Jian's third eye to Yang Ren's pair of heavenly eyes, they are all the work of the Chan sect. Needless to say, the third eye on Yang Jian's forehead is known to almost all the worlds. And Yang Jian is also the recognized leader among the third-generation disciples of the Chan sect. It is precisely because Yang Jian's brilliance is too dazzling that the brilliance of another third-generation disciple of the Chan sect is covered up. Few people in the world know that Yang Jian, who is also a third-generation disciple of the Chan sect, actually has a competitor. That is, Yangren. Even the surname is the same. Yangren, originally a doctor of the Shang dynasty, was gouged out of his eyes by King Zhou of Shang for advising him to dissuade King Zhou from building the Deer Terrace. And his body was abandoned. Of course, this is the superficial reason. In fact, only King Zhou knows why Yangren was killed. On the surface, after Yangren was killed by King Zhou, he rushed to the Xiang cave of Qifeng Mountain because of his loyalty and resentment, and alarmed the cloud under the feet of Qingshu Dao Jinjuan, one of the 12 immortals of Yushu. So he was rescued. Qingshu Dao Jinjuan put 2 golden pills in his eyes, so that he grew hands in his eye sockets and eyes in his hands. Although the pair of heavenly eyes created have a strange appearance, they can see the heavens, the caves, and know everything in the world. Yangren also became the second disciple of Qingshu Dao Jinjuan. He made great military achievements in the conferred god Tribulation, and finally died in battle, and was listed in the conferred god, with the title of Jia Zitai Sui. Follow the degrees of the stars in the sky. Investigate the past mistakes of the human world, and seek good fortune and avoid disaster. I can't create Yang Jian's third eye, but I have studied Yang Ren's eyes. Yang Jian's third eye is more than 1 level stronger than Yang Ren's eyes. The nephew of Lord Haoyan and an ordinary human race are treated differently in the Chanjiao. Ziwei seriously suspects that Yang Jian's third eye is a treasure of Haotian, or even a treasure of Yuanshi Tianwang. He has studied it before, but he can't figure it out. Yang Ren's eyes are just the work of Qingshu Dao Jinjuan. None of the 12 immortals of Yushu is Daluo, and their strength is below the 6 imperials. So for Ziwei, Yang Ren has basically no secrets. Brother, if Li Chengxi masters Yang Ren's eyes, he can look up to the heaven, look down to the cave, and know everything in the world. What do you think will happen? Ziwei asked. Go Qin's eyes lit up. In this way, Li Chengxi herself is likely to have problems. And she will never believe the lies that Ji Changsheng is the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor. Everything will be disrupted. And Ji Changsheng will collapse without a fight. I will sort out the method of practicing Yang Ren's heavenly eye as soon as possible. Brother, you find a way to give it to Li Chengxi. No problem. 2 days later, Li Chengxi looked at the Qingxiu heavenly eye technique on the desk and fell into deep thought. Changjiao method? Look up at the heaven. Look down at the cave. And know all the things in the world? Practice to the extreme. Can see through all illusions? Is it so powerful? She flipped through it carefully and found that it didn't look fake. So she went to the Xianwang Merit Tower. Mom, take a look at this technique. Yu Linglong took the Qingxiu Tainianshu and read it carefully. Then her face became solemn. It's true. If nothing unexpected happens, this is indeed the technique of the Yushu lineage of the Changjiao. And it may even be the direct teaching of the saint. Changxi, where did you get it? Li Chengxi scratched her head. I just killed someone at the foot of the mountain. No. I just accumulated some merits, and this equipment exploded. It feels like someone gave it to me on purpose. Mom, take a look at this technique. Is there any trap? Yu Linglong read it again. Not sure. Although she is a genius. The technique of the saint, which was personally sorted out by the Emperor of Heaven, is not something that Yu Linglong can see through at this time. But it doesn't matter. She has a backer. Yu Linglong consumed her own merits and used the Xianwang Merit Tower to personally test this technique, and even used the Xianwang Merit Tower to communicate with the upper realm. Finally, Yu Linglong gave a positive answer. No problem. Li Chengxi scratched her head again. It seems that because I am so attractive, God has begun to reward me. I can easily pick up such a magical skill. Yu Linglong handed the Qingxiu Tainianshu to Li Chengxi. Chengxi, the upper limit of this skill is very high, and it is also the top method among the pupil skills. Since there is no problem, you can try to practice it. It will definitely help you improve your strength. No. Li Chengxi decisively refused. Mom, if you want it, give it to you. I am not interested. Huh? This time the strange person became Yu Linglong. She reminded Chengxi. Qingxiu may refer to Qingxiu Dao Tianzuan, who is one of the 12 direct disciples of Yuanshi Tianwang. The skills he passed down are treasured by even the gods in heaven. Li Chengxi said calmly, Mom, this skill conflicts with me. Where does it conflict? I took a look and found that this skill has no requirements for practitioners. It conflicts with Yoguang Luohuan. Li Chengxi calmly saw the incompatibility between Qingxiu Tainianshu and Yoguang Luohuan. Yoguang Luohuan cultivates illusions. When you reach the extreme, you can turn the world upside down in a single thought. Qingxiu Tainianshu cultivates the truth. You can see through illusions and see the truth. These two techniques are incompatible. But in terms of upper limit, Yoguang Luohuan beats Qingxiu Tainianshu. In this case, why should I lose the watermelon while picking up sesame seeds? Besides, what's so good about the truth? Li Chengxi's tone was matter-of-fact. As long as my Yoguang Luohuan is perfect, everything I say is the truth. Yu Linglong. Chengxi, are you afraid that you are not Tain Xingjuan? Li Chengxi said proudly. Mom, don't think about shaking my Tao heart. Yu Linglong held her forehead. You can never wake up a person who pretends to sleep. Moreover, Yoguang Luohuan can really make the fake come true. So in the end, it is very likely that the whole world will be wrong. Not Li Chengxi. Thinking of this, Yu Linglong shook her head helplessly. Forget it. If you don't want to practice, then don't practice. I will practice. Qingxiu Tainianshu and Yoguang Luohuan are indeed incompatible. But there is a solution. There is only one kind of heroism in the world. That is, to love life after recognizing the truth of life. There is no essential contradiction between seeing the truth and practicing illusion. Yu Linglong's mind is very normal, and she will not deceive herself. So she can still use illusion or immerse herself in illusion after seeing the truth. Li Chengxi is different. She firmly believed that she was the Taiyin Star Lord, and therefore she made rapid progress in the cultivation of Yoguang Luohuan. So she didn't want to waste any energy and emotions on doubting herself. And she was too lazy to challenge her Tao heart. There is no right or wrong. Just a choice. Yoguang Luohuan is Li Chengxi's main practice. But it is not Yu Linglong's main practice. They attach different importance to it. After I practice Qingxiu Tainianshu, anyone who wants to deceive me with illusions can't escape my Tianyin. so as not to be deceived by you. After Yu Linglong finished speaking, she was a little dazed for a moment, and an inexplicable scene appeared in front of her. A young man with a sea of blood behind him, a mountain of bones beside him, billions of resentful souls roaring around him, and a magic knife in his hand destroying the world. And her nominal husband Bai Shiji was lying at the feet of this young man. Don't be afraid, fairy. I'm not a demon. Yu Linglong frowned slightly. The scene in front of her disappeared instantly. Changshi, did you use an illusion on me? Li Changshi was confused. Not you. Yu Linglong frowned more and more. Is it because my cultivation has been promoted again, so I can't help but have a sudden warning? That young man used the Yughuan Luohuan. She saw through it at a glance. But what is the situation of the young man's magic vision? When did such a big demon appear in the world? Wait. It seems that the aura is not strong. Bai Shiji died, and Yu Linglong didn't take it seriously. But this sudden warning made her very strange. She looked at the Qingxiu Tainan again. It seems that this technique really needs to be practiced well. She had an intuition. Maybe many things will happen in the future that are beyond her control and expectation. With the Qingxiu Tainan, she can see many things clearly. Then she recalled and embodied the real image of the boy in her memory. Changshi, do you know him? Li Changshi shook her head. At this time, she really didn't know him. But she knew him as soon as she returned to the Moon Palace. Li Huanyan sent her a message. Let the buyer inspect the goods first. Changshi, I guarantee that this is a seed of merit. Li Changshi was stunned when she saw the photo of the seed of merit. She had just seen it at Yu Linglong's place before. Li Changshi instantly became interested. The person who can be valued by Yu Linglong and Li Huanyan at the same time is certainly not an ordinary person. And who is he? Ji Chansheng wrote down his origins on a white paper. The great emperor of Chansheng in the South Pole. One of the 6 imperials. The true king of Jade purity. Reunited with the Taiyin Star Lord in reincarnation. Chapter 343. Every cause has its effect. Li Huanyan covered her face. She admired Ji Changsheng's speed of getting into the state. She had seen people who deceive fools, but not many who could get into the role as quickly as Ji Chansheng. However, fools are easy to deceive, but mentally ill people are not. When Li Changshi saw Ji Changsheng's origin, her first reaction was, "And do you think I am a fool? Did you specially train this person to deceive me?" Li Huanyan. Although she had known that Li Changshi was amazing, she still thought that Li Changshi was amazing. She had never seen a mentally ill person so vigilant. No, it has nothing to do with you. Li Changshi thought that Yu Linglong had also mentioned Ji Chansheng. Li Huanyan could not control Yu Linglong's actions. Then it was unlikely that he was Li Huanyan's man. And he said he was the reincarnation of the great Emperor Chansheng of the South Pole? Li Changshi asked. Li Huanyan gritted his teeth and gave an affirmative answer. Li Changshi sneered directly. Is he mentally ill? Li Huanyan. It's hard to judge. She can be said to be well informed. But it's the first time she has seen a mentally ill person suspect another person of being mentally ill. She can't do it anymore. It's really hard for normal people to follow the brain circuits of mentally ill people. And give me his contact information. I will chat with him privately. I suspect you have been deceived by him. Li Huanyan had nothing to say. She could only remind Ji Chansheng privately. Be careful. I feel that Changshi has been a little too normal recently. Ji Chansheng was a little confused and wrote on a white paper. Isn't Li Changshi mentally ill? Li Huanyan's reply made Ji Chansheng a little confused. Maybe she took too much medicine and is almost cured? Or maybe there is something wrong with the progress of practicing Yughuan Luohuan, which caused her to start reflecting on her life. Of course, the most likely scenario is that her 8th apprentice died, and she was too stimulated and began to wake up, realizing that she might have a problem. Ji Changsheng? This is not the same Li Changshi he knows. In Ji Changsheng's impression, Li Changshi has never doubted herself. Even if it goes against the cognition of the whole world, there must be something wrong with the world. Could it be that Li Changshi in this timeline has ever been a normal person? 5 minutes later, Ji Chansheng started a voice call with Li Changshi. The first sentence Li Changshi said made Ji Changsheng's heart skip a beat. No matter who you are, you can give up trying to get close to me with the excuse of reincarnation. Since the death of my 8th apprentice, I have realized I am not Taiyin Xingjuan, and this world is not an illusion. Ji Chansheng almost didn't catch it. Li Changshi actually had such a struggle in the past. Did the death of 8 disciples have such a big impact on her? Well, It is a big deal when I think about it. Ji Changsheng put himself in Li Changqi's perspective and indeed felt her pressure. Xuandu Temple is the place where the most powerful people in this world gather. There are many powerful people who are stronger than Li Changqi now. When everyone says that you have a problem, not everyone can always stick to themselves. It may not work if it is Ji Changsheng. It is normal for Li Changqi to doubt herself occasionally. What's more, Li Changqi lost 8 disciples in succession. Most people can't bear it. Many people are like this. Even if they suffer a lot of grievances and are misunderstood by many people, it's okay. But if they implicate others because of themselves, they will immediately give up. Moreover, Li Huanyan's reminder just now flooded into Ji Changsheng's mind. Ji Changsheng asked in a deep voice, "Has Xingyuan had problems with his cultivation recently?" Li Changqi didn't say anything. But tacit consent itself is a kind of answer. Ji Changsheng recalled Li Changqi's realm after half a year, and thought, Xingyuan is stuck at the peak of the fusion realm, and has not yet broken through the Mahayana realm. Li Changqi was in the Mahayana realm half a year later, and began to advance to the tribulation realm after Ingwa killed Jian Gongyu. If Li Changqi has problems with her cultivation now, the biggest possibility is that she is stuck at the peak of the fusion realm. Ji Changsheng's accurate hit shocked Li Changqi a little. You actually know my realm? The realm she showed to the outside world has always been the nascent soul realm. At the age of more than 30 years old, Li Changqi is already a genius in the nascent soul realm. And few people know that her real realm is the peak of the fusion realm. From Li Changqi's perspective, only Yu Linglong knows. Ji Changsheng can actually call it out. It is impossible for Yu Linglong to tell Ji Changsheng. She doesn't even know who Ji Changsheng is. Otherwise she wouldn't have asked her if she knew Ji Changsheng. Who told you? Li Changqi asked. Ji Changsheng smiled slightly and began to control the rhythm. Xingyuan, don't you wonder why you are such a genius? Yu Linglong is already a peerless monster in terms of cultivation talent. But compared to your cultivation speed, she pales in comparison. Do you think this is normal? Of course not. Yu Linglong is a monster that can make the Xuandu master look at her differently just by her personal talent. Without any background, Yu Linglong overturned the chessboard of Daoyuo only by talent and hard work. Such a monster, looking at the heavens and the worlds, can't find many people. So the great master Xuandu accepted Yu Linglong as his disciple. And Li Changqi's cultivation speed far exceeds Yu Linglong. Xingyuan, you should be able to feel that you are not as good as Yu Linglong in practicing other skills. In terms of overall talent, you are not as good as Yu Linglong. But because you practiced Yoguan Luowan, your cultivation speed has improved by leaps and bounds, completely leaving her behind. Inch Painted Skin Sutra. Li Changqi can't get started. Demon Desire Sutra. Li Changqi can't complete it. Including other skills in Xuandu Temple, Li Changqi is not good at many. But Li Changqi's Yoguan Luowan is superb. Her strengths are too long. Behind all this, it's because you are Taiyin Xingyuan. Ji Changsheng tried very hard to deepen Li Changqi's illness. Xingyuan, never doubt yourself. In ancient times, you were as powerful as Dong Wangyao. It's just an illusion. Even if it was created by a saint, we shouldn't keep sinking. Li Changqi was somewhat convinced by Ji Changsheng. But she was a little puzzled. If I am really Taiyin Xingyuan, why did 8 disciples die in succession? Ji Changsheng thought to himself that it was because of your way of teaching disciples. You have Yu Linglong behind you, and with your wife's thighs holding you. Of course you can be brave and diligent. Yu Linglong can suppress all problems in this world. But Li Changqi's 8 disciples are not protected by Yu Linglong. The same thing. Yu Linglong's daughter-in-law can do it. But Li Changqi's disciples can't do it. This is reasonable. But I can't tell Li Changqi the truth. Ji Changsheng explained. That's because the 8 disciples you accepted before didn't understand your good intentions. Nor could they comprehend the true way of cultivating merit in the mortal world. So they couldn't learn your skills. Their deaths have nothing to do with you. Really? That must be the case. Then why can't I break through the Mahayana realm? Because you, Xingyuan, have doubts about yourself. Ji Changsheng said in a deep voice. Yoguan Luohuan is the best in the world. Xingyuan, your attainments in Yoguan Luohuan have long surpassed the fusion realm. As long as you can strengthen your Tao heart, breaking through the Mahayana realm is just around the corner. Li Changqi's heart began to waver. But it hasn't been shaken completely. You said you are the Southern Lich Emperor? Yes. Do you know me? Of course I do. This is a long story. Then tell me slowly. I have plenty of time. This story starts from the ancient times, when the witches and liches fought for supremacy. At that time, I was not the Southern Lich Emperor, and the Star Lord had already entered the Tyene Star, and was the most powerful person in the world. In that year, the Star Lord saved me from being exposed to the sun for 10 days. Ji Changsheng told Li Chengxi a very long story. Later, the witches and liches fell, and the Star Lord had an accident, leaving his inheritance in my Shishao Yuqing mansion. I have been waiting for the Star Lord to return from the reincarnation, but I didn't expect that after the conferred God tribulation. I was also calculated, although I realized that I would be in danger. So I made friends with the Star Lord in advance and made a lot of preparations. But things still happened too quickly. I originally planned to protect the Star Lord from returning from the reincarnation, but I didn't expect that the Star Lord had not returned yet. And I also had an accident. Now I meet the Star Lord in the reincarnation. It is fate, but also helpless. Star Lord, I came here specially to find you. If we join forces, we can still fight even if the saints are plotting behind the scenes. Li Changxi was moved. You said you are the Southern Emperor of Immortality? Jade Pure True King? The eldest son of Yuanshi Tianwang? Yes. Repeat it in person. I am the Southern Emperor of Immortality, Jade Pure True King, and the eldest son of Yuanshi Tianwang. Li Changxi looked up at the sky. No response. So she took a breath of cold air. While her scalp was tingling, her heart suddenly became clear. Both Ji Changsheng and she called the Southern Emperor of Immortality and Yuanshi Tianwang by their names. If it was fake, Daluo would never allow such an offense. So Ji Changsheng didn't lie to her. Everything was true. Ji Changsheng was really the Southern Emperor of Immortality, and she was really the Tyene Star Lord. Li Changxi realized. The world became more and more real in her eyes. And at the moment when Li Changxi realized it, her realm loosened. In a moment, Li Changxi had completed the breakthrough from the fusion realm to the Mahayana realm. Sure enough, everything was true. Ji Changsheng did not lie to her. The reason why she had not broken through the Mahayana realm was because she had doubts about herself. Now she has determined her Tao heart. So she immediately broke through the Mahayana realm. All of Ji Changxing's words began to come true. It turns out that I am really not sick. It is this world that is sick. Li Changxi murmured, yes. If it is not Tyene Xingjuan, how can there be a second explanation for a peerless beauty like me with extraordinary talent and stunning beauty? Yabuang Luohuan. Make another breakthrough. Li Changxi once again felt the familiar rapid progress. At the other end of the sound transmission note, Ji Changsheng pursed his lips. The familiar Li Changxi is back. I felt relieved and guilty at the same time. Damn it. So Li Changxi's mental illness was made worse by my treatment. If he had chosen another way of saying it just now, maybe Li Changxi could become a normal person. As soon as Ji Changsheng had this idea, he was immediately cut off by him. What's so good about being a normal person? He had been a cow and horse all his life on Blue Star. Now that he has the opportunity to become a Daluo, he will definitely not choose to be a cow and horse. He firmly believed that Li Changxi would make the same choice as him. Thinking of this, the guilty feeling disappeared instantly. Instead, I was moved and realized the cause and effect of reincarnation. No wonder senior sister treated me so well in the future. No wonder Li Changxi never doubted my identity as the great emperor of longevity in the South Pole. No wonder Li Changxi and I cooperated so well. From the beginning to the end, it was a two-way rush. Tyene Star Lord saved Nanji Changsheng Great Emperor. Nanji Changsheng Great Emperor protected Tyene Star Lord. Tyene Star Lord helped Nanji Changsheng Great Emperor. Nanji Changsheng Great Emperor and Tyene Star Lord both ascended to heaven and proved the Tao of Daluo again. There is no more complete cause and effect reincarnation than this. This should be a level that only Daluo can reach. But at this time, Ji Changsheng was in the Daluo calamity and mastered some of the secrets of the Daluo realm in advance. His real Taoism was rising rapidly. Real timeline. Wa Palace. Qingwan suddenly shouted. Nyang Nyang. Come and see. What happened to Xiao Changsheng? As soon as Nyang Nyang Nua came back from the underworld, she sensed the familiar and annoying aura on Ji Changsheng. This made Nyang Nyang Nua clench her fists subconsciously. Qingwan saw Nyang Nyang Nua's reaction and realized that she was not wrong. So she was shocked. Xiao Changsheng has mastered the power of reincarnation? Not only the power of reincarnation, but also the power of cause and effect. Nua gently twisted her fingers in the void. A moment later, a complete cause and effect line passed through Ji Changsheng's body into the void, connected to the body of Li Changxi on the lunar star. and then went through Li Changxi's body into the void and returned to Ji Changsheng. A complete closed loop was formed. Qingwan was stunned. Cause and effect reincarnation line? It's so complete. Isn't this a killer move that only Daluo can master? Directly through the cause and effect reincarnation line. Kill the opponent upstream and downstream in time and space. Little Changsheng is only in the realm of Jinjuan now. How can he master the cause and effect reincarnation line? Nguyen Yangyang's tone was somewhat relieved. It seems that Huda did not lie to me. This level is both dangerous and a blessing for Changsheng. If Changsheng can get through the Daluo calamity, even if the realm is not Daluo, he will have some Daluo characteristics. Qingwan's little head was confused. In other words, what little Changsheng lacks to advance to Daluo is not the comprehension of the Daluo realm, but pure magic power? Not bad. You actually use your brain. Nguyen Yangyang was in a good mood. So she also praised Qingwan. Qingwan, I have only seen a true lord who has enough mana but cannot comprehend the realm. I have never seen a true lord who has enough Taoism but not enough mana. Can't mana be obtained by taking drugs? You have to take a lot of drugs. Nua looked thoughtful. Changsheng's cultivation time is too short. If the mana required by Daluo is an ocean, Changsheng is at most a pond now. He has to take a lot of drugs. And they have to be the top magic drugs, such as the 9-turn golden pill refined by Taishang Laojun. Qingwan opened his mouth again. My lady, I calculated. Even if Xiao Changsheng snatched all the 9-turn golden pills in the Tushita Palace, it would not be enough. Right? It's not enough. But if you eat all the peaches and ginseng fruits, it will be enough. Nguyen Yangyang was a little troubled when she said this. It seems that Changsheng is still a long way from being promoted to Daluo. Although she is a saint, Nguyen Yangyang can't imagine the scene of snatching all the peaches of Queen Mother, the ginseng fruits of Xinyuanzi, and the 9-turn golden pill of Taishang Laojun. She doesn't dare to do this. Of course, she also thinks Ji Changsheng doesn't dare. Changsheng still needs to work hard. Qingwan, you should also pay attention. Otherwise, when Changsheng is Daluo, you are still a Jinjuan. Aren't you embarrassed? Qingwan said confidently. Of course not. I'm not a human. Nguyen Yangyang. It's reasonable and can't be refuted. My competition object is the mounts of other saints. And Xiao Changsheng and I have no competition. Qingwan is very open-minded. I want to have a feast now. Nyang. Can this peach festival still be held? Chapter 344. Follow Ji Changsheng's path and leave Ji Changsheng with nowhere to go. Qingwan's complaints hit the nail on the head. After all, according to the time, the peach banquet will be held during the day. As a result, the real owner is gone now. This peach banquet is to celebrate the return of the Changsheng Emperor. If the Changsheng Emperor does not attend, this peach banquet will be worthless. If the Changsheng Emperor dies before the peach banquet, then the peach banquet can be directly used as the funeral of the Changsheng Emperor. This is obviously inappropriate. So Nguyen Yangyang asked Qingwan to go on another errand. Go to the Heavenly Palace and tell Haotian to adjust the time flow rate of the Heavenly Palace. When Changsheng comes back, the peach banquet will be held. The normal time flow rate is 1 day in heaven and 1 year on earth. But the time flow rate can be adjusted. The 6 Imperials and the 6 Saints have this authority. However, since they have this authority, they have not used it, because the impact will be great when all the gods are used to the previous speed of time. Once they make adjustments, it will affect many powerful people's judgment of time, and then affect many of their established plans. But they have no decision-making power. Without entering Daluo, fate will never be controlled by oneself. Suddenly a file comes down from above. You have to execute it or not. This is reality. Nua can adjust it herself. But in theory, the authority to adjust the speed of time in the sky lies with Haotian, the head of the 6 emperors. So let Haotian do it. Qingwan was shocked. Nyang. Can't you just send a message to Haotian? Why do you have to make a special trip for me? Nua glanced at Qingwan and complained, because I don't want to see you, a useless fool, hanging around in front of me. Qingwan, I lied to you. I sent my beloved mount to make the trip myself because I wanted to show my respect for Haotian. After all, Haotian is the leader of the 6 imperial lords. If not for his sake, then for Hongjun's sake. Qingwan felt bad. My lady, I know you are being EQ savvy. You have changed your mind. Nua kicked Qingwan out of the Hua Palace. It is impossible to change your mind. The main reason is that Qingwan is too lazy. and her role is getting smaller and smaller. Since Ji Changsheng appeared, Nua has become more and more annoyed with these goblins in the Wa Palace. I wonder what use they can have. Although Qingwan, the top supercar in the prehistoric fairyland, is indeed very powerful. A saint can cross the galaxy in a single thought. The main purpose of a saint driving a supercar is to show off. In fact, it is useless. It will only be useful if you get a Daluo as a mount. Unfortunately, among the 6 saints and even all the powerful Daluo, only Junti has realized this wish and adopted a Daluo as a mount. However, this mount may devour its owner at any time. Nguyen Yang now has an idea. Saints don't need mounts, and Daluo doesn't need them either. The mount market will become smaller and smaller in the future. After Changsheng comes back, let him think of a way to arrange some work for these mounts. Otherwise they will all be useless. It's not that supercars can't be raised, but it's more cost-effective for Daluo to do it himself. Mounts will only slow down Daluo's speed. The most obvious trend in recent years is that the Saints' mounts have been useless, and the Saints' speed and efficiency have slowed down, which is a double loss. This situation needs to be changed. Let's talk about 2 things separately. Li Changxi quickly accepted the ancient setting that she was the Taiyin Star Lord, and swept away the hesitation in her heart. Thank you, Emperor, for helping me clear the haze and take a step forward. Ji Changsheng said modestly, the Star Lord and I help each other. In the past, the Star Lord helped me, and today I help the Star Lord. This is what good deeds are rewarded with good deeds. Yes, I didn't expect that I actually saved the Emperor's life in ancient times. Li Changxi quickly became close to Ji Changsheng. She was willing to believe that Ji Changsheng was telling the truth. After all, this is a world where there are saints everywhere. In fact, what Ji Changsheng said was indeed true. When Li Changxi was crossing the hard demon tribulation, Daozu sent them to the years of the Witchlich decisive battle. Li Changxi replaced the Taiyin Star Lord, and he replaced the Jade Pure True King. Whenever the Taiyin Star Lord replaced by Li Changxi did not take action, the Jade Pure True King replaced by Ji Changsheng would be directly killed by the 10-day sun, under the great magical power of Daozu. This has become an established fact. The position of the Southern Changsheng Emperor was specially established by Daozu for Ji Changsheng. Yu Qingzhenwang just took advantage of Ji Changsheng and took over for Ji Changsheng for a while. So Taiyin Xingjuan saved the Southern Changsheng Emperor, and the cause and effect fate were entangled together. Even if a saint came, he could not accuse Ji Changsheng of lying. Everything is true, and the cause and effect have closed the loop. My cultivation can advance by 1,000 miles, thanks to the protection of the Emperor. If the Emperor needs any help from me, just ask, since he is one of them. Li Changxi is very generous. Ji Changsheng is not polite either. I still need to make some preparations. It will take about half a year. I will worship Xuandu Temple, and I will need Xingjuan to protect me in Xuandu Temple at that time. No problem. Li Changxi agreed readily. Ji Changsheng began to patch. Xingjuan and I are both Daluo. We have ended up like this. The enemy must be at least Daluo, so we must be very careful. In order to protect myself and Xingjuan, I may seal some of my memories to avoid attracting unnecessary enemy attention. If Xingjuan finds out that I have a conflict with what I said today, don't worry about it. Safety comes first. Li Changxi admired. Emperor Changsheng is worthy of being a Daluo who came out of the conferred god tribulation. He is better at planning and strategizing than me. What the Emperor said makes sense. Those who can be enemies with you and me must also be Daluo, and maybe even saints. It seems that I have to be a little crazier. Now I am still too normal, which makes it easy for the enemies behind the scenes to be alert. Ji Changsheng thought it was very good. I like people like Li Changxi. Give her a few pieces of color. She can really open a dyeing factory. Is the name of the Changsheng Emperor in this life Ji Changsheng? Yes. Continue the Changsheng Emperor's path. Yes. It seems that the Changsheng Emperor has really made a lot of preparations. With this name, he will not get lost in the reincarnation. And this should also be an anchor. To be honest, I am much worse than the Emperor in this regard. Li Changxi felt inferior. The Changsheng Emperor's arrangement was more like the reaction after the Daluo had an accident. I was still too proud. Ji Changsheng comforted. Xingjuan and I are different. Xingjuan dominated the ancient times. The 6 saints today were not as glorious as Xingjuan in those days. Xingjuan's opponents were even stronger. I fell in the future and have a lot of experience as a reference, so I can be prepared. My arrangement is Xingjuan's arrangement. As long as you and I join forces, it is just a matter of time to restore Dalua's strength. What the Changsheng Emperor said makes sense, since accepting that she is Taiyin Star Lord and Ji Changsheng is Changsheng Emperor. Li Changxi feels that everything Ji Changsheng says makes sense. Just about to ask Changsheng Emperor how to break the illusion of this world. You and I have been trapped in the illusion and always need to get out. Ji Changsheng recalled Li Changxi's previous explanation, and then repeated the original words. It's not difficult. Ascending to the fairyland is a rule set by the heaven. As long as you ascend to become a fairy in the illusion, you can get out of this illusion and return to the fairyland. After a pause, Ji Changsheng added, the Star Lord is in charge of Taiyin Star, and I am the Nanji Changsheng Emperor. As long as you and I return to the main field of the prehistoric fairyland, with the help of your and my authority, we can quickly restore the strength of Daluo. Li Changxi tasted it, and felt it was very reasonable. Then you have to work harder. My lord, I have already reached the Mahayana level, and I will be able to ascend to heaven in no time. Ji Changsheng smiled confidently. I have already made arrangements. When I go to Xuandu Temple, my cultivation will surely explode by leaps and bounds. Within a month, I will be able to ascend to heaven. Although some words are white lies, this sentence is 100% true. Li Changxi heard Ji Changsheng's confidence. Although she didn't quite understand it, it was too outrageous to ascend to heaven within a month. But thinking that the Changsheng Emperor was Daluo after all, she still said, then I will wait and see. After a long time, Li Changxi recalled what she said today, and she had only one feeling. Junior brother is a sincere gentleman, and never lied to me. Someone has practiced the Qingxu Divine Eye technique. Very good. Li Changxi really can't resist the temptation of the saint's skills. Ziwei and Gaochen were not surprised by this, let alone Li Changxi. Even if they encountered a saintly skill that they could learn, they would never give up. It is better to have many skills. In this case, Li Changxi is basically useless. We can't put all our hopes on Li Changxi. Brother, how is the investigation of Bing Zipping going? Ziwei and Gaochen knew that Mu Xian was the first great power to show his favor to Ji Changsheng, so they naturally found out the reason why Mu Xian favored Ji Changsheng. Bing Zipping, the source of the auspicious sign that Ji Changsheng became the master of the temple. The plan on Mu Xian did not succeed. So Ziwei and Gaochen, the two Daluo, would not give up this line. Mu Xian can be the master of the temple, but as long as the person Mu Xian values is no longer Ji Changsheng, the result will be the same for them. It has been found out. Yu Bihai should have discovered Bing Zipping's life experience and is sending people to contact him. I have already started to act. Very good. If there is no Ji Changsheng, Bing Zipping may become the next world protagonist after Yu Linglong from his life experience. Now, give him back his opportunity. Take Ji Changsheng's path and leave Ji Changsheng with no way to go. Ziwei's idea is very simple. If the auspicious sign of the master of the temple becomes Bing Zipping, how should Ji Changsheng deal with it? If Bing Zipping had not died so cleanly and without anyone else's hands, Li Changxi had taken action. And finally Ji Changsheng used his bones, flesh, skin and soul to practice the Yinshi Huapai Jing. Ziwei would have even thought about replacing Bing Zipping, because Bing Zipping's life experience and experience are really useful. Yu Laomo's illegitimate son, with great merits, worshipped in Xuandu Temple. If there is no Ji Changsheng, the probability of Bing Zipping becoming the protagonist of the next era is visible to the naked eye. Of course, they would not give up such a useful chess piece. So, Bing Zipping picked up a broken mirror. The spirit of the broken world guided Bing Zipping to quickly understand this world and his new self. Then, he met Shadow. 5 days later, Yu Laomo confirmed that Bing Zipping was really his child, and excitedly roared to the sky. But he only roared for half a second, and Yu Laomo forcibly controlled his emotions. Don't bring Pinger to the holy church. You must keep him away from Li Huanyan's eyes and ears. If that vicious woman Li Huanyan finds out, Pinger won't live past the next day. Shadow bowed and accepted the order. Master. Young Master Ping really wants to join Xuandu Temple. With that vicious woman Li Huanyan in the holy church, it's really not suitable for Pinger, since he wants to go to Xuandu Temple, then satisfy Pinger's request. I didn't know about his existence for the past 20 years, so I must make it up to him. Yu Laomo was like a kind father at this time. If Pinger can stand out in Xuandu Temple, his future will be limitless. Shadow. How is Pinger's talent for cultivation? Shadow told the truth, he is a genius. After all, he is the master's child. And he has inherited at least 90% of your talent. Yu Lao Mo became more and more excited. His talent is almost comparable to all the geniuses in history, even compared to those former world's #1 people who have successfully ascended. Yu Lao Mo is not much worse. And even better. In the world today, he and Yu Linglong are the only two evildoers who broke through the tribulation realm on their own and caused the previous headmaster to step down in shame. If he hadn't met Yu Linglong, Yu Lao Mo would have been the #1 person who dominated the world in this era. If he can inherit 90% of his talent, he will be as good as Li Huanyan. And if Yu Linglong and Yu Lao Mo both ascend, Li Huanyan will be the best in the world. Bing Zipping's talent is really not low. So Yu Lao Mo has every reason to be excited. When Yu Linglong ascends, I will join hands with Pinger to dominate the world for at least 1,000 years. Shadow bowed and said, Master. Young Master Ping said that he hopes to make a splash in the disciple test of Xuandu Temple. The way of cultivation is to be slow at every step. He has wasted 20 years, and does not want to waste any more time. So he needs merits. And he hopes you can help him create some merits. Of course, my son will make a splash. Yu Lao Mo agreed very readily. So, Shadow, you are safe. Arrange them, and kill some evil demons for Pinger. Xuandu Temple accepts disciples, and values virtue more than cultivation talent. Only seeds of virtue can be valued by Xuandu Temple. Young Master Ping has another request. He said that he hopes that the Holy Church will send some undercover agents to Xuandu Temple to help him share some dangers. When necessary, he will take the initiative to report these undercover agents of the Holy Church to gain the trust of the top leaders of Xuandu Temple. When Shadow said this, the joy on Yu Lao Mo's face finally subsided a little. He began to wonder, is this Pinger's request? Shadow directly released the VCR. When he first heard Bing Zipping's request, he was also shocked. Fortunately, he has a good habit of recording. When working around Yu Lao Mo, it is important to learn to protect yourself. Seeing that it was indeed Bing Zipping who made the request, Yu Lao Mo was silent for a minute. Then he slowly said, Shadow, what kind of person do you think Pinger is? Shadow hesitated to speak. Yu Lao Mo knew that Ingzi was afraid of saying the wrong thing. So he comforted him, just say it. The Holy Church is not the hypocrites of the righteous path, and is not afraid of gossip. Seeing Yu Lao Mo say this, Ingzi gritted his teeth and said, young Master Ping is young. His mind is gloomy and vicious, and he does things fiercely and resolutely. He is destined to be a member of my Holy Church. Yu Lao Mo and Ingzi felt the same. This was a little different from what he expected. After all, he was not raised by his side. Yu Lao Mo thought that since he was not raised in the Holy Church, Bing Zipping should be a good child in nature. Now it seems, is it because his genes are too strong? Although as the leader of the heavenly demon cult, Yu Lao Mo is not unacceptable to this kind of mentality. But as a father, he still hopes that his son's style of behavior is more upright. Bad people like everyone else to be good people more than good people. But after all, he is his own son. Although it was a little different from what he expected, Yu Lao Mo still tried to convince himself. Then do as Pinger said, and send some undercovers to Xuandu Temple. You will arrange this matter. Remember? Send those disciples, who have violated the sect rules, and have no sense of belonging to the Holy Church. The real geniuses cannot be sacrificed. Otherwise the cohesion of the Holy Church will be gone. Although the Tianma sect is a demon sect, it still needs to pay attention to the cohesion of the sect. Lawful evil still needs order. Otherwise the sect will not survive. As the largest sect of the demon path, the Tianma sect is not inferior to those of the righteous path in its dedication to its disciples. The Tianma sect is just more cruel in its competition. But as long as you can win the competition, the rewards will be even more generous. As the leader of the Tianma cult, Yu Lao Mo would not dig his own grave, even for his own son. Shadow bowed and accepted the order. The most important thing is to keep it secret. Li Huanyan must not know it. Yu Lao Mo emphasized the importance of confidentiality again. Don't worry, leader. Li Huanyan is a human, not a god. She can't predict the future. 10 minutes ago, Li Huanyan laughed at the information in her hand. Does Yu Behind know about Bing Zipping's information? You are the first person to read it. He will know it after you read it. Well done. After a moment, Li Huanyan restrained her smile. Bing Zipping got a broken mirror? Yes. The broken mirror seems to have a spirit. With the help of this spirit, Bing Zipping has opened his eyes. Check this spirit. There seems to be another force behind Bing Zipping. Yes. It's really the offspring of Yu Lao Mo. You can tell at a glance that he is not a good person. He really went to great lengths to gain merit. Send a few outer disciples to Xuandu Temple as undercovers? Why did he emphasize outer disciples? Li Huanyan thought of Ji Changsheng. He began to think. Did Bing Zipping designate anyone to go undercover at Xuandu Temple? No. Then arrange it. Send me the undercover list as soon as it comes out. Yes. Saint. 3 days later. Li Huanyan got the draft undercover list. Ji Changsheng's name was on the list. Coincidence? Or conspiracy? Is there someone in the demonic cult working with Bing Zipping? Li Huanyan narrowed her peach blossom eyes and began to investigate the matter. But after a day, she didn't find anything. This made Li Huanyan alert instantly. Bing Zipping must have something dirty behind him. I hate this feeling of being unpredictable. With Yu Bihai's support. Plus there are dirty people behind him. This is a threat. And we can't let him stay. Li Huanyan's killing intent was strong. Chapter 345 History is a little girl who can be dressed up by anyone. Li Huanyan knew that Bing Zipping had other roles in Ji Changsheng's plan. But there were few things in this world that she could not find out. Since Bing Zipping had a secret that she could not find out. Her first reaction was to destroy Bing Zipping humanely. As for the plan given by Ji Changsheng, Li Huanyan did not forget it. But she did not take it as a golden rule. Without Zhang the butcher. Can't you eat hairy pigs? A mere Bing Zipping. As long as she wants to have it. She will definitely have it. Li Huanyan did not master the Yin Shi Hua Pai Jing at this time. But there is never only one path to success. Changxi. How far have you practiced your illusion recently? Li Huanyan did not let her people do it. Yu Lao Mo got a son in his old age. And he must attach great importance to Bing Zipping. Although Li Huanyan was sure that she could hide it from Yu Lao Mo, there was no need to take the risk. It is obviously more foolproof to let Li Changxi, who is more skilled in illusion, do it. And Yu Lao Mo will be wary of her. But not others. Li Changxi was a little surprised. It's okay. What's wrong? Do you need any materials to break through the realm? I'll prepare them for you. Li Changxi realized, Aunt. What's the matter? Go and help me keep an eye on someone and check his background. If necessary, you can kill him. Why don't you do it yourself? Li Changxi was very surprised. Yu Lao Mo's illegitimate child. It's not convenient for me to take action. Li Changxi was immediately surprised. Yu Bihai actually has an illegitimate child. She became interested instantly. Yu Bihai may send someone to keep an eye on him. But the strength is at most the Mahayana realm. Li Huanyan's reminder made Li Changxi feel certain. The strength of the Mahayana realm is not enough to keep an eye on her. The other party has a broken mirror in his hand. Which seems a bit strange. Changxi. You should pay more attention. Understood. Li Changxi quickly locked Bing Zipping's position. Then she found that she was too late. Looking at Bing Zipping who died with his eyes open. And the shadow, who just appeared. Li Changxi almost thought that this was a trap set by Li Huanyan for herself. Aunt. Are you tricking me? Li Huanyan? When she saw the death of Bing Zipping set by Li Changxi, her face changed. Give the sound transmission note to the shadow. Li Changxi. She handed the sound transmission note to the shadow. Then she saw the shadow respectfully said, What does the saint want? We are one family. Don't make things difficult for Changxi. And work with her to find out the truth about Bing Zipping's death. Li Changxi's brain was overloaded again. Yu Lao Mo's most trusted confidant is also Li Huanyan's man. Then how did Yu Lao Mo survive for so many years? She then asked Ingzi about this question herself. Ingzi told the truth. Fairy Linglong also has people of the saint. But there is no need to worry about Fairy Linglong's safety. The same is true for the leader. They are too powerful. So powerful that even if there are undercovers around, they can suppress everything. Unless you are sure to kill Yu Linglong and Yu Lao Mo instantly. Otherwise, they are not something that others can fight against when they are at low health. And you may not have the strength to make them at low health. Undercovers are best used before they are exposed. Once exposed, they will die immediately. It should be said that the elder who preached the scriptures was Yu Linglong's good sister before. Now she is really Li Huanyan's man. Another good sister of Yu Linglong, Gu Yaqiong, is now Jian Gongyo's man. Yu Linglong didn't know about these things. Yu Lao Mo didn't know about the undercover around him either. But for them, it doesn't matter. When you are strong to a certain extent, you don't have to care about many details. The reason why Li Huanyan's intelligence is so advanced is that she is not strong enough. Li Changqi was a little surprised. Yu Lao Mo, a guy who was beaten by my mother, is so valuable? Shadow. Fairy Linglong is more powerful. But the leader is also very strong. The saint has been planning for many years. But she still dares not to confront the leader head-on. I can see it. Li Changqi is just sick. Not stupid. Yu Lao Mo has so many people of Li Huanyan around him. And he can still live well. This value is no less than successfully escaping from Yu Linglong's sword. Forget it. Forget about old demon Yu. What's the matter with Bing Zipping? Li Changqi originally planned to observe Bing Zipping. But she only saw a corpse. Shadow's eyes were attracted by a portrait under Bing Zipping. After finding the portrait, Li Changqi's face changed. Emperor Changsheng? Shadow looked at Li Changqi. Does the master of Yabuang know this person? Li Changqi did not answer Shadow's words immediately, but looked at the line of blood words next to the portrait. The one who killed me is Ji Changsheng. Li Changqi's face was extremely solemn. It's bad. It actually involves the Daluo dispute. Shadow's face also changed. It's bad. The master of Yabuang didn't take medicine today. The heavenly demon sect. The soul-breaking palace. Li Huanyan's expression was also changing. Did I alert the enemy? The dirty guys behind Bing Zipping were so alert? I hadn't discovered them yet. But they discovered that I was investigating them? This was the first time Li Huanyan had encountered such a situation since he came to power. Are they trying to frame me? Li Huanyan's first reaction was that this was a trap against her. When the news from Yingzi and Li Changqi came over, Li Huanyan was also confused. Aiming at Ji Changsheng? What's going on? It can't be that Ji Changsheng is really the great emperor of the South Pole? Li Huanyan didn't know at this time that the truth was not much different from what she expected. Ziwei and Go Qin's original plan was indeed to support Bing Zipping to take power, help Bing Zipping follow Ji Changsheng's path, and leave Ji Changsheng with no way to go. After successfully completing the first step, Go Qin even seriously considered replacing Bing Zipping himself and personally going into battle with Ji Changsheng. Things like taking over bodies are not difficult for Daluo. But before Go Qin made up his mind, Ziwei was keenly aware of the investigation from Li Huanyan and notified Go Qin in time. Li Huanyan is checking me. Go Qin and Ziwei were shocked by Li Huanyan's reaction speed. Before, I mainly focused on Ji Changsheng. And I also read a lot of information about Li Changqi and Yu Linglong. But I didn't pay much attention to Li Huanyan. Now it seems that Li Huanyan should not be underestimated. And her reaction is too fast. With Li Huanyan's reaction speed, it won't take long for him to find Bing Zipping. As long as Li Huanyan finds out about Bing Zipping's existence, Bing Zipping will be dead. Brother, you can replace Bing Zipping, but all plans will be disrupted. It's time to abandon Bing Zipping. Yubihai just knew about Bing Zipping's existence. Now kill Bing Zipping and put the blame on Ji Changsheng. Even if Ji Changsheng has an alibi, it can still disrupt his life. Not only that, if Bing Zipping dies, it can also trigger a fight between Yubihai and Li Huanyan. The bond between these two and Ji Changsheng is also very deep. If they can fight each other thoroughly, Ji Changsheng's life will be in chaos. And if Ji Changsheng loses the opportunity to report Bing Zipping, he will not be able to get the favor of Mu Xian. Nor can he get the merit Golden Lotus with the help of Bing Zipping. Ziwei and Go Qin quickly reached a consensus. If Li Huanyan hadn't discovered Bing Zipping could play a greater role if he was alive. But since Li Huanyan has begun to be vigilant, Bing Zipping can only play a greater role if he dies. So, Bing Zipping died. When Ji Changsheng learned the news, his heart sank. He remembered very clearly that Bing Zipping had talked in his sleep in Xuandu Temple. And then he reported Bing Zipping. Now he is dead. This is the biggest change that has happened so far. Don't panic. Li Changqi gave Ji Changsheng a reassurance. Emperor, this matter must involve the battle for Daluo. And it should be your opponent who has made a move. Li Changqi, who is a bystander, has seen everything clearly and is calmer than Ji Changsheng. Emperor, don't worry. I almost got lost in the reincarnation before. And you woke me up with a word and kept the inheritance for me in Shishao Yuqing Mansion. Now you are in trouble. I will take action. Ji Changsheng did not realize the value of Li Changqi's move at this time. But Shadow realized it. Li Changqi collected Bing Zipping's body in front of him. Then, in front of him again, Bing Zipping began to come back to life. Even though Shadow had been following Yu Lao Mo for many years and had seen a lot, he almost popped his eyes out when he saw such a miracle. Master Yogwang. You are? Yabwang Luohuan. Shadow took a breath and made an outstanding contribution to global warming. But he didn't mean it. He really lost his composure. It is rumored that the Yogwang lineage is the shame of Xuandu. Xuandu Temple is really good at deceiving people. And it deserves to be the #1 immortal gate in the world. Li Changxi used an illusion in front of him. He didn't see any trace of fraud at all. Neither the saint lady nor the sect leader can see through the illusion of Master Yogwang. Shadow told the truth. Bing Zipping shook his head and said, Li Huanyan is not clear. But Yu Lao Mo should be able to see it clearly at this time. So Bing Zipping should try not to meet Yu Lao Mo directly. That's no problem. Shadow breathed a sigh of relief. The leader didn't dare to meet Bing Zipping in the first place. He was afraid that the saint would know. Although Li Huanyan knew it a long time ago. People in high positions are not necessarily difficult to deceive. Many times, the higher you stand, the less you can hear the truth. Yu Lao Mo stands very high. But he has been deceived by Li Huanyan many times. Yu Linglong stands even higher. But she was also kept in the dark by Jian Gongyu from beginning to end. Not only them, but also many emperors in the mortal world were deceived by the people around them. In terms of weaving lies, Li Huanyan is the best in the world. And in terms of weaving illusions, Li Changxi is the elite among the elite. They join forces. And in the absence of complete information, both Yu Lao Mo and Yu Linglong would be deceived. According to the plan, do everything Yu Lao Mo told you to do. I will let Bing Zipping lie dormant and practice. And successfully worship Xuandu Temple. I will record a list of Xuandu Temple disciples and give it to you. And you can take it to Yu Lao Mo to report. Ingzi became more and more relaxed. Xuandu Temple has the cooperation of one of the 8 Vein Masters. Yu Lao Mo has his support. In addition, Li Huanyan checked for omissions. Bing Zipping will definitely live to the day of worshipping Xuandu Temple. According to the original plan, I will manually create a lot of merits for Bing Zipping. Does the Yogwang Vein Master have any interest in these merits? Ingzi felt that he couldn't let Li Changxi work for nothing without any benefits. But Li Changxi was more generous than he thought. Give it to Ji Changsheng. Ah? Give all the fortunes that Yu Lao Mo left to Bing Zipping to Ji Changsheng. Xuandu Temple really needs a seat of merit. And I also need to snatch the great Emperor Changsheng to my door, and train him carefully. Li Changxi said solemnly, the situation facing the great Emperor Changsheng is more difficult than I thought. Since it involves the battle for Daluo. I can't let him fight alone. Li Changxi no longer doubted Ji Changsheng's origin. Even the illegitimate son of Yu Lao Mo dared to kill him at will, and use him as a pawn. All just to frame Ji Changsheng. Such behavior can only be explained by the battle for Daluo. She has seen through everything. And only Daluo can defeat Daluo. In this world, only I can help the great Emperor Changsheng. I hope my aunt will be more powerful, and know who she is facing. She is too careless. Shadow is hard to judge. The Yogwang Master's Yagwang Luohuan is indeed amazing. But this brain is sometimes good and sometimes bad. And he can't keep up with the rhythm at all. Fortunately, he doesn't need to keep up with the rhythm. Bing Zipping is resurrected. He can go back and report. Then complete the original plan step by step. When Ji Changsheng saw the resurrected Bing Zipping, he was also stunned. For a while, he couldn't tell whether the Bing Zipping he reported was the real Bing Zipping, or the Bing Zipping created by Li Changxi with illusion. Thinking about it carefully, when he reported Bing Zipping, he took advantage of the relationship between Li Daoyan and Li Changxi. Li Daoyan is also the cheap son adopted by Li Huanyan from the Li family. And the biggest role of Li Daoyan's going to Xuandu Temple seems to be to help him connect with Li Changxi. Just as Ji Changsheng had this idea. He saw the message Li Huanyan gave him. There is a useless disciple Li Daoyan in this generation of the Li family, who will also be enrolled in Xuandu Temple in this session. Use his identity to perfect your layout. As for the dirty things behind Bing Zipping, I am investigating and will have an answer soon. Ji Changsheng blinked. Bing Zipping is dead. But he is alive again. Li Daoyan started to go online. It seems that his report on Bing Zipping is a done deal. As for Bing Zipping's death, he remembered it very clearly. When he went out to see, there was only a pool of blood on the square. How Bing Zipping died? How Li Changxi killed him? He didn't know the process. It seems that other people in Xuandu Temple don't know either. Even Yu Lao Mo doesn't know. No one is interested in the process of Bing Zipping's death. After all, Bing Zipping is really dead. Does it matter how a person died? Now it seems, the truth does not seem to matter. History is a little girl who can be dressed up by anyone. when this person also possesses Yaoguang Luohuan. He can dress up even more vividly. In a subtle way, Ji Chongqing's understanding of Yaoguang Luohuan has also begun to reach a higher level. On the other hand, Ziwei's side is miserable. He waited for a long time. He did not wait for the chain reaction caused by Bing Zipping's death. But he waited for an uninvited guest. Click. The door was pushed open. Li Huanyan's graceful figure appeared in front of the door, blocking all the sunlight. Are you that dirty thing? Chapter 346. 3 Daoyuo are missing 1. And Ji Laoimo enters the Dao. Ziwei saw Li Huanyan's figure, and her heart sank uncontrollably. The undeveloped stowaway immediately showed physiological fluctuations. So Li Huanyan smiled. It seems that I found the right one this time. Changshi. What do you think? Ziwei then saw Li Changshi slowly walking from behind. His heart sank again, and his muscles tensed uncontrollably. The stowaway is a small account after all. It took Ji Chongsheng half a month to go from the Qi refining realm to the Tribulation Ascension. And it was done in a grand manner. So he got enough resources and opportunities to help him get promoted. Ziwei, a stowaway, wanted to keep a low profile. And he didn't dare to make trouble like Ji Chongsheng. So his development speed must not be as fast as Ji Chongsheng. He didn't plan to solve the problem by force. After all, Ji Chongsheng couldn't be killed directly now. But he never expected that Li Huanyan could actually find out about him. Li Changshi glanced at Ziwei. Her expression was very solemn, and he locked onto your real position at the first time. There are no more than 10 people in the world who can see through my illusion. No matter which one of them. They should not appear among the outer disciples of the heavenly demon sect. Ziwei clenched her fist instantly. Fuck. There was an illusion just now. The Daoyuo who sneaked in is also Daoyuo. What's more, Ziwei just summarized the Qingshu Divine Eye technique. At this stage, the Yaoguang Luohuan used by Li Changshi is really difficult to deceive Daoyuo's eyes. Ziwei wanted to curse. She was actually found out because of her excellent eyesight. If she had known earlier, she would not have worked out the Qingshu Divine Eye technique. Shooting oneself in the foot. Wait. Looks like I found the right one this time. What does this sentence mean? Ziwei suddenly found a blind spot. Were you testing me just now? Ziwei was a little reluctant to believe it. This heavenly emperor was blown out of his wits by a mere mortal female cultivator? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Li Huanyan smiled again. You hit it very well. Just like Changshi said, there are not many people in the world who can hide from my investigation. So she was shocked. When she was at full fire, Yu Bihai was like a transparent person in front of her. But she didn't even investigate the dirty things behind Bing Zipping. This is obviously abnormal. And for this abnormality, Li Huanyan found that she really didn't have a particularly good way. I can only be sure that there is something dirty inside the heavenly demon sect. And it is working with Bing Zipping. As for who it is, I haven't found out. So, I can only use the dumbest method, the exhaustive method, to try one by one. You can be proud of being able to push me to this extent. Li Huanyan still doesn't know who she is facing. So she thinks Ziwei is very powerful. Even Yu Linglong, who is as strong as Yu Laoimo, has never asked her to do everything so personally. Ziwei's heart of Taoism exploded. How dare you talk to me so condescendingly? A tone of condescension and appreciation. He couldn't accept it. Li Huanyan didn't know the whole picture of the matter. So she didn't realize how much gold content she had achieved. She really admired Ziwei. To be honest, in order to find you, I specially asked Changshi, who is good at illusion, to help. Then I started from the outer gate and tested one by one. You are the 437th person tested. And the first person I found with problems. Ziwei's fist hardened. Why are these two women so bored? More than 400 people. Try one by one. Don't you have daily work? Not to mention, when you reach the status of Li Huanyan and Li Changshi, you really don't have daily work. And the exhaustive method mentioned by Li Huanyan is not as much work as Ziwei thought. First of all, Li Huanyan's control over the Tianma sect is far beyond the imagination of outsiders. She can be sure that many people are fine. Just look for them among those with problems. Secondly, Li Changshi's proficiency in Yaoguang Luohuan is also far beyond the imagination of outsiders. She uses illusions to do experiments, which is actually stress-free and can even be regarded as daily practice. Those who can't see through her illusions may not have problems. But those who can see through her illusions must have problems. So the two women joined forces. One using illusions, and the other cheating plus observation. The two swords joined forces. Ziwei showed her feet. It sounds troublesome, but compared with the final results, their stupid method is very effective. I know you have a background, but since you can kill Bing Zipping, you are definitely not Yubihai's man. A powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Kneel down and submit to me, and I will give you a way to live. Li Huanyan's proud chin made Ziwei's murderous intent boil. The word she said almost made Ziwei have a cerebral hemorrhage. A man who knows the times is a hero. Survive or die. It's your choice. Ziwei's hands were full of stars, and she was almost unable to control her murderous intent. Li Changxi was also stunned. And, you are really brave. Li Huanyan? Li Changxi pointed at Ziwei. Don't you think he is Daluo? The starlight in Ziwei's hand instantly dissipated. Her heart felt like it was falling into an ice cave. What kind of monster is this? He was already devastated by Li Huanyan's discovery of his disguise. But he was even exposed by Li Changxi. Ziwei even felt a little scared. Has this woman always been wise and foolish? Mental illness is just her disguise? This scheming and insight are too deep. Li Huanyan didn't know what Ziwei was thinking. She also had a question mark on her forehead. Changxi, didn't you take medicine today? She certainly didn't think that the outer disciple in front of her, who was found out by her, would be a Daluo strongman. Any normal person would not think so. Thinking of this, Ziwei felt sad. This woman didn't know who this Tiandi was, but she found this Tiandi. I'm not willing to accept it. Then Ziwei thought of his mother Domu Yuanjun. It seems that she was also blown up by Ji Changsheng when he didn't find out. So she became more and more unwilling. Could it be that Ji Changsheng's family is the nemesis of their family? Li Changxi's next words made Ziwei's forehead begin to sweat, and he is the person behind Bing Zipping. Bing Zipping is targeting Changsheng. And Changsheng is the Southern Changsheng Emperor. The conspiracy against the Southern Changsheng Emperor must be set up by a Daluo strongman. This is a Daluo dispute. Ziwei's mind uncontrollably emerged with an idea. Li Changxi is definitely a pretend mental illness. This woman has seen through everything. She is the real wise man. I also received a skill called Qingxiu Shenyanshu before. Is it also your trick? Li Changxi asked. Ziwei tried not to give any reaction. So Li Changxi nodded and said, you didn't show any surprise at all about the Qingxiu Divine Eye technique, and didn't even ask what kind of skill it was. It can be seen that you already knew it. It turned out to be you who did it. Ziwei. He will get angry with anyone who dares to say that Li Changxi is a mental patient. Which psychopath has such a quick mind? The Qingxiu Divine Eye technique is a skill of the Chan sect. A legacy of the saints. He dared to bring out this legacy and target the Southern Emperor Changsheng. As the eldest son of Yuanshi Tianwang, Changsheng should not have such an enemy within the three religions. Later, he fought his way out of the 6 imperial palaces after the conferred God's tribulation. And it seemed that only the other 5 emperors among the 6 imperial palaces had conflicts with him. Looking at your reaction, my guess is right again. With the ability and status of the Changsheng Emperor, there are not many 6 imperial palaces who are qualified to be his enemy. Haodian, Ziwei, Hutu. Choose one of the 3. You are a man, so you are definitely not Hutu. Tell me, are you Haodian or Ziwei? Ziwei's face began to turn pale. He didn't understand. He could even understand Ji Changsheng's rise against the sky. But he really didn't understand that Li Changxi could unravel the situation so clearly. Li Huanyan didn't understand either. But Li Huanyan had one advantage. After she knew that Li Changxi was ill, she had to follow Li Changxi's words. If a drunkard says he is not drunk, you should say he is not drunk. If a mentally ill person wants to express his own opinions, you just need to agree. That's why Li Huanyan could always maintain a friendly relationship with Li Changxi. Seeing that Li Changxi was so into the play, Li Huanyan continued according to Li Changxi's logic. Haotian God is unlikely. After all, he is the head of the 6 imperial gods. It's too embarrassing for him to hide in the heavenly demon sect. And we found him. He should be Ziwei. In fact, Li Huanyan made it all up. Even if she found that Ziwei's expression was not right, she would not think of Emperor Ziwei. After all, she is a normal person, and she would only think that Ziwei was frightened by Li Changxi's mental illness. She also understands this. But it doesn't matter. The most important thing is to let Li Changxi get a sense of identity from her. With more than 400 experiments in a row, and the amazing degree of Yoguan Luohuan, Li Huanyan continues to refresh the gold content of Li Changxi. Such a strong person, even if he has mental problems, must be befriended. So Li Huanyan put a hat on Ziwei without any psychological pressure. Emperor Ziwei, cold sweat has solidified on his forehead. These women of Ji Changsheng are more terrifying than each other. How did they find out? It doesn't seem like they are deceiving me at all. Especially this Li Changxi. She has really confirmed my identity. Ziwei is not wrong. Li Huanyan is pretending. But Li Changxi is real. And you have a point. Although your theory is wrong. Haotian is just a boy of Daozu. He doesn't have a noble status or supernatural power. Don't think he is so powerful. With Haotian's background. Even if he wants to harm Changsheng Emperor, he should not dare to risk his life. Li Huanyan is hard to judge. Didn't Changxi's mental state improve before? Why does it look worse now? Then he should be Ziwei. And you use wrong logic to draw the right conclusion. Li Huanyan held back her complaints and showed her tolerance and high emotional intelligence. Changxi, how did you determine Ziwei's identity? Li Changxi said confidently, it's very simple. Changsheng Emperor fought his way out of the throne of Heavenly Emperor in the conferred God Tribulation. But the power pie is so big. Changsheng Emperor takes a little more. Ziwei Emperor takes a little less. According to the original ranking of the 6 imperial concubines, Ziwei Emperor is before Changsheng Emperor. But I guess Changsheng Emperor suppressed Ziwei Emperor in heaven. Ziwei, did this woman get the future script? No. It's impossible. Let alone Li Changxi. Even a saint can't show his sainthood now. He took precautions before he took action. Even a strong woman like Nuwa couldn't break their killing plan against Ji Changsheng. So Li Changxi really saw through it herself. Li Changxi's ability is definitely underestimated. No wonder she got the inheritance of Taiyin Xingjuan. She really has the appearance of Daluo. Li Changxi's reasoning continued. The great Emperor Changsheng is too powerful in the heavenly court. In addition, he is the eldest son of the heavenly king and the young master of the Chan sect. Naturally, he will be disliked by the other 5 heavenly emperors. Now that the great Emperor Changsheng is in trouble, the other heavenly emperors will naturally add insult to injury. Ziwei is the first one, but not necessarily the only one. And you can't subdue the great emperor. So just kill him. Li Huanyan didn't believe in evil. Of course, she also knew that she couldn't subdue the great emperor. But she didn't think she could meet the great emperor. But she said, killing him is such a waste. If you have the opportunity to subdue a great emperor as a puppet, it would be a pity to give up. Li Changxi stood in awe, and you really dare to think and do. I underestimated you before. You have a higher vision than me. A new generation replaces the old. Although you are not the reincarnation of a great power, your future must be limitless. She began to reflect on whether she was too immersed in the pride of the Daluo strongman. But Daluo is indeed very strong. Although the ant has a big vision, she is still too shallow and does not know how powerful Daluo is. The corners of Li Huanyan's eyes twitched slightly. She really couldn't communicate with Li Changxi. So a pink cyclone slowly emerged in her hand. Ziwei, it seems that you don't want to surrender? Ziwei's eyes fell on the pink cyclone in Li Huanyan's hand. But there was no fear in her eyes. But she slowly said, the Devil's Desire Sutra? Li Huanyan was a little surprised. You even know the Devil's Desire Sutra of this palace. You have done a lot of work. Ziwei has now completely recognized the reality. The 2 women have seen through his origins. He did not underestimate Ji Changsheng, but underestimated the people around Ji Changsheng. Nevertheless, the Daluo strongman can be killed, but not humiliated. Since you know I'm Emperor Ziwei, why are you trying to control me with the Devil's Desire Sutra? Ziwei's eyes flashed with disdain. Li Huanyan, you have a big vision and powerful means, but your knowledge is still too shallow. After all, you are not Daluo, and you don't know how strong Daluo is. This evaluation is the same as Li Changxi's evaluation. And Ziwei admitted her identity, which did not surprise Li Changxi. Everything is going according to her understanding. She has seen through the whole truth. Changsheng Emperor did not lie to her. And Changsheng Emperor's situation is even more dangerous than he said. But they used to help each other in ancient times. And now naturally they have to continue this cause and effect. I was able to avoid getting lost in the cycle of reincarnation because the inheritance anchor of the Taiyin fantasy realm was in the Shishao Yuqing mansion of the Changsheng Emperor. I was able to strengthen my heart of Taoism because of the Changsheng Emperor. I saved him. He saved me. And now it's my turn to save him. The Changsheng Emperor should have also thought about this. So he made friends with me in advance. Although he has entered the cycle of reincarnation, he can still make arrangements for the backup. I can only say that he is worthy of being the Changsheng Emperor. Although I am older, I still have a lot to learn. Otherwise, I will be eliminated by the times. Li Changqi's eyes became clearer and clearer, and her realm and attainments, including Yoguan Luohuan, also improved again. Li Huanyan was more and more speechless. Changqi was sick, but the guy in front of her was also pretending. Ziwei? I'm going to hit Ziwei. Li Huanyan fired at full power. Changqi, use illusion to cover this place, and try not to let other people in the holy church find out. Yu Lao Mo was practicing in seclusion. Li Huanyan was not worried that she would make too much noise. What's more, Li Changqi helped to cover it up. The room was full of peach blossoms, and Ziwei was surrounded in an instant. Ziwei looked indifferent, letting the pink cyclone swirl around her. Her eyes always clear. Give up. Daluo Tiandi. You can kill but not humiliate. My strength is still very weak, and I am not your opponent now. But you want to use the mere Devil Desire Sutra to control me? Ziwei's eyes turned disdainful. You don't understand the indestructible will of the Daluo strongman at all. Li Huanyan felt the ineffective Devil Desire Sutra, and was a little surprised from the bottom of her heart. Although she also knew that the Devil Desire Sutra could not be invincible. Otherwise she would not be defeated by Yu Linglong and Yu Lao Mo. But she didn't expect that it would be ineffective when used by people who were so much lower than her realm. But it was just an unexpected thing. All things are interdependent and restrained, and the skills of Guanyin Hall restrain the Devil Desire Sutra. Li Huanyan would not think that only Daluo strongman could do it just because Ziwei resisted the Devil Desire Sutra. These two things cannot be equated. At least not for her. But for Li Changqi, they can be equated. And don't be disappointed. It's normal that the Devil's Desire Sutra can't control Daluo. Li Changqi comforted. If it doesn't even have this ability, Daluo can't be Daluo. It's difficult for ordinary people to participate in the Daluo dispute. This matter is serious, and you should not worry about it. Leave the rest to me. You can't bear the consequences of Daluo. Li Huanyan, what are you going to do? Only a Daluo can kill a Daluo. And only a Daluo strongman can bear the revenge of another Daluo strongman. I am not afraid of Ziwei. But this is the opponent of the Changsheng Emperor. If I take his head, it may disrupt his plan. So Li Changqi simply broke all the tendons and bones of Ziwei's body. Ziwei was furious. Li Changqi, if you want to kill me, just kill me. Why do you humiliate me like this? Don't worry. I will definitely kill you. But before killing you, I will make the most of you. After crippling Ziwei, Li Changqi threw Ziwei into Ji Changsheng's room. Soon, Ji Changsheng found Ziwei, who could not speak. And a note. Ji Changsheng first glanced at Ziwei, then raised his eyebrows and said, You look familiar. You are one of the people who slaughtered the town? Ziwei's eyes were red with anger. Ji Changsheng didn't care and looked at the note. A Daluo strongman is full of treasures. The Tianma sect's skills are inherited from the Sea of Blood, and can make the most of the bones, flesh, skin and soul for cultivation. Emperor, I suggest that you use Ziwei as the beginning of your cultivation in this life. From the qi refining stage, use the bones, flesh, skin and soul of a Daluo strongman to cultivate, and the future emperor's progress will surely be rapid. Ji Changsheng looked down at the note, and then looked up at Ziwei. His eyes were a little confused, but also a little sober. Is it your credit that I can cultivate so fast in the future? Well, this seems reasonable. Chapter 347 The Great Reconciliation of the Century. Master Subhoodie. The speed of Ji Laomo's cultivation is very fast. So fast that even Li Changqi, a psychopath, can't accept it. Before, Ji Changsheng himself didn't think there was any problem. Now, there is even less problem. He took the Daluo Xiaohao as his foundation when he entered Taoism. There are probably few people in the world with a more solid foundation than him. With such a solid foundation, no wonder he can upgrade it without any problems. And it is very likely that his Taoism foundation is more than one Daluo. Ziwei? Or Gochen? Ji Changsheng asked curiously. Ziwei didn't say a word. He can't move now, because Li Changqi knows the horror of the Daluo strongman. She didn't leave Ziwei any chance to counterattack. Ji Changsheng also saw that Ziwei couldn't answer his questions now. I guess you won't tell me where your accomplices are. Forget it. I won't waste my time. After all, it's a Daluo Xiaohao. Ji Changsheng didn't have the confidence to torture him into confessing. And Bao must be better than himself at forcing a confession. She couldn't do it. So Ji Chansheng didn't bother to waste his efforts. Brother, you lived a great life and died gloriously. Although I don't know whether you are Ziwei or Gaochen, I still want to express my gratitude to you before I kill you. The Dumu lineage has contributed at least half of the Ji family's world, and you have made great contributions. Ziwei's eyes were more and more red. And then, there was nothing else. Ji Chansheng had already placed his hand on Ziwei's head and silently began to practice the Tianma sect skills. His foundation was more solid than ever. Real world. What palace? Nua stood up in surprise. Solved the Daluo tribulation so quickly? Chansheng can really surprise me. At this time, Ji Chansheng was sitting cross-legged on Nua's cloud bed, with stars twinkling around him, and guarded by all the stars. He had a bit of the taste of the master of all the stars. With a wave of Nua's hand, Wat Palace instantly switched to transparent mode. In the boundless void below, Ziwei Emperor star was dim, and the South Pole star attracted the power of all the stars, emitting a very bright red light in the night sky, becoming the brightest star. The result was already determined. Ziwei was solved by Chansheng, and even the Daluo soul was not taken back. He didn't even know what he had encountered. Do Mu's family is really Chansheng's treasure boy. After Nua realized this, she began to feel strange. The Daluo killing disaster that Ji Chansheng faced this time was quite grand, and even she could be excluded. The cost paid by the Daluo who took action was not small. If it succeeds, all the efforts will be worthwhile. But if the boat capsizes in the gutter, and the Daluo's smuggled account falls into the hands of Ji Chansheng, then their death will be worthless. If they can't recover the Daluo's soul, they can't even learn any lessons and won't know any experience. Only when they successfully recover the smuggled account will they know all this. While isolating Nu and Yang and other Daluo's strongmen, they also isolate themselves. This is fair. The winner takes all, and the loser eats dust. Nu and Yang thought that Ziwei Emperor must be very heartbroken now. He will soon encounter something more heartbreaking. This is indeed the case. Ziwei Emperor naturally also felt the strange phenomenon of the stars. As the true Lord of the Stars, although his sensing ability is far less outstanding than that of Noah, he could only think of one explanation when seeing such a strange phenomenon of the stars. He was the first to be killed by Ji Chansheng in this Daluo tribulation. This is a fact that Ziwei Emperor cannot accept. Being killed by Ji Chansheng is already unacceptable to Ziwei Emperor. There were 3 Daluo in total, and he was the first one to have an accident, which made Ziwei Emperor even more unacceptable. He did not even persist longer than Emperor Gochen. He needed to seek an answer. However, he saw Li Huanyan as soon as he walked out of Ziwei Palace. Ziwei Emperor did not realize that there was something strange in the look Li Huanyan gave him that he did not understand yet. But Li Huanyan already understood. When the small account of the Emperor Ziwei, who returned to the past, was used by Ji Chansheng to lay the foundation, the fate of the small account of the Emperor Ziwei was settled, and the impact caused became an established reality. The Emperor Ziwei knew nothing about this, and Li Huanyan recalled a lot of things in her mind, combined with what is happening now. Some memories that she didn't take seriously before made Li Huanyan feel different again. You can be proud of being able to force me to this extent. Kneel down. Submit to me, and I will give you a way to live. He who knows the times is a hero. Life or death. You choose. Ziwei? I hit Ziwei. The words of the past are vivid. Li Huanyan didn't take it seriously before today. But now, looking at the Emperor Ziwei in front of him, Li Huanyan was radiant, as if reborn. Li Huanyan? Emperor Ziwei also saw Li Huanyan. But this Li Huanyan was different from what he saw in the information. You are in the true Lord realm? No wonder you look so confident now. Li Huanyan showed the Emperor Ziwei her most sincere smile. The reason for my confidence has nothing to do with the fact that I just used your mother's power to advance to the true Lord realm. Emperor Ziwei's fist hardened instantly. But he didn't know that Li Huanyan was telling the truth. There was no intention to provoke him at all. The reason for my confidence is that I didn't realize my value until today. Before, Li Huanyan had always been not confident enough. She had a clear understanding of herself. In terms of talent, she was not as good as Yu Linglong and Yu Bihai. She was just an ordinary ascending figure in the prehistoric fairyland where there were many strong people. She was not a rare talent. If she hadn't met Ji Chansheng, she wouldn't have achieved what she has today. But now it's different. She re-recognized her potential. It turned out that she had proved herself with Daluo a long time ago. Her potential is no less than Yu Linglong and Yu Bihai. At most the talent points are different. Ziwei can be the emperor. It's reasonable for me to be the young lady of the Hua Palace. Li Huanyan no longer has a trace of guilt. She found great confidence in Emperor Ziwei. And her Tao heart is more firm than ever before. Star Lord, I'm here to pass on a message for the Queen Mother Noah. Emperor Ziwei looks stern. In the battle between the 6 emperors, the 6 saints will not leave. This is the tacit unspoken rule. And the Queen Mother has no intention of breaking it. Ziwei felt relieved. But before the Peach Festival, Ziwei Palace is under house arrest. No one is allowed to enter or leave. Those who violate the rules will be annihilated. Li Huanyan once again showed her most sunny smile to Ziwei Emperor. Star Lord, do you want to try to go against the Queen? Ziwei Emperor turned around and went back to his Ziwei Palace without saying anything. Only a fool would go against Nua. His mother Domu Yuanjun was such a fool. Ziwei Emperor did not know the details of the fight between Domu Yuanjun and Nua. But through the analysis of the Daluo group and Lishan Lamu, it seemed that Domu Yuanjun lost unfairly. Ziwei Emperor was confident in Domu Yuanjun's strength. To a certain extent, he believed Lishan Lamu's analysis because he knew some of Domu Yuanjun's backhands. But he did not think that he could be a match for Nua after leaving Ziwei Palace. In Ziwei Palace, he had some sense of security and confidence to fight against Nua. It should be said that Duma family, from top to bottom, lacked a certain respect for Nua. Li Huanyan also realized this. It seems that Ziwei thinks that she can fight against the goddess in Ziwei Palace. Otherwise, Ziwei and Go Chen would not dare to start such a big killing game against Ji Changsheng. It is obvious that Nua voted in favor of Ji Changsheng, the southern emperor of Changsheng. But they still did it. If they had a correct understanding of Nua's strength, they would not have done so. The Dumu family is really brave and confident. Even if they still have a trump card, they are still too confident. Li Huanyan admired their confidence. She hoped they could continue to be confident. The star phenomenon cannot be hidden from people. Naturally, it cannot be hidden from the saints. At the same time when Nua Nyang discovered the phenomenon, Tushita Palace, the 2 saints Jiayin and Juanti also realized the truth. They naturally knew that Ji Changsheng was in trouble at this time. Originally, the 2 saints were still worried that the cooperation that had just been finalized would be reborn with twists and turns. But seeing the current star phenomenon, the South Pole star shone brightly, and the Saint Juanti's eyes were full of brilliance. Brother, is this Ziwei's move that was cracked by Ji Changsheng? Not only was it cracked, but it also became Ji Changsheng's further resources. Ziwei Emperor star was dim, and the South Pole star shone brightly. One rises and the other falls, and the cause and effect are entangled. In the battle with Ziwei, Ji Changsheng won a great victory. Jiayin Saint said. Juanti Saint was very emotional. Brother, it seems that I still underestimated this little guy Ji Changsheng. When I first met him, I promised him the position of Bodhisattva, thinking that it was enough to show my respect for him. Now it seems that my vision is too small, and I regret it. When he first met Ji Changsheng, Juanti Saint also saw that Ji Changsheng was a talent. But he really didn't see that Ji Changsheng could be so evil. Without entering Daluo, he can gain the upper hand in the Daluo killing game. Such things have been done before, and they all became Daluo masters. And many of them are even the top masters among Daluo. For example, Ran Ding. If Juanti knew at that time that Ji Changsheng would perform like today, he would offer a higher price. What a pity. Knowing in advance is worth 1,000 gold. It's not too late for Juanti Daoist to mend the fold after the sheep have been lost. A voice came from outside. The next moment, Li Chengxi and Yu Linglong arrived together. Yu Linglong took the initiative to salute Juanti Saint and Jiayin Saint, and then said, "Please forgive me. The 2 saints, I am just leading the way today, and it is Changxi who has something to ask you." Then she disappeared into the corner. Juanti and Jiayin stayed at the Tushita Palace today. As the 3rd-generation disciple of the human religion, Yu Linglong was considered half a landlord. So Li Changxi came to visit Jiayin and Juanti. And she, the landlord, was needed to lead the way. This matter did not go through Taishang Laojun. It was purely their personal behavior. Jiayin and Juanti's eyes fell on Li Changxi. Li Changxi faced the scrutiny of the 2 saints in the west, calm and composed, and came up to talk and laugh with Jiayin. Jiayin, long time no see. You don't seem to have become much stronger. Jiayin Saint, it's not very good at taking this. Li Chengxi did not greet the defeater of the past too much. She looked at the Saint Juanti. Fellow Taoist Juanti, Since you have realized that the chips you offered to my junior brother were too few, now you have a chance to make up for it. Are you willing to seize the opportunity? Xuanti did not understand Li Changxi's intention. My friend. Xuanti was interrupted by Li Changxi as soon as he spoke. Call me Taiyin. Xuanti and Jane's eyelids jumped at the same time. Are you Taiyin Star Lord? Don't we know it? But it seems to be beneath your dignity to argue with a mental patient? And behind this mental patient seems to be Hong Jun. Yes, Hong Jun. The two saints in the West knew that most of the inheritance of Taiyin Star Lord fell into Hong Jun's hands as expected. Li Changxi could cheat under the name of Taiyin Star Lord because she really got the inheritance and authority of Taiyin Star Lord. And the only one who could give her these was Hong Jun. Since she was the one chosen by Hong Jun, Jane and Xuanti really dared not give her face. What is the purpose of Taiyin you? Xuanti finally decided to take a step back and see the bigger picture. Li Changxi made her intention clear. Let's make a deal that is beneficial to both sides. Star Lord, you can speak frankly. Jane, are you willing to make peace with me? Li Changxi asked. Jane didn't really want to continue the conversation. But Li Changxi's next sentence forced Jane to express his position. I have mastered the method of refining Emperor Lu Jiang. Once the demon mounts that the Western Church has tamed over the years break through the realm. You know the consequences. Jane, if you make friends with me, the Western Church will benefit a lot. If you make an enemy of me, the Western Church will fall apart. Naked threat. But none of this matters. The important thing is that Li Changxi really mastered the method of refining the Emperor's flowing slurry. When you really have the ability to flip the table, your threat will not be a threat, but a bargaining chip for peace. Jia Yin said bitterly, I have no grudges with my fellow Taoists. So we can live in harmony. He had no intention of letting Li Changxi inherit the cause and effect between him and Taiyin Xingjuan. He would not have any thoughts about a mentally ill successor like Li Changxi. But Li Changxi's attitude made Jia Yin very annoyed. Very good. I am generous by nature, and am willing to laugh off all the grievances of the past. Not only that, fellow Taoist Xuanti, my junior brother is willing to condescend to join the Western religion and take a position as a Buddha. After being surprised, the Saint Xuanti was overjoyed. Really overjoyed. Ji Xiaoyu is willing to join my sect? The current Ji Changsheng is not the previous Ji Changsheng. The young master of the Huahuang Palace, the Southern Emperor Changsheng, is willing to join the Western sect. Not to mention a Buddha position. Xuanti feels that being a deputy general manager is more than enough. Even without the word deputy, Xuanti is not out of consideration. Unexpectedly, Ji Changsheng only wants a Buddha position. My junior brother is willing to give the face of the two Taoist friends. And I am willing to give it too. The premise is that the two Taoist friends must also show enough sincerity. Li Changxi said in a deep voice. Xuanti Saint understood. Ji Xiaoyu has fallen into the great Luo killing tribulation. Although he has initially escaped from danger, he has not completely escaped after all. Dao Yu wants to increase Ji Xiaoyu's winning chips in this great Luo killing tribulation through the present world. Dao Yu is worried. The deeper Ji Changxing's ties with the saints in the real world, the less likely he will get into trouble. If the two Western saints also invest in Ji Changsheng at this time, they will not allow Ji Changsheng to get into trouble. Li Changxi's purpose of coming this time was obviously to increase Ji Changxing's chance of survival. After Xuanti and Jane understood, they looked at each other. Jane nodded slowly. And Xuanti also smiled and said, it is better to send charcoal in the snow than to add icing on the cake. With Ji Xiaoyu's brilliant record and Dao Yu's ability, it is natural that I am destined to be with you. Ji Changsheng has already proved his ability. After Li Changxi obtained the inheritance of Taiyin Xingjuan, he also mastered the core competitiveness. So Xuanti quickly decided to end. Ji Xiaoyu is a later comer. If you and Dao Yu don't give up, I am willing to accept Ji Xiaoyu as my disciple. Teach him carefully, and help him achieve Dao Yu. Xuanti put his hands together. And a powerful person, who looked like a Buddha but not a Buddha, and a Taoist but not a Taoist, split from him. This is my incarnation. Subhuti, who practices both Taoism and Buddhism. He does not enter the Western sect. So there is no need for Ji Xiaoyu to bear the cause and effect of the Western religion. Is Dao Yu satisfied with this? Chapter 348 The Fangs of Ji's Party. After throwing out his own chips, Xuanti felt somewhat guilty. Compared to Ji Changxing's willingness to join the Western Church, the chips he gave were not much, to be honest. There are many saints willing to accept the successor of Changsheng Emperor as a disciple, whether in terms of ability, strength or current status. Ji Changsheng is favored by the saints. Junti himself thinks so too. Most of the time, saints choose others. But Ji Changsheng is absolutely qualified to choose saints. The chips he gave can also be given by other saints. And it is not attractive. So Junti quickly added, I will teach you everything I know and never keep anything to myself. Although Ji Xiaoyu has risen quickly and has been making great progress, he lacks systematic learning. I am willing to make up for this shortcoming for Ji Xiaoyu. And he does not need to bear any master-disciple karma. Li Changxi grasped the key point. No need to bear any master-disciple karma. Zuni felt a little painful. But he could not let go of the karma, and could not trap Changsheng Dadi. So he made a decisive decision. I will give Changsheng Dadi full freedom. Li Changxi smiled. Very good. I thank you for my junior brother. In the prehistoric fairyland, the karma between master and disciple is very heavy. The reason why Yuanshi Tianwang and Tontian Jiaxu turned against each other during the conferred God tribulation was largely because both of them were standing up for their disciples. At that time, the 12 golden immortals under Yuanshi Tianwang were beaten to a pulp by Yu Xiao, and the 3 flowers on their heads were cut off. The 5 qi in their chests were closed, and the 1,000-year Taoism was scattered in an instant. To put it more clearly, Yu Xiao directly knocked the 12 Yushu immortals down from the Zhenjuan realm to the Lingxian realm. If Yuanshi Tianwang hadn't taken action, Yu Xiao could even beat them directly to the underworld. So Yuanshi Tianwang couldn't sit still, and would rather bear the bad reputation of bullying the weak than stand up for his apprentice. Then the disciples of Jeju began to be quickly passed by Yuanshi Tianwang. And Tontian Jiaozhu couldn't sit still again. Brotherhood is important. But the relationship between master and apprentice is equally important. In order to help Guangqingzi achieve the Daluo, Yuanshi Tianwang gave the opportunity of the master of the human emperor to his eldest apprentice, instead of his eldest son Yuqing Zhenwang. Tontian Jiaozhu can be an enemy of the 4 saints for the disciples of Jeju. In the past, Taiching Saint also fought against many Daluo by himself in order to help Xuandu Master achieve the Daluo. Even the Jain Saint just helped Ksiddhagarbha Bodhisattva to be promoted to Daluo, and owed Hutu a cause and effect for this, and even took the initiative to express that he could take Ksiddhagarbha Bodhisattva back to the Western religion. At that moment, the Jain Saint was ready to have a rift with Junti Saint, no matter what the saint's moral standards are. So far, the saint has never let down his own apprentice, being valued and supported by the saint. How can you not repay the great kindness with all your heart? Zuni said that he was willing to teach Changsheng Great Emperor everything he knew. As one of the 6 saints, even if he was weaker among the saints, he was still the best among the Daluo. He had heard Taoism in Zishu Palace. He and Jain founded the Western religion. He had witnessed the changes of countless eras in the prehistoric world. The abilities and supernatural powers he mastered were enough to be the teacher of any strong man under the saint. Once Ji Changsheng took over this kind of cause and effect and friendship, it would be difficult to repay. Could it be that he really used the Buddha's position to bind the Western religion? Now Junti is willing to give up the cause and effect and only use the Buddha's position of Changsheng Great Emperor in exchange for this master-disciple relationship, which both parties can accept. Ji Changsheng received personal guidance from the saint, and it was the kind of guidance that was taught with all his heart. With the addition of the Great Emperor Changsheng, the strength of the Western Church has been further improved, and the hope of repaying the loan has greatly increased. It is naturally difficult to achieve such a good story of master and disciple as the great master Xuandu of Taiching Saint, the master of Tontian, and the disciples of Jejiao, the saint of Jain and the Bodhisattva Ksiddhagarbha. But being able to respect each other is also a kind of gain. Junti was indeed sincere this time. I believe that Ji Xiaoyu can escape from the cage as soon as possible. My senior brother and I both participated in the peach banquet for the great Emperor Changsheng, so we naturally cannot make a wasted trip. Li Changxi nodded. After my junior brother returns, I will definitely bring your words to you. History has made the present. The current achievements can also prove the correctness of the past historical route. Of course, normal people will not have this ability, but Daluo has it. When Ji Changsheng is now bound to more and more saints, and when more and more saints express their expectations for Ji Changsheng in the future, all the future is invisibly proving one thing. The decisions made by Ji Changsheng in the past are extremely correct. This is the case with Daluo. At every critical time point, the decisions they make are correct. Ji Changsheng is not Daluo yet, but with his own efforts and the help of those around him, he began to climb the realm of Daluo and began to possess the characteristics of Daluo. Because of Ji Changsheng's brilliant historical achievements, The saints began to favor him. Because the saints favored Ji Changsheng too much in reality, Ji Changsheng's historical achievements became more and more brilliant. This is a complete and reasonable cycle. Li Changxi and Yu Linglong were deeply involved in the whole thing. Both women were gifted cultivators. After completing this part of the operation, they had a new understanding of the realm of Taoism, including the reincarnation of time and space. This also made Jia Yin and Juanti somewhat amazed. Jia Yin looked at Li Changxi and said with emotion, Tai Yin has found a good successor. Such talent, even if it is not as good as Tai Yin at the beginning. But considering that Tai Yin was born on Tai Yin star and Li Changxi is just an acquired human, it is even more precious. However, Li Changxi did not accept Jia Yin's kindness and said directly, I am Tai Yin. Jia Yin. Juanti looked at Yu Linglong and was also somewhat amazed. You also have the appearance of Daluo, worthy of being the descendant of Tai Qing. Yu Linglong was much more polite than Li Changxi. She bowed and thanked him first, and then said modestly, Daluo game. The end of all the saints. Such an opportunity is precious. I just met it by chance and realized it. But I was just standing on the shoulders of giants. Juanti smiled and said, standing on the shoulders of giants is good. But not everyone standing on the shoulders of giants can take off. The 12 immortals of Yushu have encountered more opportunities and fortunes than you. But no Daluo has been born yet. Fellow Taoist Yuanshi, I am very angry. Junior brother, be careful with your words. Jia Yin interrupted Juanti's words. Juanti smiled again and said to Li Changxi, Daluo, Methria is my disciple, and will soon attain Daluo. I am confident in teaching my disciples. So please rest assured. Li Changxi nodded. According to this calculation, the only saints who did not teach Daluo are Yuanshi Tianwang and Nguyen Yangyang. But if Yu Qingzhen Wang is considered to be taught by Yuanshi Tianwang, then only Nguyen Yangyang can do it. Junior brother is in danger. As expected, I still need to worship another saint teacher. After coming out of Tushita Palace, Li Changxi asked Yu Linglong a question. If the Taoist Chunyang dies, will the Saint Tai Qing be furious? Yu Linglong was startled. Changxi, what are you doing against the Taoist Chunyang? Li Changxi said in a cold tone, there should be Ho Tu behind the Taoist Chunyang. Yu Linglong nodded, of course. The fall of Daluo may have nothing to do with the Queen Mother Ho Tu. But the reincarnation of Daluo must have been done by the Queen Mother Ho Tuesday. Her hand is too long, and we can't deal with her. So we have to cut off the hand she stretched out first. Not only Chunyang. I also want to deal with the new emperor. Yu Linglong understood what Li Changxi meant. Then she touched Li Changxi's head. Are you sick again? Li Changxi glared at Yu Linglong with dissatisfaction. Mom, don't you think Ho Tu is overreaching? If Ho Tu hadn't stopped me this time, my junior brother would have come back long ago. It's just settling accounts, which may not be a bad thing. Yu Linglong reminded, after this time, the cause and effect between Ji Changsheng and Ho Tu Nyang can be cancelled. But if you provoke Ho Tu Nyang again, new cause and effect will be added. Li Changxi was dissatisfied. I'm afraid of her? Yu Linglong touched Li Changxi's head. Be clear. You are not even Daluo now. Even if you are Daluo, you can't do anything to Ho Tuesday. Ho Tu's strength is obviously not weaker than that of ordinary saints. Li Changxi snorted. So first clip its wings and remove its claws. There is really no way to take Ho Tu now. But I want to deal with those wings she sent out. Chunyang Taoist is just a true lord. If I let him die today, he will not live tomorrow. Yu Linglong felt that Li Changxi was inflated. Of course, Li Changxi had reasons to be inflated. After all, the two Western saints just gave her face. They also gave face to the Ji group. And Li Changxi now has indeed mastered the nuclear weapon. She wants to kill the pure Yang Taoist. And she really has the strength to do so. The demon race has only declined compared to the ancient times. But once the descendants of Tain are ruthless, the strength they can burst out will definitely make even Daluo look sideways. Mom, I think we have to warn Ho Tu and let her respect us a little. The 6 saints are very polite to us now. Ho Tu is just a big wolf. We will go all out now and immediately cripple the human emperor group that she supports. Mental patients can't stand this kind of anger. It should be said that the current G Group Unlimited Liability Company is indeed confident that it can cripple Xian Qin. It is difficult to kill. It is zero difficulty to cripple. The resources, connections and core technologies that G's party now holds are already strong enough to show their swords. Yu Linglong quickly calculated in her heart and basically agreed with Li Changxi's opinion. But The Taoist Chunyang has no grudge against you. And the new emperor has not offended us. If we don't fight Hoodoo and take it out on them, isn't it unreasonable? Li Chengxi argued, why should I, a mentally ill person, be reasonable? You Linglong, do you admit that you are mentally ill now? It depends on the situation. You are so flexible. Yu Linglong was speechless. So will the ancestors help the Taoist Chunyang? Li Chengxi asked with concern. She didn't care about Huda's face. She took the face of the Taiching saint, who had the hope of becoming the next leader of the heavens and the world, very seriously. Just like what Yu Linglong said, Li Chengxi is very flexible. Yu Linglong complained more and more helplessly. The master certainly won't care about the disputes between the younger generation. The Taoist Chunyang is in the realm of the true Lord. And you are also in the realm of the true Lord. If the Taoist Chunyang dies in your hands, he is a waste. The master may still hope that you can help him clean up the sect. But my teacher may come forward. After all, the Taoist Chunyang is his disciple. It's okay. You go to Xuandu to deal with him. Li Chengxi arranged all the work. In terms of closeness and innate ability, in Li Chengxi's opinion, Yu Linglong is better than the Taoist Chunyang. Can the great master Xuandu make things difficult for a living disciple for a dead disciple? Yu Linglong. If the Taoist Chunyang is indeed the reincarnation of Dong Wangong, the Holy Mother Yuan Jun will also have opinions, including the Queen Mother. Dong Wangong is her biological brother. I will not kill him completely. I will keep his soul. Li Chengxi said calmly. The Taoist Chunyang's soul is in my hands. Unless the Holy Mother Yuan Jun and the Queen Mother want him to die completely, what else can they do to turn against me? As for their hostility, I don't care so much. I will kill Chunyang first, and let my aunt solve the rest. Li Huanyan became a disciple of the Holy Mother Yuan Jun. But now she is the young lady of the Hua Palace. Even if the Holy Mother Yuan Jun has opinions, can she dare to touch the young lady of the Hua Palace? If she has the courage and ability, she will not be unable to protect her own children. Yu Linglong was shocked. Chengxi, are these all the thoughts you came up with? What's wrong? When you're not sick, you're just too normal. He's really a genius among geniuses. The accurate judgment of the overall situation. The courage to make decisions when necessary. The calculation of winning over the two saints in the West and attacking the Huda group. And the caution of investigating the attitude of the Saint Taiching towards the Taoist Chunyang in advance. Yu Linglong is ashamed of herself. She still focused more on her cultivation talent. But now Li Chengxi made Yu Linglong think of an idea. Chengxi, you are indeed suitable to be the empress. The empress of the mortal world is to preside over the overall situation when the emperor is not around. Now Li Chengxi has begun to show this style. And this killing and decisiveness and political skills are almost the same as Ji Changsheng. Yu Linglong asked herself if she had such means. She had been the number one in the eternal life realm for too long and needed time to change her mindset. Mom, you and the Taoist Chunyang are from the same school, so don't get involved. I'll ask you behind to call the Taoist Chunyang to Taiyin Star. Yu Lao Mo was already serving under the new emperor. Ji Dang and Xian Qin had just completed their first cooperation and were now in the honeymoon period. So Yu Lao Mo sent a message to the Taoist Chunyang, asking him to go to Taiyin Star. And the Taoist Chunyang would definitely not be alert. I want to tell all the great powers in the prehistoric fairyland one thing. Don't test us all the time. We have now reached the realm of Zhenjuan, and are only one step away from Daluo. Even the Daluo masters can only help us to a limited extent. Face up to our capabilities, and change their condescending attitude. It's time to change from investment to cooperation. For those who can't change their mindsets, I will smash their chessboards and let the facts force them to change their mindsets. That day, the pure Yang Taoist went crazy on Taiyin Star and died. In the prehistoric fairyland, G Group Unlimited Company showed its bloodthirsty fangs for the first time. Chapter 349 Bloodthirsty Counterattack. The Taoist Chunyang did not pass away peacefully. But there was no way. Li Chengxi had too much home advantage on Taiyin Star. And just in case, Li Chengxi also called Ji Du to come over to raid the formation. So when Li Huanyan arrived, she only saw the spirit of the Taoist Chunyang. At this time, he was roaring in Li Chengxi's hand. Li Chengxi, why did you do this to me? Li Chengxi answered very seriously, your Taoist name is not good. I don't like it. So I give you a chance to change it. Taoist Chunyang. Li Huanyan. Li Chengxi saw Li Huanyan, and completely suppressed the spirit of the Taoist Chunyang with his backhand. Ji Du shrugged and disappeared. Li Huanyan had received news from Li Chengxi on the way here. But she still felt a little incredible when she really saw the spirit of the Taoist Chunyang. Did you really take down the Taoist priest Chunyang? Guaranteed. Changshi. You're too quick. Li Huanyan's scalp was numb. I haven't had much of a relationship with the Holy Mother Yuanjun yet. This matter won't end well. The Holy Mother Yuanjun and the Queen Mother are two great masters. It's okay. The spirit of the Taoist priest Chunyang is in my hands. They are the ones who are afraid. Not me. Unless they want the Taoist priest Chunyang to be completely annihilated. They won't turn against us. Li Huanyan reminded, what if they hurt each other? What if they also attack our people? The powerful don't act easily. Because it's easy to hurt both sides. This is also the reason why saints don't bully the weak easily. The negative example is Yuanshi Tianwang and Tong Tianjiaozhu in the conferred God's tribulation. Once the unspoken rules are broken, even the saints have to pay the price of destroying their families. There is no doubt that Li Changshi's attack on the pure Yang Taoist has broken this unspoken rule. However, Li Changshi was very calm. I have thought about it carefully. They dare not. After the death of the Eastern King, the Queen Mother of the West was still able to marry Hokkien, which has already shown the compromise in the bones of the Holy Mother Yuanjun lineage. They do not have the courage to fight to the death. Li Huanyan did not refute. Also, they have no one to attack. As long as I am on Taiyin Star, Daluo can't do anything to me. As for other people, they can't move those who are valuable. And they can't move those who are valuable. Competing with the Holy Mother Yuanjun lineage. We are invincible. This time, it is not them, but Ho Tuesday. If the Holy Mother Yuanjun and the Queen Mother take equal revenge for the death of the pure Yang Taoist, the one who can be retaliated the most is Li Changshi. But Li Changshi is not afraid. With the home advantage of Taiyin Star, it is certain that she cannot beat the saint. And it is also a high probability event that she cannot beat Daluo. But she still has the ability to save her life. And she still has the ability to ask for help. In addition to Li Changshi, there are Ji Chansheng, Li Huanyan, and Yu Linglong. But these three people, the Holy Mother Yuanjun and the Queen Mother, can't touch any of them. There is no need to say much about Ji Chansheng. Li Huanyan has Nuwa behind her. And Yu Linglong has the Tai Ching Saint behind her. They can't afford to offend any of them. As for the other people in Ji's party, they can certainly move. But it's meaningless. They are not powerful enough to threaten Ji Chansheng at all. But will only threaten the life of Chunyang Taoist. After Li Huanyan sorted out all this, she had the same idea as Yu Linglong, Changshi. You are really normal when you are not sick. Li Changshi reminded, and remember to remind the Holy Mother Yuanjun that her son still has a chance to reincarnate. If you don't want her son to be completely destroyed, just stay quietly. This matter has nothing to do with her and the Queen Mother. It is a matter between us and Ho Tuesday. As long as they stay quietly, I promise that Chunyang will still have a bright future after reincarnation. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. This is obviously unreasonable and using force to suppress others. However, Li Changshi is a mental patient and does not cultivate righteousness. As a Huan demon girl, Li Huanyan also has no psychological pressure on such things. She just cared for a while. When are you going to send him to reincarnate? Wait until I or my junior brother Daluo. Then even if he wants to take revenge, or the Holy Mother Yuanjun Queen Mother has any action, we can calm the situation. That will take at least a few hundred years, Li Huanyan said. Li Changshi said calmly, these Daluo immortals have a different concept of time than us. They can afford to wait for hundreds of years. And emphasize to the Holy Mother Yuanjun that as long as they cooperate, it is not a problem for the Taoist Chunyang to be among the immortals in the future. The karma owed now will turn into a bright future in the future. Are you still expecting them to say thank you to you? That's not necessary. I learned from their lessons. When the Taoist ancestors bullied them, they gave in step by step. So now even I dare to bully them. Now Huda bullies us. We must start a killing spree. With Chunyang's blood. I respectfully inform all the powerful that the times have changed. Whoever dares to ride on our heads and bully us again will end up like Chunyang. Li Huanyan, what you said makes sense. But what does this have to do with Chunyang? He is the most suitable person to be used for offering sacrifices to the heavens. He has received investment from Ho Tu, is a favorite of the new emperor, is a disciple of the third generation of the human religion, is the biological son of Pangu, and his mother and sister are both Daluo. There are not many people in the heavens and the world who have a stronger background than the Taoist priest Chunyang. If we dare to kill even such a person, we will think twice before anyone dares to be our enemy in the future. Li Huanyan. Changshi. If you don't practice Yabwang Luohuan, you are also suitable for practicing the magic way. Li Changshi said calmly. The magic way has no future. Li Huanyan had nothing to say, and silently turned her head to inform Jiao Tianxian knew of the good news. Li Changshi was decisive in killing, but she couldn't really force the Holy Mother Yuan Jun and the Queen Mother to become enemies. She had to communicate with Jiao Tianxian knew to see if she could pave a way for the Holy Mother Yuan Jun and the Queen Mother in advance. Li Changshi's counterattack was swift and resolute. The death of the Taoist priest Chunyang came without any sign. After receiving the news, the prehistoric world was in an uproar. Taiyin Xingjuan, a name that had been forgotten by many powerful people, once again entered the sight of all parties. The descendant of Taiyin, who officially appeared in the prehistoric world for the first time, actually killed the Taoist Chunyang. The shocking power of this appearance is similar to that of Ji Chansheng, who killed Marshal Tianpeng without personally taking action. People immediately began to respect their methods. What shocked the world even more was that Li Changshi's counterattack was not over. Half an hour later, Taiyin Star, the Jiao Demon King, looked at the cold and elegant Taiyin descendant in front of him, and his tone was very solemn. I didn't understand what Xingjuan meant. Li Changshi said in a deep voice. Ho Tu did something that made me unhappy, so I want to make her unhappy too. The Jiao Demon King smiled bitterly. Star Lord, if the Daluo fights, I dare not participate. Want to be promoted to Daluo? The Jiao Demon King. Want to make Prince Jiao a useful person? The Jiao Demon King. The Taiyin Star Lord, who controls the evolution of all monsters. Do you understand what it means? The Jiao Demon King. I understand. This is really the core technology of the Taiyin Star Lord, and outsiders cannot learn it. Do you have the courage to fight the Dragon Clan? The Jiao Demon King took a deep breath. Yes. Huta supported the new human emperor, who is the reincarnation of the ancestral dragon, and has received strong support from the Dragon Clan. Li Changshi's tone became colder and colder. Huta may not feel pain if a Chunyang dies, so cut off the Dragon Clan's line. Jiao Demon King, you are only half a step away from Daluo, right? And you and the Dragon Clan have always had a grudge. This king promises that if you cut off the Dragon Clan's transportation line to the human emperor, this king and the Chansheng emperor will fully support your promotion to Daluo. The Jiao Demon King hesitated for 3 seconds. He gritted his teeth decisively. I promise that within 10 years, the Dragon Clan's decrees will not leave the 4 seas. The Ji Party's counterattack continues. Precise and bloodthirsty. The prehistoric world is shaken. Chapter 350. Jiao Demon King. I don't want to take sides either, but she asked the Emperor Chansheng to call me brother. She respects me too much. Brother? Is Li Changshi really not Taiyin Star Lord? The Zhuanti Saint who received the news was a little confused. He began to doubt his judgment. Why do I feel that she has the style of the former Taiyin Star Lord? Back then, Taiyin Star Lord was the 6th chair of the Demon Clan Heaven, holding the power of the evolution of all demons, and was so domineering and tough. Jia Yin was suppressed and beaten by Taiyin Star Lord for countless years, and because they belonged to different camps of witches and demons, Taiyin Star Lord and Ho Tu Zu Wu did not get along well, and there were many conflicts in the past. Now that Li Changshi and Ho Tu are starting to fight, it really looks like Taiyin Star Lord has returned and is fighting Ho Tu Zu Wu again in the prehistoric world. It's not just Zhuanti Saint who has this reaction. Countless powerful people in the prehistoric world recall the memories of Taiyin Star Lord in the past. At this moment, it's just like that year. But Jia Yin remained rational. Tai Yin is really strong. What about Li Changshi? She is mentally ill. She really thinks she is Taiyin Star Lord. So she thinks she is really strong. Zhuanti. The potential of a mental patient is so great. Is this the power of belief? Li Changshi and Jia Yin have different views. She is more and more convinced that she is Taiyin Star Lord. Otherwise, how could she suppress Ho Tu? Although the one suppressed is Ho Tu, whose freedom is restricted and cannot leave the underworld. But Li Changshi thought to herself that she did not leave Taiyin Star either. Soldiers against soldiers. Generals against generals. Only Daluo can defeat Daluo. So she must be Daluo. When the news came that the Jiao Demon King had blocked the 4 seas, Li Changshi found the confidence of Taiyin Xingjuan in Hutu again. Yabwang Luohuan had a small breakthrough on the spot. Changyi almost bowed down. Xingjuan, your progress in cultivation is really too fast. Li Changxi waved her hand, thanks to Hutu. If Hutu didn't give her this confidence, it would be really difficult for her to continue to maintain the speed of progress. After all, she has already made rapid progress. Changyi now looks at Li Changxi with awe. The Jiao Demon King has sent news that the transportation lines of the four seas have been cut off, and Xianqin has lost an important shipping route and source of wealth. The most powerful thing about the Four Seas Dragon Clan is not its strength. The Jiao Demon King is only at the peak of the True Lord realm, half a step into the Great Luo, and he can already beat the current Four Seas Dragon Clan and make them unable to raise their heads. The decline of the Dragon Clan can be seen. The biggest support of the Four Seas Dragon Clan for the human emperor camp is money. As the first generation of overlords in the prehistoric fairyland, the Dragon Clan now has only 2 or 3 big dragons and small dragons. There are only a few powerful ones left, and the poor ones have only money left. There's a saying that goes, money is not everything, but having no money is absolutely impossible. There is another saying that is also a proven truth. When the cannon sounds, there are thousands of gold. Fighting a war is just burning money. And the Four Seas Dragon Clan is the biggest source of wealth for the Xianqin, and the biggest confidence for the Xianqin to go to war. Now, Li Changxi has persuaded the Jiao Demon King. The Jiao Demon King took action. So the shipping of the prehistoric fairyland has since belonged to the G Group Unlimited Liability Company. The Four Seas Dragon Clan was trapped in the four seas that raised them. Li Changxi was not surprised by this result. The only surprise was the other powerful beings in the prehistoric fairyland. From the beginning, Li Changxi didn't think that they were less powerful than Hutu. 1 Tian Star Lord, 1 Nanji Chansheng Great Emperor, 2 Daluo combined to crush 1 Hutu, which was very reasonable in Li Changxi's logic. So she didn't take it seriously at all. Killing the pure Yang Taoist was just a warning to Hutu, and moving the Four Seas Dragon Clan was an ultimatum to Hutu. Now she and everyone should have realized that a new force that is not weaker than the Samsara underworld has been born. Changyi was convinced. What the Star Lord said is very true. Now the prehistoric world is shaking, and all the powerful beings are very awed by your methods. Originally, there were only a few forces below the saints, all of which stood at the top of the food chain. Heaven, Underworld, Zizai Realm, Wuzhuang Temple. Now, G Group Unlimited Liability Company has entered this ranks with great force. Li Changxi proved with facts that if they take action, even the Samsara underworld will be in a mess. It is indeed difficult to kill Hutu, but it is not that difficult for the G Party today to cut off Hutu's hand reaching out to the underworld. The new generation of young people reacted so fiercely, and used such fierce means that many old masters were caught off guard. This also includes the Queen Mother Hutu. Xingjuan, are you still going to continue? Changyi asked with concern. Li Changxi told the truth. It depends on Hutu's reaction. Her attitude determines whether the war will continue. She certainly did not simply retaliate against Hutu. The purpose of the revenge was to force Hutu to give in. Let Ji Changsheng break out of the killing situation of Daluo Jia as soon as possible. Ji Changsheng's Daluo killing calamity has already formed, and other Daluo can't intervene, including Nuan Yang, who can't help Ji Changsheng. But Huda can. Her control over the field of time and space may not be comparable to Daozu. It's just that Huda didn't take action. She also stopped other Daluo from taking action. For this reason, Nuan Yang even went to the reincarnation underworld in person, but returned empty-handed. In the underworld, Nuan Yang couldn't take Huda either. Li Changxi knew all these things, but she didn't give up starting with Hutu Yang. According to Nuan Yang's experience, it is unrealistic to fight Hutu, then smash Hutu's chessboard. Hutu knows how to make me stop. If she doesn't choose to negotiate, then continue the war. As Taiyin Xingjuan, she has no of Hutu, the king of reincarnation, and Li Changxi currently has the upper hand. Naturally, she is more fearless. Wuhuang Palace. After receiving the news, Nuan Yang also had the same idea as Juanti. Is Taiyin really back? Li Changxi's style made her feel very familiar. Among the members of Ji's party, besides Ji Changsheng, Nuan Yang had the most contact with Li Huanyan. In Nuan Yang's previous cognition, Li Changxi was the descendant of Taiyin Xingjuan, and her relationship with Taiyin Xingjuan was a little subtle, so she didn't want to get too close. Li Changxi herself didn't get close to her, so Nuan Yang didn't know much about Li Changxi. Li Changxi's brazen move also shocked Nuan Yang. She knew that Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan were both talented. Now it seems that Ji's party is full of talents. Far more than just Ji Chansheng and Li Huanyan. And Nua began to doubt one thing. Did Hong Jun really keep the Taiyan spirit? It is convenient to check and balance Jane. The Taiyan Star Lord and Jian Saint are competitors. As long as one of them is alive, the other is not irreplaceable. Nua knew that Jian Saint had always wanted to break free from Hong Jun's control. If Hong Jun took Taiyan Star Lord as a trump card, she felt it was reasonable. Nyang Nyang. Is this the point? Qing Wan, who rushed back from the Heavenly Palace, expressed his feelings directly. The point is that Li Changxi suppressed Hutu. Nua didn't want to lower her IQ to the level of a stupid bird. So she didn't understand Qingwan's meaning at the first time. Suppress it. Qingwan was heartbroken. You went to the underworld in person and returned in vain. Li Changxi attacked Hutu, but successfully suppressed her. Nyang Nyang. You lost. Nua. The pink fist was a little hard in an instant. Sure enough, the mount can't be kept. After Chansheng comes back, he must make plans for his mount to be laid off and reemployed. My queen, do you want to reflect on yourself? Why can Li Changxi suppress Ho too? But you can't? Qingwan said sincerely. The master's face is the face of our mount. My queen, you are overshadowed by other women. And I have no face outside. Nua slapped Qingwan to the ground. I really couldn't help it. What does this have to do with me? Can I take action against Chunyang? Can I take action against the Four Seas Dragon Clan? Nua glared at Qingwan fiercely. I can only take action against Ho Tuesday. To deal with these small fish and shrimps is to humiliate my status in vain. Qingwan muttered. The fact is that you didn't suppress Ho Tuesday. Nuwan Yang Yang slapped him again. That's because you are useless. Do you think I don't want to cut off Ho Tu's hand that stretched out from the underworld? Nuwan Yang Yang was disappointed. You bunch of useless goblins. Do you have the strength? There are many goblins in Wohuang Palace. None of them is useful. G Group Unlimited Liability Company doesn't look very strong. But you will know how convenient it is when you use it. Soldiers against soldiers. Generals against generals. In terms of generals, Wohuang Palace should be ranked in the top 3 among all forces. In terms of soldiers, Nuwan Yang Yang directly admitted defeat. Can't afford to lose face. This is also the reason why Ji Chansheng was reused by Nuwan Yang Yang. Ji Chansheng came to Wohuang Palace for 3 days, and did for Nuwan Yang Yang what these goblins couldn't do in 30,000 years. Qingwan was not convinced. The Jiao Demon King is also a demon. If you order him, will he dare not serve you? Of course he dares. Nua glared at Qingwan again. The Jiao Demon King has come to the Daluo Gate. Do you think he is a cat or dog that can be ordered at will? Then how can Li Changxi order the Jiao Demon King? She holds the Jiao Demon King's son as a hostage. Coupled with Taiyan's unique ability, and the grievances between the Jiao Demon King and the Dragon Clan, which led to this situation. However, Li Changxi also underestimated the Jiao Demon King. She has not yet realized the importance of the Jiao Demon King. After the end of the Lich Age, the Jiao Demon King is one of the most outstanding demon kings among the rising stars of the Demon Clan. He has a high probability of breaking through Daluo. To win over a demon king of this level, the chips she paid are far from enough. Li Changxi has not yet put her, and the Jiao Demon King in the right position. Qingwan looked up at the East China Sea below and said, Huh? My queen? It seems that you are right. Hutu has started to make a move. Hutu did not negotiate with Li Changxi. She chose the Jiao Demon King as her negotiation target. Li Changxi received the news that the Dragon King of the East China Sea took the initiative to visit the Jiao Demon King. Then she realized her mistake. The Jiao Demon King's ecological niche in the prehistoric fairyland is higher than I thought. And Hutu did not directly attack him. And, give me a copy of the Jiao Demon King's information. Li Huanyan quickly sent Li Changxi a piece of information. After reading it, Li Changxi immediately adjusted her thinking. I was misled by Prince Jiao. I didn't expect that Prince Jiao was so useless. But I was so powerful. Jiao Demon King walked to the front of Daluo without the guidance of Master Daluo. This kind of talent and qualifications is probably only slightly worse than mine. It is indeed a rare talent. Chani. Xingyuan is really too confident. But Li Changxi had indeed conquered her in a short time. And as a tenant of Taiyan Star, she couldn't let anything happen to the landlord. So she told Li Changxi everything she knew about Jiao Mo Wang. Xingyuan. Jiao Mo Wang not only has extraordinary talent, but he is also the leader of the new generation of demons. His story is legendary. As an illegitimate son of the Dragon Clan, He is superior to the Four Seas true dragons as a mixed-blood dragon. Since ancient times, there are no more than 10 such legendary demons. Uncle Xuandu said that Jiao Mo Wang carries the remaining luck of the demon clan and has robbed half of the luck of the dragon clan. Your attitude towards him is indeed a bit condescending. It doesn't matter. I'll change it. Li Changqi's straightforwardness made Changyi unable to react for a while. Ah? A what? Both capable people and monsters are eligible for better treatment. I really didn't realize the value of Jiao Demon King before. I thought he was the kind of monster king who had no hope of becoming Daluo. Li Changqi knew that many old-fashioned powerful people were stuck in front of Daluo, such as Guanyin Bodhisattva, Yang Jian, Mithriya, Jinwu. These names are all well known. If she formed an alliance with these powerful people, she would certainly not be too arrogant. Now she realized one thing. The name of Jiao Demon King was put together with these well-known names. Since she knew the mistake, she must correct it. Everyone makes mistakes. Li Changqi didn't take it seriously at all. Chani. She somewhat understood the reason for Li Changqi's success. There are countless big figures in this world who are unwilling to admit that they made mistakes even if they shut up the malice of the world. The higher you stand, the more so. Therefore, it is increasingly apparent that great men who can update and adjust their concepts in a timely manner are so precious. The coast of the East China Sea. The Dragon King of the East China Sea looked at the Jiao Demon King, who was sitting at the top. Although he was full of humiliation in his heart, he still made clear his intention. The Queen Mother Ho Tu and the Tai Yin Xingyuan are facing off. The Daluo game. The gods are suffering. Jiao Demon King. Are you determined to be the enemy of the Queen Mother Ho Tu? The Jiao Demon King narrowed his eyes. Only a fool would be determined to be the enemy of the Queen Mother Ho Tu. Not to mention that he has not yet broken through the Daluo. Even if he has broken through the Daluo, he is not qualified to jump in front of the Queen Mother Ho Tu. I am only fighting the Dragon Clan, and it has nothing to do with the Queen Mother Ho Tuesday. The Dragon King of the East China Sea sneered. Do you think the Queen Mother Ho Tu is so easy to fool? The Queen Mother has ordered that if the Jiao Demon King continues to block the Four Seas, it will be regarded as standing on the side of the Tai Yin Xingyuan, and the consequences will be at his own risk. The Jiao Demon King's heart sank. It really tests courage to be the enemy of Ho Tu Nyang, who holds the reincarnation. If you stop here and forgive the past, you can choose 3 treasures from the Four Seas. The Jiao Demon King did not speak. He made a fierce weighing in his mind. The chips given by Tai Yin Xingyuan are naturally better, but Ho Tu Nyang's threats are very lethal to him, who has not yet become Daluo. At this moment, Prince Jiao walked in from outside. As soon as he came, he brought the latest news from Tai Yin Xingyuan. Father, Tai Yin Xingyuan asked me to pass on a message. She said you did a great job. After the return of Changsheng Emperor, she is willing to become sworn brothers with Father. The Jiao Demon King's eyes lit up. Are you sure that Changsheng Emperor is willing to become sworn brothers with me? Ji Changsheng is the young master of Wuwang Palace, the Changsheng Emperor of the South Pole, and in the eyes of Jiao Demon King at this time, he is still Yu Qingzhenwang, willing to become sworn brothers with him. This face is given very big. What surprised the Jiao Demon King was yet to come. Prince Jiao said, the Moon God said that she would persuade the Changsheng Emperor to call my father brother. The Jiao Demon King's face flushed. He knocked the Dragon King of the East China Sea to the ground with one punch. Pass the order? Within 10 years, the dragons are not allowed to go out to sea. The Moon God and the Changsheng Emperor really gave me face. The Jiao Demon King felt a great respect. He had to give a great gift to his brother whom he had never met. Chapter 351. The Era of Great Reshuffle. G Party officially takes the table to be the banker. The Jiao Demon King did not hesitate at all for the respect given by Tai Yin Xingyuan and Changsheng Emperor. Instead, Prince Jiao, who was delivering the message, hesitated, seeing the Jiao Demon King decisively knocked the Dragon King of the East China Sea to the ground, and had a desperate posture. Prince Jiao became more hesitant. Father, do you want to reconsider it? The Jiao Demon King looked at Prince Jiao. Consider what? Prince Jiao was a little embarrassed. Brother Ji called me brother before, and said that he and I hit it off at first sight. Now he calls father his elder brother. Isn't this a mess? The Jiao Demon King narrowed his eyes instantly. Before, his useless son caused such a big storm in the lower world. He began to doubt whether Prince Jiao was his own child. After all, Jiao Demon King knew how capable Prince Jiao was. Now it seems more and more worthy of doubt. But Jiao Demon King, Prince Jiao's mother, has checked it out? No problem. Could it be that Prince Jiao was possessed by another powerful being? Otherwise, why is he so ignorant? The Jiao Demon King instantly checked Prince Jiao's body from head to toe. Then he came to an unexpected conclusion. It's really the same stupid son from before. Prince Jiao. Father, what are you doing? Remember? Call the Changsheng Emperor uncle from now on. Prince Jiao. I don't really want to be a generation shorter out of thin air. The Jiao Demon King saw through Prince Jiao's reluctance and slapped him. Stupid. It's a great opportunity for you to call the Changsheng Emperor uncle. But you don't know how to cherish it. Do you understand the value of being called brother by the Changsheng Emperor? Prince Jiao shook his head honestly. I don't understand. Demon King Jiao. How did you deal with the kingdom of 10,000 monsters down there? The small world where the great Emperor Changsheng and the Moon Star Lord came from. The place where the great Master Xuandu and the ancient Buddha Ran Deng competed. Should theoretically be a place where many heroes emerged. This is also the reason why he doubted why his stupid son could accomplish such a great cause. Prince Jiao doesn't have that ability. Now he is more and more certain that his stupid son really doesn't have that ability. Prince Jiao told the truth. Brother Ji made me a puppet. But I didn't do anything. Reasonable. Demon King Jiao couldn't find a better explanation. Remember? Call me Uncle Ji from now on. Demon King Jiao reminded him again. You don't know how powerful your Uncle Ji is. Prince Jiao really didn't know yet. He just ascended through Ing Hongya's channel. He still took the Panthao Ascension channel. What happened to Brother Ji? He almost overturned half of the prehistoric fairyland. Jiao Demon King sighed. He will soon be promoted to the Southern Emperor of Longevity and join the ranks of the Six Imperials. The person who is appointed by Nuwa to speak for the Wa Palace will be the representative of the Wa Palace in the future. With such an identity and such power, he is willing to call me brother, which really gives me a great face. This is something that no amount of elixirs or artifacts can replace. The chips offered by Ho Tu are just treasures from all over the world. If Jiao Demon King goes to grab this thing directly, can't he grab it? But the sworn brother of the Southern Emperor of Longevity. This thing really can't be grabbed even if he is strong. And Jiao Demon King doesn't dare to grab it. By the way, can Taiyin Xingjuan convince the Longevity Emperor? Jiao Demon King began to worry. Prince Jiao gave the Jiao Demon King a reassurance. When Li Changxi was in the lower world, she was Brother Ji's senior sister. And we always stood together. Brother Ji will accept the decisions made by Li Changxi. That's good. Father, you didn't value this kind of false reputation before. Prince Jiao was still a little surprised. The great Emperor of Immortality just changed his name. Does it mean a lot to you? It means a lot. False reputation also has different levels. You don't understand. The false reputation like his Jiao Demon King only has weight below Daluo. And the false reputation such as South Pole Great Emperor of Immortality and Young Master of Wat Palace, including Yiqing True King, have weight in the Daluo circle. And such false reputation can be converted into actual benefits. Just don't contact that circle. You have no channel for conversion at all. Now that Li Changxi has shown goodwill to the Jiao Demon King, the Jiao Demon King can also contact the Daluo circle. The most important thing is that the great Emperor Changsheng is very close to the free heavenly demon realm. The Jiao Demon King has his own intelligence network. But not much. His intelligence stops at the fact that Ji Changsheng and the hard demon-framed Marshal Tianpeng. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that it was Ji Changsheng who colluded with the hard demon. The Jiao Demon King also knew about this. He didn't know that Ji Changsheng had completely annexed the hard demon clan. But this is not important. Even if the intelligence is wrong, the Jiao Demon King has come to the correct conclusion. The great Emperor Changsheng has a lot of say in the hard demon clan. And if I want to break through the Daluo, I must pass the hard demon tribulation. There are so many things that the great Emperor Changsheng can help me with, whether from the perspective of respect or interests. When the great Emperor Changsheng and Taiyin Xingjuan release their goodwill to this extent, the Jiao Demon King must go all in. Ji Changsheng's right to speak in the hard demon clan, and Li Changxi's Taiyin authority, can increase his chance of promotion to Daluo by 5%. Don't underestimate this chance. Jiao Demon King himself is a genius. If the possibility of success is increased by 10%, his chance of successfully promoting Daluo will exceed half. It's enough to try. Report. My king. The Western Bull Demon King is here to visit. Jiao Demon King was startled. Western Bull Demon King? He has no intersection with me. He is the black glove of the Tai Ching lineage. Why would he come to visit me? Jiao Demon King quickly checked. Then his heart warmed again. It turned out that Li Chengshi spread the news. Jiao Demon King, a rising star of the demon clan, instantly began to break the circle in the prehistoric fairyland. Report. White Tiger God is here to visit. Report. Jiao Demon King stabilized his mind and looked at the somewhat confused Prince Jiao. Now you understand the importance of the great Emperor Changsheng and the Taiyin Star Lord. Right? Prince Jiao nodded in shock. He had been hanging out in the Changsheng realm before. And even though he knew that Ji Changsheng and Li Chengshi were very powerful in the Changsheng realm, the Hongwang Immortal Realm was the Hongwang Immortal Realm after all. He really didn't expect that after the Ji brothers ascended, their pomp and influence would be even greater than in the Changsheng realm. This completely overturned his cognition. This time, your father will really step onto the central stage of the Hongwang Immortal Realm. The Jiao Demon King also had some ups and downs, although he also had fears about the future, because he knew that his strength had not yet been promoted to Daluo, and such a rapid rise would be life-threatening. But the Daluo tribulation is full of difficulties and dangers. If you are afraid of death, you don't need to practice evolution. Xiao Jiao, go to Taiyin Star. Forget it. Taiyin Star Lord likes quietness. Go to Shishao Yuqing Mansion to thank Taiyin Star Lord for helping you ascend. And then wait for the return of Changsheng Emperor. Prince Jiao's brain turned faster this time. Father, are you sending me to be a proton? The Jiao Demon King kicked Prince Jiao into the sky. This silly child is really ignorant. What proton? This is the proof that I am on good terms with my brother Changsheng. Besides, with Prince Jiao's talent and qualifications, staying with him is not a big deal. Although Jiao Demon King is strong, he is a strong individual and can't help Prince Jiao become stronger. The biggest opportunity for Prince Jiao to improve is to make friends with Taiyin Star Lord and get Emperor Lu Jiang from Taiyin Star Lord. The Jiao Demon King grew from a mixed blood dragon to the current king of the four seas, and is on par with many gods and great powers. His mind and decision-making are all top choices. He chose a path for his son that was easiest and fastest to improve. I hope this silly son, silly Jiao, will have good fortune. After sending his silly son away, Jiao Demon King immediately ordered, invite the distinguished guests. Brother Jiao, I have heard of you for a long time. A white bull with a head like a mountain, eyes like flashes, horns like iron towers, teeth with sharp blades, more than 1,000 feet long and 800 feet high, walked in with a big laugh. I have always heard that Brother Jiao is a hero, and today I see that his reputation is indeed well deserved. If Brother Jiao does not despise me, I would like to become sworn brothers with you. Jiao Demon King looked at Bull Demon King, the black glove of the Tai Ching lineage, and almost blurted out, are you greedy for me? You are greedy for the great Emperor Changsheng. You are lowly. Although they were both rising stars of the demon clan after the demise of the witch and lich, he and Bull Demon King were not close friends, and they were in different circles. He was in the four seas, and the people he interacted with most were sea monsters. The origin of the Bull Demon King was clear to everyone. He was a black glove placed in the west by the Tai Ching lineage to keep an eye on the Western Church. The mount of the Tai Ching saint was a green bull. The Bull Demon King's body was a big white bull. It was rumored that the two bulls were brothers. The Tai Ching lineage had never refuted this rumor. Therefore, the Bull Demon King thrived in the territory where the Western Church had the greatest influence. In terms of momentum and pomp, he was even better than the Jiao Demon King, who was suppressing the four seas. In the past, they had never met each other. The Jiao Demon King thought that the Bull Demon King relied on his saintly background and looked down on him. A half-blooded dragon. Now the Bull Demon King actually condescended to visit him. The Jiao Demon King sighed in his heart, and the human race would summarize it: if you are poor in the downtown area, no one will ask you. But if you are rich in the mountains, you will have distant relatives. Here comes someone who takes the initiative to recognize his brotherhood. But what is my brother Changsheng's status? If you want to get the respect of my brother Changsheng and my brother Taiyin like me, you can't just talk. You have to make a pledge. Humans' joys and sorrows are not the same. When Li Chengshi became famous in the prehistoric world, and the Jiao Demon King successfully broke the circle, a terrifying murderous aura came from Yao Qi. But it was suppressed by Haoqian. My queen, you don't want the East King to be annihilated, do you? I advise you to learn from me, and hold back your anger for a while. The Queen Mother was almost angry and laughed. I can't learn the way of your coward. You have to learn even if you can't. The way is difficult, and setbacks are the norm. Halcyon said calmly, I said that your brother is a waste. He has nothing good except his background. With his qualifications and talents, he is not enough to participate in the game between Daluo. It's a good thing that he died now, and it won't cause greater consequences. Queen Mother. She didn't really want to admit Halcyon's evaluation of Dong Wangong before. After all, Dong Wangong was defeated by Hong Jun last time, and he was still honorable. But this time, Taoist Chunyang was suppressed by Li Chongqi lightly. It is obvious that apart from their relatives, all other powerful people's evaluation of her brother is similar to Halcyon's. In the face of the ironclad facts, it is difficult for her to continue to be stubborn. It seems that her brother is really not qualified to participate in these Daluo games. Every time he is the first soft persimmon to be sacrificed to the sky. Now that the descendant of Taiyin and Hutu are in a confrontation, you'd better not get involved. Madam, Chunyang's death has nothing to do with you and the Holy Mother Yuanjun. It's just that his strength is too weak and his background is too strong. Chunyang's soul is in the hands of the descendant of Taiyin. She has already said that she will give Chunyang a chance to reincarnate. You and I must stay out of this matter. I can promise that Chunyang can be included in the immortal class when he reincarnates again and enjoy a peaceful life. The Queen Mother was a little surprised. Why did you allow your brother to be included in the immortal class? Aren't you afraid that he will threaten your throne? The former Dong Wangong was the head of the male immortals in the world, and the leader of the immortal way. In addition, he was Panga's biological son. Dong Wangong can be said to be a perfect candidate for the Lord of Heaven. Therefore, the Holy Mother Yuanjun and the Queen Mother have never dared to send the reincarnation of Dong Wangong to the heaven, just because they were afraid that Halcyon would feel threatened and cut off the roots. Halcyon spoke frankly, I was a little worried at first. But now it seems, your brother can't threaten anyone. He doesn't have that ability. His era, including Panga's era, has completely passed. Madam, face the reality. The power of the new generation has begun to step onto the Daluo stage. The Queen Mother was silent. This time, Li Chongqi's outburst, Chunyang's death, the changes in the Four Seas, and the counterattack of the G Party did make many ancient powers begin to refresh their cognition. It's time for a big reshuffle again. It's better to be quiet than to move. Queen, just focus on organizing the Peach Banquet. This is the top priority for you and me. Our strength is closely related to the strength of the Heavenly Court. The Queen Mother and Halcyon looked at each other. Then she waved her phoenix robe and sent the ghost messenger away from Yaoqi. Although she despised Halcyon's ninjutsu, she did not deny Halcyon's strength and judgment. Halcyon convinced her. Now it is the battlefield between the descendants of Taiyin and the King of Samsara. It is definitely not a wise choice for the third-party Daluo forces to end. Even if her brother died, the Jiao Demon King has not yet been promoted to Daluo. So the Jiao Demon King needs to fight. The Queen Mother is already Daluo. What she needs to do is to be stable. At this time, the Holy Mother Yuanjun also sent news to the Queen Mother. The pure Yang spirit is in Li Chongqi's hands. Don't act rashly. The Queen Mother was not surprised by the choice of the Holy Mother Yuanjun. She just felt a little complicated. After today, the glory of the Holy Mother Yuanjun line will be completely left in the past. Others can accept bowing to the Taoist ancestor, but bowing to the descendant of Taiyin will announce a fact to the world. The Holy Mother Yuanjun line is now inferior to the G Group Unlimited Liability Company. It's useless to brag about your background. Facts are better than everything. The honor won on the battlefield will always be better than your background. In the era of the big reshuffle, the first to be eliminated are Panga's widow and posthumous son. The Queen Mother's tone was bitter, but he was not desperate. I want to thank Li Chongqi for completely severing my kinship. My brother has retired, and my mother has lost all her vigor. I don't have to live for them anymore. Halcyon felt the renewed vigor of the Queen Mother. His eyes deep and solemn. He knew that his wife was also going to take on the role of the heroine. Taiyin Star. Li Chongqi finally waited for Ho-Tu's messenger. Xingjuan, what is your purpose? The Daluo who sneak back does not need to return, and will become the nourishment for my junior brother's promotion. The Peach Conference was successfully held, and we have reconciled with the Queen Mother Ho-Tuesday. What if the Queen Mother does not agree? The name Xian Qin will become history like the Wu clan. I think Jihan is good. Or, the Li family is not a bad idea. The Queen Mother has no ill will towards the Changsheng Emperor. She is just clearing up the cause and effect. Xingjuan's reaction is too intense. I don't care. I just want to tell Ho2 that times have changed. She needs to be more sober and face reality. My junior brother and I are now people at the table. Not cards in her hand. If she can't learn to respect, I will teach her with facts. Chapter 352 Wuchu. Jihan. Dalyo Gu. The rise of a hegemon has always been fought for. Relying on words is useless. It is still the same now. Li Chongxi's tough confidence at the negotiation table comes from the strong performance of G Group Unlimited Company. The Taoist Chunang is dead. The Holy Mother Yuan Jun and the Queen Mother said nothing. The Four Seas Dragon Palace closed its doors to welcome guests. The Jiao Demon King is in his prime. The moonlight of the moon is eternal. It is clear who has the upper hand. What you don't win on the battlefield, you can't get at the negotiation table. Even at the moment when Li Chongxi's voice fell, Ji Du appeared from the void and sat below Li Chongxi. She flicked her fingers. 3 projections appeared in the air of the moon star in succession. The body of the Huta envoy instantly tensed. The person in the first projection should be the one sent by the emperor to reopen the shipping route. But I have turned him against me. He found a small island overseas to be the emperor. And it is impossible for him to go back. Ji Du shrugged. The emperor is not bad. I can't do anything to him. But there are a lot of traitors among the people he uses. Shouldn't he reflect on his way of employing people? From his own mother to the prime minister. There are problems. And now an envoy has betrayed him. Ji Du finds it difficult to have any confidence in the emperor's ability to control people. The person in the second projection seems to be the emperor's 18th son. Well, I still say that the emperor should reflect on his ability to control people. This son is not a good thing. I almost didn't waste any effort to defeat him. Xingjuan. If Ho2 doesn't give in, the next big show will be brothers killing each other. The person in the third projection seems to be promoted. However, if you want to increase your strength, you have to overcome the inner demon or the heavenly tribulation. Ji Du smiled. The heavenly tribulation is the authority of the Changsheng Emperor. And the 7 emotions and 6 desires are the home of the inner demon. The authority of reincarnation is indeed powerful. And manipulating time and space can also make Ho2 invincible. The problem is that Ho2 can't come out. Li Chongxi looked at the completely silent messenger in front of her. And her voice was as cold as before. Ho2 is very strong. And my junior brother, and I can't do anything to her for the time being. But she wants to continue the war. Today I can prevent the Dragon Clan's political orders from leaving the 4 seas. And tomorrow I can prevent Ho2's political orders from leaving the underworld. Take it back with the original words. And I need Ho2's response in an hour. Otherwise, continue the war. The messenger glanced at the 3 projections again. Then his eyes looked at Ji Du again. And finally looked at Shishao Yiqing Mansion. The figure slowly disappeared from Taiyin Star. After the messenger left, Ji Du relaxed. Star-Lord, are we a little too strong? This ghost messenger is hiding his head and showing his tail. And his cultivation is also at the peak of the true Lord realm. It can be seen that Ho2's power should not be underestimated. Of course Ho2 should not be underestimated. My junior brother and I are not her opponents now. Although Li Chongxi is confident in herself. She is not so arrogant that she thinks she can beat Ho2. It doesn't matter if we can't beat Ho2's. It's a success to trap her in the underworld. It's useless for her to be invincible in the underworld because she has sacrificed her freedom. Everything outside the underworld is not her comfort zone. And the careers she wants are all outside the underworld. This is her weakness. Many people are blinded by Ho2's own strength and forget that she can't step onto the real prehistoric stage at all. Li Chongxi thinks she is Taiyin Xingjuan. And her status is equal to Hutu. So she never looks down on Hutu. She is not as strong as Hutu. But she is much freer than Hutu. As long as she doesn't go to the underworld. What can Hutu do to her? The underworld is very big. Big enough to accommodate the fighting power of a saint. The 18 levels of hell. And the reincarnation of the heavens. But the underworld is also very small. It is too small to help the witch clan revive. The real big stage is still in the world of the living. And the king of reincarnation, the lord of the underworld, is destined to hide behind the scenes. This is the biggest advantage of the G party in going to war with reincarnation. Ji Du. Believe it or not, Hutu will give in immediately. Ji Du sighed. She certainly didn't expect that Xingjuan would react so strongly. And it would be even more difficult for her to accept the breakup with Changsheng Emperor. Xingjuan. Your outburst stunned many powerful people. This is true. When Nu and Yang returned from the underworld without success, all the powerful people felt that the matter of Changsheng Emperor had been settled. Whether he can escape from the Daluo killing calamity depends on the ability of the Changsheng Emperor himself. But Li Changxi saved the country in a roundabout way, and directly dealt a ruthless blow to Ho Tu's lineage. Instantly made the powerful people including Ho Tu and Noah realize the current power of the Ji party again. And the weakness of Ho Tu, the king of reincarnation, under the powerful appearance. And then made many people think of Ho Tu Nyang's past achievements. She supported Xing Tian in the battle for the Emperor of Heaven, and lost to Hao Tian. She supported Qi Yu in the battle for the Emperor of Humanity, and lost to Xian Yuan Huangdi and Yuan Shi Tianwang. Now, she continues to support a human emperor. But Li Changxi proved with facts that as long as she wanted, she could destroy Ho Tu's plan again. A king of reincarnation who is imprisoned in a circle is doomed to have great flaws even if he has infinite magical powers. There will always be a time when the main general needs to charge into battle. This is why the reincarnation underworld can only be under the sage's tradition. And now, Ji Dang is only under the sage's tradition. Ho Tu's authority is reincarnation, and our authority is evolution. Although it requires the unity of many parties, it is enough to rival the reincarnation underworld. This time, Ho Tu must give in. The Antarctic Changsheng Emperor is in charge of the heavenly tribulation. The Heart Demon clan is in charge of the Daluo tribulation. The Titan Star Lord is in charge of the evolution of all monsters. The collision between Ji Dang and Ho Tu is the collision between the two powers of evolution and reincarnation. At present, the power of evolution has the upper hand. Although the power of evolution has been divided, the power of reincarnation belongs exclusively to Ho Tu. But with a series of operations by Ji Changsheng, it is obvious that Ji Dang has gathered all the power of evolution. The energy displayed by this great power has moved the heavens. Deep in the underworld, Ho Tu sighed. Although she had witnessed the rise and fall of countless civilizations, but the speed at which Ji Dang came to the table to be the banker was too fast. So fast that she did not react. The emperor had stacked so many buffs, and was still starting a business. Ji Changsheng relied on his own thighs to create a foundation that could be on par with her, and even threaten her in turn. Even if she was the king of reincarnation, she could not keep up with such a speed. Moreover, the thinking of a mentally ill person could not be predicted at all. Li Changxi's outburst was not expected by Ji Changsheng, Yu Lingwang, Li Huanyan and others, let alone Ho Tu Nyang, Xian Qin, Ji Han, Li Tang? Can't I change the future I simulated myself? Ho Tu couldn't accept this. The history of Blue Star was the direction that Ho Tu simulated based on her own deduction. As a simulator, she knew the reasons for the demise of dynasties in history, and naturally believed that she was sure to correct all of this. So she looked at the ghost messenger who was hiding his head and showing his tail in Ji Du's mouth. Go and take over the foundation of Wuchu. The ghost messenger said in a deep voice. Wuchu, who was crippled by Xian Qin. Yes. The Chu people worship the phoenix and the red, worship fire and worship the sun, like witches and ghosts. Although they are close to the Wu clan, they are enemies identified by Xian Qin. You sent me to Wuchu. Aren't you afraid that I will overthrow Xian Qin? The performance of the Qin emperor disappointed me a little. It doesn't matter who laughs last between Xian Qin and Wuchu, as long as it's not Ji Han. The ghost messenger realized, I do have a cause and effect with Ji Changsheng, but my death has nothing to do with him. The queen has given me a second life. Do you intend to use your kindness to snipe Ji Han? No need to snipe. You want to reprove the Daluo and integrate the fortune I gave you, which requires the experience of blood and fire, and the blessing of the human race's luck. The ghost messenger said in a deep voice, I have no intention of the throne of the human emperor. The karma of the human emperor is too heavy. I can't bear it. And I don't want to bear it. Then you can be a king who dominates the world. After obtaining the blood of the witch clan and the inheritance of Tai, Yu Qingzhenwang should be a king who is not inferior to the human emperor. What you lost, you can take it back with your own hands. Demon cult. Outside Elder Luo's room, Li Huanyan and Li Changxi looked at each other. Luo Lixia, the outer elder of the demon cult. She is also the mother of the dirty thing just now. I have investigated and found nothing unusual, but I still need to verify it. After discovering that Ziwei was a dirty thing, Li Huanyan and Li Changxi did not go home. Although Ziwei had been confirmed to be a dirty thing, No one could confirm that Ziwei was the only dirty thing. Since the census had already begun in the Tianma sect, the two women decided to carry it out to the end. Since Ziwei, they verified more than 300 people. Nothing was found. But they did not give up. When Li Changxi heard Li Huanyan's introduction, her eyes lit up instantly. Ziwei's mother? That must be a problem. Li Huanyan. It's hard to comment on her. Ziwei's mother is Do Muyuan Jun. Let me test it. Changxi. How do you know that Ziwei's mother is Do Muyuan Jun? Li Huanyan also has a certain understanding of the information of the prehistoric fairyland. But she really doesn't know the mother-son relationship between Ziwei Emperor and Do Muyuan Jun. Many things can only be understood by contacting that circle. Li Huanyan has not yet risen to that level. Li Changxi's explanation was simple. I am the Taiyan Star Lord. Of course I know. Li Huanyan gave up communicating with Li Changxi and directly pushed open Luo Lixiao's door. Do Mu. Die! Li Changxi shouted angrily, shocking the black-clothed female cultivator in the room. Li Huanyan's face also changed. It's really weird. Black-clothed female cultivator? Li Changxi also looked at Li Huanyan in confusion. Li Huanyan said in a deep voice, the first reaction of the demon cultists when their door was suddenly kicked open was definitely not shock, but anger and murderous intent. Black-clothed female cultivator? She almost laughed out of anger. This is also a flaw? What's the difference between this and framing? But Li Changxi didn't say anything and started to attack. Let me see how much merit you are worth. Luo Lixia didn't move at first, until Li Changxi's crescent blade had touched her neck. A turtle slice blocked Li Changxi's attack. Luo Lixia finally got angry. You are not Li Changxi. Who'd let another person in? I hid so well, and I lost to destiny like this. I don't accept it. Li Changxi sneered. What bullshit destiny? Do you think Hood opened a back door for my junior brother? What else? This back door was forced to open by me by putting a knife on Hood's neck. Destiny? All the destinies were taken by me myself. This Li Changxi is not that Li Changxi. Hutu still gave in. Li Huanyan was confused. How could these two mentally ill people match the secret code? Changxi's illness actually showed signs of being transmitted from person to person. Changxi. You? It's okay. Li Changxi recalled the information of her junior brother, and then said to Li Huanyan, Aunt, I think this woman has a body of Daliao bones, which is very suitable for refining the White Bone Palace and practicing the Bone Dao technique. You should keep it for the Chansheng Emperor. Chapter 353 Dumu Bank. Ji Lamo's Special ATM. Refining the White Bone Palace is no problem. But what is going on? Li Huanyan saw that Luo Lixia was a little bit wrong, but she didn't realize what was wrong with Luo Lixia. Moreover, Li Huanyan's eyes fell on the tortoise slice worn by Luo Lixia. Changxi. This woman's origin may be a little bit problematic. She should be wearing a magic weapon of human luck. Such magic weapons of humanity usually appear in the royal family of Yingwu. She has a relationship with the royal family of Yingwu. Luo Lixia. Surnamed Luo. Li Huanyan's brain was running fast. It seems that Ying3 had a woman surnamed Luo. But I remember that woman died a long time ago. Again, there are not many people in this world who can hide from Li Huanyan's investigation. Jin Gongyu is one. But Ying3 is definitely not one. Li Huanyan knew about Ying3's peach blossom debts a long time ago, including the news that Ying3 had an illegitimate daughter behind the queen's back. Even Ying Hongya's true life experience. None of these could be hidden from Li Huanyan's eyes. But the information Li Huanyan got was that Ying3's ex-girlfriend surnamed Luo had died of illness in Qi. The Luo Lixia in front of her surprised Li Huanyan. And, don't worry about it. Since you know she has a problem, just kill her. Why bother to find out the truth? Li Changxi's unrestrained attitude made Li Huanyan admire her very much. It made Luo Lixiao's eyes burst. Li Huanyan. If you touch me, you will be an enemy of Ying State. You shouldn't believe the words of a mentally ill person. Right? Although Luo Lixia was angry, she still chose to try to save herself. Li Huanyan pondered for a moment and figured out one thing. I remember that the woman of Ying3 was called Luo Yuzhen. She died in Qi State. This is the news I got from Ying3. Ying3 thought that the queen had someone kill her. And for this reason, he was going to send Princess Hongya away from Ying State. Because Princess Hongya was born to Luo Yuzhen. In other words, in Ying3's cognition, Luo Yuzhen is dead. Even if you are really Luo Yuzhen, Ying3 will not put the blame on me. Not to mention that you are not Luo Yuzhen. Luo Lixiao's face turned green. Why is there so many talented people in such a small world? The probability of producing talents here is too high. Right? Li Huanyan saw Luo Lixiao's face and felt relieved. Both of you are surnamed Luo. You know Luo Yuzhen. Right? In fact, you killed Luo Yuzhen. Killing people to rob treasures is in line with the style of the disciples of the Heavenly Demon sect. In this case, I killed you and acted in the name of justice. When Ying3 knows the truth in the future, he will thank me. Of course, he should not know the truth. Li Huanyan was of course guessing. But she also figured it out. Even if she is really Ying3's ex-girlfriend. So what? Is she still afraid of Ying3? Wait, there are people behind us. Li Huanyan. Don't you want to know who is planning all this? Li Changqi sneered. Of course, it's the Dongmu lineage. Ziwei and Go Chen should have participated. But Ziwei has been killed by my junior brother. And the next one is you. The Dongmu lineage is already so obviously defeated. And you dare to help. You are simply courting death. Luo Lixia and Li Huanyan were both speechless. But their inner thoughts were different. Li Huanyan narrowed her peach blossom eyes, and really took Luo Lixia's words to heart. The dirty guy behind Bing Zipping really gave me a big surprise. He was able to hide from my ears and eyes. Dared to kill you behind Sun. And even plotted against Xuandu Temple. Was it the work of Yinghua? The planning of Yinhua's fire? Is there a master behind Yinghua? Li Huanyan decided to increase her investment in Yinghua. I thought that Yinghua's intelligence was under her control. Now it seems that she may have underestimated the heroes of the world. At least, she didn't know why Luo Lixia appeared in the Heavenly Demon sect. Being able to hide from her ears and eyes. And also hiding from Yu Laomo's attention. This kind of thing itself is scary enough. At the same time, Yinghua. Jian Gongyo's pseudonym Yin Bingjun sneezed. A sudden warning? Am I at risk of being exposed? I still need to be more low-key. Li Changqi also thought of Jian Gongyu at this time. However, Jian Gongyo's attainment in Yoguang Luohuan was still higher than her, and Yu Linglong's at this time. So she was not worried that Jian Gongyu would have any problems. Is Luo Lixia trying to lead Li Huanyan to find out about Jian Gongyu? And then trigger a series of chain reactions? Li Changqi sensed Luo Lixia's wolfish ambition. In addition, Dongmu Yuanjun and Jian Gongyu are now under the same roof. So they should be tired of each other. Li Changqi suddenly had an idea. You are Dongmu. And Dongmu also has a big Roman armor? Is it so profound? Li Huanyan? Li Changqi did not give Luo Lixia a chance to quibble. And acted brazenly. And let's do it together. Cut the Gordian knot quickly. And remember to leave her a breath. Luo Lixia's strength is stronger than the outer sect disciple that Ziwei just smuggled. And she also carries the treasure of human luck. However, under the joint efforts of Li Changqi and Li Huanyan, who were at full firepower at this time, Luo Lixia knelt very cleanly. Before they could completely kill Luo Lixia, they heard Ji Chengxing's voice coming from outside. Brother, is this the residence of Elder Luo? Yes. Do you have something to do with Elder Luo? It's not a big deal. I'm a newcomer to the outer sect, and I'm here to pay my respects to Elder Luo. Then you come to the right place. But Elder Luo has a high threshold. I suggest you go to Senior Brother Chu first and ask Senior Brother Chu to help introduce you. Senior Brother Chu? Senior Brother Chu Yinrong? Yes. Senior Brother Chu is Elder Luo's son. I see. Thank you for your advice. Ziwei didn't leave peacefully. The disciple he played was called Chu Yinrong. Ji Chansheng had already found out. It's not difficult to find the clues. When Ji Chansheng knew that Chu Yinrong was the son of the outer sect Elder Luo, he realized that this Elder Luo could not be kept. The hatred of killing a son is irreconcilable. And there is no possibility of easing between him and Elder Luo. And he remembered very clearly that he did kill the son of an outer sect elder, which triggered a series of revenges, causing him to be sent to Xuandu Temple to die as an undercover. Normally, he should not disrupt this process. But now he is connected with Li Huanyan and Li Changqi, and naturally has a channel to enter Xuandu Temple. This outer sect elder is useless. So he should be killed. Of course, with Ji Chengxing's current strength, he should not be able to kill an outer sect elder. So he came here to check out the place today. Ji Changsheng didn't expect that he could get unexpected gains by checking out the place. The other disciples of the demonic sect didn't notice it. But one of Ji Chengxing's most core and best skills is Yoguang Luohuan. And he is gifted in the way of knowing a woman by her scent. Senior sister is here. Bao is also here. TSK. Then it seems that I don't need to do anything about this outer sect elder. What's going on? Is this what good people get? When he just came back, Ji Changsheng felt that this time's Daluo killing calamity was in hell mode. Now, he suddenly felt that he had switched to simple mode. He felt that his character might have played a huge role. In the room, Li Huanyan and Li Changxi looked at each other. Then, they all looked at Luo Lixia, who had fainted. She can't wake up. Leave the last blade to the Changsheng Emperor, so that he can use it to cultivate the blood evil spirit, so that the power of the blade will be greatly increased. And you can collect her bones later, and help me kill someone else. Kill who? Bai Qingze. Bai Qingze? The one that the Bai family put forward to compete with Mu Xian? Li Huanyan was shocked. Changxi, do you also support Mu Xian? Of course. Mu Xian, good means good courage. There are currently only 2 candidates for the Master of Xuandu Temple, Mu Xian and Bai Qingze. Generally speaking, there is still a bottom line for the competition of righteous immortals like Xuandu Temple. Especially since Yu Linglong is not officially abdicated. The competition is not theoretically fierce at this stage. Li Huanyan did not expect that Mu Xian actually wanted to eliminate his opponent physically. Mu Xian's methods made Li Huanyan feel odd. It was difficult for Li Changxi to comment on this. It has nothing to do with Mu Xian. It's this Bai Qingze who has a problem. And let's talk while we walk. At this time, Ji Changsheng had already pushed the door and walked in. But Li Changxi and Li Huanyan did not meet him. Li Changxi was also worried that meeting Ji Changsheng now would trigger a series of unpredictable reactions. So Ji Changsheng only saw Luo Lixia. The memory of this outer sect elder also came to his mind. In my impression, this guy was killed by Bao. But when he was killed, it was all Bao who said. And I haven't verified it. After killing this guy, Bao also gave me a white bone palace. If nothing unexpected happens, it's Bao who did it now. So I'll make up for it. As for this body of bones, keep it. I can't refine it now. Let Bao refine it. His current strength is too low. And all kinds of Tai Mojio skills are at the entry level. Can only lay the foundation. But Ji Changsheng is now somewhat aware of the solidity of his foundation. Dumu's family feels like a bank opened specifically for me. I can get whatever I need. I suspect that Bao or senior sister opened a backdoor. Otherwise, I wouldn't switch to simple mode so quickly. Has something happened in the prehistoric fairyland again? Did Mom beat up Hutu in the underworld? Forced Hutu to give the location of those who smuggled into Daluo? Ji Changsheng guessed the result. But he didn't guess the process. Li Changxi attacked Hutu and actually succeeded in forcing Hutu to give in. This was something that the 6 saints didn't expect. Hutu herself didn't expect. And Ji Changsheng didn't expect it at the first time. Compared to Li Changxi forcing Hutu to give in, it is obvious that Nua Nyongyang's strength is stronger than he imagined. Which seems more likely. However, no matter what the reason is, Ji Changsheng accepted it calmly. When the time comes, the heaven and earth will work together. And when the luck is gone, the hero will not be free. Switching from hell mode to simple mode is his good luck. Luck is also a part of strength. So he will not waste his energy. The number of Daluo is not inflated. So there will not be many Daluo who sneaked in. Chu Yanrong is 1. Elder Luo is 1. And there may be 1 or 2 left. If my judgment is correct. Senior sister or Bao Yuan also sneaked back. Then Hutu must have given in. Hutu gave the coordinates. And it should not be difficult to lock the remaining Daluo. If I guess, could it be that the first identity of the Daluo who sneak in was the outer disciples of the demon sect that I killed half a year ago? The people who took him half a year to kill were definitely the test of hell mode. Ji Changsheng killed many people. But from the length of time, the most difficult to kill were those outer disciples. So those people are the most suspicious. Thinking of this, he sent a message to Li Huanyan. While Li Huanyan received the message from Ji Changsheng, he was also sharing information with Li Changxi. I checked Ji Changsheng's information. The town where he was born was massacred by several outer disciples of the demon sect. Then I investigated those outer disciples of the demon sect. Chu Yanrong, the first one we killed, was one of them. There is another disciple named Chen Qi, who is currently missing. I haven't found his whereabouts yet. Li Changxi said, he is in the Bai family and is dead. In the Bai family? Already dead? Changxi, how do you know? Li Huanyan was more and more surprised. Her intelligence was unparalleled in the world. Why did she feel that Li Changxi was ahead of her now? Has Mu Xian's infiltration of the Bai family been so strong? Li Huanyan became more and more stern. Li Changxi. And You have a misunderstanding of the master. You are now calling Mu Xian the master. Li Huanyan grasped the key point. It can be seen that Mu Xian has a high status and strong ability in your mind. Li Changqi has always been the one who can do things that others can't do. Now she was speechless because of Li Huanyan's trick. She was used to calling the master after she came back smuggled back. Where is the all? At this moment, Li Changqi also realized one thing. The master of the temple was able to join the ranks of the big men of the world. Could it be that my junior brother and I raised his status? I have to ask the master of the temple to kowtow to me when I go back. Seeing that Li Changqi didn't say anything, Li Huanyan thought that Li Changqi acquiesced. And her heart once again raised her attention to Mu Xian. It seems that we have to increase our investment in Mu Xian taking over Xuandu Temple. Why is Qin Qi in the Bai family? Li Huanyan asked. Li Changqi said, originally, he just wanted to help Bai Qingze become the master of Xuandu Temple. But he failed in his first attempt and was suppressed by Mu Xian. Qin Qi thought that Bai Qingze was useless. So he killed Bai Qingze and prepared to do it himself. Qin Qi is an outer disciple of the Tianma sect. Can he kill Bai Qingze? Of course not a direct kill, but a soul replacement. If nothing unexpected happens. Qin Qi is Gochen. Bai Qingze was caught off guard and it is normal. This is the news given to me by Ho Tu. There is no mistake. Li Huanyan. Changqi's illness has been more frequent recently. What did Ji Changsheng say to Changqi before? Changqi's illness was almost cured. So why did her condition worsen after talking with Ji Changsheng? Li Huanyan didn't understand. Gochen didn't understand either. Bai Qingze shouldn't die at this time. It was clearly on the eve of Mu Xian's accession to the throne of the temple master that Bai Qingze's flying sword crashed, and he died on the way to participate in the temple master's coronation. Li Changqi turned into Bai Qingze in front of Gochen. Then he calmly said to Gochen, "Don't worry. Bai Qingze will die when he should. You can go with peace of mind. I will keep your blood for you. Your family are all kind people. I hate it." 3 minutes later, Li Changqi clapped her hands. What is the Great Luo killing tribulation? For top Great Luos like me and my junior brother, the only opponents are saints. Not even Ho Tuesday Ant. The rest is up to you. I declare that the Great Luo killing tribulation will be finished ahead of schedule. Chapter 354 Changsheng returns. Half a step to Daluo. Chronicle of Changsheng Emperor. The emperor defeated Dou Mu's followers in the reincarnation to build the foundation of Daluo. Mu Xian just started and couldn't continue. Why let me write the chronicle for Changsheng? I am his elder. Li Changqi corrected Xiao Mu. You are the auspicious sign of Changsheng. The master's fist hardened. Changqi. Don't go too far. After ascending, you have become less and less respectful to me. In the past, you only called me Xiao Mu in your heart. He could bear to call him in his heart. He couldn't bear to call him out loud. He also wanted to save face. Li Changqi sighed. Xiao Mu, you are a lucky person. You don't know yourself at all. What do you mean? It means that you are too lucky. Li Huanyan rushed back from the Holy Mother Yuanjun. And the look in his eyes, when he looked at the master, also changed dramatically. There are not many people I can misjudge. But I actually made a mistake with you. Li Huanyan felt a huge shame. She didn't even misjudge Ji Changsheng. The first time she met Ji Changsheng, she knew that Ji Changsheng was definitely a rare talent. Yu Linglong, Yu Bihai, Li Changqi, Jiang Shi, even the later Happy Buddha, Jiao Tianxian Nu, Sheng Mu Yuanjun, and even Nuan Yang. Li Huanyan basically did not miss the other party's ability and character. Li Huanyan never expected that she would misjudge Mu Xian. Bronze defeats king. This sentence really makes sense. Li Huanyan sighed. Mu Xian, I thought you were on the 5th floor. But you were on the 1st floor. The master of the temple was stunned. What are you talking about? Nothing. You are really lucky. Ji Changsheng's return this time not only helped him solve many doubts and understand some of the secrets of Daluo and reincarnation, but also made Li Huanyan re-examine many things, including Li Changqi. He became more and more determined that he was the Taiyin Star Lord. But from beginning to end, Mu Xian won by doing nothing. Without fighting to the death. Without fighting wits and courage. Li Huanyan helped him to get the internal popularity of Xuandu Temple, and thus snowballed to make Mu Xian the most popular. Later, Li Huanyan and Li Changqi helped him solve Bai Qingze, the most threatening enemy of the Bai family. Mu Xian did nothing throughout the whole process, but his image in the eyes of the world became extremely tall. He also got a huge benefit. Li Huanyan felt that his luck was not bad, but compared with Mu Xian, it was completely dwarfed. Muxian, be a good writer for Changsheng. This is the place where you can best display your talent. Li Huanyan persuaded, you want to charge into battle. But you don't have the strength. Administrative affairs are more suitable for you. The master of the temple thought so too. With Yu Bihai and Yu Linglong. He never thought of going to the battlefield himself. But it's too embarrassing to write a chronicle for Changsheng. What's embarrassing? This is a job that many people dream of doing. Believe it or not. If Jiangxi is asked to do it, he won't say a word. The master of the temple suddenly felt a huge threat. He has sorted out the skills that Mingi has mastered. It seems that he really needs to start a new project. There are always unruly people eyeing his position. But he still has a problem that he hasn't figured out. Isn't Changsheng yet a Daluo? How come he has already forged the foundation of Daluo? How come I don't know when he forged it? It was just forged. You haven't reacted yet. Li Changxi and Li Huanyan were not surprised. Not only did the master fail to react, Yu Linglong also failed to react. Even Yu Bihai, who should have had the home advantage, also didn't realize what happened. The Daluo killing disaster that Ji Changsheng faced this time mainly occurred in the Tianma sect. The strongest person in the Tianma sect is Yu Bihai. But the person with the greatest power is Li Huanyan. Under Li Huanyan's absolute control, Yu Bihai, the leader of the Tianma sect, did not notice anything unusual throughout the whole process. It has to be said that Li Huanyan's control is somewhat terrifying. Changxi, I'm going to the Nua Palace right away. Changsheng has already gone back. Do you want to go? Noah said, she wants to see you. In Ji Changxing's adventure this time, it was Li Changxi who was the most prominent. She made several moves in succession, awakening the memories of many powerful people about Taiyin Xingjuan. Even Nua started to take an interest in Li Changxi. Li Changxi thought about it, and shook her head decisively. Forget it. My position in the demon clan heaven was below Nua back then. If I go to see her now, I will be suppressed by her. Li Huanyan. Changxi. It's not shameful to be suppressed by Nua. It's meaningless. Nua can't help me become a saint. The reason given by Li Changxi was very convincing. I accepted the investment of Daozu. And I can't be indecisive. Li Huanyan had nothing to say. You have my junior brother and aunt in the Hua Palace. It's enough for me to befriend Nua. It's a waste of resources for me to befriend Nua. Nua is of no use to me. I want to befriend Daozu and the old ancestor. Li Huanyan thought that Li Changxi's analysis was correct. But she felt the disdain in Li Changxi's mouth. She disliked Nua Yangyang for being too small and unworthy of being her thigh. In this regard, Li Huanyan could only say, Changxi, I know you did a good job this time. But don't get too cocky. Arrogant soldiers will be defeated. Li Changxi said that she was not cocky. I know that my junior brother and I are only stronger than ordinary Daluo. And we have to lie dormant for the time being when we meet a saint. Li Huanyan. She felt that Li Changxi was starting to get cocky. But thinking of Li Changxi's record, it was normal to get cocky. In addition, this time Li Changxi was probably more certain that she was Taiyin Xingjuan. As a strong man who had to suppress Jian Saint back then, Li Changxi had reason to be confident. Thinking of this, Li Huanyan could only pray. This misunderstanding was too big. She felt that Li Changxi's illness might be difficult to recover. Wuhuang Palace. Ji Changsheng woke up from Nua's cloud bed and saw Nua beating Qingwan. Mom, what did Qingwan do again? This silly bird is too idle. I'll loosen her bones. The truth is that Qingwan said the wrong thing again. When the news of Ho-Tu's concession to Li Changxi came out, the prehistoric world was in an uproar. And Qingwan felt a huge crisis. So she began to persuade her master to work harder. So she became what she is now. Nua severely punished this silly bird who couldn't tell the location of her mount. And then she tidied up her image and waved to Ji Changsheng. Changsheng, how do you feel? While Nua was punishing Qingwan, Ji Changsheng was also checking his body. Hearing the question from Nua, Ji Changsheng said uncertainly, it seems that there are some changes. Take away the word it seems. You have undergone a great change. Do you feel that your mind is clearer? Ji Changsheng nodded. Not only is my mind clear, I seem to feel that my realm is loose. As long as I can accumulate enough mana, I can break through to the peak of the Xingjuan realm in one go. Mom, is this an illusion? It's not an illusion. You have comprehended some of the secrets of Daluo. Reincarnation, time and space, and cause and effect. After returning this time, you will master them to a certain extent. This is the characteristic of Daluo. Your current realm is overflowing. This is the fortune given to you by Hutu. Speaking of this, Nua's tone was a little strange. Hutu really didn't deliberately make things difficult for you this time. Although she was testing you. As long as you can successfully kill it, the reward you get is also substantial. Unfortunately, her goal was not achieved. Li Changxi overturned the table. Li Changxi overturned the table? My senior sister? Did she convince Hutu? Ji Changsheng was stunned and very surprised. Since it turned into simple mode, he guessed that Hutu gave in. But he thought it was Nuwa who did it. It turned out to be senior sister. Nuwa told Ji Changsheng what Li Changxi did. And Ji Changsheng was amazed. My senior sister is so powerful now. She is really capable. Nuwa also praised. It really looks like Tai Yin's reincarnation. If you hadn't emphasized that she has nothing to do with Tai Yin, I would have thought she was Tai Yin. Who dares to be so disrespectful to Hutu? The king of reincarnation? Who dares to attack the new emperor directly? But Li Changxi dared to do it. Whether they knew it or not. Seeing Li Changxi so reckless and fierce, they were indeed confused. From a reasonable point of view, only the rebirth of Tai Yin Star Lord can explain all this. Ji Changsheng basically had nothing to hide from Nuwa. So he said with certainty, Li Changxi is not Tai Yin. She just got the inheritance of Tai Yin Star Lord, and was later favored by Daozu. Daozu has invested in both me and her. So my senior sister does have the appearance of Daoyuo. Some things may not only be done by Tai Yin Star Lord. Who says that today is not as good as the past? Nuwa nodded slightly. Hongjun's vision is still good. He directly favored the two of you. The two mentally ill people invested by Daozu have only been developing from accepting Daozu's investment to now in a few days. But the talents and means shown have already amazed the strong men in the world. And the outstanding performance of Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi also proved Daozu's vision. Nuwa didn't pay too much attention to Li Changxi. She had already learned from Li Huanyan that Li Changxi had rejected her invitation. With Nua's status, she took the initiative to invite Li Changxi. And Li Changxi refused. So she would definitely not invite her a second time, since it has nothing to do with her. Even if Li Changxi performs amazingly, it has nothing to do with her. Anyway, she still has a filial son. That's enough. Hutu was a little confused, and a little wrong this time. Just like she said, she didn't have pure malice towards you. And she also gave you good fortune. But Li Changxi turned the table over directly, and beat Hutu to lose face in public. Your relationship with Hutu will definitely drop to the freezing point. And we can't rule out the possibility that Hutu will continue to choose revenge in the future. Nuwa reminded. Ji Changsheng nodded. Mom. Hutu, as the king of reincarnation, is used to controlling everything. My senior sister has some mental problems. Except for a few people. She rarely bows her head. A superior with a strong desire for control meets an unruly newcomer. They can't adapt to each other's style. So the war is on. All enemies are paper tigers. The witch clan has relegated the version and can't scare me. Ji Changsheng didn't plan to make the relationship with Hutu stiff before. Because the death of the four ancestors of wind, rain, thunder and lightning really had something to do with him. So this time, he was ready to respond to the disaster. But Li Changxi turned the table for him. So Ji Changsheng naturally wouldn't stand on Hutu's side. It is the kingly way to help relatives instead of helping others. Especially when relatives are helping you. There is no need to pretend to be fair. Ji Changsheng must be biased. Nuwa Nyang was not surprised by this. It's good that you are aware. But don't underestimate Hutu's day. After all, Hutu controls the reincarnation. And she has a lot of chips in her hands. It's no big deal. Mom. I'm going to say something that may be a little arrogant. All the creatures who can enter the reincarnation are losers. The real strong will not die and reincarnate. The reincarnation authority is very buggy. But the level of creatures in the reincarnation is limited. At least in the eyes of Ji Laomo. The level is limited. Because only death can lead to reincarnation. And the real strong? Such as Hongjun, Sanqing, Nuwa, the two saints in the west, including those Daoyuo who are still alive now. They can't enter the reincarnation. Ji Laomo is of course afraid of the strong who have always won. Those who have lost their lives. For Ji Laomo, who always insists on the theory of results. That's the case. None of the top talents will work for Hutu's day. Those Hutu can control are all losers. If they can threaten me, I will die. Nuwa smiled. Changsheng, you do have some Daoyuo spirit now. Yes, Daoyuo strongmen should have such confidence. Tontian still thinks he can beat Yuanshi. And Duma thought she was as strong as me until her death. If you want to break through Daluo, this kind of confidence that I am invincible is very important. But what you need to improve most now is your mana. Your understanding of the realm has overflowed. As long as you have enough mana to supplement, you can quickly break through to the late stage of Jinjuan realm. And even break through Daluo in one go. Mana and true essence? Mom, if I rely on time, how long do you think it will take me to improve my mana to the peak of Jinjuan realm? Millions of years. Ji Cha-sheng. Let alone millions of years. He can't accept even hundreds of days. The Daluo has its own small world, which can adjust the speed of time. However, no matter how fast the speed of time in this small world is adjusted, it is meaningless. After all, a real dragon cannot be raised in shallow water. If you want to be promoted to Daluo, you can only do it in the prehistoric fairyland. So if you rely on hard practice, you must waste time. Nuan Yongyang's words blocked Ji Chongqing's way to ask the saint to adjust the speed of time to take a shortcut. Think about it. The ultimate master that the longevity realm can cultivate is the tribulation realm. Yuan Shi Tian Wang, Tan Tian Jiaozhu, Nuan Yongyang, and Nishan Shejatu, the first space treasure in the heavens, can only create a strong man at the peak of the true Lord realm at most. Ji Chongqing has already reached the true Lord realm at this time. There are not so many shortcuts anymore. And the Daluo strongmen are currently only born in the prehistoric fairyland. Other worlds cannot accommodate them for the time being. It has not been a year since I debuted. I can't accept it if I spend 1,000,000 years to cultivate my magic power. Mom, is there any other way to help me save this time? Of course there is. The 9-turn golden pill refined by Taishang Laojun. The peaches in the hands of Queen Mother, and the ginseng fruit in the hands of Xinyuanzi are all treasures that can replenish magic power. However, from the Jinjuan realm to Daluo, too much magic power and true essence are needed. I estimate that you have to eat up all the stocks of these 3 families before you can make up your magic power. This is unrealistic. Nuan Yongyang shook her head and said, offending 3 Daluo in a row. Or 3 Daluo who are genuine and can be used at any time in the prehistoric fairyland. This risk is too great. If you eat them all out, I can't protect you. Nuan Yongyang thought that if she said this, her eldest son would definitely know the importance of it. But after hearing her words, Ji Chongqing's eyes lit up. This made Nuan Yongyang's heart jump. Cha-sheng, you must not do anything rash. The few Daluo you killed before were all small accounts that smuggled back to the past. Killing them is also very powerful. But it is different from being an enemy of the real Daluo. Mom, don't worry. I know the importance of it. I will definitely think of a foolproof way to see how to empty the inventory of these 3 companies. It won't let them kill me. This requires precise planning. Many ideas emerged in Ji Chongqing's mind, but he suppressed them again. Nuan Yongyang felt that she had said the wrong thing. It seemed that Chongqing, this child, saw the door to a new world. But the words had already been spoken, and she couldn't take them back. She could only remind Ji Chongqing again, in short. Don't rush for quick success. Follow the steps, and your future will be limitless. By the way, you can pay more attention to Jiao Mo Wang in the future. Jiao Mo Wang? Li Chongxi promised Jiao Mo Wang that as long as Jiao Mo Wang could cut off the transportation line from the 4 seas to Xianqing for her, she would let you call Jiao Mo Wang brother. Ji Cha-sheng. He checked his heart again. It was indeed a little stronger. There didn't seem to be any psychological pressure to call him brother. Jiao Mo Wang is a rising star of the demon clan. He can suppress the 4 Seas Dragon clan by himself. And he is only half a step away from Daluo. Such a genius. It is not a disgrace to be sworn brothers with him. Of course, if you dislike it, it's no big deal for me to break my promise. Ji Chongqing never forgets his respect for Nua. Nua smiled and said, do whatever you want to do. It won't affect me. I asked you to pay attention to Jiao Mo Wang, not Jiao Mo Wang himself. But after the news of him and you spread, there were several demon kings who went to visit him. There was something wrong with them. Huh? Something wrong? Their names were not on the demon banner. And the Hong Wang immortal realm had never heard of their names before. But they suddenly appeared. And each of them had amazing magical powers. Their strength was almost the same as Jiao Mo Wang. It is not even ruled out that they have hidden strength. Nua waved her sleeves. And several different demons were projected into the air. Ji Chongqing saw a big rock, a lion, and 2 monkeys. These 4 demon kings have all shown their cultivation at half-step Daluo. Ji Changsheng was shocked instantly. I suspect that they and Domu have the same origin. Chasheng. Find a chance to try them. Chapter 355 Intercepting Tathagata. Long-cherished wish fulfilled. Before, Domu Yuanjuan's origin exposed the backhand of the demon clan. And Daozu and the Six Saints began to pay attention to those hidden demon clans. But they did hide very well. Until this time. After Jiamong broke the circle, his influence quickly expanded in the demon clan group. And the demon kings he contacted also began to be more diverse. Some demon kings who suddenly appeared were very dazzling. Mom, have these demon kings never appeared in the prehistoric fairyland before? They have appeared, but very few times. Like a dragon that can only be seen from head to tail. This situation is very abnormal. It is very difficult for a demon king who can cultivate to the Daluo gate to keep a low profile. The great powers who are stuck in front of the Daluo gate, such as Guangchengzi, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Yang Jian, Maitreya Buddha, are all great powers that are famous in the heavens. When the strength reaches a certain level, it is impossible to hide. After all, at least you have to pass the tribulation. All countries in the mortal world will conduct a census. The Tao Ancestor and the 6 heavenly saints who control everything will of course conduct regular censuses of the powerful. In this case, it is unrealistic to simply rely on hiding. This group of demon kings have quietly cultivated to this level. I didn't notice it before. They can be said to be unknown in the prehistoric fairy world. Then how did they get promoted? Don't they need to pass the tribulation? Wait. After the disappearance of the southern pole Changsheng Emperor, the authority of the heavenly tribulation has been left without a master. Ji Changsheng's face changed slightly. Is the disappearance of the Jade Purity True King related to this? This possibility cannot be ruled out. In addition, Chasheng, you are wrong about one thing. After the disappearance of the Jade Purity True King, the authority of the heavenly tribulation often fell into the hands of the Ziwei Emperor. Nguyen Yangyang reminded. Ji Changsheng thought, if we follow this logic, the death of Yuqing Wang seems to not only suppress Ziwei badly, but also block the rise of the demon race. If Yuqing Wang has been in charge of the heavenly tribulation, it will be difficult to conceal the promotion of these demon kings. But the power to control the heavenly tribulation fell into the hands of Ziwei Emperor, and everything could be manipulated. It is reasonable for these demon kings to disappear from the sight of the saints. Ji Changsheng thought of the history books he had read. The decisive factor in the success of the Sima family's rebellion was that Sima Shi secretly raised 3,000 dead soldiers in the heavily guarded capital Luoyang. In the capital, 3,000 dead soldiers were secretly raised for many years, and no one discovered it. This matter is outrageous. So in the Jiapingling incident, the Sima family won a great victory. And now it seems that the Domu lineage is also secretly raising demon kings. The hand is bigger and involves more people. If Domu had not failed, the hope of success would also be great. These demon kings had been hiding well before. Why did they suddenly jump out now? Ji Changsheng was a little curious. But before Nguyen Yangyang explained, Ji Changsheng figured it out himself. Domu is defeated. I have returned. They can't hide anymore. They have to jump out. Nguyen Yangyang touched Ji Changsheng's little head with approval. This big boy really understands it at once. It's much less troublesome than a stupid bird like Qingwan. Yes. After you return, you will be promoted to the southern pole Changsheng Emperor. At that time, the power of the heavenly tribulation will still be yours. Not to mention that you are so close to the Heart Demon clan. They could hide before. But now if they want to be promoted to Daluo, they must pass you. So, they have to jump out and make friends with you. Which is why I asked you to investigate them. Chasheng, you have an advantage that others can't match. I understand. These demon kings have something to ask of me. So they will definitely coax me. It seems that they are just trying to make friends with Jiao Demon King. But in fact, the real target is me. Otherwise, Jiao Demon King's strength has not improved much compared to before. And it is impossible for him to attract their attention. Sure enough, being the Emperor of Heaven is the right path. Compared to the unique human Emperor of the same era, there are 6 Emperors of Heaven, which means that the Emperor of Heaven has fewer enemies than the human Emperor. And the power of the Emperor of Heaven is really tempting. If it weren't for the power of the southern pole Changsheng Emperor, these demon kings would not have painstakingly set up such a big plan to contact him. Thinking of this, Ji Changsheng split his heart monkey. Mom, send my ape to the lower realms. It's best to seal it up and make it look like it just appeared out of nowhere. Nua understood Ji Chongqing's intention in an instant. Do you want to pretend to have the same origin as these demon kings? Yes. They rose without any signs, and their origins are mysterious. Then I will also open a small account with mysterious origins to see if these demon kings will take the bait. Mom, you don't need to give me more luck. Don't let them see that my ape is related to you. Nua nodded. Li Chongqi has reached an agreement with Juanti. You can let the ape find Juanti to learn from him. Juanti practices both Buddhism and Taoism. Although he is not strong among the saints, he is definitely above 90% of the Daoyuo. He is qualified to be your teacher. As long as you can learn 1% of his skills, it will be enough for you to dominate the prehistoric fairyland. After the instructions were completed, Nua snapped her fingers, sealed the ape, and sent it to a cave paradise in the lower realms. Mom, where did the monkey go? The flower and fruit mountain is the ancestral vein of the 10 continents and the source of the 3 islands. It was established when the pure and turbid were separated and formed after the judgment of the universe. It is the top paradise in the prehistoric fairyland, not much inferior to the heavenly court. Is there no owner for a paradise of this level? There was an owner before, but not now. Who was the owner of the flower and fruit mountain? Noah pointed to the west. If I'm not mistaken, it was the current Tathagata Buddha and the former Duobao Taoist. Ah? You also said that such a paradise cannot be ownerless. And the more famous the mountains and rivers are, the more likely they are to breed great monsters. From ancient times to the present, the flower and fruit mountain has not bred great monsters. The most likely possibility is that one has been bred and the second one is being bred. Nua flicked her sleeves and the Wap Palace switched to transparent mode again. Ji Chongsheng looked through the Nua Palace and saw the flower and fruit mountain in the lower world. On the red cliff, 2 colorful phoenixes were singing. In front of the steep cliff, a unicorn was lying alone. At the top of the peak, you can hear the crowing of golden pheasants. And in the caves, you can see dragons coming in and out. In the forest, there are longevity deer and fairy foxes. And in the trees, there are magical birds and black cranes. The rare flowers and plants never fade. And the green pines and cypresses are evergreen. Dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns can actually gather in the flower and fruit mountain. The dragon clan is fine, but the phoenix and unicorn, which are almost extinct, can actually be found in the flower and fruit mountain. It's really outrageous. There is no such show in the heavenly court. Right? Ji Chongsheng felt that it was a bit exaggerated. Nua shook her head and said, the show in the heavenly court is still a little bigger than this. And dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns can also be found. Dragon liver and phoenix marrow are even a dish at the peach banquet. Chongsheng, you still underestimate the heavenly court. Ji Chongsheng. Well, he was narrow-minded. And the poor kid from the lower world had never seen the world. It seems that he really needs to keep up with the times. Otherwise, the first-generation overlord of the prehistoric fairy world will become a dish to satisfy the appetite of other powerful people. Learn from history. The flower and fruit mountain is still a little lower than the heavenly palace, but not too much lower. In the mortal world, this is the top paradise. And of course, it will attract covetousness. But so far, the flower and fruit mountain has not been owned. And on the top of the flower and fruit mountain, a big monster is being nurtured. Ji Chongsheng looked closely, and saw a fairy stone on the top of the flower and fruit mountain. The stone is 36 feet 5 inches high and 24 feet in circumference. 36 feet 5 inches high. According to the 365 degrees of the Zhoutian, 24 feet in circumference. According to the 24 solar terms of the political calendar, there are 9 holes and 8 holes on it. According to the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, there are no trees on the 4 sides to shade it. But there are orchids on the left and right. Since the beginning of the world, it has been exposed to the beauty of nature, the sun and the moon, and has been influenced by them for a long time. So it has the meaning of spiritual communication. With the background of Huagua Mountain, the great monsters born naturally have a very deep background and win at the starting line. And with Ji Chongqing's eyesight at this time, there are not many things that can hide from his eyes. Mom, this doesn't seem to be a natural fairy stone. Why do I look like a relic? Ji Chongsheng got a relic of the evil Buddha and cultivated the Demon Desire Sutra because of it. So he is not unfamiliar with the relic. Nua Nyongyang's eyes flashed with approval. After the Western religion's great power falls, it will condense into a relic. After refining again, the relic will become a great treasure of the Western religion. The Mani Pearl. The Mani Pearl can radiate thousands of feet of light, illuminating all the poor sentient beings in the heavens and the worlds, and relieving their poverty and suffering. According to the Western religion, the Mani Pearl can make all the pure and wonderful wishes come true. Ji Chansheng said frankly, he must be bragging. Of course he is bragging. Otherwise Jie and Juenti would not be overwhelmed by the loan from the heavenly Tao. Nua said, in terms of the grade of magic weapon, the Mani Pearl is not as good as the real heavenly Tao treasure, such as the Tai Chi diagram and Pengu banner. But under Daluo, the Mani Pearl is already the top configuration. After a pause, Nua began to make it clear. Tathagata used to have a Mani Pearl, but now it is missing. Ji Chansheng understood. So Huagua Mountain is the territory designated by Tathagata Buddha to cultivate his confidence. Then, Mom, you sent me directly to Huagua Mountain. Didn't you destroy Tathagata's calculations? Not only destroyed, but also snatched away all the opportunities arranged by Tathagata. If nothing unexpected happens, Tathagata wants to cultivate a Daluo confidant. So Boo, the grand plan started from 10,000 years, and also used the blessed land of Huagua Mountain. If I were to guess, Tathagata's Mani Pearl was made after the death of a Daluo strongman or a strongman close to Daluo, and he did not intend to pass it through Hotu's hands, and was ready to arrange a drama of the strongman's return. It can be said that he had good intentions, but now it's all yours. Ji Chansheng, you have to pay for this karma. Nua Nyang said casually, I sent your heart monkey into the Mani Pearl. The big monster bred in the Mani Pearl has not yet taken shape, which is equivalent to your birth. All the nourishment inside will also strengthen your heart monkey. When this fairy stone bursts, you will be born out of nowhere. Chansheng, this karma is not light. If you really can't pay it back, go to Tontian to make peace. Ji Chansheng was speechless. From Nua Nyang's introduction, he had understood the good intentions of Tathagata Buddha. It is highly likely that this is a complete Daluo training plan of the Buddha, and the initial investment has been 50% or even more. Now Nua has helped him to occupy the magpie's nest. He directly turned the Buddha's project into his own, and he can always take advantage of it. It is indeed a bit of bullying to the Buddha. Of course, it was Nua who did it. Ji Chansheng thought that it had nothing to do with me. If you are really not convinced, Tathagata, then I will not go to Tontian Jiaozhu. Isn't the teacher used at this time? Juenti Saint is the immediate superior of the Buddha. Ji Chansheng made up his mind. He must arrange to become a disciple as soon as possible. Juenti teacher, I believe you will not let me down. If I eat up the Taishan Lao Jun, Queen Mother and Zenyuanzi in the future, it is also because you taught well. Once a teacher, a father for life. I have the Yuantu sword to cut off the cause and effect. Juenti teacher, although you are better than me, you can't cut off the cause and effect. Good. Good. By the way, there is one more thing, Chansheng. You can help me arrange. Ji Chansheng looked at Nua in confusion. The Wat Palace is headed by Qingwan, a group of useless goblins who can't help at all. It's a waste of resources to take my salary for nothing. In fact, Nua doesn't care about waste. Only poor people consider cost-effectiveness. Saints like Nua never care about these things. She has been spoiled by Ji Chansheng. And Qingwan and others are not only incapable of doing things, but also can't provide emotional value. Who can stand this? Nua is a rich man, but she is not a sucker. Find them something to do, and let them accept the reality. Nua ordered, not only them. I see that the mounts of the great powers in the sky are all idle. It is necessary to let them reemploy and experience more hardships in life, so that they can cherish their current jobs more. If she only targeted the fairies in the Wat Palace, Nua was afraid that others would think she was narrow-minded and stingy. If all the great powers released their mounts together, it would be rain and dew for everyone. Nua emphasized, this is to export the talents of fairies to the whole prehistoric world. Ji Chansheng gave a thumbs up. Mom, you have a really high vision. Nua's pretty face rarely turned red. Anyway, find them something to do, and see what they are like. Chansheng, this task is up to you. Ji Chansheng glanced at the trembling Qingwan, thinking, Qingwan, what on earth did you do? How did you provoke Nua like this? Not only did you provoke Nua, but you also brought disaster to other mounts in the mount world. If these mounts are really laid off, those who can make a name for themselves are fine. But those who have been spoiled, who knows what will happen to them? Although he was full of thoughts, Ji Changsheng still agreed readily. No problem. I will arrange it right away. What my mother wants to do is my top priority. Nuan Yang nodded with satisfaction. I am at ease with you doing things. There is no rush. Take your time. When you went to survive the Daluo killing calamity, I asked Haotian to adjust the flow of time. When you come back, the Peach Festival will be held. I didn't expect you to come back so quickly. Haotian and the Queen Mother didn't react. It should take another half an hour for the Peach Festival to be officially held. You take a rest first, and go to the Peach Festival after half an hour. Just then, Li Huanyan arrived at the Hua Palace. So Nuan Yang waved to Li Huanyan. Huanyan, come and talk to me. Cha Sheng, you go and take a rest. Li Huanyan and Ji Changsheng looked at each other. Li Huanyan reminded Changsheng, you'd better go to Tian Star to summarize the information to avoid missing anything. Okay. You accompany Mom. Don't worry. When Ji Changsheng left the Hua Palace, he took Qingwan with him. After leaving the gate of the Hua Palace, Qingwan grabbed Ji Changsheng's sleeve. Little Changsheng, you must help me. Qingwan almost cried. If other mounts know that I made them unemployed, they will definitely exclude me, and I will not be able to mix in the circle. Those who have never been in the system don't know the fragrance of the system. Qingwan, the system of the Hua Palace, the top supercar in the prehistoric fairyland, was personally given by Nua. Her daily routine is to eat peaches, sleep, play games, eat ginseng fruit, sleep, play games, eat 9-turn golden pills, sleep, play games, occasionally run errands, and continue to eat peaches. There are 5 other positions with full benefits like her. Although the other mounts of Daluo and Daning are not as well treated as these top supercars, they are also guaranteed to have a stable income. And the most important thing is that the workload is very small. With such treatment, who would be willing to be laid off and self-reliant suddenly? Qingwan knew that if this news got out, she would not be able to survive. Even if other mounts did not dare to kill her because of the face of Noah, she would not be able to enjoy the envious eyes of other mounts. Thinking of this, Qingwan's eyes were blurred with tears. Ji Changsheng began to feel distressed. Sister Qingwan, don't worry. Your business is my business. Tell me first, how did you provoke the queen? So Qingwan told Ji Changsheng about her glorious history. Ji Changsheng, little Changsheng, is my fate of being laid off irreversible? Ji Changsheng blinked. The queen is still angry now. If you want to continue to be a mount in the Huahuang Palace, it is really impossible in the short term. Seeing Qingwan's tears began to burst, Ji Changsheng was compassionate and pointed out a clear way for Qingwan. Sister Qingwan, if I let you go to the lower world to be a demon king, it means that other mounts are implicated by you, and you will not be able to survive. I definitely can't bear it. Only if you continue to be a mount and continue to enjoy the establishment of top mounts. Other mounts will not be implicated when they are laid off, and they will even continue to beg you to help them find the way out. Qingwan's eyes lit up. Yes, that's the truth. The problem now is, Sister Qingwan, who will you be a mount for next? Other saints all have mounts. Sister Qingwan, if you want to maintain your status as a top mount and continue to be a big shot in the mount world, you need a very powerful backer. This is a difficult problem. Qingwan grabbed Ji Changsheng's hand. Xiao Cha Sheng, you are the backer. Ji Changsheng was shocked. How can this be possible? Of course you can. You will soon be promoted to the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor, and you are the good son recognized by the queen. If you ride me, no one will doubt it, and I will not lose face. But I have always regarded you as my sister. Qingwan, how can I ride you? Qingwan was moved to tears. Xiao Changsheng, you ride me, just to help me. Don't refuse. This matter is decided. Come up. From now on, the queen is my mistress, and you are my man. Looking at Qingwan lying at his feet, Emperor Xiaotian was embarrassed, but he still rode on it reluctantly. He was really sad in his heart. Go! Chapter 356 The Monkey King is born. The relationship between the master and the apprentice is deep. Ji Changsheng has never felt the pleasure of driving a Ferrari with one hand. He was too poor when he was on Blue Star, and later he went to work at the end of the universe. So he didn't dare to experience it even if he had the chance. Servants who serve the people must reject many temptations on the surface. The fools who can't even withstand the temptations on the surface are eliminated by the organization. Fortunately, he is now in the prehistoric fairyland, and he is about to become the Emperor of Heaven. The rules of heaven are required of the gods below. So Ji Changsheng experienced the pleasure of driving Qingwan with one hand. It's just a word. However, the self-cultivation that has penetrated into his bones made Ji Changsheng blurt out driving, while not forgetting to use Yuguang Luohuan. So what Qingwan heard was, "Sister Qingwan, you are hurting me." Qingwan knew that Ji Changsheng was worried that Nua would be unhappy after knowing that she was ridden by Ji Changsheng. After all, the supercar of the saint cannot be touched lightly by outsiders. She quickly comforted him. "It's okay. If you don't tell me, and I don't tell you, the queen won't know. She is usually very lazy, and doesn't pay attention to the outside world. Now that you are back, she will pay even less attention." The demon kings that appeared around Jiao Imo Wang were all discovered by Xiao Huanyan. Ji Changsheng was immediately shocked. Nuwan Yang really needs to change a supercar. Qingwan is too good at ridding things. Ji Changsheng thought that those hidden demon kings were discovered by Nuwan Yang. And for this, he deepened his respect for his mother in his heart. In the end, he learned the truth from Qingwan. Qingwan, professionally lowering Nuwan Yang's status. Nuwan Yang is justified to be angry. We're here. After all, it's a supercar named after a saint. Although Qingwan's real strength is not that good, she has trained her flying speed. While talking to Ji Changsheng, she has already flown to Taiyin Star. When Li Changxi, Guanju and Changyi saw Ji Changsheng get off Qingwan, they were all shocked. Li Changxi was shocked and asked in a voice transmission, "Junior brother, have you turned Qingwan into your private car? Can it be ridden casually?" Ji Changsheng explained calmly, "Nua doesn't travel much on weekdays, and Sister Qingwan has nothing to do. She is very quiet, and wants to go out more often in the future. I am not familiar with the prehistoric fairyland, so Sister Qingwan will help me lead the way." Qingwan was very satisfied with Ji Changsheng's explanation. "Little Changsheng is very understanding, and knows how to protect my face." So Qingwan nodded seriously. "Emperor Changsheng is right. I am just helping him lead the way. Don't think too much. Li Changxi and others are hard to judge. Ji Changsheng has too high EQ. To be honest, isn't Qingwan still Ji Changsheng's private car? Fortunately, their EQs are not low either." Li Changxi endured it for a while, and waited until Qingwan left before asking, "Junior brother, will there be any problem with Nua if we do this?" She asked herself that if she had a mount, she would definitely not let anyone else ride it. Ji Changsheng brought over Qingwan's explanation. "Don't worry. The Empress won't know. Let's not talk about Qingwan. Senior sister, tell me what happened again." Although Nua shared information with him, according to his understanding of Nua was the type who didn't seek to understand everything. After all, Nua is so strong that she doesn't need to know everything. And she is too lazy to know everything. The real first-hand information is still here with Li Changxi. When Ji Changsheng and Li Changxi finished sharing all the information, Ji Changsheng grabbed the jade hand of his senior sister. "Senior sister, thanks to you this time. Otherwise I don't know how long it will take to return." Although Ji Changsheng is confident that he can rely on himself, but Ji Changsheng estimated that if he only relied on himself, it would take half a year. Li Changxi took action and directly shortened this time countless times. In this regard, Li Changxi was very indifferent. "Junior brother, you can rely on yourself. I'm just too lazy to waste time with Hutu. And Huda puts herself too high. I let her wake up. In the past, I didn't take Huda seriously at all." Ji Changsheng, "Senior sister, you are a bit arrogant." However, after this incident, Li Changxi must be more convinced of her cognition that she is Taiyin Xingjuan. In ancient times, when witches and demons fought for supremacy, the demons really had the upper hand. The status of Taiyin Xingjuan was no lower than that of Ho Tu Zu Wu in those days. Li Changxi was completely immersed in the story. No wonder she was fearless, and became more and more courageous. "Junior brother, you still have to give face to Jiao Imo Wang." Li Changxi reminded, "You were not there at the time. Jiao Imo Wang's ability and identity are very important for us to control the 4 Cs. So I promised you that you can become sworn brothers with him. You should not mind." "Right? Of course I don't mind. Senior sister, your decision is my decision, and I will never ruin your plan." Li Changxi smiled with satisfaction. "Don't worry, junior brother. Jiao Demon King is capable, and will not humiliate us. I have met him, and asked my aunt to investigate him afterwards. In my opinion, Jiao Demon King has a high chance of breaking through to Daluo. With our help, the chance will be even higher. Ji Chansheng nodded slightly. Jiao Demon King should be the only rising star of the demon clan, with a clean origin and a rise process that can withstand investigation. The origins of the few seen in the Wat Palace are unclear. The Bull Demon King, who is now shining in the Western Church, is obviously supported by the Tai Ching lineage behind him, and is based on nepotism. With nepotism, the ability of the Bull Demon King himself is difficult to estimate. A mixed-blood dragon like Jiao Demon King, who has a humble origin and no particularly obvious Daluo background, can still reach this point. And the gold content is indeed very high. As long as Jiao Demon King can break through Daluo, he is qualified to be a guest of honor anywhere. The Peach Banquet is less than half an hour away. If I go there in person, it will take too much time. Please trouble Qingwan to go there in person. Li Chongxi made friends with Jiao Demon King for him, so Ji Chansheng naturally chose to maintain this relationship. Jiao Demon King has strength, but his identity is very embarrassing, and he is not in the heavenly court. Jiao Demon King really didn't get an invitation to the formal banquet organized by the heavenly court, such as the Peach Banquet. After all, he is strong, but not that strong. If he was a Daluo, then the heavenly court would definitely not care about the face of the Dragon Clan, and would definitely send him an invitation. But Jiao Demon King is just a demon king at the peak of the true Lord realm. Such an existence is nothing to the heavenly court. Jiao Demon King himself knew it, so he didn't dare to get angry because he was not invited. But a big blue phoenix descended from the sky, making Jiao Demon King overjoyed. The invitation to the Peach Banquet sent by Qingwan shocked Jiao Demon King even more. Goddess Qingwan, this is... Emperor Chansheng sent me to deliver it. Qingwan said crisply. It's less than half an hour before the Peach Banquet starts. Emperor Chansheng is busy, so he asked me to run a trip and make sure Jiao Demon King attends this Peach Banquet. Jiao Demon King's face was full of red. Emperor Chansheng is really too much face for me. Goddess Qingwan, please come in and take a rest first. Qingwan's strength was not worth mentioning in his eyes, but no one dared not give face to the Supakar of the saint. Qingwan was very satisfied with Jiao Demon King's attitude. She was also satisfied with her choice. Sure enough, it was a wise choice to follow Xiao Chansheng. It didn't prevent her from going out to cheat for food and drink. She was just as face-saving when she was out. I am so smart. Since Jiao Mo Wang was so sensible, Qingwan did not refuse Jiao Mo Wang's kindness. When she walked inside and saw Niao Mo Wang was there, Qingwan glanced at Jiao Mo Wang and reminded him, I only brought an invitation. Jiao Mo Wang waved his hand and said, It's okay. Brother Niao has his own channels to get the invitation. Really? Qingwan expressed doubt. By Niao. Is Qing Niao boss really your brother? Qingwan is the Mount of Noah, and the Mount of Tai Ching Saint is a Qing Niao. As the top of the contempt chain in the Mount Circle, Qingwan still respects Qing Niao. But as far as she knows, Qing Niao seems to have never admitted that Niao Mo Wang is his brother. Hearing Qingwan's careless question, Niao Mo Wang was a little overwhelmed. Goddess Qingwan, Brother Qing Niao won't let me mention this outside. Qingwan looked at the Bull Demon King carefully and said casually, I heard that you have been very successful in the mortal world in recent years. You have been using the name of the Great Purity Saint a lot, right? Did you get the invitation to the Peach Banquet this time? The Bull Demon King's expression froze. It seems that you didn't get it. Bai Niao, have you complained about Brother Qing Niao behind his back? No. Absolutely not. The Bull Demon King was shocked. Qingwan said casually, If you say you didn't, then you didn't. Anyway, I advise you to keep a low profile. I have heard about the things you did in the Wa Palace. You are the most famous demon king in the past 1,000 years, which is not a good thing. Like her, those who eat peaches, sleep and play games are harmless to humans and animals. The Bull Demon King is too jumpy. Qingwan thinks that the Bull Demon King's future is worrying. The Jiao Demon King is increasingly aware of why the Bull Demon King suddenly came to make friends with him. It's all thanks to my sworn brother whom I have never met. However, if Bull Demon King offends the Saint Tai Ching, he should stay away from him. No one can protect him from such a big trouble. Bull Demon King's face was also uncertain. He couldn't be sure whether Qingwan's words were her own complaints, or she was relaying Qing Niao's meaning. If it was the latter, then he would have too many things to consider. While Qingwan's 2 words disturbed Bull Demon King, Ji Chansheng went to visit another big man whom Li Chongxi had befriended for him. His dear teacher. Compared with his sworn brother, The teacher is more important. In addition, the heart monkey has already descended to the world. Then the master-disciple relationship must be formally determined. Otherwise, if the heart monkey makes trouble in the future, it will not be implicated to the Saint Juenti. To the palace, Ji Changsheng formally greeted the Saint Juenti with the courtesy of a disciple. Disciple greets the teacher. When the Saint Juenti saw Ji Changsheng so respectful, a smile instantly appeared on his face. Does the queen have any objection to you taking me as your master? The Saint Juenti asked. Ji Changsheng told the truth. The queen said that the teacher practices both Buddhism and Taoism, and is absolutely qualified to be my teacher. If I can learn 1% of your skills, it will be enough for me to dominate the prehistoric fairyland. In fact, the original words of the Queen Mother Noah were that although the Saint Juenti's strength was not strong among the saints, it was definitely above 90% of the Daluo. However, Ji Changsheng kindly omitted this sentence. Say what should be said, and don't say what shouldn't be said. He is notching one. Sure enough, hearing the attitude of the Queen Mother Noah, the smile on the face of the Taoist Juenti became thicker. Your Highness, you are too kind. But Changsheng, you can rest assured. Since you have become my disciple, I will never hide anything from you, and will teach you everything I know. But you are now in a special position. If you become my disciple, it will inevitably damage your reputation. I have promised Tian Star Lord to give you full freedom, and you don't need to bear any cause and effect. How can this be possible? Ji Changsheng came here for this matter. Li Chengxi felt that his disciple Juenti was at a disadvantage. Juenti Saint himself also thought so. But Ji Changsheng felt that they really overestimated themselves. If you become a disciple, then become a disciple. How can you not bear the cause and effect? He is not such an evil disciple who does not know etiquette. Teacher, there is a saying in the human race that once you become a teacher, you will be a father for life. You may not know me well, but disciples are clear about gratitude and resentment. Whoever provokes me, I will send him to settle down in the umbrella of all people. Juenti Saint and Jane Saint were a little speechless. But whoever is good to me, I will definitely repay him 100-fold. Teacher, look at the people around me. No matter relatives or friends, I will not forget to help them as long as I have learned something. You accepted me as a disciple, and taught me everything you know. How can there be no cause and effect for such a great favor? Juenti Saint was a little confused by Ji Changsheng. What do you mean? Ji Changsheng said decisively, apprenticeship is apprenticeship. If the master has something to do, the disciple will do the work. Since the disciple is studying under the teacher, he should accept the teacher's cause and effect. Teacher, you don't have to be polite. I don't like to pretend. Juenti Saint was moved, but still reminded, the teacher's cause and effect is relatively large. If it involves you, I'm afraid it will be bad for you. It doesn't matter. This is the cause and effect that the disciple should bear. Ji Changsheng said generously, the disciple knows the teacher's distress. This time, I will do my best to help the teacher repay the loan from the heavenly Tao, and let the teacher regain his freedom. Good disciple. Juenti Saint was very pleased. The information about Ji Changsheng also reappeared in the mind of Juenti Saint. Yes, I still underestimated Ji Changsheng. Although he was not a good person many times, he never treated his own people badly. I accepted him as a disciple, and it was obvious that I was on the same side with him. After realizing this, Juenti Saint was even a little ashamed. Changsheng, you are right. There is no need to be so polite between master and disciple. Since you have promised to help me and my senior brother repay the karma, you can't avoid it. Teacher is wise. The disciple has entered the game, and I didn't want to avoid it. Just like the disciple worships you as a master, it is not a secret for the Daluo strongman. If the disciple gets into any trouble, can you stay out of it? Of course not. Juenti Saint chuckled, don't worry. The master still has the ability to protect the disciple. Ji Changsheng was convinced, teacher, the disciple will definitely work hard to create a good story of master and disciple with you. If you don't let me mention it in the future, it will be your fault. I will definitely mention it. The master-disciple relationship is set. In the lower world, the immortal stone of Huagua Mountain bursts, and a stone monkey appears out of nowhere, with two golden lights in his eyes, shooting into the dope palace and shaking the heaven. Teacher, I can't wait to honor you. Chapter 357. Cause and effect are not empty. 5 fingers are connected. The noise of the birth of the heart monkey was too loud. Halcyon was startled, and he specially called the two gods, Qianlian and Shunfinger, to investigate what happened. when he learned that a stone monkey was born in Huagua Mountain. His eyes were shining with golden light, and he relaxed and looked to the west. The Tathagata's plan is going to succeed. Obviously, Haotian knew the background of Huagua Mountain. Not only Haotian knew, but also Zhuinti and Jian, two saints of the Western Church, knew. So when they sensed the golden flames coming from the flower fruit mountain in the lower world, the Saint Zhuinti also explained to Ji Chansheng considerately, there is a fairy stone in the lower world, and the stone lays an egg, which turns into a stone monkey. It bows to the four directions there, and its eyes emit golden light, shooting into the dough palace. After taking bait in water, the strange phenomenon will disappear. Ji Chansheng silently organized his words, and then began to bother his dear teacher for the first time. Teacher, this is the disciple. Ah? The two saints Zhuinti and Jia Yin were a little confused. Ji Chansheng explained, this is the disciple's monkey. Zhuinti, Jia Yin. They immediately looked down to the lower world. After a moment, the two saints changed color slightly. This, isn't it the Mani Pearl? Tathagata. Ji Chansheng showed his confusion just right. What is the Mani Pearl? Zhuinti was also confused. Chansheng, why did your monkey heart appear in Huagua Mountain? Ji Chansheng told the truth. Nua sent it. Zhuinti Saint and Jian Saint looked at each other. This time Jian Saint took the initiative to speak. Did Nua say anything? The Queen Mother said that my hard monkey has great potential. If I cultivate it well, it will help me break through the Daluo from the side. She said that my hard monkey should worship you as my teacher, so that I can be both the young master of the Nua Palace and your disciple, and avoid being accused of not being able to teach disciples. Zhuinti observed carefully, and had to agree with the Queen Mother Nua's opinion. Ji Chengsheng's hard monkey does have great potential, coupled with the heaven-defying fortune that Huagua Mountain originally prepared. The potential is even greater. Zhuinti has already seen a Daluo embryo taking shape rapidly. Why did the Queen Mother Nua send your hard monkey to Huagua Mountain? The Saint Jian continued to ask. Ji Chansheng scratched his head and told the truth. Nua said that Huagua Mountain is the ancestral vein of the 10 continents and the origin of the 3 islands. It is the top cave paradise in the prehistoric fairyland, not much inferior to the heaven. Putting the monkey heart in Huagua Mountain can use the spiritual energy of Huagua Mountain itself to build the best foundation for the monkey heart. Of course, this also involves some other secrets. The two saints also know that the demon clan has some hidden powers. The goddess hopes to use my monkey heart to fish out all the hidden demon kings of the demon clan. God can see that Ji Chansheng said all the truth. It can stand the test of heaven. Even Noah can't disprove it. Of course, the two saints Zhuinti and Jian can't do it. Teacher, is there something wrong with what Nua said? Ji Chansheng asked proactively. Zhuinti Saint smiled bitterly. No problem. Everything that Nua said is true. But, Chansheng, did the goddess say that there is a powerful person behind the blessed land of Huagua Mountain? Yes. The goddess said that such a blessed land cannot be ownerless. And the more famous the mountains and rivers are, the more likely they are to breed great monsters. Huagua Mountain has not bred great monsters since ancient times. The most likely possibility is that one has been bred, and the second one is being bred. Then the goddess sent my monkey heart to Huagua Mountain, and snatched the opportunity. At this point, Ji Chansheng spread his hands and said, afterwards, the queen told me that I would owe a cause and effect. But she didn't say anything else. With the queen's status, no matter how great the origin of the powerful behind the flower and fruit mountain is, it can't be greater than the queen. Right? Besides, the paradise is for the strong. A place like the flower and fruit mountain is born and raised by nature. So how can there be a real owner? Unless the great god Pangu suddenly jumps out. Ji Chengsheng's explanation is well-founded and impeccable. Zhuinti and Jiang can't find any faults. Indeed, the real owner of the paradise is Pangu. Those powerful people occupied the paradise with just their fists. Now the fist of the queen is bigger. So she wants the flower and fruit mountain. And other powerful people dare not object. But Tathagata is unlucky. Zhuinti smiled bitterly and said, it seems that the queen agreed to let you worship me as a teacher. Chansheng. But there are still conditions. She is testing me. Ji Chansheng blinked. The queen really has no conditions. But dear teacher seems to have thought too much. Zhuinti did think too much. The Nua Nyang he knew was never a generous goddess. Ji Chansheng was a good boy identified by Nua Nyang. And he was also the emperor of heaven supported by Nua Nyang. And he had the closest relationship with the Huahuang Palace. if he accepted Ji Changsheng as his apprentice. The master-apprentice relationship would very likely threaten the intimacy between Huahuang Palace and Ji Changsheng. Based on Junti's understanding of Nu and Yang, it was normal for Nu and Yang to be unhappy. So Nu and Yang used a trick on him, wanting him to lose face in front of her beloved apprentice, so that Ji Changsheng would realize that he was unreliable as a teacher, and that she was the only one who could really help Ji Changsheng. This was in line with Nu and Yang's holy setting, and Junti and Jia Yin had no doubts. Looking at Ji Changsheng, who knew nothing, Junti said helplessly, "Changsheng, the master of Huagua Mountain is Tathagata. The immortal stone was originally prepared by Tathagata. It was Tathagata's Daluo training base. Tathagata's careful planning for thousands of years was snatched by Nua and given to you. He will definitely not let it go." Tathagata? Ji Changsheng's face changed slightly, but then returned to normal. "Does he dare to mess with my mother? I can't bother you about this matter anymore. Otherwise, how can I be your teacher?" Zundi shook his head helplessly. He understood. Nua still couldn't bear to let Ji Changsheng go. That's why she planned this. It's not a big deal. Nua can easily solve it. He can too. However, he has to bleed a lot, because Tathagata Buddha is the CEO of Western religion now. He can't let Tathagata Buddha down. He can't let Ji Changsheng, a new disciple, down. Then he can only wrong himself. Forget it. I can't let you be disappointed in me just after you enter the sect. You don't have to worry about this matter. Ji Changsheng asked with concern, "Teacher, what are you going to do? Is it difficult?" Zundi subconsciously touched his right hand. A moment later, at the foot of Lingshan Mountain, Subhuti stopped the Buddha. "Tathagata, let's stop this matter." The Buddha said in a deep voice, "My 10,000 years of planning was destroyed in one day. I don't accept the saint's treatment. The right hand you got before is your compensation this time." Before, the great master Xuandu and Junti fought and cut off one of Junti's 6-foot golden body's right hands, which happened to fall in front of the Buddha. The Buddha did not return it, and the Saint Junti did not take the initiative to ask for it. But everyone knows that the contradiction will not disappear. Now, the Saint Junti gave in. "You did not completely refine that right hand before." Subhuti pointed at the right hand of the Buddha. "I will help you refine it, and you will realize the magical power of the Buddha kingdom in your palm. The cause and effect will be settled." Tathagata, do you have any objection? Amidba. Good. Good. Chapter 358. The Tian gang is on the other side, and the saint is defeated again. The Tathagata tried very hard to control his excitement and ecstasy, fearing that the Junti saint would change his mind. It is a blessing to suffer a loss. He deeply understood this truth for the first time. It turns out that this sentence is not a lie to fools. It is rare to have the opportunity to train a Daluo's subordinate, but the value of a saint's body is far greater than that of a Daluo's subordinate. After all, no matter how useful the subordinate is, it is not as good as improving one's own strength. The Tathagata's strength is enough to rank among the top 5 below the saints. After refining the saint's right hand, the Tathagata feels that he is enough to maintain the 3rd place and fight for the 1st place. Even, the Tathagata looked at Subhuti in front of him, and his eyes began to be eager to try. He dared not think about the Tai Ching saint for the time being. When the conferred god Tribulation was in the Juxian sword formation, he and Tantian Jiaozhu joined forces, and were defeated by the Tai Ching saint. Even the most reckless fool knew that there was a gap in level between them. But Junti saint did not give him such a big sense of gap. But he still had to bear it for the time being. Master the magical power of Buddha kingdom in the palm, and see what the difference is between the body of the saint and yourself before planning to become a saint. After countless years, Tathagata has also grown up. But he still hasn't grown up completely. He really wants to improve. When Subhuti helped him refine the saint's right hand, Tathagata asked curiously, "Who ruined my plan and made the saint come out to mediate in person?" At this time, Tathagata didn't know what happened specifically. He was going to go to Huagua Mountain to investigate in person, but was blocked by Subhuti. Subhuti said in a deep voice, "Nuan Yang, Buddha Tathagata. Saint, please don't joke. If it was really Nua who ruined my plan, Saint, there is no need for you to show up. Does he dare to trouble Nua? Tathagata is just reckless, not stupid. Especially Nua just killed the Styx Patriarch and Do Muyuan Jun. The real strength of these 2 dead Daluo is not necessarily worse than him. Although there are many analyses that Nua took advantage. Tathagata has not seen it with his own eyes, and he is skeptical about those analyses. The only thing he saw with his own eyes was that the Taiching saint killed him in seconds, and the right hand of the Jundi saint was cut off by the Xuandu master. Compared with the analysis of other Daluo, he believes the facts he sees more. So the soft persimmon is not in the Wat Palace at all. It is in the Western Church. Subhuti explained. Nua borrowed your plan and gave it to another person. The Tathagata Buddha suddenly realized, Emperor Changsheng? Emperor Changsheng is about to be promoted to the 6 imperial palaces. Why did he steal my plan? Target me. Ah? The Tathagata was no longer able to do this. Why did Nua target the saint? I wanted to take Emperor Changsheng as my disciple. And Nua was angry. So this happened. The Tathagata Buddha lowered his head and looked at the Buddha kingdom in his palm. With a very emotional tone. So that's it. The saints fight. And the quasi-saints enjoy the happiness. Ji Changsheng got his 10,000-year layout. He got the saint's right hand. Nua disgusted the Jundi saint. They all have a bright future. So who is the loser? The Tathagata Buddha looked at Subhuti in front of him again. Sure enough. His judgment was correct. The weakling is not in the Wat Palace. Right in front of us. How is the refining going? Asked Subhuti. Tathagata nodded. I have basically mastered the magical power of the Buddha kingdom in my palm. Thank you for your guidance. I wonder if you can send the Buddha to the west and help me verify the magical power of the Buddha kingdom in my palm. Subhuti? Before he could react, 5 fingers like a mountain had already fallen from the sky. Please guide me. How is my Buddha kingdom in my palm? Where do I need to improve? Tushita Palace? The corner of the eye of the Jundi saint twitched fiercely. The Saint Jian was also stunned for a moment. And then looked at Jundi, junior brother. I said that it might not be a good thing to let Duobao enter the West. His ambition is too big. And the Western religion cannot satisfy him. What he wants is the sainthood. Zunti. It doesn't matter. As long as my brother and I are here, we can always suppress his ambition and let his ability and energy be used by the Western religion. Teacher. What happened? Ji Changsheng asked quickly. Zunti did not hide it. Daluo took action. And it was difficult to hide such a thing. He lied on his side. And Nua Nyang told Ji Changsheng the truth, which would be even more embarrassing for him. So the Saint Junti projected the projection of Ling Shan to the Tushita Palace. Ji Changsheng was almost stunned. Is Tathagata attacking the teacher? Is he so brave? Playing is playing. Joking is joking. Are you really kidding, Junti? In order to deal with Junti, the great master Xuandu planned for more than 1,000 years, using the 3 heavenly treasures of the Taiji diagram, the Tiandi Xian Wang Linglong Pagoda, and the 4 swords of Zhu Xian, and invited Kong Xian to attack together, and also invited the ancient Buddha burning lamp, the Buddha Tathagata, and the Queen Mother of Ho Tu to attack secretly. And Ji Changsheng cooperated with the Yuantu sword below, so that he narrowly defeated the Saint Junti. Even if such a thing can be replicated, it still requires careful planning. The strength of Tathagata Buddha is not necessarily higher than that of Xuandu Master. It is too disrespectful to take Junti seriously if he takes action so easily. What's more, Junti once again suppressed Kong Xian while fighting against Xuandu. In terms of real strength, Junti's strength in that battle is obviously above that of Xuandu Master. Tathagata looks down on Junti too much. Ji Changsheng felt unfair for his teacher. Junti Saint was open-minded. Tathagata not only dared to take action against me, but also took action against Tai Ching during the conferred God tribulation. Ji Changsheng. That's right. It seems that Tathagata is not brave just now. He has always been so brave. He really never forgets his original intention. He deserves the title of the chief disciple of the Tu Tai Jia sect. He probably really regarded Subhuti as an incarnation. I have not practiced the 3 pure ones, so it is difficult for my incarnation to have the fighting power of a saint. Saint Junti stood up, his face already somewhat unhappy. Brother, I will be back soon. Ji Changsheng pondered the meaning of Saint Junti's words. Subhuti really may not be able to beat Tathagata. So Junti had to go into battle with his original body and suppress Tathagata. It can be heard that Junti's strength is still above Tathagata, but doing so does not seem to give the saint face. Ji Changsheng hesitated for a moment, but still stopped Junti. Teacher, I have something to say. You say. Maybe it is a good thing to let Subhuti lose to Tathagata. Zunti and Jia Yin both looked at Ji Changsheng. They didn't think Ji Changsheng would speak nonsense, but they still needed a clear explanation. Ji Changsheng explained to them, originally, regarding the expansion plan of the Western religion. I plan to discuss it with my teacher and my uncle in detail after the Peach Festival. Now that Tathagata has taken action against my teacher's incarnation, I will use this opportunity to talk to my teacher in advance. Teacher, is the Western religion really of any value to you and my uncle? Zudi hesitated. After all, the Western religion was built by him. But the Saint Jiayin shook his head without hesitation. It's worthless. If there is no Western church, Junior Brother's strength will definitely be further improved. He has divided too much thought on the Western church's affairs. I think so too. As one of the 6 saints, the teacher's absolute strength must be above many quasi-saints. With the teacher's talent, if he devotes himself to cultivation, his strength will definitely be more than this. The Saint Junti sighed. How can everything be the best of both worlds? Senior Brother chooses to cultivate, and I have to choose these affairs. Otherwise everything will be over. Jiayin showed shame. I am ashamed of Junior Brother. He really thought so. So even if there was a conflict with Junti's views on the issue of Western Church, he always gave in. Ji Changsheng also expressed his understanding. Life is not only about poetry and distant places, but also about the immediate. The teacher chose to move forward with a heavy burden. And my uncle, and I admire it. But to be honest, the Western Church is essentially a non-performing asset for the teacher and uncle. The Saint Jiayin nodded again. Ji Changsheng's words touched his heart. As a saint, he was free and immortal. So he didn't need to establish a great religion. The life of Noah was the life that Jiayin longed for. Instead of competing with the 3 pure ones for fame and fortune, and doing petty things to repay the loan, Jiayin has always believed that the Western Church is a burden to him and Junti. If there is no Western Church, they will be more comfortable and more fearless. But the premise of everything is that they have to repay the loan first. Ji Changsheng also knew this. So he continued, I know that the teacher is worried about the loan from the heavenly Tao. The Western Church is used to repay the loan from the heavenly Tao. The Western Church must be strengthened. But this is in the past. The disciple said that I have a way to help the Western Church grow rapidly in a short period of time. Teacher, do you have confidence in the disciple? Junti Saint hesitated for a second, but still nodded. Changsheng, your past record is very convincing, and the hidden strength of the demon clan is indeed beyond expectations. When you ascend the throne of the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor, you will hold the heavenly tribulation in your hand, and you will indeed have the energy and means to make the Western Church stronger. Ji Changsheng's record is really brilliant. So brilliant that the saints now have something to do and start looking for Ji Changsheng for help. It is no exaggeration to say that Ji Changsheng is now the working emperor in the eyes of the saints. In terms of strength, Ji Changsheng is not as good as Daluo. But in terms of working ability, in the eyes of the saints, Ji Changsheng is better than themselves. With this kind of resume certification, Ji Changsheng's words are very convincing. Teacher, since you have confidence in your disciples, then from now on, you must start to divest the bad assets of the Western Church. As saints, you and your uncle should be free and unfettered, not bound by any church affairs and loans. Good. Jiayin was persuaded by Ji Changsheng earlier than Junti. Ji Changsheng saw that Jiayin was responsible for the peaceful years, while Junti was responsible for carrying the burden forward. If it weren't for Junti, the Western religion would have disbanded long ago. It's not easy for the teacher. Fortunately, there are disciples to help you. Junti was also tempted. He was not born to work hard. Who would want to work when they can enjoy the good life? He was just worried. Changsheng, if my senior brother and I separated from the Western religion, the value of the Western religion would be greatly reduced. The real value of the Western religion is still the 2 saints. Me and my senior brother. Ji Changsheng nodded. Teacher, what you said makes sense. But what if Tathagata defeated Subhuti? Zuni was stunned and thought about it. Teacher, we can make Tathagata a half-step saint or even a saint. Then, the teacher and the uncle will retire. The Western religion will become history. And we will enter the new Western religion era led by Tathagata Buddha. No, the name of Western religion is too limited. And the powerful people in the East, South, and North don't like it. Change the name and enter the Buddhist era led by Tathagata Buddha. Junti listened to Ji Changsheng's words. You continue. Wherever the teacher and the uncle are, there is the real Western religion. In this case, the teacher and the uncle will hand over Lingshan to Tathagata, and the disciples will help Tathagata to strengthen Buddhism. As for the teacher and the uncle, they will hide behind the scenes and always hold the largest share of Buddhism. But on the surface, let Tathagata be the master of Buddhism who will show up and inherit the cause and effect. In this way, the teacher and the uncle will get the greatest benefit of Buddhism. And they don't need to pay a huge energy cost. And they can devote themselves to cultivation. Without the pressure of management, the teacher and the uncle will no longer conflict with other powerful people. If there is any problem, let Tathagata take charge. With Tathagata's strength, Buddhism will not have any problem as long as the saint does not take action. If the saint takes action, the disciple will naturally help Tathagata solve it. Before repaying the loan from the heavenly Tao, the disciple will ensure that there will be no problems with Tathagata and Buddhism. Teacher, uncle, what do you think? Jia Yin's bitter face began to relax. And he looked at Ji Changsheng with a very close look, as the queen said, Cha Sheng, you are a good child. I heard that Dizong is also very close to you. Ji Changsheng nodded obediently. I call Dizong's sister. Dizong's sister and her Mount Di Ting are very close to me. Yes, you should visit more in the future. Jia Yin's attitude is very obvious. Ji Changsheng looked at Junti. Teacher, the disciple is confident that he can succeed and let the teacher and uncle return to freedom. But if you want to push Tathagata out, I am afraid that the teacher will need to make some sacrifices. Only if Subhuti loses to Tathagata can the arrogance of Tathagata be encouraged. And Tathagata will think that he can stand on his own. It can also confuse the outside world, and make the outside world think that a saint-level combat power has appeared in Lingshan again. Zuni was more generous than Ji Changsheng had imagined. It's not enough to just lose to Tathagata. There are many smart people in this world, and it's hard for them to believe that Tathagata would be my opponent. If I want to completely win the trust of the world, I need to do more. Cha Sheng, I believe in your plan and ability. Since my senior brother also agrees, then I will follow the plan. As for Subhuti, Zunti lowered his eyebrows, and his words moved Ji Changsheng and Jian. After losing to Tathagata, you should worship Tathagata as your master. How can this be done? Junior brother, it's not that bad. Zunti shook his head. The opening of a new era needs to be completed by stepping on the heads of the old overlords. Only when Subhuti falls or surrenders can the new era of Lingshan be opened. Otherwise, Lingshan will always be my Lingshan. There is no need to discuss this matter. But if Subhuti worships Tathagata as his master and then accepts Changsheng, it will damage Changsheng's reputation. Ji Changsheng said seriously, Teacher, how can I care about empty reputation? When my disciple's mind monkey is released, I will let all the heavens and the world know that my teacher is Subhuti. In the Tushita Palace, everyone is happy. Chapter 359 Emperor Shoutyan, if you hit my teacher, I will kill your disciple. Let's talk about two things separately. Subhuti was in a terrible situation. Originally, Tathagata was not sure that he could defeat Subhuti. At least, a mere Buddha kingdom in his palm was far from enough to trap Subhuti. But when Junti made up his mind to lose, the Buddha kingdom in his palm became a natural barrier that Subhuti could not cross. The speed of time in Lingshan and Tianting is also different. For forces with Dalyu in charge, the speed of time can generally be adjusted within a small range, depending on Dalyu's preference. Only the speed of time in the entire prehistoric fairyland is difficult to adjust. Tianting, Lingshan, Huaweng Palace. These places are more like mini Dalyu refining a part of Pangu's universe, and have replaced Pangu as the master of this space. Tianting is nominally the highest official ruling body of the prehistoric fairyland, and the Taoist is behind it. The two Western saints are behind Lingshan, and of course they dare not adjust the speed of time slower than Tianting. So when Junti and Ji Changsheng were talking in Tushita Palace, half an hour had passed in Lingshan. So, the whole Lingshan was in an uproar. And then the whole prehistoric fairyland was in an uproar. And it quickly spread to all the heavens and the worlds. It was also the first time that Ji Changsheng knew that it was not just Dalyu who had a group. Almost every circle had a group. Whenever there was a change in the saints, the news spread too quickly. Junti Saint quickly became a hot search again. Hashtag Junti Saint was defeated again. Hashtag after Xuandu Master. Tathagata Buddha created history again. Hashtag Xuandu Master. The chief disciple of the human religion, defeated Junti Saint. And Duo Bao, the former chief disciple of the Jia religion, defeated Junti Saint. Now the pressure is on Guangchengzi, the chief disciple of the Chan religion. Hashtag Guangchengzi. Hashtag Tai Ching Saint. Click the thumbs up. Tom Tian Sect Master. Click the thumbs up. Yuanshi Tianwang clicked the thumbs down hashtag. Hashtag correct a piece of news. The Buddha Tathagata defeated not the real body of the Saint Junti, but the incarnation of the Saint Junti. Subhuti hashtag. Hashtag inside news. The reason why the Buddha Tathagata was able to defeat Subhuti was because he refined the right hand of the Saint Junti hashtag. Hashtag the body of the saint is so terrifying hashtag. Hashtag if we can get the body of the saint, hashtag. Hashtag Subhuti actually worshipped the Buddha Tathagata as his teacher hashtag explosion. Hashtag the second disciple of the Buddha Tathagata, Elder Jean Chan, proposed that the Western Church be reorganized into Buddhism hashtag. Hashtag civil strife in the Western Church hashtag. In the last half hour before the Peach Banquet, the Western Church stole all the limelight. Fortunately, this half hour was the half hour of the heavenly court. There was still enough time for the great powers in the heavens to digest the earth-shaking changes from the Western Church. In the Tushatop Palace, Ji Chansheng was also shocked. He received several messages in succession. Li Huanyan was the first to be affected, Chansheng. There is internal turmoil in the Western Church. How could Tathagata defeat Junti? Li Huanyan, is that Jin Chanzi crazy? Ji Chansheng still expressed his understanding of Li Huanyan's shock. But the message that Li Changxi sent to Ji Chansheng later made Ji Chansheng extremely angry. Li Changxi, junior brother. I just tried to control the moon to illuminate the world, and found that many worlds began to change the history books of time. And Subhuti became the disciple of Tathagata Buddha. Ji Chansheng slammed the table and stood up. It's outrageous. Tathagata is too much. Junti and Jiang both looked over. Ji Chansheng shared the information he got from Li Changxi with his teacher and uncle. Junti's saint is fine. Jiang's saint is also angry. Tathagata can't wait at all. It's really too much. Junti's saint comforted, brother. You also know that Tathagata is of this character. After all, he is from Jeju. If he knows how to be patient, Jeju will not end up like that. And the first day, he joined the Western religion. We knew that he was going to subvert the Western religion. Why get angry? This is true. After the fall of Jeju, Duobao was sent to the Western religion by Tai Ching Saint himself. Tai Ching Saint did not hide it. He sent Duobao, the former chief disciple of Jeju, to join the Western religion in order to provoke civil strife in the Western religion. Jian and Junti gritted their teeth and accepted this Daluo strongman, and named him Tathagata Buddha, CEO of the Western religion. There is no way. The Western religion is poor, and they have loan pressure. A Daluo is really too good. Even if they know there are risks, they still have to bear them. But who wants to be a CEO who works for a company when they can be the chairman with shares? This is a conspiracy. The two saints of the West and Tathagata Buddha have always been in a mutually beneficial relationship. It's just that the two saints of the West originally planned to tame Tathagata Buddha. After Ji Chansheng appeared, they changed their minds. But Tathagata Buddha's original intention remained unchanged. When he realized that he could match the saint, he immediately took action. Junti saw it very clearly, from Tathagata's perspective. As long as he can be on par with me and my senior brother, he has the capital to overturn the table. After he overturns the table, Tai Ching will protect him. Tom Tian will also protect him. So he naturally has no need to endure. In fact, the problem is not big. It's just right to take advantage of this opportunity to complete the divestiture of non-performing assets in your mouth. Cha Sheng. Originally, we still needed to push it forward ourselves. But now Tathagata has taken the initiative, which saves us a lot of trouble. Ji Chansheng was still very angry. Teacher, you are broad-minded, but I can't stand it. Respect? Tathagata doesn't know what respect is. I must teach him a lesson. Can he humiliate my teacher? Ji Chansheng. At will. Zuni felt warm in his heart. Whether to say it or not, he quickly felt the charm of Ji Changsheng's personality. He is really good to his own people. Teacher, I suspect Tathagata is the remnant of Domu. Ji Changsheng's words shocked both Junti and Jiayin. Junti immediately said, no. Jiayin also said helplessly, this statement is really too much. Domu can't control Rulai. She doesn't have that ability. Okay. Then I'll take a step back. I think that Rulai's second disciple Jin Chanzi looks like a remnant of Domu. Is he a demon? Junti. Really? That's him. I can tell at a glance that he is a remnant of Domu. Ji Chansheng snorted coldly. If Rulai dares to hit my teacher, I will kill his disciple. If I don't teach him a lesson, he really thinks he is invincible. Cha Sheng. This? Ji Changsheng didn't give Jundi a chance to stop him. Teacher, we will discuss the detailed plan for repaying the loan from the Heavenly Tao after the Peach Banquet. It's not long before the Peach Banquet starts. I'm going to kill Jean Chanzi and give a warning to Tathagata and the people of the world. Anyone who dares to touch my teacher, even if he is Tathagata, will end up like this. After saying that, Ji Changsheng left the Tushita Palace in a heroic and high-spirited manner. Jundi looked at Ji Changsheng's back as he left, and said to Jia Ying with emotion, "Brother, no wonder Changsheng can rise so quickly. He has charisma." Jia Ying Saint nodded. "Treat your own people as warmly as spring, and treat your enemies as ruthlessly as autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. Junior brother, you have a good disciple." Outside the Tushita Palace, Ji Changsheng stopped and looked down in the direction of the underworld. Ji Changsheng had seen Journey to the West deduced by Ho Tu, but he felt that Ho Tu's pattern was too small. What is Jean Chanzi? Is he worthy of being my teacher? I only have one teacher, and that is the Saint Jundi. It has been decided. Change the actor. The more capable, the more work. This overwhelming wealth must be shared with the teacher. Chapter 360 Emperor Xiaotian, eat a piece of my teacher's meat. The quasi-sage can defeat the saint, and the true lord can be promoted to Daluo. Ji Changsheng never follows the script. Although Ho Tu's deduction is very good, he still decides to follow his own script. Bao, check for me the second disciple of Tathagata, Jean Chanzi. He was the first to propose to reorganize the Western religion into Buddhism. He is very brave. The information from Li Huanyan made Ji Changsheng narrow his eyes. The demon summoning banner cannot be found. After Jean Chanzi became a disciple of Tathagata, he erased his true spirit from the demon summoning banner. Ji Changsheng smiled. I think he is more and more like Domu Evil Demon. Li Huanyan agreed. Domu Evil Demon is the least respectful to our mother. Jean Chanzi is indeed of the same lineage as Domu Evil Demon. Back then, Ziwei and Go Chen reincarnated into the human race and wanted to obtain the emperor of the human race without communicating with Nuwa. Now Jean Chanzi erased his true spirit from the demon summoning banner after becoming a disciple of Tathagata. In the eyes of Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan, this is an offense to Nuwa. Nuwa can ignore it, and the fairies in the Wat Palace can ignore it. But Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan can't ignore it. If they don't care, the present of the fairies in the Wat Palace will be their future. Take the demons as a lesson. Ji Changsheng and Li Huanyan both have a sense of crisis. It can only be confirmed that Jean Chanzi's body is a golden cicada. Tathagata still can't change his Jeju habits. He always likes to accept demons when recruiting disciples. Li Huanyan complained, I don't think he will be able to jump for a few days. He doesn't know how to keep up with the times. It's normal that the country can change, but it's hard to change one's nature. Bao, you collect information about Jean Chanzi carefully. I want to kill him. Li Huanyan was not surprised by this. Ji Changsheng had just worshipped Jundi Saint as his master, and now Tathagata slapped Jundi in the face, which was a slap in the face of Changsheng Emperor. It was not important for Jundi Saint to lose face, but it was important for Changsheng Emperor not to lose face. However, Tathagata was a little too strong to be easily controlled. The most cheerful Jean Chanzi was of course more suitable to be the chicken, to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys. I'll go ask Di Ting. Go ahead. And secretly spread a story. What is it? Tathagata refined Junti's right hand, so his strength increased greatly, and he could be on par with the saint. Li Huanyan was stunned. Tathagata refined Junti's right hand? Has he always been so brave? Always so brave. Li Huanyan. Refining Junti's right hand can defeat Junti? Why did she not believe it? Ji Changsheng presented the facts to her. Subhuti was indeed defeated. Li Huanyan. Facts speak louder than words. Although she still felt something was wrong. But the body of a saint can increase strength, which is definitely true. However, Li Huanyan didn't understand one thing. I see someone has already spread this matter. Why should we add fuel to the flames? Someone spreads this matter because it is true. As for us, we want to push this news to everyone. What is the purpose? To help all spirits improve. Once the news spreads, it will be out of control. Li Huanyan reminded, the facts will also be mutated, and we may not be able to control it in the end. Just like someone spread the rumor that my mother is the weakest of the 6 saints. Ji Changsheng smiled. It's okay. I want a similar effect. Since you insist, I have no problem. Li Huanyan did not understand Ji Changsheng's real purpose. But it's just spreading. This is very simple. especially for intelligence bosses and people who are good at illusions. It's very simple. After explaining to Li Huanyan, Ji Changsheng returned to Taiyin Star again, and specially asked Li Changxi to spread this information together. Li Changxi's focus was not on Ji Changsheng's purpose. Her eyes lit up instantly. Junior brother, is the effect of the body of a saint really so immediate? Almost. Tathagata's strength is already at the peak of the quasi-saint, and any progress is already difficult. But after refining Junti's right hand, his strength immediately broke through. 7 points of facts, plus 3 points of rumors. Such information summarized is the easiest to deceive people. Li Changxi also believed it. She began to have wild ambitions. It seems that there is a shortcut to break through Daluo. Ji Changsheng smiled. Senior sister, you are really smart. This is the effect he wants to achieve. If you want to fish, you must have enough bait. How much strength has the demon clan hidden over the years? Under the manipulation of Dou Yuanjun and Ziwei Emperor. How many demon kings have grown up secretly over the years? And how to make those powerful Jinjuan and even Daluo jump out and have to board the pirate ship of the Western Church? Ji Changsheng set his sights on the saints. Or rather, he aimed at his own teacher. Of course, if other great powers think they can defeat Sanqing or Nuojian, Ji Changsheng thinks the other 5 saints will not blame him. I'm free anyway, so I'll just kill a mosquito. There are 6 saints. If one of the saints is reincarnated at this time, by eating a piece of the flesh of a saint, a quasi-saint can defeat a saint, and a true lord can be promoted to Daluo. Just ask the hidden heroes and giants in the heavens and the worlds. How many can resist this temptation? The most critical issue is that by eating a piece of the flesh of a saint, a true lord really has a chance to be promoted to Daluo. A quasi-saint also really has a chance to defeat a saint. Regarding this, Tathagata has personally made the best advertisement. Thank Tathagata. Solved the most critical problem for Ji Changsheng. Forget it. I still won't transform myself. Li Changxi was excited for a moment, and then calmed down. This made Ji Changsheng admire her very much. Sister, your heart of Tao is indeed firm and unmoved by external things. Li Changxi shook her head and said, it has nothing to do with the heart of Tao. I am ugly. A perfect goddess like me cannot imagine transforming my body into Junti's appearance. Strength is only temporary. Beauty is lifelong. Ji Changsheng. Sister is wise but foolish. If those heroes and giants think like Li Changxi, Ji Changsheng's plan will really fail. But Ji Changsheng believes that narcissists like Li Changxi are definitely a minority. Li Changxi also came to her senses at this time. Junior brother, if this news spreads, Junti will be unlucky. Right? Ji Changsheng smiled and said, no. Those ambitious people who want to eat Junti's meat will be unlucky. Li Changxi blinked. Yes. Although Junti is not my opponent, it does not mean that he is not the opponent of others. Ji Changsheng. In the era of the war between witches and liches, Junti was probably not the opponent of Taiyin Xingjuan at that time. Teacher, you can't stand up. But what we need is your position that can give the quasi-saint confidence. If it were any other saint, I would have a hard time doing it. It is hard to imagine that if the Taiqing saint went out as bait, Daluo would take the bait. It would not have the same effect if it were Tongtian. Although Tongtian's record is not good, the 4 swords of Zuxian can make the world sober. Only Junti is the most suitable bait. Then, use the blood of many ambitious people to completely wash away the name of the saint's shame. Ji Changsheng felt that he was really worried about his teacher. Chapter 361 Detective Ji discovers Domu's mistress. While Ji Changsheng was carrying the burden for his beloved teacher, Li Huanyan said Ji Changsheng the information he had found about Jin Chanzi. Jin Chanzi, a true lord, has no hope of reaching Daluo, and is Tathagata's second disciple. Tathagata is planning to have Jin Chanzi shed his demon body, reincarnate as a human, and use the luck of the human race to see if he can break through Daluo. Ji Changsheng looked disgusted after reading it. Do these powerful people regard the human race as their garbage collection station? Once they can't break through, they want to take advantage of the human race's luck. Ziwei is like this. Gochin is like this. And Jin Chanzi is still like this. It is indeed the evil demon Domu. And they are of the same lineage. Li Huanyan told the truth, according to the information found by Di Ting. Jin Chanzi and Domu Yuanjun are really not related, and they belong to the hardcore direct lineage of Tathagata. Ji Changsheng is very good at divergent thinking. Maybe Tathagata is the evil demon Domu. Li Huanyan. Cha Sheng. You are too radical. Tathagata's strength is not worse than Domu Yuanjun. And Domu can't win him over. But according to me, according to the investigation, Tathagata is not a good guy. Including the entire Western Church. It is not a good guy. What do you mean? The closer to Lingshan, the more demons there are. The human race is basically reduced to blood food near the territory of Lingshan. On the contrary, the farther away from Lingshan, the stronger the human race is. A large part of the reason is that Tathagata is standing up for those brothers who used to be in Jeju. If Dizong could take over, the situation could be changed. But you know, Dizong finally went to the underworld. And now the CEO of Western Church is Tathagata. Ji Chansheng narrowed his eyes. This is similar to what he knows. After the war between wizards and demons, the place where the demons are the strongest is the west where Lingshan is now. In the territory controlled by the human emperor, the gods of heaven and earth will not eat people. If the size of the rain is wrong, a bunch of gods and immortals will be taken down. So the gods and immortals do not like the human emperor. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were able to fight against the will of countless gods and Buddhas and change their fate. But in the territory controlled by Lingshan, demons often eat up a city. The good and bad of Jeju are mixed. The excellent disciples are basically killed or listed on the list of gods. Those who are not favored by the heavens are not even qualified to be gods. So they pack up and go to the Western religion. Originally, it was nothing. They went to the Western religion to be younger brothers and cannon fodder. A group of trash can't do anything big. But the eldest brother of Jeju, Duobao Daoren, also joined the Western religion and transformed himself into Tathagata Buddha. So, these Jeju disciples became powerful. Of course, from the perspective of Tathagata and Jeju, or even Western religion, their behavior cannot be considered wrong. Precisely because there are so many demons at the foot of Lingshan. The people at the foot of Lingshan are more devout in their faith in Lingshan. If there is no sea of suffering in the world, where would the Western paradise come from? The Western paradise has the largest sea of suffering. So there are the most Buddhas and the most loyal believers in the Western paradise. Demand determines the market. In the territory controlled by the human emperor, there is no need for gods and Buddhas to take action. If there is something, the great powers of the human race can handle it. And Lingshan cannot intervene at all. So it cannot be said that Tathagata is stupid. He is just bad and chose the way to maximize benefits. Since Tathagata became the CEO of Western religion, the strength of Western religion has indeed been booming. And the development speed is faster than when Xuandi stood in front of the stage. From the perspective of performance, Tathagata is a very qualified CEO. But this does not affect his status as Duma Demon. Ji Chansheng presented facts and reasoned. Duma Yuanjun replaced Jin Ling Xingmu. Jin Ling Xingmu and Duobao are both the chief disciples of Jeju. And they are a male and a female. I have heard that Duobao and Jin Ling had a scandal. I understand that Tathagata is not Duma Demon. He is Duma's lover. Duma can develop so smoothly in Jeju and Western religion. And it is Tathagata who paves the way for her. I understand. Everything makes sense. Detective Ji saw through the truth. Li Huanyan held his forehead. Cha Sheng, I need to remind you that we are not the opponent of Tathagata yet. What is important to move Tathagata is not evidence, but strength. Also, if you move Tathagata, it is hard to say which side Tontian sect master will stand on. Third uncle is also old and blurry. Jeju was not wronged. Ji Chansheng knew that Li Huanyan was right. Just because the Ji party has just suppressed Ho Tu, we can't be so arrogant that we can't attack Tathagata Buddha in all aspects. But not touching Tathagata doesn't mean we can't touch Tathagata's disciples. Clip his wings and remove his claws. One day, I will steal the Buddha's scriptures and kill Buddha. From now on, I will be the master of the West. As a direct disciple of Xuandi Saint, I, Ji, inherit Lingshan. Isn't it more legitimate than Tathagata? An outsider? Ji Chansheng put Tathagata, Domu's mistress, on the blacklist. Then he said to Li Huanyan, Bao, check the evidence of Jin Chanzi's tax evasion and ban him. Li Huanyan, why bother so much? We really can't kill Tathagata. Killing Jin Chanzi is in our hands. As long as there is a passable explanation, it will be fine. That's tax evasion. Lingshan doesn't pay taxes. Ji Chansheng was angry. The Western Church really needs to reform. How can it not pay taxes? How can Haotian be the emperor of heaven? Li Huanyan silently rolled her eyes. Haotian is a quasi-saint. And you want him to collect taxes from a big church with a saint in charge? He's not tired of living yet. Haotian can't do it. The Emperor of Heaven must stand up. What's wrong with saints? No matter whether they are holy, immortals or Buddhas, they must pay taxes according to the law and abide by the law. No matter who violates the rules of heaven, they must be severely punished. If Haotian can't do it, then I will do it. Emperor Xiaotian was full of a sense of mission. Of course, he still informed Haotian. After all, it was for the heavenly court to check taxes. Haotian had to accept this favor. When Haotian learned that Ji Changsheng was going to collect taxes from Li Shan on behalf of the heavenly court, his eyes almost popped out. Emperor Changsheng, are you serious? Of course. You are really brave. Haotian, you are useless. Daozu established the heavenly court to let it rule the world. If you dare not manage this or that, wouldn't the heavenly court become a joke? I think the heavenly court has reached the point of life and death, and this situation must be changed. Take Jin Chanzi as an example. I will start, and Haotian you will finish it. Is there any problem? Of course there is no problem. Haotian just doesn't want to offend the two saints in the West. A mere Jin Chanzi. Even if he is combined with Tathagata Buddha, Haotian is not afraid. His hard power is not necessarily lower than Tathagata. Ji Changsheng chose to do it himself, and he still has the ability to deal with the aftermath. However, Haotian still reminded Ji Changsheng, Jin Chanzi is nothing. If you offend Tathagata, you will gradually drift away from the immortals of Jeju. Ji Changsheng sneered. I am afraid of a Domu mistress? Haotian was stunned. Domu mistress? Who? Tathagata? When did he become Domu mistress? Ji Changsheng argued. Domu has already admitted it. It is useless for Tathagata to deny it. Haotian, thinking of Domu Yuanjun falling into Ji Changsheng's hands, Haotian was a little bit silent for Tathagata Buddha. In the umbrella of the people, Domu Yuanjun also had bloodshot eyes. Ji Changsheng. Daoyuo can be killed, but not humiliated. Ji Changsheng casually said, Adieu. What era is this? This is not popular anymore. Cooperate with me well, and kill Tathagata's mistress, and I will exempt you from 3 days of punishment. How about it? Domu Yuanjun roared to the sky. I hate it. Ji Changsheng commented on Jian Gongyu. Look, she is anxious. Jian Gongyu. He would be anxious too. He should have kicked someone when he was down. But seeing Domu Yuanjun being tortured like this by Ji Lao Mo, Jian Gongyu, who was always good at tearing umbrellas, rarely felt sad. He whispered, don't push Domu too much. After all, she is a Daoyuo spirit. Ji Changsheng looked at Jian Gongyu in surprise and asked curiously, have you fallen in love with each other over time? Jian Gongyu. Domu Yuanjun was even more furious. Ji Changsheng. You killed me. It's impossible to kill you. If I kill you, my wife and Bao will fight me to death. As you are such a good cheat for cultivation. Domu Yuanjun's hatred soared. Ji Changsheng really didn't even pretend. Let's do this. I am a kind person. Although you are extremely evil, I am willing to take a step back and give you a chance to forgive your sins. You definitely don't want to recognize Tathagata as your lover. So first recognize Jin Chanzi, the Domu evil demon. After Domu Yuanjun's anger, she was helpless. Jin Chanzi and I have no intersection. He is a disciple of Tathagata. I don't like this kind of trash at all. Wrong. Ji Changsheng patiently pointed out. Jin Chanzi has long been your demon, working for you in secret, and the evidence is solid. Tell me, where should I go to find evidence of Jin Chanzi working for you? Domu Yuanjun. With your means? Isn't it just random? It's not good to be too random. I want real evidence. Domu Yuanjun's fist hardened. But it only hardened for a second. The experience of being struck by thunder is too comfortable. Domu Yuanjun now only has her soul. And Yu Linglong and Li Huanyan take turns to absorb her cultivation value. She finally lowered her noble Daoyuo head. I'll tell you a place where there is evidence of my exchanges with many powerful Buddhas of the Western Church. Ji Changsheng was shocked. Adieu. You still have such a trick? Domu Yuanjun looked at Ji Changsheng with hatred. I have done a lot of things in secret. Ji Changsheng. If it weren't for you, the entire prehistoric fairyland would be mine in the future. Then you think too much. Thousands of calculations. Thousands of plans. Can't beat the proof of the Tao with force. Ji Changsheng felt that even if he was not there, when Domu Yuanjun provoked Noah, it would probably be a matter of 3 punches. He just accelerated the process. Of course, I have to admit that a do is really a doer. When Ji Changsheng saw the evidence of a do's collusion with the top leaders of the Western Church, he hid the other names first, then wrote Jin Chanzi's name. At this time, Jin Chanzi had just arrived at Nanshanmen. Naturally, he was also preparing to participate in the peach banquet. Elder Jin Chan. Please stay. Chapter 362, Extra Dish at the Peach Banquet, Fried Golden Cicada. Jin Chanzi turned around and saw the god of food. When the other high-ranking members of the Western religion who came to the peach banquet with Jin Chanzi saw that it was only the god of food, they turned back and walked into the South Heaven Gate. Jin Chanzi was also a little surprised. He had never had any dealings with the god of food. So what did the god of food ask him to do? Although his status in the Western religion was not particularly high, the god of food was only a cook in the heavenly court. He was still much higher than the god of food. But today was in the heavenly court after all. So Jin Chanzi also chose to greet him with a smile. Hello, god of food. Why did the god of food call me? Poor monk? The god of food grasped the key point. During the conferred god tribulation, Juanti and Jia Yin actually called Juanti Taoist and Jia Yin Taoist to the outside world. Most of them also called themselves poor Taoist. The term poor monk really developed after the great catastrophe of the conferred gods. The origin was that Tathagata Buddha entered the Western religion and wanted to establish a new sect. So poor monk and poor Taoist began to be distinguished. However, before, the Western religion was ruled by Jia Yin and Juanti. They called themselves poor Taoist. And most members of the Western religion did not dare to openly call themselves poor monk. Only in many small worlds. The Buddhist faith is extremely developed. In the prehistoric fairyland, the current Buddhist faith is not particularly strong. And it is only very influential near Lingshan. Jin Chanzi smiled and said, hasn't the god of food paid attention to the recent changes? The god of food explained, to be honest with Elder Jin Chan, I have been preparing the fairy food for the peach banquet in Yaoqi under the instructions of the Queen Mother these days. So I haven't had time to pay attention to the news from the outside world. At the peach banquet, you can't just eat peaches. There must be some side dishes. Otherwise it would be too dry. So every peach banquet is a chance for the god of food to show off his skills. Jin Chanzi understood and continued to smile. What the god of food doesn't know is that there is no Western religion in the prehistoric fairyland now. Only Buddhism. The god of food turned pale. What about the two saints Jia Yin and Juanti? The two saints are still there. Jin Chanzi was not panicked. It seems that the god of food is really focused on studying the recipe. And he still doesn't know that my master Tathagata defeated the Saint Juanti. The god of food turned pale again. He really just knew about this earth-shattering event. Now my master Tathagata has gone to pay homage to Tantian Jiaju. And he should appear at the peach banquet with Tantian Jiaju later. Jin Chanzi took the initiative to expose another big news. This is also the confidence they dared to reform the Western religion into Buddhism. Since Tathagata has already defeated Subhuti, with Tantian sect master supporting him, would the two saints in the West dare to turn against each other? Tantian sect master would do such a thing that would hurt both sides. But based on their understanding of the two saints in the West, Jia Yin and Juanti would not do it. So they did it. It was obviously bullying the honest saint. But as long as Tantian sect master was willing to stand on the side of Tathagata Buddha, the two saints in the West seemed to really suffer this loss in public. So Jin Chanzi was not panicked at all. He was looking forward to becoming the second successor of Buddhism. Although he also knew that Tathagata Buddha was already planning his reincarnation. But that was all the teachers care for him. Now he was just a disciple of Tathagata. And he actually had no real power in the Western Church. He had not yet obtained the position of Buddha or the establishment of Bodhisattva. Go for a reincarnation. Go to the lower world to gild yourself. And when you come back, the seat of the true Buddha will be vacant. This is not a hard job, but a good job. In addition, he was invited to attend the peach banquet. And Jin Chanzi has seen his promising future. God of food. You haven't told me why you are looking for me? Jin Chanzi asked again. God of food was stunned. And when he spoke again, he was much more polite. It's not that I want to find the elder. But the queen has something to find the elder. But it's not convenient for her to go in person. So she asked me to go. Queen Mother? Yes. Jin Chanzi instantly became curious. Why did the Queen Mother look for him? He and the Queen Mother had never met before. And it would be difficult for them to meet in the future. Could it be related to the death of the Taoist Chunyang? Want to use the alliance with my teacher to avenge Tainxing Juan and Changsheng Dadi? Jin Chanzi knew the news of the accident of the Taoist Chunyang, and also knew that Tien Xingjuan was the culprit. But Tathagata Buddha did not show the intention of being an enemy of Tien Xingjuan and Chansheng Dadi. And of course, he did not dare to interfere. "What does the queen want to see me for?" Jin Chanzi asked. The god of food said, "I heard from the queen that it seems that there is a dish to be added to the Pantao banquet, and the elder Jin Chan needs help. But I don't know the details. The elder should ask the queen himself." Okay. Jin Chanzi still thought that the queen mother's meeting with him was fake. And it was true that she wanted to use him and Tathagata Buddha to pass on the message. After all, the queen mother and Tathagata Buddha are both sensitive, and it is indeed not suitable for them to meet privately. In other aspects, Jin Chanzi did not think too much. The peach banquet is a diplomatic feast for the queen mother, representing the glory of her and the entire heaven. Nothing has ever happened, and the queen mother will not allow anything to happen at the peach banquet. Jin Chanzi naturally would not have thought that he would get into trouble at the peach banquet. After seeing the queen mother, Jin Chanzi immediately saluted. "Hello, queen mother." He did not notice that the queen mother looked at him with a complicated look, and when he bowed his head to salute, the queen mother turned sideways and did not accept his salute. "Elder Jin Chan. In fact, this time it is not me who is looking for you, but Fairy Linglong." After the queen mother made way, Yu Linglong came out. Behind Yu Linglong, there was Chao Ziming, who had splendidly shined in the residence of Marshal Tianpeng. But Jin Chanzi only knew Yu Linglong. This was when he paid special attention to Master Xuandu. "Hello, junior sister Linglong." Jin Chanzi tried to get close to her. Yu Linglong was the direct disciple of Master Xuandu, and the second one to enter. He was the direct disciple of Tathagata Buddha, and ranked second. In theory, he and Yu Linglong are of the same generation. In terms of the relationship between the human religion and the Jia religion, he is indeed Yu Linglong's senior brother. However, Yu Linglong did not return the gift, but left the stage to Chao Ziming. Chao Ziming was not polite either. "Jin Chanzi, your tax evasion has been exposed. Will you surrender on the spot or fight back?" "Jin Chanzi? In addition, you colluded with Do Muyuanjun, and the evidence is irrefutable. Do Muyuanjun has been executed, and Ling Bao Tianzuan has ordered that the remnants of Do Mu must be investigated thoroughly, with no upper limit. Jin Chanzi, I advise you not to have a fluke mentality. Leniency for confession, severity for resistance." After the ultimatum, Chao Ziming habitually released a righteous spirit to enhance his momentum. Jin Chanzi was stunned. 3 seconds later, Jin Chanzi finally reacted. Then he immediately looked at the queen mother. "My queen mother? Are you going to be an enemy of my master?" He didn't care about Yu Linglong and Chao Ziming. But if the queen mother wanted to deal with him, no matter how much he struggled today, it would be useless. What made Jin Chanzi relax was that the queen mother had no intention of taking action. "I said that I was just asked by someone." Yu Linglong came to her house and asked her to help call Jin Chanzi. Although the queen mother had a lot of opinions about Tien Xingjuan, she still had to give Yu Linglong face. As the direct disciple of Master Xuandu, she must have some weight. And Yu Linglong didn't ask her to take action. She didn't even ask her to help plunder the formation. If Jin Chanzi died, she could still get benefits. After all, she also held shares in the Heavenly Court, and Ji Chansheng collected taxes for the Heavenly Court. In theory, she and Haodian would benefit the most. In this case, the Queen Mother would certainly not refuse Yu Linglong's request. Hearing that the Queen Mother was only entrusted by someone, Jin Chanzi felt relieved. He looked at Yu Linglong and Chao Ziming with a bit of sarcasm. "Junior sister Linglong, you have just ascended to heaven, and you don't know the depth of the prehistoric fairyland. For the sake of your master, I will not pursue today's matter, and there will be no next time." Yu Linglong still ignored him. Chao Ziming continued, "Jin Chanzi, it seems that you are ready to continue to resist?" Jin Chanzi finally realized one thing. It is the intention of the great Emperor Chansheng to attack me. Why? His level is not enough. And he doesn't know that Ji Chansheng has become a disciple of the Saint Xuanti. There was no need for Tathagata to tell him about this matter involving the Emperor of Heaven and the Saint. After all, Tathagata was planning to send Jin Chanzi to reincarnate. Chao Ziming was kind enough to let Jin Chanzi know the truth. "Of course it's because you, Jin Chanzi, are doing evil and going against human ethics. Tax evasion and collusion with Domu are crimes that deserve death. Do you know your crime?" Jin Chanzi was so angry that he laughed. You dare to use such low-level means on me. Do you think I am Tianfeng? Or do you think my master is Ziwei? Junior sister Linglong. I must remind you that my master has already visited Lingbao Tianzuan. And I will serve my master at the peach banquet later. Yu Linglong finally spoke. Jin Chan. The evidence of your case is conclusive. Even if Lingbao Tianzuan is in person, he can't overturn the case. What's more, it is Lingbao Tianzuan's intention to track down the evil demon Do Mu. I am not familiar with the goddess Malizi. That's all. If you want to accuse someone, you can always find a pretext. Jin Chanzi didn't know why Ji Chansheng targeted him. But it didn't matter. Since he couldn't get the details, he didn't bother to waste time with Yu Linglong. My queen, I have something else to do. I'll take my leave first. May your queen be well. I'm afraid the elder can't leave. The queen mother and Chao Ziming retreated together. A huge arena fell from the sky. It surrounded Yu Linglong and Jin Chanzi. Jin Chanzi was dumbfounded again. Fighting a mortal arena? Yu Linglong. Are you crazy or stupid? You want to fight with me? To the death? Fighting a mortal arena. The only place in the heavenly court that is beyond the heavenly rules where private fights can be fought. The rule is that both parties must be in the same realm to avoid bullying the weak. In addition, there is another rule in fighting a mortal arena. Once it is opened, only one contestant can walk down the Duxiantai alive. Jin Chanzi is an old-fashioned Jinjuan. Although he is far inferior to the half-step Daluos such as Guang Chengzi, Guanyin Bodhisattva, Yang Jian, and Jiao Mong, he is also a strong man in the late Jinjuan realm. He doesn't understand. Where does Yu Linglong get the confidence to dare to fight with him? Not only does he not understand, Queen Mother doesn't understand either. Looking at Ji Chansheng who suddenly appeared, Queen Mother frowned slightly and asked worriedly, Emperor Chansheng, if Fairy Linglong dies on the Duxiantai, it will be a bad ending for Master Xuandu. Tathagata Buddha has 10 disciples, and the death of one is actually acceptable, and there are people to take care of the aftermath. So Queen Mother is not worried. Master Xuandu now has only one disciple, Yu Linglong. Taoist Chunyang just died. If Yu Linglong also dies now, the third generation of the human religion will be directly extinct. If Master Xuandu is driven crazy, God knows what will happen. The Queen Mother felt that she could not protect him. After all, this was her territory. But Ji Chansheng was very calm. Don't worry, Queen. Since Fairy Linglong dared to take the initiative to fight, she must be sure of winning. The Queen Mother reminded Emperor Chansheng. You and Fairy Linglong are still too young. Jin Chanzi has been in the realm of Jinjuan for 1,000 years. Has Fairy Linglong broken through the realm of Jinjuan for 2 days? Ji Chansheng waved his hand. It doesn't matter. Queen, ambition is not old. Fairy Linglong was in the lower world for 100 years, leading the others by a gap, and overturned the chessboard of Daluo. Although Jin Chanzi is in the prehistoric fairyland, he is essentially a waste attached to Tathagata. Do Mu is an evil demon and is not worth worrying about. Believe in Fairy Linglong and believe in the vision of Master Xuandu in accepting disciples. Queen Mother told the truth. If Master Xuandu doesn't accept my brother as a disciple, I still believe in his vision of accepting disciples. Ji Chansheng and Chao Ziming coughed loudly together. Good guy. This is really hard to respond to. Ji Chansheng could only say, the Queen Mother is getting more and more humorous. Queen Mother pursed her red lips, sighed faintly, and felt complicated. 5 minutes later, her mood became even more complicated. Even more complicated than her mood was Jin Chanzi on the Duxiantai. At this time, Jin Chanzi had revealed his true appearance. In the first 4 minutes, he had the upper hand. Yu Linglong was struggling and bleeding. But Ji Chansheng and Chao Ziming were not emotionally affected, because Yu Linglong was holding an ordinary fairy sword. After the 4th minute, Yu Linglong was familiar with the power generation and combat habits of the Jinjuan realm, and changed her weapon to Tai Whisk. Ji Chansheng and Chao Ziming were both refreshed. But Jin Chanzi was not flustered, showing the background of an old-fashioned Jinjuan. Yu Linglong, I have long known that you have the Tai Whisk in your hand. If you think you can take me down with just the Tai Whisk, you are underestimating me. Today, Duxiantai is where you should die. Jin Chanzi spoke beautifully and fought beautifully. In 1 minute, he fought Yu Linglong, who was holding the Tai Whisk, to an equal degree. Silver threads surged. Snow flew all over the sky. Yu Linglong activated the 4th form of the Tai Whisk, forced Jin Chanzi back, and took out a blood-red long sword calmly. The voice was cold and calm. You are right. It seems that I can't kill you with the Tai whisk. Continue. Looking at the Yuan-Tu sword in Yu Linglong's hand. Jin Chanzi, his mentality exploded. Cultivation cannot be cheated. But Krypton Gold can. Yu Linglong. If you have the guts, compete with me in cultivation. Yu Linglong raised her hand and struck a sword. Now you are obsessed. Magic weapon is also a part of strength. Men are the same. It is not easy to find a man who can lend her a treasure like Yuan-Tu sword. Ji Changsheng. You are shameless. I hate. Ji Changsheng ignored Jin Chanzi's impotent rage and looked at the trembling god of food. God of food. Add an appetizer to the peach banquet today. Fried golden cicada. You cook it yourself and send it to Tathagata's table. The teacher's face. Let me protect it. This is called respecting teachers. I just want to ask if Junti is touched. Chapter 363. The peach banquet begins. And the climax is at the beginning. The god of cookery almost kneels down to Ji Changsheng. Emperor Changsheng. Isn't this a bit too much? Killing people also requires destroying their hearts. He is afraid. Ji Changsheng narrowed his eyes. What? Are you also a Domu evil demon? The god of cookery thumped and really knelt down to Ji Changsheng. Being an evil demon at every turn. Even the gods can't stand it. Emperor Changsheng is wise. I am wronged. I am just afraid. The Queen Mother chimed in. The god of cookery has unparalleled cooking skills and is loyal. He must have nothing to do with Domu Yuanjun. So Ji Changsheng understood that the god of cookery was from the Queen Mother's faction. Think about it. It makes sense. The peach banquet is the Queen Mother's home court. And the god of cookery is the chef of the peach banquet. So the god of cookery must be attached to the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother's face must be given. So Ji Changsheng kindly helped the god of food up. It was just a joke just now. God of food. Don't mind it. The god of food thought to himself. I'm not stupid. How dare I mind it? Emperor Changsheng. I can make the golden cicada into a delicacy and give it to you for private tasting. What do you think? Ji Changsheng smiled and said. I don't have such a big appetite. The golden cicada is a monster with a huge body. And only Daluo can afford it. Listen to me. And give it all to Tathagata to eat. Don't worry. With me here, Tathagata can't touch you. Ji Changsheng felt that the god of food was also not aware. He is the confidant of the Queen Mother. Now he has his protection. Why should he be afraid of offending the Buddha? Can the Buddha Tathagata slap the Queen Mother in the face at the peach banquet? In the heavenly court. Apart from the 6 saints in Hongjun, Haotian and the Queen Mother are synonymous with invincibility. Yun Shao almost killed the master of the conferred god Tribulation. He dared to challenge the Great Purity Saint and Yuanshi Tianwang in a 1-on-2 battle. He could only tie with the Emperor Ziwei in the heavenly court. You should know that Ziwei is still a relatively useless Daluo. Haotian and Queen Mother were already Daluo masters before entering the heavenly court. It should be a conservative estimate that they are twice as strong as Ziwei. Is Tathagata stronger than Yun Shao? Even if he is stronger, it is limited. In the heavenly court, the seat of Tathagata Buddha must be below the Emperor of Heaven. I have the home advantage. Why should I be afraid of Tathagata? Ji Changsheng is not at all false. The pattern of the god of food is still small. What a good opportunity to show loyalty. What Ji Changsheng did not expect was that the god of food really gave another reason. I am not afraid of Tathagata Buddha. Tathagata Buddha is in Lingshan and can't control me. Then who are you afraid of? I am afraid of the Emperor Ziwei. The god of food said helplessly. Ji Changsheng blinked and suddenly understood. His face began to look strange. Giving golden cicadas to Tathagata Buddha to eat. There are actually additional benefits. This is really unexpected. No wonder the god of food is so embarrassed. Ji Changsheng realized that Emperor Ziwei had experienced similar things personally. During the great catastrophe of the conferred god, Ziwei reincarnated into the human race and tried to break through the Daluo with the luck of the human emperor. Because she did not communicate with Nuwa. Nuwa was very angry. So Ziwei's reincarnation of the first heir of the Western Zhou dynasty, Bowie cow, was directly chopped into meat sauce. Nuwa was very ruthless and did not give Domu Yuanjun face. After chopping Bowie cow into pieces, Bowie cow's body was made into meat pies and eaten by Ji Chong, Bowie cow's nominal father at the time. The Western Zhou dynasty replaced the Shang dynasty. This major event of changing dynasties was colluded with Domu Yuanjun. And Nuwa was unaware of it. She was very unhappy about it. Ji Changsheng fried the golden cicada and gave it to Tathagata to eat, which was the same as what Nuwa did when she chopped Bo Ikao into pieces and gave it to Ji Chang. I am indeed your biological son. Ji Changsheng was very satisfied with this. Queen Mother also realized at this time that Ji Changsheng's actions also had the effect of paying tribute to Nuwa. It will definitely please Nuwa. Compared with Nuwa's favor, Ziwei Emperor and Tathagata Buddha are not a problem. Do a multiple choice question. A. Nuwa plus Changsheng Emperor. B. Tathagata Buddha plus Ziwei Emperor. You have to make friends with one of the two options A, B, and offend the other. Queen Mother felt that except for Domu Yuan Jun and Mingyi sect leader, no Daluo strongman would make the wrong choice. As for Domu Yuan Jun and Mingyi sect leader, who would make the wrong choice? They are now gone. Thinking of this, the Queen Mother said, God of food. Do as the great Emperor Changsheng said. No one can touch my people in the heavenly court. This is still a boast. Nuwa Nyang also killed Domu Yuan Jun with 3 punches in the heavenly court. Although the saint only got the Daluo of the establishment, the 6 saints are stronger than 99% of the Daluo. And much stronger. Including Junti. Especially after so many years. The 6 saints have been ahead since they became saints. Once the snowball starts rolling, the gap in the later period can no longer be made up. During the period of the war between witches and demons, at least the 4 emperors of the demon clan plus Kuinping and Taiyin were actually at the same level as the saints. Kuinping killed Hongyun, who got the saints' establishment at that time. Taiyin Xingjuan suppressed the Saint Jian. Dong Wangtai, holding the Chaos Bell, has become the strongest person under Han Jun, overpowering the 6 saints. There was no essential difference between the saints and other Daluo at that time. At least there was no essential difference between them and the top 6 seats of the demon race. And even most of the saints were not as strong as the top 6 seats of the demon race. But after the end of the Witch and Lich era, the Saint era began, and the glory of the demon race did not continue. So the peak of the demon race was the Witch and Lich era. And the peak of the saints may not have come yet. The times are progressing. The saints have the most resources, the best training conditions, the top talents. They progress much faster than outsiders. It is important to be alive. The current Jian Saint and the Jian Saint, who was suppressed by Taiyin Xingjuan at that time, may have a gap of 1 year's Junti. This is not an exaggeration, because Ji Changsheng knew that Daozu was progressing faster, and his strength surpassed Pangu. The progress of Taichin Saint was also very amazing, and he didn't even use the treasure of Tian Dao much. Yuanshi Tianwang showed off his skills in the Huahuang Palace and directly activated Pangu's body. He had not used this during the conferred God Tribulation. The saint standing at the top is still making continuous progress. Ji Changsheng thought to himself, how can I stagnate? The road is endless. The Tathagata Ziwei is just a scenery on the way. Don't worry about it. While they were talking, the Duxiantai was opened. Yu Linglong walked down from the Duxiantai and returned the Yuantu's sword to Ji Changsheng. As for Jin Chanzi, he has now turned into an endless beast towering into the chaos, with no end in sight. Ji Changsheng took a look and said, it's bigger than I thought. Hey, why do I feel a strong bloody aura on Jin Chanzi? This feeling is so familiar? Before Ji Changsheng finished speaking, he saw the golden lotus of merit blooming on Yu Linglong's head. 1, 2, 3, and finally 7. Yu Linglong bathed in the golden lotus of merit, and the injuries she suffered in the battle healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. And her aura became more and more ethereal. There are so many merits? Ji Changsheng's first reaction was anger. It was indeed the Domu evil demon. The second reaction was experience points. Western religion? A lot of experience points. It feels like it's time to go back to my old job. Maybe it's faster to go back to my old job to gain merit and advance than taking drugs. While digesting the golden lotus of merit, Yu Linglong said to Ji Changsheng, Jin Chanzi's death was a bit unfair. What do you mean? Yu Linglong's tone was a little strange. He seems to be born in the sea of blood? Ji Changsheng. Is that so? He looked at the Queen Mother in confusion. The Queen Mother gave a positive answer, yes. Jin Chanzi was originally a subordinate of Mingyi, and was later subdued by Tathagata and accepted as his second disciple. This matter involves the face of Daluo and even the saint, so it has not been circulated too much in the outside world. It also involves the face of the saint? The Queen Mother explained. Saint Junti went to the Blood Sea to subdue Mingyi, but returned empty-handed. Buddha Tathagata went to the Blood Sea and subdued Jin Chanzi. Ji Changsheng. Teacher, you are too weak. Is it possible that Tathagata has always used you to establish his authority in the Western Church? No wonder he doesn't take you seriously. Ji Chansheng tried to save his teacher's reputation, in order to help Tathagata gain a foothold in the Western religion. The teacher deliberately let Mingi go, and then left the opportunity to show his talent to Tathagata, in order to slap the teacher in the face. Mingi deliberately gave Jin Chanzi to Tathagata, and reached a tacit understanding with Tathagata. In this way, Tathagata successfully gained a foothold in the Western religion. Mingi lost a general, and although the teacher lost face, he helped the Western religion to reach a higher level of strength. The teacher had good intentions. The Queen Mother nodded in agreement. I think so too. Ji Chansheng and the Queen Mother looked at each other, and saw the high emotional intelligence in each other's eyes. Yu Linglong also suddenly realized. No wonder Li Huanyan didn't find out. It turns out that it is related to the saint. Li Huanyan got the information about Jin Chanzi through Di Ting. Although Di Ting's innate magical power is very powerful, it is ineffective against Daluo. The origin of Jin Chanzi involves the two Daluos, Mingi and Tathagata, and also involves the Saint Junti, which is naturally not something Di Ting can find out. Ji Chansheng also realized something at this time. Jin Chanzi was born in the Sea of Blood. I gave you the Yuan Tu sword. So, Yu Linglong affirmed, he was restrained by the Yuan Tu sword very strongly. Otherwise, I would not have killed him in 1 second. It would have taken at least 3 or 5 swords. Ji Chansheng smiled. This is his fate. Empress Cha-sheng, I have to go back to pack up and go to the peach banquet with my teacher. At this time, there were only a few minutes before the peach banquet started, and Yu Linglong could not stay for long. Ji Chansheng and Queen Mother are the protagonists and organizers of today's peach banquet, respectively, so of course they can't stay for long. Empress, adjust the time flow rate for the god of food. I want fried golden cicada to be the first dish of today's peach banquet, Ji Chansheng said. Queen Mother was convinced. Emperor Chansheng is really a master of time management. I can't wait at all. Fortunately, the heavenly court is indeed her home court, so adjusting the time flow rate is not a problem. I will prepare right away. Great Emperor Chansheng, you are the protagonist of today's peach banquet. Go and greet Nua, and you can appear last. Thank you, my lady. The main characters do have to appear last, and the status of Lady Noah is also enough to hold the position of the finale. The other 5 saints may mind others appearing as the finale, but they will not mind if Lady Noah appears as the finale. At this time, Qingwan also returned to heaven. Ji Chansheng rode Qingwan again and returned to the Hua Palace. Mom, we can leave now. Lady Noah looked at the time, nodded slightly, and stepped on Qingwan's back with the help of Li Huanyan. Ji Chansheng looked at Li Huanyan. Li Huanyan smiled and said, let's help Mom enter the venue together. Finding a good mother-in-law is like this. Although she can also attend the peach banquet with the Holy Mother Yuanjun. The disciple of the Holy Mother Yuanjun is not as glorious as the young lady of the Hua Palace. Li Huanyan chose to stay with Lady Noah without hesitation. Ji Chansheng certainly had no objection to this. The mother has the final say. Mom, there might be an extra dish at the peach banquet later, Ji Chansheng reported in advance. Additional dish? Fried golden cicada. Nua Nyang reacted instantly. Chansheng, did you kill the golden cicada? Yes. Nua Nyang. It's only been half an hour since you left the Hua Palace. You really can't sit still at all. Wouldn't it be good to take a break? Ji Chansheng sighed. I also want to take a break. But there are always Domu evil demons jumping out to seek death. Mom, I will let the god of food serve this dish to Tathagata later. If there is a conflict, you don't have to leave. I have already arranged it. Nua Nyang understood what Ji Chansheng meant. Have you dealt with Juanti? Ji Chansheng nodded. Nua patted Ji Chansheng's hand, and then sighed. Cha-sheng, leave some space for the fairies in the Hua Palace to catch up. This eldest son is really capable. She felt more and more that the fairies in the Hua Palace were useless. Half an hour before the peach banquet, Ji Chansheng was able to seize the time to appease the Jiao Demon King, deal with the Juanti Saint, kill Jin Chanzi, and then come back to pick her up. Nua felt that she couldn't arrange the time so well if she was on the stage. She didn't know that Ji Chansheng actually received a mount. The main point is efficiency. Mom, I don't think they need to catch up. I will arrange things for them later. Okay. You can do it. I trust you to do things. Since entering her sight, Emperor Xiaoyan has never let her down. When Qingwan took them directly to Yaoqi, The peach banquet had officially begun. The powerful people who gathered had already entered the venue before. It is worth mentioning that ordinary powerful people must register at the South Heaven Gate to enter. Only the 6 top supercars in the prehistoric fairyland can drive straight into the Yaoqi. The blue phoenix flapped its wings. Ji Chansheng and Li Huanyan, one on the left and one on the right, supported Nu and Yang to the center of Yaoqi. All the powerful people in the heavens, including Queen Mother Haoyan, stood up and saluted Nu and Yang. Hello, Queen. Only at the front and top table. The 2 saints Sanqing and Jiang Juanti did not stand up, but also nodded as a salute, expressing respect for Nu and Yang. Nu and Yang also nodded slightly. Everyone. No need to be polite. Queen Mother. We can start. Ding! The bell rang again. The top feast of the heavens and the world, the peach banquet, officially began. But this peach banquet is different from previous ones. The peaches were not served on the table immediately. Amid the shock of all the great powers in the heavens, a huge beast, emitting endless fragrance, appeared in front of the Buddha. Ji Chansheng let go of the hand that was supporting Nua and said to the Buddha with a smile, Tathagata, eat it, and I will forgive you. Chapter 364 Tathagata, Amitabha. Buddhists will start eating vegetarian food from today. It didn't rain, but the atmosphere was not harmonious. Yaoqi was not in an uproar. It was just that the expressions of the great powers in the heavens began to become exciting. I never expected that the protagonist of this peach banquet, Chansheng Emperor, would confront Tathagata Buddha, who had just been in the limelight, just after the peach banquet had just begun. In the past, ordinary Daluo would not dare to join the excitement of the 6 imperial palaces of heaven and the CEO of the Western Church. This level of competition has a huge impact. But today's situation is special, and Chansheng Emperor obviously deliberately challenged Tathagata Buddha. This is too exciting. The powerful Daluo were inevitably attracted. The peach banquet has been held many times so far, and this is the first time such an exciting thing happened at the opening. No one dared to make a noise. Those who can appear at the peach banquet have their origins, and they will not point fingers like ordinary spectators. The main reason is that they dare not point fingers in public. But there are many private group chats. What's going on? Such a big cicada. Wait! Is this Jin Chanzi? The immortal emperor just returned and he killed the 2nd disciple of Tathagata Buddha? It would be fine if he killed him. But he even fried it and let Tathagata Buddha eat it. As expected of the immortal emperor of the South Pole, he is really domineering. Tathagata Buddha just defeated the incarnation of the saint. The immortal emperor is looking for trouble with Tathagata Buddha at this time. I'm afraid there is a saint behind him. Tathagata Buddha also has the support of saints. Is Nua going to fight against Lingbao Tianzuan? Adjin Yuan Daxian. What do you think? I saw it with my eyes. Seriously? Jin Chanzi was the first to propose to reorganize the Western religion into Buddhism. Chansheng Dadi's killing of Jin Chanzi should be related to this. Why would Chansheng Dadi stand up for the Western religion? It is rumored that the first person Chansheng Dadi met after ascending to heaven was Nu and Yang. Could it be Nu and Yang's instruction? Nu and Yang and the 2 Western saints have joined forces. Saints 3v3? No. Isn't Nanji Chansheng Dadi the Jade Pure True King? Yuan Shi Tianwang, who sees it this way, may not stand on the side of Lingbao Tianzuan. See how Tathagata Buddha responds. All the guests at the meeting looked at Tathagata Buddha. Chansheng Dadi made a move. What about you? Tathagata Buddha, his face gradually darkened. Of course, he easily saw that the feast in front of him was his 2nd disciple. Ji Chansheng killed Jin Chanzi, but he actually let him eat it. He has been in the prehistoric fairy world for countless years, and has never been slapped in the face like this. Is the great Emperor Chansheng provoking this poor monk? Tathagata stood up from the seat beside Tontian Sect Master. He looked directly at Ji Chansheng's sharp edge. The atmosphere in Yaoqi became tense instantly. Other great powers also began to dance with joy. All the heavens and worlds are divided into classes. Yaoqi is also divided. Of course. Every time there is a peach banquet, the arrangement of guests at each table is very particular. The Queen Mother was able to organize so many peach banquets, arrange every guest properly, and make sure that every peach banquet did not cause a big conflict in the open. What is revealed behind this is the Queen Mother's superb organizational ability. This alone has widened the gap with the pure Yang Taoist. The innate bloodline can be inherited, and the execution ability, organizational talent, emotional intelligence, planning, bearing humiliation, And being good at dealing with people, these are all self-cultivation. Even if you are born with a good hand, you still need to practice. But you just need to practice less. Queen Mother did a good job in her acquired practice. There were also disputes in the previous peach banquet. But if it didn't happen at the main table, she could always solve it in the first time. But this time, Queen Mother couldn't solve it. So other great powers began to get excited. The two great powers who had a conflict this time were both sitting in the chief position. And the chief position also had 6 saints and their disciples. If it weren't for the home advantage, Halkyen and Queen Mother would not have been qualified to sit at this table. The conflict at this table could not be appeased by anyone except the saints. The great powers sitting at other tables had the opportunity to watch the great powers at the chief table tear each other apart, which was more stimulating to them than the peach banquet. It is a very strange thing to say, the powerful people who are qualified to be invited to the peach banquet actually do not need peaches. Those creatures who need peaches are not qualified to attend the peach banquet. Compared with tasting peaches, the powerful people all hope to watch the drama of the battle between the Chongsheng Emperor and the Tathagata Buddha. The Tathagata Buddha did not disappoint them. He chose to confront head-on. What did Jin Chanzi do wrong? Why did the Chongsheng Emperor kill him? I need an explanation. Ji Chongsheng's answer made all the powerful people present feel numb. When killing Jin Chanzi, the reason given to him was that he evaded taxes and colluded with Do Mu. But today, all the wise men and powerful people have gathered. So I will not insult your IQ. Ji Chongsheng exchanged his sincerity for sincerity again. Jin Chanzi died because he was your second disciple. Are you satisfied with this explanation? Arrogance. Arrogance that hits you in the face. You ask for reasons. I am too lazy to make them up. The great powers in the heavens have seen countless young people with strong tempers. They still feel enlightened when Ji Chongsheng is so arrogant. The great Emperor Chongsheng is even more famous when he meets him. Warn the disciples that you must not provoke the great Emperor Chongsheng of the South Pole when you go out in the future. At Jiutian Xian knew. I heard that the great Emperor Chongsheng was on good terms with you before he returned this time. Has he always been so brave after his reincarnation? Jiutian Xiannu replied with a string of ellipses in the group chat. She was also shocked. When Ji Chongsheng was in the lower world, he and Li Huanyan showed her the image of a loving couple who had no doubts about each other, without any arrogance and domineering at all. I really can't judge men. Men have too many sides. In fact, Jiutian Xiannu did not realize that her vision of looking at women was not very good. Now Li Huanyan was standing behind Nu Wan Yang Yang. But she did not look at her, and Sheng Mu Yuan Jun at all. It was not only men who were multifaceted. Even other powerful people were shocked by Ji Chongsheng's arrogance. And Tathagata Buddha was the first to bear the brunt. And of course, it was even more difficult to adapt. He was a little confused by Ji Chongsheng's retort. This was the first time he saw someone more reckless than Jieji disciples. Then Tathagata Buddha looked at Nu Wan Yang Yang. He found that Nu Wan Yang Yang had already sat at the head of the group leisurely. When Nu Wan Yang Yang found that Tathagata Buddha was looking at her, she smiled at Tathagata Buddha. You continue to chat. Don't worry about me. So Tathagata Buddha understood that Ji Chongsheng's behavior was not what Nu Wan Yang Yang meant. After realizing this, the Buddha Tathagata laughed in anger. It seems that the great Emperor Chongsheng is coming for this poor monk. Ji Chongsheng corrected, to be precise. He is coming to slap you in the face. The Buddha Tathagata, the great Emperor Chongsheng really became a disciple of the Saint Junti. When Subhuti stopped him before, he told him about this. Of course, the Tathagata could think of this. But this matter has not been spread yet. So when the Buddha Tathagata broke the news, Yaoqi was finally no longer silent. Many powerful people looked at the Saint Junti in astonishment. The great Emperor Chongsheng of the South Pole actually wanted to worship the Saint Junti as his teacher, which was a big news. They had never heard of it before. Moreover, this matter itself was strange. The eldest son of Yuan Shi Tianwang worships Junti Saint as his teacher? The story is getting more and more outrageous. After returning this time, the Emperor of Chongsheng of the South Pole has become even more friendly with Nua than with Yuan Shi Tianwang. Is the rumor true that Ji Chongsheng is not Yu Qingjinwang? There is no smoke without fire. And it is getting more and more exciting. At Xingmu Yuan Jun, your disciple has found a good Taoist partner. Xingmu Yuan Jun also replied with an ellipsis. She was as shocked as Jiotian Xuannu at this time. Ji Chongsheng and Li Huanyan, especially Ji Chongsheng, were much more complicated than they thought at the beginning. At Guangchengzi, Brother Guanqing, did you know about this in advance? As the first disciple of Yuanshi Tianwang, Guang Chengzi was originally qualified to sit in the chief position. But as the gatekeeper of Daluo, Guang Chengzi, who had never broken through the Daluo realm, could sit in the chief position on behalf of Yuanshi Tianwang when Yuanshi Tianwang did not participate. Yuanshi Tianwang attended this peach banquet in person, and Guang Chengzi resolutely sat at the table with disciples of the Chan sect. It's embarrassing not to be the chief. He has been in the industry for a long time and has rich experience. But his strength is not particularly high. So he still has a wide range of friends. After being cued, Guang Chengzi also silently replied, I am as shocked as you all. Even fellow Guangqing doesn't know. It seems that the great Emperor Changsheng has not communicated with the Chan sect. Is it that the Heavenly Court wants to take a share of the internal strife of the Western sect? Don't talk nonsense. Listen to the great Emperor Changsheng himself. Ji Changsheng certainly would not deny that he worshipped Jundi Saint as his teacher. He has always done things openly and honestly, never hiding anything. Yes, I am going to take this opportunity to announce to the world that I have become your disciple. Speaking of this, Ji Changsheng turned around and performed a disciple's ceremony to Jundi Saint. Disciple greets the teacher. Facing the gazes of many powerful people, Jundi stood up and personally helped Ji Changsheng up. His face was flushed. He was really moved. Before, Ji Changsheng said that he was going to kill Jin Chanzi, and Jundi guessed that Jin Chanzi would die. He certainly had no doubts about Ji Changsheng's ability. A mere Jin Chanzi could not possibly defeat Ji Changsheng. But he really did not expect that Jin Chanzi would be made into a dish. At the beginning of the Peach Festival, Ji Changsheng forced Tathagata to eat the fried Jin Chanzi dish. All this was Ji Changsheng's filial piety to his teacher as a disciple. He could not help but be moved. Saints also have their own emotions and preferences. Jundi certainly likes to be respected and does not like to be slapped in the face. He is very normal. Good boy. Although this was not in his plan. But he could not refuse the respect and gift given to him by Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng said solemnly, the master is humiliated and the minister dies. The teacher is humiliated. The disciple will never sit idly by. As a teacher, it is natural to argue with Tathagata. Teacher, please go back and sit down first. The disciple will solve this small matter by himself. Jundi Saint nodded, okay. As I said, he believes in Ji Changsheng's methods. Of course, he also believes in Tathagata's strength. In a fair contest, with Tathagata's strength and energy, he should be the one with the upper hand. But it is obvious that this time it was Ji Changsheng who took the initiative to attack Tathagata and already had the first-hand advantage. And Tathagata did not expect Ji Changsheng to attack him at all. He responded hastily, and it was not so easy to defend and counterattack. One side had planned it long ago, and the other side was caught off guard. Jundi did not think that Ji Changsheng would lose this game. Ji Changsheng did not disappoint him. For the sake of Uncle San, Tathagata, I will give you another chance. Eat it, and I will forgive you. Otherwise, the newly established Buddhism may face a catastrophe. Tathagata smiled, and his smile was very sarcastic. Just you? Ji Changsheng also smiled. You are shameless. Is it Uncle San who gave you the courage? Tontian Patriarch frowned. He was really a little embarrassed. After all, Tathagata was his former disciple. Although he had cut off all the cause and effect on the surface, it was only on the surface. The heart of the saint is also made of flesh. Even if men and women break up, they will still have ties. How can the relationship between master and apprentice be so easily cut off? Tathagata took the initiative to visit him this time and called him teacher again. And Tontian Patriarch did not refuse. There is no way. He loved him. But Tontian Patriarch also knew that Ji Changsheng was now working for the Three Pure Ones. It was unrealistic to ask him to embarrass Ji Changsheng for a former disciple who had already severed the cause and effect. Even if Tontian Jiaozhu was brainless, he had a limit. So he just frowned and said, Changsheng, Tathagata, give me a face. Sit down and talk if there is anything. Tathagata Buddha was willing to give Tontian Jiaozhu this face. So he sat down. But Ji Changsheng did not give Tontian Jiaozhu this face. Third uncle, give me a face. Don't interfere in today's affairs. Tontian Jiaozhu was a little unhappy. Changsheng, my words are useless? Ji Changsheng ignored Tontian Jiaozhu's unhappiness. The stage has been set. He couldn't give up today's gorgeous performance for Tontian Jiaozhu. Emotional intelligence is divided into occasions. Today is his home court. He has a clear purpose. So he is too lazy to use his emotional intelligence. Uncle San. Each generation has its own way of solving the problem. You are a saint of the older generation. So just take care of the grievances of your older generation. If something goes wrong, just look for the parents. Tathagata. Haven't you been weaned? Tontian Jiaozhu and Tathagata Buddha were both furious. Ji Chengxing's words were too disrespectful. But at this time, Yu Linglong whispered in the ear of Master Xuandu. Teacher, I killed Jin Chanzi. Master Xuandu was startled, and looked at his newly raised daughter in astonishment, and then looked at Ji Huamao, who was showing his edge. Then he helplessly passed the words to the Saint Tai Ching. The Saint Tai Ching was also speechless for a second. Eating melons can also eat yourself. It seems that the fuse of the conflict between Ji Changsheng and Tathagata was actually the work of the Tai Ching lineage. How can this be supported? A second later, the Saint Tai Ching decided to stand up and preside over justice. Third brother. Sit down. Before Tongtian's anger bar was fully charged, he was interrupted by the Saint of Tai Ching. Brother. The Saint of Tai Ching said in a deep voice, Changsheng is right. Each generation has its own solution. Tathagata is a Daoyuo leader, and he still needs you to stand up for him? Don't you think it's shameful to bully the weak? Sit down. Tontian. During the conferred God tribulation, he and Tathagata fought side by side in the Juxian sword formation, and were killed by the elder brother. He always thought that he was better than the elder brother, and the second brother. Now he began to be humble. He is definitely better than the second brother. The elder brother is older than me, and the future of the three pure ones is mine. Now it's still the elder brothers. Respect the old and love the young. And the elder brother is also upholding justice. So Tontian had no choice but to give up. He didn't see that the Saint of Tai Ching glanced at the great Master Xuandu. The great Master Xuandu glanced at Yu Linglong again. Yu Linglong lowered her head silently. The Buddha Tathagata stood up again in embarrassment. He was obviously stronger than Ji Changsheng. But now, he was obviously at a disadvantage. What happened to the teacher? Why is he so obedient now? During the conferred God tribulation, the teacher showed no respect to the Saint Tai Ching at all. Did he get beaten into submission? That shouldn't be the case. Tathagata judged Tontian by himself, and felt that the teacher would definitely be very stubborn and would never give in. Unexpectedly, Tontian betrayed the camp of the stubborn boy. Miscalculated, Buddha Tathagata was very angry. The consequences were not serious. Tathagata, 3 times is the limit. I will give you one last chance. Eat the golden cicada, and I can let go of your disrespect to the teacher. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences yourself. The Tathagata Buddha put his hands together and wanted to take action directly. Then Haotian coughed lightly. The Tathagata's hands were directly shaken apart. The Tathagata Buddha looked at Haotian in shock. Other great powers also showed strange colors in their eyes. What's going on? After the Xuandi Saint and the Tai Ching Saint stood on the side of the Changsheng Emperor, Haotian also stood on the side of the Changsheng Emperor. Haotian, who was watched by many great powers, looked indifferent. Others guessed correctly. He did stand on the side of Ji Changsheng. The reason is also very simple. Ji Changsheng informed him in advance. After this time, Lingshan will nominally become a subordinate institution of the Heavenly Court. You must know that the Taoist traditions of the saints will not submit to the Heavenly Court. And Haotian does not have the courage to incorporate the Taoist traditions of the saints. But the Tathagata himself reformed the Western Church into Buddhism. Due to the presence of the 2 Western saints, the Heavenly Court did not dare to incorporate the Western Church. But now the Western Church is gone, and the leader of Buddhism is the Tathagata Buddha. Tathagata. Haotian is just wary. Not afraid at all. This Emperor of Heaven is really super strong. He can only tolerate a little bit. The opportunity has come. If you can't seize it, you will be punished by heaven. And Ji Changsheng is willing to take the initiative to be the vanguard of conquering Buddhism. He only needs to stand up for Ji Changsheng at the right time. Why not? After Tathagata reorganized Buddhism, he didn't give him any benefits. After Ji Changsheng entered the Heavenly Court, he talked to him about strengthening the entire Heavenly Court. Haotian had no reason not to support Ji Changsheng. So, Tathagata was in trouble. After leaving the Heavenly Court, he thought he could beat Haotian. But in the Heavenly Court, he was not sure he could beat Haotian. Your Majesty also intends to be an enemy of this poor monk? Tathagata Buddha said in a serious tone. The answer to this question is very important to him. Haotian laughed. Today is a grand event held by the Queen Mother. Since it is a grand event, peace is naturally the most important thing. If we fight at the grand event, wouldn't it be a big spoiler? Tathagata felt relieved. That means there is still room for negotiation. He realized that Halcyon wanted benefits. In fact, he came to the Heavenly Court this time to discuss cooperation with Halcyon. It's just that he had just reformed the Western religion into Buddhism. And there were so many things to do. So he was very busy. And in Tathagata's mind, the first person he wanted to visit was Tontian Patriarch. Halcyon must be ranked behind Tontian Patriarch. So he didn't have time to talk to Halcyon. It must be said that compared with Ji Chongqing's efficiency, Tathagata Buddha's efficiency is too low. The entire circle of powerful people, up to now, still has not adapted to Ji Chongqing's efficiency. Tathagata has a good plan. Compared with other powerful people, his efficiency is not low. But he met Ji Chongqing, a master of time management. So he took one step slowly, and then took every step slowly. Your Majesty, I will talk to your Majesty in detail after the peach banquet today. Tathagata's voice came to Halcyon's ears. Halcyon nodded slightly, without expressing his opinion again. The agreement he reached with Ji Chongqing was to suppress Tathagata from taking action at the peach banquet. Other matters were left to Ji Chongqing. If Tathagata was willing to submit to him voluntarily, he would certainly be happy to see it happen. If Ji Chongqing could suppress Tathagata directly, he would have no objection. The stage belonged to Ji Chongqing. He continued to be a spectator. Seeing that Halcyon no longer intervened, Tathagata was completely relieved. Emperor Chongqing, how about a bet with me? I have just cultivated a magical power, the Buddha Kingdom in my palm. If Emperor Chongqing can leave the Buddha Kingdom before the end of the peach banquet, you win and I will eat the golden cicada. If Emperor Chongqing cannot leave the Buddha Kingdom, I will not make things difficult for him. I will only suppress Emperor Chongqing for 500 years to serve as a warning to others. As soon as Tathagata finished speaking, Ji Chongqing looked at him with contempt. Are you sick? Tathagata, I am the boss of my territory. Only a fool would bet with you. Well, since you won't cry until you see the coffin, I will let you see the coffin. Ji Chongqing raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A projection was then projected into the air. In the projection, the moonlight was cold. A bitter monk knelt in front of a beautiful woman. Tathagata's eyes were instantly red. Mahakassapa. Li Chongqi. Mahakassapa. Tathagata's first disciple. Today, Li Chongqi did not attend the peach banquet. Ji Chongqing snapped his fingers again. The projection reappeared. On the shore of the East China Sea, the Jiao Demon King showed his true appearance. The Jiao Dragon flicked its tail. A monk whose appearance had not yet been seen clearly had been thrown into the sea, and his life or death was uncertain. The Jiao Demon King had not yet arrived at the peach banquet. Ji Chongqing snapped his fingers for the third time. This time, it was Lingshan. Montgoliana, who was known as the best eye in the West, had black light in his eyes, a painful expression, and struggled. He looked like a demon. Montgoliana, one of the 10 great disciples of Tathagata. Ji Chongqing snapped his fingers for the fourth time. Another projection appeared. Enough. Tathagata's heart exploded. He didn't understand. Where did Ji Chongqing get so much time to do so many things? In fact, Ji Chongqing didn't understand either. How long did it take to give a few instructions? 1 minute or 2 minutes? None of the 10 great disciples of Tathagata had a Daluo. Ji's party took action. And Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and Maitreya Buddha were also insiders. It wouldn't take minutes to deal with them? Waste of time? These Daluo masters are really inefficient. Ji Chongqing pointed to the deep-fried golden cicada meal. Eat it all within 1 minute, and your other disciples can live. Otherwise, I will cook your other disciples, and you eat them all. Tathagata, you choose. At the banquet that year, many powerful people gathered and stood like minions. Tathagata swore with tears in his eyes, Buddhists will eat vegetarian food from today. The first show of the return of the great Emperor of Immortality was amazing. Chapter 365. Steal the Buddhist scriptures. Kill the Buddha. From now on I will be the master of the Western paradise. Pass it on. Tathagata kneels down. The great Emperor Chongqing suppressed all the disciples of Tathagata Buddha? So terrifying. This action is too fast. Didn't the great Emperor Chongqing return a few days ago? Your news is out of date. Brother, are you not in the prehistoric fairyland? Yes. I just rushed to the prehistoric fairyland today. Is there any big news in the past few days? That's too big. For some reason, Ho Tu Nyang played a trick on the great Emperor Changsheng and sent him into reincarnation, angering the Taoist partner of the great Emperor Changsheng, Tien Xingjuan opened fire and beat Ho Tu Nyang out of temper. Xian Qin was almost demolished by Tien Xingjuan. From Ho Tu Nyang's concession to the return of the great Emperor Changsheng, to the start of the peach banquet, it definitely took no more than an hour. It was obviously a group chat, but a group of powerful people made a sound of gasping for air. I calculated it. It only took half an hour. In half an hour, he killed Jin Chanzi and suppressed all of Tathagata's disciples? What kind of efficiency is Changsheng Dadi? After Changsheng Dadi returned this time, his efficiency has indeed been upgraded. At Guanyin Bodhisattva, who are you on now? Guanyin Bodhisattva also has a wide range of friends, all over the heavens. Many people at her. Guanyin Bodhisattva did not hesitate. Of course I stand on Changsheng Dadi. Before Ji Changsheng ascended, she had already chosen her side. At Guanyin Bodhisattva. Friendly reminder. The rumors may be true. Ji Changsheng may not really be the reincarnation of Yuqing Zhenwang. I don't think so either. I have been with Yuqing Zhenwang. Although Zhenwang is also a peerless genius, his methods don't seem to be as cruel as Ji Changsheng. He is not as ruthless as Ji Changsheng. He is not as murderous as Ji Changsheng. The most important thing is that Zhenwang is unlikely to worship Junti Saint as his teacher. That's even more terrifying. Ji Changsheng, a person with no background, is the Emperor of Heaven. Suppresses Ho Tu, marries Tien, forces Tathagata, and even Ling Bao Tianzuan dares to refute him. What level of evil is this? This sentence directly silenced the group chat. People without background are of course not taken seriously at the beginning, and are even despised in the top circles. But when a person without background reaches the top circle by himself, the shock is unparalleled. Especially in the Daluo circle. The background in this circle is useful, but it doesn't mean much. Even if you are a saint's personal disciple, or even a saint's biological son, you still can't do it. For example, the 12 immortals of Yushu. For example, the other 8 children of Yuanshi Tianwang. There is no such name in the Daluo circle. No Daluo cares. And those who have fought their way into the Daluo circle by themselves. The gold content of such people can really make many Daluo feel inferior. Especially seeing the miserable situation of Tathagata devouring his own disciple with tears, and the smiling Changsheng Emperor opposite Tathagata. This is destined to be one of the most classic scenes in the history of the peach banquet. Li Huanyan blinked and captured this scene, then handed it to Nua Nyang obediently. Mom, I think this can be hung on the wall of the Wat Palace in the future. Nua Nyang took a look and nodded with satisfaction. It is indeed possible. Changsheng is still very handsome. This is the kind of talent that the Wat Palace needs. The monsters that the Wat Palace had previously produced were all rotten fish and shrimps, and they only knew how to embarrass her. Look at Xiao Changsheng. This is the descendant of the Wat Palace. Li Huanyan thought about it, and presented the picture to the Saint Junti again. Teacher, you can also hang a picture of this portrait in the place where you teach Changsheng to learn skills in the future. Saint Junti controlled his expression, and just nodded slightly. Good. It can be seen that all the Ji party members are talented. Ji Changsheng is fine. Li Changshi can really inherit the inheritance of Tien Star Lord, which is not easy. Again, don't you see that the 12 immortals of Yushu have been personally taught carefully by Yuanshi Tianwang for countless years, and they have accepted all the inheritance of saints. But they still can't take it. Li Changshi has reached the realm of Zhenjuan by exploring on her own, and almost made the Daluo strongmen, who don't know the situation of Tien Star Lord, misjudge that she is Tien Star Lord. The difference is immediately judged. Li Huanyan also entered Junti's sight. He didn't pay much attention to Li Huanyan before. Now it seems that when many Daluo were shocked and speechless, Li Huanyan still dared to talk and laugh, stepping on Tathagata, Nua and him to get close to him. This kind of courage and determination is not something that ordinary people, or even ordinary Daluo, can have. The newcomers of this class are really powerful. Not only Tathagata did not expect it, but the 6 saints also did not expect that several new generations of human races, who are not very old, can actually do such a big thing. When they began to show their fangs, they were able to suppress the Daluo strongmen by themselves. 1 minute later, Tathagata cleared the plate. His stomach swelled up. He felt nauseous, but he held back and didn't vomit. Instead, he looked at Ji Changsheng again. Even his voice regained its composure. Eternal Emperor, I have kept my promise. Please keep your promise. 2. Seeing Tathagata's calmness and the coldness in his eyes, many powerful people subconsciously became serious. Tathagata is really angry. If he doesn't explode in silence, he will become abnormal in silence. Tathagata will definitely not become abnormal. It's going to be lively now. After the peach banquet, there will definitely be a fierce clash between Buddhism and the Emperor of Longevity. I'm not afraid of Tathagata's explosion on the spot, but I'm afraid of him settling accounts later. Although the Emperor of Longevity's move this time is sharp, there will be endless troubles. Yes, Tathagata is a top quasi-saint who can maintain the top 5 and compete for the top 3. Below the saints, the Emperor of Longevity did it on the first day of the month. If Tathagata does it on the 15th day himself, how will the Emperor of Longevity respond? Before, the powerful people were looking forward to how Tathagata would respond to Ji Changsheng. Now they began to look at Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng could think of the problems they could think of. Of course. But since he had started, he did not hesitate. Once something is done, it must be done quickly and neatly. You will never accomplish anything great if you look ahead and behind. As for the consequences, if you dare to do it, he will dare to bear the consequences. Ji Changsheng chuckled and asked Tathagata, how does the golden cicada taste? Under the attention of the crowd, Tathagata's nausea was a little suppressed. Queen Mother glanced at the god of food. The god of food quickly explained, the great Emperor Changsheng specifically told me to use all that I can. If I can make the Buddha Tathagata spit it out at the peach banquet, the great Emperor Changsheng is willing to give me a ginseng fruit as a thank you gift. But my strength is low. Even if I use my best skills, I can only do this. After all, Tathagata is a powerful Daoyuo. Although the god of food is an expert in food, it is not so easy to shake Daoyuo's taste system. The reason why Tathagata felt sick was that his inner fluctuations were greater. After all, Jin Chanzi was really his personal disciple. This kind of public humiliation was difficult for even Daoyuo to accept. Hearing that Ji Changsheng asked him to comment, Tathagata became even more angry. But his eyes were still cold. In public, the great Emperor Changsheng wants to break his promise? In this way, no one would dare to cooperate with Ji Changsheng in the future. Reputation is very important and cannot be easily ruined. Ji Changsheng certainly would not let his reputation go bankrupt at this time. So he calmly sent a message to Li Chengxi, senior sister. Pass it on. Let the brothers release all the other disciples of Tathagata. Seeing Ji Chengxing's statement in public, Tathagata felt relieved. At least, he did not become a commander without troops at the beginning of Buddhism. And all his disciples died. He did suffer a great humiliation today. But the matter is not over yet. And to be honest, this may not be a bad thing. He is willing to suffer such a great humiliation for his disciples. The cohesion of Buddhism will be more united, and his disciples will be more devoted to him. Although he would not make such a choice under normal circumstances, since he has made this choice, the benefits can be maximized. I will repay the gift of the great Emperor Changsheng today. Tathagata did not hide his revengeful thoughts. Even if he said he would put down his butcher knife, no one would believe him. So Tathagata said directly, I have a word for the great Emperor Changsheng, the first person to make clay figures. Will he have no descendants? If you dare to attack my disciples, I will dare to attack yours. Who wouldn't hurt each other? You broke the rules first. It was a very real threat. But Ji Changsheng was unaware. He asked the previous question again. How does the meat of the golden cicada taste? Tathagata's eyes finally began to get angry. I think it should be bad. So from now on, Buddhist disciples abstain from meat. If there are those who dare to eat people, I will cook them and give them to you to eat. At this point, Ji Changsheng deliberately added, of course, Tathagata, you are busy with all kinds of things, and you may not be able to find them at any time. If I can't find you, I will cook them into dishes and feed them to your other confidants. Whoever can't finish them will become the next dish. Tathagata's bottom line was completely trampled. Emperor Changsheng, are you really going to start a full-scale war? Of course not. I am setting rules for Buddhism. Why do you set rules for Buddhism? Good question. This prehistoric fairy world has many ways. Teacher, I do not know whether Buddhism should be managed by heaven or not. Besides the sage's tradition, is there anything that heaven cannot manage? Ji Changsheng looked at Hao Tian. Your Majesty, I remember Daozu said that heaven is the highest official ruling institution. And other traditions must be registered in heaven to be legal and compliant forces? Haotian nodded. Teacher did say that. Then shouldn't Buddhism be managed by heaven? Haotian's eyes flashed with a smile. Of course it should be. I am the Emperor of Heaven. And I cannot set rules for the forces affiliated with heaven? Emperor Changsheng naturally has this authority. So Ji Changsheng was furious. Bold Tathagata. You dare to disobey Daozu's order? Do you want to rebel? Tathagata was caught. The Western religion originally had the support of saints, so it didn't need to care about the heaven. After he reorganized Buddhism, he visited Tontian as soon as possible. If he had Tongqian's support, he wouldn't have to care about the heaven. Of course, he had planned to cooperate with Haotian. Cooperating with the heaven, he would first become a vassal state and survive. This was in his plan. But Ji Changsheng acted too fast. Buddhism was just founded, and there were so many things to do. He couldn't take care of everything. Ji Changsheng laid the problem out in the open. If he bowed his head, Buddhism's future position would be similar to Ho-Tu's reincarnation underworld, and both would nominally be subjects of the heaven. But when the heaven was first founded, Ho-Tu grabbed the position of heavenly emperor. Now the 6 imperials have been set. If Buddhism was to be a subject of the heaven, he wouldn't even be able to get a position of heavenly emperor. The seat would even be below Ji Changsheng. This was something Tathagata couldn't accept. So Tathagata looked at Tontian. Teacher, love me again. Tontian was still soft-hearted. After all, he really loved Changsheng. Before Tontian finished speaking, Taiching Saint frowned and stood up again to uphold justice. Shut up, Tontian. When I sent Tathagata to the west, you had already cut off the cause and effect with him. This is well known to everyone. Taiching Saint said in a deep voice, Third brother, it is not the behavior of a saint to go back on your words. Don't become a laughing stock of the world and don't make people uneasy. Tontian was speechless. The eldest brother said fair words. Duobao Taoist was the chief disciple of Jeju before. He wanted to go to the west to be the CEO, which was a job-hopping behavior. Duobao's cause and effect with Jeju was too deep, and his cause and effect with him was too deep. Without cutting off the karma, Duobao could not go to the Western religion. So the karma entanglement between him and Duobao had been completely cut off. This matter is not a secret. Otherwise, with the non-compete agreement, the CEO of the Western religion should have belonged to Randing, who had completely torn his face with Yuan Shi Tianwang. It would not have been Duobao's turn at all. The 2 Western saints would not believe a Daoyuo strongman who had not cut off the karma of the previous relationship. Tontian Patriarch now stood up for Tathagata, which was to eat back the shit he had pulled out that year. It was a credit bankruptcy. If the saints could go back on their words at will, the quasi-saints would be worried and never have peace. The order would be disrupted, and the quasi-saints would even start to seek sainthood in order to protect themselves. The world is in turmoil, and karma is added. Even if the saints are involved in such karma, they will usher in a great disaster or even an infinite disaster. Tontian Patriarch is obviously the most confused among the saints. But the Taiching Saint said it so clearly. If he still doesn't understand, he is pretending to be stupid. He didn't have the intelligence to play dumb. He could only play dead. Tontian played dead, and Ji Changsheng took advantage of the victory to pursue. It seems that you really want to rebel against Daozu. Tathagata, I really admire your courage. In the heavenly court, the place appointed by Daozu, you dare to be so arrogant. After leaving heavenly court, I dare not think about what you dare to do. Tathagata, Your Majesty, there are thieves who despise Daozu. Do you want to stand by and watch? Haotian, who was named, stood up helplessly. He really couldn't stay out of this matter. Otherwise he couldn't explain to Daozu. Although he and Ji Changsheng had talked about Ji Changsheng going to charge into battle. But who made Tathagata commit taboos on Daozu? Buddha. This matter does need an explanation. What Ji Changsheng wants is management rights. What Haotian wants is to annex the Western religion. They have the same interests. Tathagata looked at Tontian, who was pretending to be dead, again, and finally realized one thing in his heart. It is better to rely on yourself than on heaven or earth. The teacher is no longer the teacher of the past. He wants to become a saint himself. This place is the Peach Banquet, the home court of the heavenly court. Tathagata is not sure that he can defeat Haotian. So he finally chose to give in. Buddhism will naturally accept the management of the heavenly court. You give orders. I just don't listen. The Western heaven is his territory. Even if the heavenly court sends an imperial envoy, it is easy to be attacked by demons. When it comes to his home court, Tathagata has plenty of ways. It is only embarrassing to bow down temporarily. But in the absence of other ways, he can only admit it first. Ji Changsheng pressed on. Since you accept the management of the heavenly court, you should rectify the rules of Buddhism. From now on, Buddhist disciples will start to eat vegetarian food. Tathagata put his hands together and saluted Haoqian. Buddhism only accepts the management of the great heavenly venerable. Ji Changsheng narrowed his eyes and looked at Haoqian. Haoqian knew that Tathagata was showing goodwill to him. But accepting Tathagata's goodwill at this time would be equivalent to breaking off relations with Ji Changsheng. What Ji Changsheng is doing is to strengthen the heavenly court. Haoqian is not Tong Tian. He is not so confused. The benefits of Buddhism cannot be missed. But not at this time. Otherwise, he would break off relations with Ji Changsheng, who is fighting for the heavenly court. For the sake of benefits, who would fight for the heavenly court in the future? Tathagata knew that if he bowed his head in exchange for the life of his disciples, Haoqian would not chill the hearts of the people below. These are the necessary qualities of the superiors. To be the overlord of a region. Both Tathagata and Haoqian have passed the basic quality test. So without much hesitation, Haoqian said, the Buddhist teachings guide all beings to be good. And reducing killing is naturally a good thing. What Changsheng Emperor said makes sense. Tathagata cursed in his heart that the boy was not worth cooperating with. Old thing. You are trying to get the skin of a tiger. Can you beat Ji Changsheng in the future? Tathagata is very tired. A group of pig teammates, who need him to 1v5 in every game. As a player, he has to be a part-time coach. And he has to do both offense and defense. The opponent is still very strong. And each of them is 1-on-3. Can he blame him for being at a disadvantage? He has tried his best. He is inferior to others. So he can only avoid the edge temporarily. Then, as the great heavenly venerable said, the Buddhist sect will eat vegetarian food from now on. It happened that he was about to vomit eating the meat of the golden cicada. Even if Ji Changsheng did not ask, he planned to let Buddhist disciples eat vegetarian food. It was just that Ji Changsheng took the initiative to bring it up. And Tathagata felt very uncomfortable. It was Tathagata's last pride to attribute the credit to Haoqian. What a pity. Humane merits fell from the sky. 9 merit golden lotuses bloomed on Ji Changsheng's head. Only 1 flower bloomed on Haoqian's head. A killer. Ji Changsheng looked up at the merit golden lotus on his head. And then looked at Tathagata with a look of sarcasm. Just asking Buddhist disciples to eat vegetarian food can actually bring so many humane merits. Tathagata, you might as well try to commit suicide. I guess you can get more humane merits than me after committing suicide. Tathagata's eyes twitched. A Buddha's heart has experienced too much destruction today. But pride kept him from falling. After all, Changsheng the Great is young and has not yet entered the Daluo realm. I don't know that for Daluo's strongmen. What is important is not humane merits, but innate merits. The implication is that he doesn't care about the merits of humanity. In fact, it is true. The merits of humanity are really useless to him. Otherwise Buddhism would not be what it is now. If the great Emperor Changsheng is lucky enough to be promoted to Daluo in the future, he will not be so excited about the merits of humanity. Tathagata said lightly. Ji Changsheng laughed. I have not entered Daluo. But I can make you so humiliated. When I enter Daluo, Tathagata, will you still have a place to stand? Tathagata calmly declared war. I am looking forward to the great Emperor Changsheng standing in front of me and becoming my opponent as soon as possible. Then you can't wait. You are not qualified to be my opponent. One is more crazy than the other. The tit-for-tat between Tathagata Buddha and the great Emperor Changsheng made other great men beam with joy. This is much more beautiful than the fairies dancing. What makes them even more excited is that this is not the end. The most exciting part was left to the end by the great Emperor Changsheng. Tathagata, to celebrate your founding of Buddhism, I have prepared a great gift for you. The eyes of other great men lit up. Tathagata's heart sank. And? Do you know why I can easily grasp the whereabouts of all your disciples? Do you know why I can easily suppress your disciples? Do you know why my people can come and go freely in Lingshan? Tathagata's face changed. Ji Changsheng smiled and said, Tathagata, you threatened me just now, saying that the first person to make a calamity will have no descendants. Which makes sense. But I also told you that you are not my opponent. I beat you up for my teacher. Not because I really treat you as a dish. From now on, you can't spare a hand to deal with me. Unless you want to die. Ji Chansheng snapped his fingers again. Another projection descended. The image in this projection came from Lingshan, from the newly created Buddhism. At the peach banquet, countless powerful people finally lost control of their bodies this time. And many people stood up subconsciously, because many powerful people, especially those wandering in front of the Daluo gate, saw the image that concerned them the most. Methriya, crossing the Daluo tribulation. Methriya, the future Buddha, the direct disciple of the Saint Junti, the original prince of the Western religion. As long as Tathagata is immortal, Methriya will always be the prince. Whoever messes with Tathagata is Methriya's natural ally. And now, Ji Chansheng is not only Methriya's ally, he is also Methriya's direct junior brother. Since Buddhism is the Western religion that inherited the hard work of my teacher, I can't bear to kill it. Otherwise, I will let Buddhism go to the West today. Rahu, help my senior brother cross the tribulation and protect the law. Tathagata's eyes twitched again. The demon ancestor Rahu, who was supposed to be the biggest difficulty in the Great Luo tribulation, actually became Methriya's guardian in the tribulation. If he or other powerful beings want to stop it, they must first kill demon ancestor Rahu. How can this be played? Naked cheating. Especially now. Everyone is watching. Junti and Jia-in are sitting at the head of the peach banquet. Who dares to attack Methriya? Under the watchful eyes of the public, Methriya successfully entered the Great Luo realm. There is one more Great Luo in the world. A moment later, Methriya came to the peach banquet with a captive in his hand. Meet senior brother. Junior brother. I am deeply grateful for your help in achieving enlightenment. Senior brother. You are polite. Even if you are selfless, there is no danger for senior brother to pass the Great Luo tribulation. Before, you and Sister Xitigarbha just didn't want to compete with Tathagata for power, which led to civil strife in the Western Church. Now that the Western Church has been destroyed, senior brother will naturally not tolerate it. Methriya smiled slightly. This is indeed the case. The strong men wandering in front of the Daluo gate are also divided into different levels. Xitigarbha and Methriya are both strong men who can take that step at any time. Buddhism has been divided into two parts since then. This is still not the end. Brother, please take a seat. I have something to say to Tathagata. Methriya did not look at Tathagata and came behind Junti. It has never been a secret that he and Tathagata are not on good terms. Ji Chansheng looked at Tathagata, who was already gloomy, and chuckled again. Tathagata, are you ready for another critical hit? Tathagata did not realize what Ji Chansheng was going to do, until Ji Chansheng held the thunder in his hand, and his voice spread to Yaoqi, disciples of the Chan sect. Step out. The peach banquet opened another table. Guanyin Bodhisattva did not hesitate to leave the Buddhist power camp and sit on the latest table. Manjusri Bodhisattva, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, and Juliusan Buddha followed closely. Buddhism has been divided into three parts. Tathagata, do you think it's that easy to create a powerful force? Ji Chansheng said coldly, fighting with me? Are you worthy? Buddhism was not even halfway through its establishment when it was attacked by the great Emperor Chansheng. This is truly a critical moment for survival. Chapter 366. One wave has not settled. Another wave rises. Working is difficult, and it is often very frustrating. But starting a business is not as easy as imagined. 99% of entrepreneurs fail in the end. Buddhism is Tathagata's first business. Before, he was a working emperor, working in Jiajio and Western religion. He received the highest salary and some equity. But who doesn't have a dream of being a boss? So Tathagata started his own business. At first, he did quite well, until he met Ji Chansheng. He finally realized the value of Junti's development of Western religion from a nobody to the first major religion in the prehistoric world. And Junti Saint completed his business under the sniping of the three pure ones. What he encountered was just Ji Chansheng sniping. The gap between saints and quasi-saints is often not only reflected in combat power. Ji Chansheng was also so murderous and heartbreaking. Teacher developed the Western religion into the first major religion in the prehistoric world. Do you think you can do it? Don't forget that the status of the Western religion as the first major religion in the prehistoric world was taken from you. Tathagata's old face instantly turned red. Tongyan's fist also hardened. This statement really slapped him in the face. Before the Western religion, the first major religion in the prehistoric world was the Jia religion. The Western religion stepped on the Jia religion to rise to the top. Now Buddhism is stepping on the Western religion to rise to the top. However, Compared with the Jia religion and the Western religion, Buddhism looks the most vulnerable. The first two were at least glorious. Buddhism has not even started to flourish. But it is already shaky. Guanyin, do you want to rejoin the Chan religion? Tathagata knew that the contradiction between him and Maitreya was irreconcilable. But there was no irreconcilable contradiction between him and Guanyin Bodhisattva, including between him and the previous Chan religion disciples. He also didn't think that there was a deep foundation for cooperation between Guanyin Bodhisattva and Ji Chansheng. Guanyin Bodhisattva said in a deep voice, "It's hard to turn back after spilling the water. Once you enter the Western religion, it's naturally difficult to turn back." He really couldn't go back to the Chan religion. Even if he wanted to, Yuan Shi Tianwang would not take him back. Sect rules are not a joke. And it's impossible to come in and out casually. Tathagata reminded, the Western religion has been destroyed. And from now on there is only Buddhism. Bodhisattva, do you want to rebel against Buddhism and set up your own sect? Or do you think Ji Chansheng will protect you like the true king? Guanyin Bodhisattva and Yuqing Zhenwang have a close relationship. And this is no secret. So Tathagata never thought that Guanyin Bodhisattva would stand on Ji Changsheng's side and lead other disciples who originally came from the Chan religion to stand on Ji Changsheng's side. Given the relationship between Guanyin Bodhisattva and Yuqing Zhenwang, it is unlikely that he couldn't tell that Ji Chansheng was not Yuqing Zhenwang. This is indeed the case. Guanyin Bodhisattva recognized from the beginning that Ji Chansheng was not the Jade Pure True King. But she still chose to place her own temple in the south. Buddha, there is no need to say more. The disputes in Lingshan have nothing to do with us. We just want to practice in peace and break through as soon as possible. To say that Buddhism is now divided into 3 parts is still overestimating them. In the past, the teaching of Chan was not competitive. Mainly because the 12 immortals of Yushi were not competitive. And they were beaten by Yu Xiao, a Daluo. After they rebelled against the teaching of Chan and joined the Western religion, they were still not competitive. Maitreya is the direct disciple of the Saint Junti. After Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva clearly gave up the right to inherit the Western religion as the core of the original local sect of the Western religion, and he himself was promoted to Daluo. He was indeed qualified to compete with Tathagata. But the strength of those who rebelled against the Chan sect in the past in the Western sect is still too weak, and they are not qualified to be compared with Tathagata Maitreya. Only if there is a Daluo as a leader, they are qualified to really share the world with Tathagata Maitreya. Even so, their side is still the weakest. But now, they don't even have a Daluo. At this time, Ji Chansheng was also looking at Guanyin Bodhisattva and sighing. If my little sister was a little more powerful, he would have asked Luoho to open a green channel for my little sister to help her to be promoted to Daluo. In that case, Tathagata really couldn't turn the world upside down. What a pity. On Maitreya's side, even without Luoho's help, Maitreya has a 90% chance of being promoted to Daluo. He was just suppressing his own cultivation like Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva before. On Guanyin Bodhisattva's side, even with Luoho's help, her own foundation is not enough for her to be promoted to Daluo. The threshold of Daluo is still too high. If Guanyin Bodhisattva wants to be promoted to Daluo, she needs other opportunities, and even needs to find a way to take a shortcut. Otherwise, she would have been promoted long ago with her own ability. She would not have waited until today. The same is true for the other 12 Jade Immortals. Tathagata understood the attitude of Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. They do not support, oppose or reject Buddhism. What they want is to be promoted to Daluo. And in this regard, Ji Chansheng can really help them. After all, the green channel that Luoho opened for Maitreya just now is still vivid in their minds. The great Emperor Chansheng, who holds the power of evolution, can now offer no less chips than him, the Lord of Buddhism, or even more. But Tathagata still breathed a sigh of relief. In Buddhism, he is still the strongest now. He just needs time to rebuild the country. I have taken note of the advice of the great Emperor Chansheng. Tathagata's voice was obviously a little soft. I will start to solve the contradictions within Buddhism after returning to Lingshan. Today is the Peach Festival, and I will no longer steal the show. He was ready to leave. Ji Chansheng glanced at the captives brought by Maitreya Buddha and said to Tathagata, "Don't rush to run away. Look at the fate of your former junior brother." The Buddha Tathagata also looked at the captives in Maitreya Buddha's hands. Not only Tathagata. Everyone looked over. Then many powerful people realized that Tontian sect master's emotions seemed a little excited. Of course, when they saw the identity of the captives in Maitreya Buddha's hands, They understood Tontian sect master's excitement. Dingwang Happy Buddha, one of Tontian sect master's 7 attendants and the biggest traitor of Jeju. In the last battle of Jejiao, as the attendant disciple of Tontian Jiaozhu, Chong Er Dingwangxian first stole Tontian Jiaozhu's 6 soul banner and surrendered to Changjiao, but was rejected by Yuan Shi Tianwang. Then he turned to Shifang Jiao and was named Dingwang Happy Buddha, a slave of 3 surnames. Now he actually fell into the hands of Mithriya Buddha, which is surprising. What is even more surprising is that Mithriya Buddha is not venting for Tontian Jiaozhu. He threw Dingwang Happy Buddha at Li Huanyan's feet. Junior brother helped me get promoted, so I have to give him some gifts in return. But now that junior brother is in a high position, I haven't thought of what gift to give him yet. I heard that Dingwang Happy Buddha once offended junior brother and junior sister in the lower world. I will capture him and junior sister can deal with him as she pleases. Mithriya Buddha hesitated a little when talking about the address of Li Huanyan. I wanted to call her younger sister directly, but it was no secret in the circle of powerful people that Tien Xingjuan was the empress of Changsheng Great Emperor. Although Mithriya Buddha also knew that Li Huanyan entered the Hua Palace, he chose to call her junior sister just in case. After all, he was giving a gift. If the gift offended Tien Xingjuan, it would be too much of a loss. Mithriya's little thoughts were not worth telling to outsiders. Li Huanyan didn't think about it. She just looked at Dingwang Happy Buddha, who had been completely sealed under her feet, and felt a lot of emotions in her heart. When she was in the lower world, Dingwang Happy Buddha was even the ancestor worshipped by the Hahuan sect. And now, Dingwang Happy Buddha is lying at her feet. And life and death can be decided by her words. Choice determines fate. She is the most perfect interpretation of this sentence. Since the choice has been made, Li Huanyan, who was born as a Hahuan demon girl, will not be soft-hearted. She chuckled, "Thank you, senior brother Mithriya." The Happy Buddha was in the lower world, and was indeed disrespectful to me and Changsheng. But compared to his offense to Tontian, this little disrespect to us is nothing. I thought that after Tathagata founded Buddhism, he would use the head of Dingwang Happy Buddha as a gift to reunite with Tontian. But I didn't expect that it was senior brother who captured him. A smile flashed in Mithriya's eyes. "Junior sister, you reminded me that when I attacked Dingwang Happy Buddha, Tathagata Buddha should have been visiting Lingbao Tianzuan." Their singing made Tontian's face even uglier. It also made Tathagata Buddha's heart sink. It's bad. If he told Tontian that he had forgotten the little character Dingwang Happy Buddha, I wonder if Tontian would believe it. He really forgot. Dingwang Happy Buddha is too weak to enter his sight. Li Huanyan also saved the reputation of Tathagata in this way. I think Tathagata Buddha is busy with all kinds of affairs and forgot that Dingwang Happy Buddha betrayed Tontian sect master. Mithriya Buddha nodded. Junior sister said that although I have never met junior brother, I wanted to repay junior brother's help. So I captured Dingwang Happy Buddha. Tathagata Buddha and Lingbao Tianzuan have cut off the cause and effect. So there is no need to worry about the past. It is me who is obsessed with appearance. Ji Changsheng almost applauded his own treasure, and the senior brother he just recognized. No wonder Mithriya can sit firmly, as the prince of the Western religion. To be honest, he is indeed more suitable than Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. In addition to his Daluo cultivation, Tathagata will have a headache in the future. This is a good thing. With Mithriya restraining Tathagata, Tathagata will have no time to retaliate against Ji Changsheng. As for Dingwang Happy Buddha, Li Huanyan did not continue to provoke Tathagata Buddha and Tontian sect master. She just handed the fate of Dingwang Happy Buddha to Tontian sect master. Tianzuan, Dingwang Happy Buddha has no life and death grudges with me and Changsheng. If Tianzuan wants to make a move, Changsheng and I are willing to help. If Dingwang Happy Buddha was a Daluo strongman, even a late Jinjuan realm strongman, Li Huanyan would not deal with him so casually. But Dingwang Happy Buddha was too useless. So useless that Li Huanyan did not feel any threat. So it doesn't matter. Although he was one of the 7 immortals around Tontian sect master. But the so-called 7 immortals are the 7 immortals who serve Tontian sect master at any time. This has nothing to do with cultivation. It is purely because Tontian sect master favors them more. Comparing Tontian Jiaozhu to the emperor, the 7 immortals are the 7 eunuchs favored by Tontian emperor. Eunuchs don't need to be strong, have a strong background, or even have ruthless means. Eunuchs only need one ability to serve their master well. Tontian Jiaozhu is not a difficult master to serve. So Dingwang Happy Buddha can have a chance to succeed in Jeju. After going to the Western sect, Dingwang Happy Buddha didn't have much success. His main research area is the things between men and women. He can't even rise to the field of yin and yang combination. He only stays at the concept of Saibu and furnace. In the circle of powerful people, he doesn't even know the concept of sublimation. So Dingguang Happy Buddha doesn't even have the qualifications to be invited to the peach banquet. This is also the reason why Tathagata ignored him. However, this kind of small role is not on the scale. When he is on the scale, you can see from Tantian Jiaoju's face that small roles can also play a big role. Tantian Jiaoju didn't hesitate and wanted to act directly. But before he acted, he glanced at Tai Ching Saint. This time, the eldest brother did not stand up to enforce justice. He himself felt that it was too beneath his dignity to argue with a person like Dingguang Happy Buddha. In other words, letting Dingguang Happy Buddha die in his hands was too much of a face-saving thing for Dingguang Happy Buddha. So he finally said, "Just kill him. Don't dirty my hands." Seeing that Tantian Sect Master really had no intention of taking action, Li Huanyan threw Dingguang Happy Buddha to Ji Chansheng again. "Cha Sheng, test your merits." Ji Chansheng raised his knife and slashed. A rabbit demon that was about 2/3 smaller than Jin Chanzi instantly fell to the ground. Endless merits once again enveloped Ji Chansheng. This is also the reason why Li Huanyan did not do it herself. She does not cultivate merits. Nor does she cultivate magic skills. Killing people and demons is a bit of a waste for her. Only by letting Ji Chansheng kill can the resources be maximized. Ji Chansheng felt the nourishment of merits, and said to the Buddha Tathagata again with a sullen face, "In the future, Buddhist disciples must not only eat vegetarian food, but also abstain from sex. The happy lineage is definitely an evil Buddha." Tathagata did not struggle. Just follow the words of the Southern Emperor Chansheng. He had to agree to this. Because Tantian Jiaoju was also watching. He couldn't argue with a traitor who betrayed Tantian Jiaoju. Tathagata's performance of bearing humiliation and bearing heavy burdens, in the eyes of other powerful people, was naturally the Buddha Tathagata bowing to the Southern Emperor Chansheng again. It seems that the world of immortals is really going to change. The Emperor of Immortality is so fierce that he scared Daluo to death. Tathagata is in trouble. Buddhism has been divided into 3 parts. And he has lost the protection of the saints. It will be difficult for him to survive in the future. At least Tathagata can't bother with the Emperor of Immortality. The fire in his own backyard is difficult to put out. At Guanyin Bodhisattva. Bodhisattva. If you break through Daluo, Buddhism will be even more lively. Shame on me. I have wasted thousands of years, and gained nothing. Daluo is really too difficult. Hey, why didn't the Buddha Burning Lamp attend the peach banquet this time? Yes, the Buddha Burning Lamp is also a powerful Daluo. If he also joins, it will be too lively. Yuanshi Tianwang attended the peach banquet. And the Buddha Burning Lamp certainly didn't dare to show up easily. Among those who betrayed the Chan sect, the one who had the deepest conflict with Yuanshi Tianwang was the Buddha Burning Lamp. Indeed, at that time, the Taoist master of Burning Lamp was still the deputy leader of the Chan sect. And no one expected that he would betray the Chan sect. At Randing, when Buddhism was just established, who did the ancient Buddha support? Lingjiu Mountain. Yuanjia Cave. Randing ancient Buddha lay in the coffin, scrolling through the group chat, quietly lurking. Without saying a word, he does not support anyone. The world is uncertain. The current wind direction is too complicated. When the situation gradually becomes clear, he will choose a side. As for now, continue to dive and pretend to be dead. No matter what the West becomes in the end. He, a powerful Daluo, will always have a place. This is the confidence of a powerful Daluo. Of course, whether he stands on a side or not, he always has a tendency in his heart. Tathagata is the leader of the disciples of Jijiao, and Maitreya is the prince of the local faction. They both have their confidants to support them. If I want to remain independent, it seems that I still have to join forces with my former fellow disciples. I have to get closer to Guanyin. I am afraid that Buddhism in the next 100 years will be bloody. Randing ancient Buddha has seen the cruelty of the internal struggle of Buddhism in the future. But every major force can hardly avoid similar internal struggles. Unless he only accepted a great master Xuandu as his disciple like the Saint Tai Ching, there would be no fight at all. Otherwise, even the 2 sects of Chan and Jia in the past were full of contradictions. Buddhism is naturally no exception. Randing was good at winning in chaos. But this time, Randing felt it was difficult to grasp, because it was too chaotic. Moreover, It was too chaotic too fast. Since Ji Changsheng ascended, everything seems to have been fast-forwarded. The information just obtained yesterday has to be refreshed today. I can't grasp the situation at all. I hope Tathagata can hold on for a little longer. Otherwise, he doesn't know whether the current information is worth analyzing. At this time, the powerful people in the heavens still had not fully adapted to the style of the Changsheng Emperor. They still needed time. Ji Changsheng gave them time. After the order to let Buddhist disciples abstain from sex was issued, Ji Changsheng gave the body of Dingwang Happy Buddha to the god of food. God of food. Add another side dish to the peach festival today. Braised rabbit head. My lady. The heavenly court song and dance troupe can go on. Continue to play music and continue to dance. Tathagata's suppression today is almost complete. The later plan still needs Tathagata. So Ji Changsheng did not continue to pursue the victory. Let Tathagata understand the severity of the current situation and stimulate his subjective initiative, which is more conducive to the implementation of the plan. Buddhism now has a lot of things to do, and needs many people with lofty ideals to join. And today's teasing of Tantian Jiaozhu is almost complete. With the arrogance of Uncle San, it is too bullying to attack himself, which is not in line with his holy setting. The anger will most likely be directed at the dear teacher. Then, the matter of the teacher's reincarnation can also be put on the agenda. In this way, Tantian will have to play a fake game again. TSK. Ji Changsheng suddenly felt like raising pigs. Uncle San's IQ was not very good to begin with, and it was really hard for him not to swell up when he was always raising pigs. I hope Uncle San can be more sober, and I hope the dear teacher can abandon life and death, honor and disgrace, and see through the useless things like face. Amitabha. Good. Good. Just when Ji Changsheng was about to retire, Tathagata suddenly said, I have something I don't understand, and I want to ask the Changsheng Emperor. The eyes of the powerful people lit up again. Tathagata is going to fight back. Yes, Tathagata was indeed fighting back, as we all know. The inner demon is the public enemy of all worlds, and Lu Ho is the master of all demons appointed by Daozu. Changsheng Emperor colluded with Lu Ho to help Maitreya ascend to Daoyuo, which violated the will of Daozu. I wonder how Changsheng Emperor will explain it. Ji Changsheng did not explain. He sat in the chief seat and looked at Ziwei, who was sitting at the second table. Ziwei Emperor gritted his teeth, endured the humiliation, and stood up to answer. Buddha misunderstood. It was not Changsheng Emperor who colluded with Lu Ho, but me. Tathagata? What kind of pig teammates are these? Chapter 367. The nine lights are formed, and the star gods return to their positions. The conflict between Ziwei Emperor and Changsheng Emperor is similar to the conflict between Tathagata Buddha and Maitreya Buddha, both of which are irreconcilable. Tathagata and Maitreya are almost fighting each other. So of course, he will regard Ziwei Emperor as his innate ally. Just like Ji Changsheng and Maitreya Buddha hit it off. But ideals are full, and reality is very skinny. Maitreya Buddha became a good ally of Changsheng Emperor. Ziwei Emperor backstabbed Tathagata Buddha. So Tathagata Buddha was very uncomfortable. Look at how Ji Changsheng's teammates stabbed me. And then look at my teammates, who are rotten fish and shrimp. The teacher actually cowered. Ziwei directly backstabbed. Can he blame Tathagata for not working hard? It's okay for teammates not to help, but they also drag their feet. Who can stand this? Star-Lord, do you know what you are saying? The Emperor Ziwei repeated helplessly. It was indeed me who colluded with Lu Ho. The Tathagata did not curse, showing his Daoyuo-level self-restraint. Ji Changsheng expressed his admiration, but the Tathagata was very upset. He finally got the upper hand. Just like Ji Changsheng accused him of disobeying the Dao ancestor just now, Ji Changsheng colluded with Lu Ho, which was also an act of disobeying the Dao ancestor. If this matter is confirmed, at least Ji Changsheng can be defeated. And this matter is true. Just now, Ji Changsheng asked Lu Ho to protect Maitreya, but it was in broad daylight, and the evidence was conclusive. As a result, there was still a fool rushing to take the blame for such a sure thing. And this fool was his natural ally. The Tathagata was waiting for an explanation. Ji Changsheng also looked at Emperor Ziwei innocently, and was horrified. Ziwei, how could you collude with Lu Ho? As everyone knows, the inner demon is the public enemy of all realms, and Lu Ho is the master of all demons appointed by Daozu. You are violating the will of Daozu, and you must have an explanation. Ziwei's fists hardened. But you can't just give up your mother for the sake of face. Right? If it was an ordinary mother, it would be fine. His mother really can't be lost. After all, his mother is stronger than him. And Dongmu Yuanjun has other backup plans. Now the soul has fallen into Ji Chongqing's hands. With this handle in Ji Chongqing's hand, Ziwei can only lie dormant for the time being. According to the agreement with Ji Chongqing in advance, Ziwei took the initiative to claim the black pot. To be honest, this matter is related to Tianpeng. Ji Chongqing let Ziwei take the blame. Emperor Ziwei must also let his subordinates take the blame. The superior must not be wrong. But ordinary subordinates can't take the black pot. And it is easy to chill the hearts of the people below. Marshal Tianpeng has gone to reincarnation. Before reincarnation, he was his #1 general. He is the only choice to take the black pot. According to the current situation, Emperor Ziwei doesn't think Tianpeng can come back. So he has no psychological pressure to choose the person to blame. In the past, Tianpeng coveted the power of the southern Chongqing emperor. So he took the initiative to contact the Heart Demon clan, hoping to cooperate with the outside and take over the Divine Sky Jade Purity Palace. Later, when the Chongqing emperor returned, he had delusions again and wanted to frame the Chongqing emperor, but was exposed by the Chongqing emperor and was eventually sent to reincarnation. It was also his own fault. I was deceived by Tianpeng, and it was too late when I found out. Luo Ho controlled Tianpeng and had evidence of collusion with Tianpeng. Tianpeng is the first general under my command. I thought that family disgrace should not be made public. So I reached a cooperation with Luo Ho. At this point, the voice of the Ziwei emperor trembled a little, and he closed his eyes in pain. It was really painful. Outsiders simply couldn't understand. Buddha, don't wrongly accuse a good person. Chongqing emperor is innocent. I will bear all the consequences. All the star gods in the sky, who were qualified to participate in the peach banquet, were confused at this moment. What's going on? Emperor Ziwei bowed to Nanji Chongqing emperor again? Why did he kneel more thoroughly than before? Before Nanji Chongqing emperor disappeared, Emperor Ziwei was suppressed by Nanji Chongqing emperor. This is no secret. But at that time, it was just suppression. And the contradiction between the two sides was still very obvious. Ziwei just couldn't beat him. Not that he didn't want to fight. Now he just surrendered. This made the star gods under Ziwei very confused. The ministers were about to fight to the death. Why did His Majesty surrender first? Not only were they confused, but Tathagata was also confused. Ziwei was a Daluo Tiandi, and he couldn't be possessed. What kind of handle did Ji Chongqing have in his hand? He could actually help Ji Chongqing to wash it off like this? Handle? Wait. Dongmu Yuanjun? After all, Tathagata Buddha is Tathagata Buddha. His previous career was in the Western Church, and he did not pay attention to the internal struggles in the Heavenly Court. After all, he has not yet settled Li Shan. The Heavenly Court is another and more advanced copy for him, and it is useless for him to pay attention. However, the information between the Daluo will still be exchanged. Dongmu Yuanjun seems to have had an accident. Tathagata finally remembered this matter. But he and Dongmu Yuanjun are not familiar with each other. Tathagata did not know why Dongmu Yuanjun had an accident, and the inside story of this matter. In fact, he did not care. After all, he felt that it had nothing to do with him. So he did not know that Dongmu Yuanjun finally fell into the hands of Ji Chongqing. However, seeing how Ziwei Emperor was being controlled by Ji Chongqing, Tathagata Buddha reacted. Could it be that Dongmu Yuanjun was not dead? She was just crippled by Nua and then handed over to Ji Chongqing? Is Nua so good to Ji Chongqing? There are only a few people who know about the inside story of how Nua dealt with Dongmu Yuanjun. The only channel Tathagata could get the news from was Tong Tianjiaozhu. But when Tong Tianjiaozhu saw him, it was not long before the start of the Peach Festival. Just like Tathagata forgot to bring Dingguang Happy Buddha as a gift to Tong Tianjiaozhu. Tong Tianjiaozhu and his former disciple reunited after a long separation, and thousands of words converged in their hearts. Dongmu Yuanjun was certainly not the first person they discussed. So Tathagata did not grasp this information gap. But now Tathagata still reacted by himself. Star Lord, where is Dongmu Yuanjun? The news of Dongmu Yuanjun's accident spread in a small range in the Daluo circle, but it had not spread to a larger range. After all, it didn't happen for long. The Buddha asked this question, which immediately attracted the attention of other powerful people. It seems that Dongmu Yuanjun is indeed not here. Strange. Dongmu Yuanjun is the second boss of the Heavenly Palace. And generally speaking, he will not miss the Peach Festival. Haven't you heard? Domu Yuan Jun was killed by Nuwa. At Jin Yuanzi. Jin Yuan Daxian. Do you have any inside information? I don't know the details. But Domu Yuan Jun has been secretly provoking Nuwa. It is estimated that Nuwa was annoyed and beat Domu Yuan Jun to death with 3 punches. Looking at Ziwei. It may not be killed. There are fools among the powerful people. But 90% of her mind is definitely at an excellent level. Ziwei's performance clearly shows that Ji Chansheng has found her weakness. Tathagata Buddha asked about Domu Yuan Jun again. The causal relationship between the two is not difficult to connect. Hearing Tathagata Buddha's question, Ziwei Emperor subconsciously glanced at Ji Chansheng. Ji Chansheng asked curiously, Ziwei, what are you looking at me for? What happened to your mother? Don't you know? Ziwei Emperor. Of course he knew. So he gritted his teeth again and said, my mother, also colluded with Luo Ho, fell into the devil's way, and did many wrong things. My mother felt that she was deeply sinful. So she went to reincarnation on her own. The great powers looked at each other. This peach banquet was too exciting. Chansheng Emperor and Tathagata Buddha had just staged a big drama. And then Ziwei Emperor began to expose himself. And then Domu Yuan Jun had another problem. It was all the excitement of Daluo. This is unprecedented in previous peach banquets. Buddha Tathagata also began to grit his teeth. What kind of trash is this family? It was said that there were 3 great Luos in the same family. But there was not a single one who could fight. They were actually controlled by Ji Chansheng, who had not yet entered the Daluo. He did not understand. He was unwilling to accept it. He was even more unwilling to care about Ziwei. He was not afraid of godlike opponents, but was afraid of pig-like teammates. Buddha Tathagata now felt that Ji Chansheng was a godlike opponent. But he would rather face a godlike opponent like Ji Chansheng. And he did not want to partner with pig-like teammates again. He continued to target Ji Chansheng. The matter between Emperor Ziwei and Domu Yuan Jun is an internal affair of the heavenly court. Although I think they were framed. Buddha Tathagata didn't notice that when he said this. Master Tongtian's face was a little ugly. Whoever cleans up Domu Yuan Jun will attract Master Tongtian's anger. Ji Chansheng discovered the anger of his third uncle. So he kindly asked, Tathagata, I remember you are good friends with Jin Lingxingmu? Buddha Tathagata didn't know the inside story. But there are many former disciples of Jeju in Buddhism in heaven. And he certainly won't break with Jejiao. Jin Ling Jr.'s sister and I are naturally close friends. And this is known to the world. Ji Chansheng applauded, wonderful. Really wonderful. It seems that another Domu evil demon has not escaped. Maybe it's Domu's mistress. I suddenly have a bold idea. Ziwei. Gochen. Tathagata is not your biological father. Right? In fact, the great power does not need a partner to get pregnant and have children. There is a mother-child river in the mortal world. And you can get pregnant by drinking water. Let alone the great power. But the combination of yin and yang is definitely the more traditional and most used way. Ji Chansheng. In line with the scientific attitude of believing in big data. Provided the possibility of finding relatives to Emperor Ziwei and Emperor Gaochen. He felt that he was very kind. Ziwei and Gaochen wanted to kill people. Tathagata, a Buddhist heart, was also full of blood. But in the end, he successfully suppressed his emotions with the cultivation of Daluo, Emperor Chansheng. Don't make trouble. The sky is clear. Just now, Emperor Chansheng ordered Luoho to protect Methreya. This matter is undeniable. What explanation does Emperor Chansheng have? Ji Chansheng explained sincerely. I discovered the collusion between Ziwei and Luoho. And my first reaction was to be furious. Then I thought that God has the virtue of loving life. Even the Heart Demon clan should have the opportunity to turn evil back to the right path. So I tried to use morality to influence the Heart Demon. Tathagata was silent. All the great powers present were silent. Use morality to influence the inner demons. Chansheng Emperor's words were indeed a bit insulting to others' IQ. But the other great powers naturally did not dare to correct it. Everyone looked at Tathagata. Tathagata did not disappoint everyone. After the silence, Tathagata laughed in anger. I am afraid that Chansheng Emperor's explanation will not be able to stop the world's gossip. Ji Chansheng smiled and said, let the Buddha know that I have successfully moved the evil inner demon clan with my pure and noble moral qualities. After I had a long talk with Luoho, Luoho felt deeply ashamed and said that he must make amends. So I sent Luoho to protect Brother Methreya to see if Luoho really wants to change his mind. Facts have proved that Luoho did it. Speaking of this, Ji Chansheng put his hands together and chanted a Buddhist name to Tathagata, Amitabha. I heard that after the Buddha founded Buddhism. He once said that the sea of suffering is boundless, and turning back is the shore. I also heard that the Buddha said that if you put down your butcher knife, you will become a Buddha right away. The Heart Demon clan was infected by my moral character, and moved by the Buddha's tolerance and generosity. And finally they were willing to turn over a new leaf. Buddha, you also have half of the medal of merit for persuading the Heart Demon clan to surrender. The Tathagata's whole body seemed to have grown bigger. It looked like he was angry. In fact, he was swollen after eating the golden cicada, and had not digested it. The god of food listened to the instructions of the Chansheng emperor, and put a lot of good things in the dish of fried golden cicada. But from the outside world's point of view, Tathagata Buddha was about to explode. This is indeed the case. Ji Chansheng completely tampered with his teachings. The sea of suffering is boundless. Only turning back can bring you shore, and put down your butcher knife, and you will become a Buddha instantly are not what Ji Chansheng meant at all. What a pity. No one cares about the true meaning of these two sentences. In order to prevent his mother from suffering at the hands of Ji Chansheng, Emperor Ziwei tearfully recommended Luoho. I have heard that the Buddha Tathagata also said that the saint and the devil are one, and light and darkness have the same origin. Since the Emperor Chansheng has persuaded the Heart Demon clan to turn over a new leaf, as one of the 6 imperial guardians of heaven, I am willing to recommend the Heart Demon clan to join heaven, use their own racial characteristics to benefit all spirits, and jointly build a better world for the heavens and the worlds. What do you think? Great Heavenly Venerable? Hao Tian's eyes lit up. There is such a good thing? Daoyu is willing to take the initiative to surrender? Although it was Luoho who surrendered to heaven. But Hao Tian also knew that Daozu had long since stopped taking Luoho seriously. If heaven recruits Luoho at this time, there will be no risk of angering Daozu. Then, as the Lord of Heaven, of course, there is no reason for him to let him go. Hao Tian readily agreed. Star Lord, what you said makes sense. The heavenly court is open to all. We sincerely invite all heroes to join the heavenly court and build a better world. If Luoho is willing, I will naturally not refuse. However, Luoho is the master of the inner demon, and if he joins the heavenly court, he will need a position of God with weight. The powerful Daoyu will be a guest of honor wherever he goes. It cannot be neglected. This is not only a respect for the Daoyu who has surrendered, but also for other Daoyu outsiders to see. Hao Tian knew that Luoho was willing to accept the offer of amnesty from the heavenly court. The focus was not Ziwei at all, but Ji Chansheng. So he consulted Ji Chansheng's opinion. Emperor Chansheng, do you think Luoho can hold any position in the heavenly court? Ji Chansheng was not polite and said directly, under the 6 gods, there should be 9 star gods. The star gods should be selected with Daoyu as the threshold to strengthen the heavenly court. Luoho and Jidu can both be selected into the 9 stars, and become Luoho star god and Jidu star god. Taiyin star god has returned to his position, and can also be listed among them. The 6 vacant star gods are reserved for other powerful people in the heavenly court who are expected to become Daoyu, and to recruit Daoyu who want to join the heavenly court. Chapter 368, Beiji of Buddhism. Killing monks in heaven. Hao Tian briefly calculated in his heart, and felt that Ji Chansheng's proposal was reasonable and feasible. He originally set the threshold for the position of Star Lord to be Daoyu, and it would be better to have a shortage than to have an unqualified one. But after so many years, there has never been an unqualified one. But the problem is that there has always been a shortage. And Hao Tian is also very embarrassed. There really is no Daoyu strongman willing to take the initiative to surrender to heaven. That's normal. Heaven can give benefits to creatures below Daoyu, but there are not many benefits that can be given to real Daoyu strongmen. So it naturally cannot attract real Daoyu. But what heaven lacks is real Daoyu strongmen. Although Hao Tian has maintained the status of the Star Lord, it has been vacant for many years, and it is meaningless no matter how high the status is. There must be a few Daoyu as examples first, so that the gold content of the Star Lord position can be truly raised. Luoho and Jidu are both Daoyu level inner demons, and of course they are qualified enough to become the Star Lord of Heaven. Taiyin Star Lord became famous by stepping on Ho Tu Nyang Nyang, which made all the great powers in the heavens reawaken their memories of Taiyin Star Lord. No one would question her being a Star Lord, and being on par with demon ancestor Luoho and Taiyin Star Lord is not a loss of face for 90% of the Daoyu masters. In this way, Jiuya Star Lord has no problem, at least in terms of prestige, for the Daluo masters. If the Heavenly Court offers corresponding treatment, it is still difficult to attract Daluo masters to join. There is no way. There are not many Daluo masters, and it is really too difficult to break through Daluo. But it is also good to attract one more. The strength of the Heavenly Court ultimately depends on the number of Daluo masters. And the strength of the Heavenly Court and the strength of Hao Tian are positively correlated. Ji Chongqing's proposal was beneficial to both him and the Heavenly Court. So Hao Tian nodded with satisfaction. What the great Emperor Chongqing said makes sense. The 9-star gods should be the highest worshippers of the Heavenly Court, below the 6 imperial gods. When the Heavenly Court was first established, the Taoist ancestor had granted the Heavenly Court a lot of authority. Now, there are still the 5 elements that have not been used. I will take them out and grant them to 5 of the 9-star gods. At the peach banquet, countless powerful people were instantly moved. Although it is said that the 3,000 great ways are equal, that is when they are all cultivated to the extreme. If they are not cultivated to the extreme, at the same realm, the great way of time and the great way of space can basically surpass 99% of the great ways, and the great way of power can suppress most of the disobedience. In addition, yin and yang, xianquan, stars, 5 elements, are all great ways that can rank at the top. The authority of the stars now belongs to the Heavenly Emperor Ziwei. The authority of the 5 elements is not weaker than the authority of the stars. If the authority of the 5 elements is combined, a Heavenly Emperor can also be created. Obviously, Hao Tian didn't want to have another Heavenly Emperor, so he took out the authority of the 5 elements and distributed it to 5 of the 9 stars. This is still a quasi-Daluo level fortune. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth. Each avenue has an immeasurable upper limit. If those half-step Daluo who are wandering in front of the Daluo gate and can't enter happen to be suitable for one of the 5 elements avenues, with this authority, the hope of breaking through Daluo can be instantly increased by 20%. In addition, Luoho has been recruited by the Heavenly Court. The 9 stars welfare thrown by Hao Tian is still lacking to attract real Daluo masters, but it is already attractive enough for those half-step Daluo masters. Ji Chongqing also glanced at Hao Tian, thinking that although this guy can endure, he is indeed capable. When it is time to pay, he is not vague, and it seems that he knows that it is difficult to attract real Daluo masters. So he focuses on the quasi-Daluo masters. Although the standard is lowered a little, the attraction is instantly increased, and there will no longer be the embarrassing scene of vacancies in the past. The style is important, and it is also important to keep up with the times. Hao Tian also found that it is too difficult to make Daluo bow down, and it is better to cultivate it by himself. He did as Ji Chongqing thought, and quietly lowered the standard. Then, he regarded this peach banquet as a meeting to recruit talents. Is there a better opportunity to attract talents than now? Hao Tian continued, what Chongqing Emperor said just now. The selection of star gods should be based on Daluo. I agree in principle. However, Daluo's strongmen are hard to come by. So I want to make a change. Those gods who have made great military achievements for the Heavenly Court should have the opportunity to be promoted to Daluo. And the Heavenly Court will not treat any meritorious minister unfairly. After the authority of the 5 elements is issued, I will give those veterans of the Heavenly Court with outstanding merits a chance to temporarily hold the authority of Julia, to help them improve their strength. Of course, in order to maintain the threshold of the star gods, all participants in this election must have the appearance of Daluo, and have made great military achievements for the Heavenly Court. Chongqing Emperor, what do you think? Although Hao Tian had made a decision, he still asked Ji Chongqing for his opinion. Everyone carried the flowery sedan chair. He did not forget that Luoho, Jidu and Taiyin were all brought by Ji Chongqing. If Ji Chongqing disagrees, the 9-star gods will still be a joke. Ji Chongqing pondered for a moment and gave Hao Tian this face. In other words, he did not offend those potential arrogant and powerful generals in the Heavenly Court. Hao Tian is giving benefits to the old ministers of the Heavenly Court. If he stops it, he will lose the hearts of the gods. Hao Tian is smart in buying the hearts of the gods. He has climbed from a boy to the position of the Heavenly Emperor without being pulled down by other powerful people. It turns out that he has some skills. However, Ji Chongqing still added, there should be a deadline. We cannot let mediocre people occupy power for a long time, forming class solidification and blocking the path for the rise of real heroes. Emperor Chongqing's words make sense. So let's temporarily set it for 1,000 years. If the Star King who holds the power of the 9 stars cannot break through the Great Luo in 1,000 years, he will resign and hand over the 9 stars and the power. Is the 1,000 years calculated in heaven or in the human world? Of course it is in heaven. That's too much time. 100 years. If the heaven cannot break through the Great Luo in 100 years, it is a waste of resources in the heavenly court for such a waste to continue to hold the power of the 5 elements. Haotian. If someone else said this, he would definitely think that the other party was deliberately not giving him face. But when Ji Changsheng said it, it was very convincing. Because Haotian knew how long Ji Changsheng had practiced. Ji Changsheng probably really thought that a half-step Daluo strongman who spent 100 years with the help of the 5 elements and still couldn't break through to Daluo was a waste. Thinking about the speed of Ji Changsheng's rise, Haotian couldn't refute it. And 100 years in heaven is indeed not a short time on earth. So Haotian chose to give in. Just follow what Changsheng Emperor said. The two of them talked as if no one else was around, and directly decided the matter of Jiuyao Xingjuan. They didn't ask the Emperor Ziwei and the Emperor Gaochen at all. This scene fell into the eyes of many other powerful people, and they would naturally understand the current trend of the heavenly court. Haotian, the Lord of Heaven appointed by Daozu, has an unshakable position for the time being. Changsheng Emperor, a rising star, has obviously stepped on Ziwei and Gaochen. As for the most powerful of the 6 gods, Ho Tu Huang Di, he is really strong. But he cannot leave the reincarnation underworld. The heaven is still decided by Haotian and Changsheng Emperor. If you want to get into heaven, it is self-evident who you stand on the side of. After finalizing the standards of the 9 stars with Ji Changsheng, Haotian did not end his performance. Tai Bai Star Lord Li Chungjing stood up from the 9th table. Tai Bai Star Lord, Tai Bai Jinxing God, Haotian's direct descendant, is also Haotian's public white glove. Your power as a star god is to manage wars. You were born as a god of war, and have outstanding strength. You have served the heavenly court for many years, and have made outstanding contributions. Both your qualifications and strength are enough to convince the public. Among the 5 elements, you are most suitable to manage the great Tao of Gold. From now on, you will be listed as one of the 9 stars, and manage the great Tao of Gold. If you cannot break through the Daluo within 100 years, you will abdicate, and let the wise man take over. Are you willing? Tai Bai Jinxing was stunned for a second. And then he was overjoyed and thanked him. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. I will definitely fulfill my mission. Haotian nodded and looked at the other gods. I select the virtuous and capable, and I will only promote them based on their talents. If you have any opinions about Tai Bai's promotion, you can speak freely. I will never have a one-man show. No immortal spoke. No powerful person objected. Ji Changsheng glanced at Tai Bai Jinxing, then at Haotian, and heard Yu Linglong's voice transmission reminding him, the incarnation of the Grand Master, Taishang Laojun, was once reincarnated into the human race. Li Chungjing is the younger brother of the reincarnated Laojun. Don't object. What can Ji Changsheng say? Haotian, the old turtle, really doesn't have the final say. He is fishing. Facts have proved that being the Emperor of Heaven is not about fighting and killing. Nor is it about human relationships. It is about saintly relationships. This old turtle used Tai Bai Jinxing as his own white glove, and then kept Taishang Laojun in the Tushita Palace, and now gave Tai Bai Jinxing the authority of the Golden Avenue. There is indeed something. Ji Changsheng felt that he still had something to learn. He was too honest. Not like the old turtle Haotian. At the same time, Ji Changsheng also felt that other saints were not up to the task. Why don't you recognize more relatives? I want to recommend, but no one recommends. These saints are really not working hard. Haotian still gave Ji Changsheng face. After he recommended Tai Bai Xingjuan, he looked at Ji Changsheng again. Does the great Emperor Changsheng have any recommendations? Ji Changsheng was also thinking about this. Gold, wood, water, fire and earth. Now the authority of the Golden Avenue has been occupied. Wood, water, fire, earth. It seems that there are no talents that can be used in Ji's party. At least not for the time being. At this moment, Ji Changsheng saw Brother Jiao, who came late and had a deep friendship with him, but met for the first time today. His eyes lit up instantly. Brother. Here. Ji Changsheng personally welcomed the Demon King Jiao in. The Demon King Jiao had turned into a human form at this time, and his dark face was full of red light. The great Emperor Changsheng really respects me too much. The saint is still watching from above. and there are many powerful Daluo people attending the meeting. But Ji Changsheng actually pulled him directly through the ouchie. He felt this kind of glory for the first time in his life. There is no doubt that Jiao died for his confidant, Emperor Changsheng. Ji Changsheng waved his hand and said in an unquestionable tone, "Brother, you are too polite. We are brothers. We hit it off when we met. You followed my order to recruit the dragons of the four seas. Now you have accomplished more than half of your mission. Although it is not perfect, you have made great contributions to the heavenly court. Brother. For many years you have been hiding your identity in the four seas, never mentioned your background in the heavenly court, and relied on yourself to fight. I am sorry for not providing you with enough help." Brother, don't worry. Outsiders don't know your achievements. But I do. Now you are famous in the prehistoric world. I will definitely make up for what I owe you in the past. Then do as you say? The Jiao Demon King was actually very confused. He had no idea what was going on. But no matter how confused he was, he would do whatever his good brother said. And it would never be wrong. Can my sworn brother still deceive me? Although the Jiao Demon King lacked information, he still had self-knowledge. In today's peach banquet, even if he is a demon king who has just become famous in the prehistoric fairy world, he can only be considered average at best. If he really offends a powerful Daluo, he may become a dish at the peach banquet. If the great Emperor Changsheng wants to plot against him, he doesn't need such an occasion, nor does he need to spend so much effort. So I will respond to whatever my good brother says. The main thing is to cooperate. Ji Changsheng is very satisfied with the response of the Demon King Jiao. He is indeed the top demon talent in the post-demon era. Much better than the demons in the Wahuang Palace. Your Majesty, Brother Jiao was entrusted by me to conquer the four seas. He has worked silently for countless years. Now he has achieved remarkable results, and made great contributions to the heavenly court. Brother Jiao's strength is also obvious to all. If he takes charge of the water avenue among the five elements, he can command the four seas even more. Hao Tian was moved. Emperor Changsheng, are you sure you want to subdue the four seas dragon clan? The current heaven is not in its most prosperous state. After all, there is no real saint in charge. Even after the supplement of the conferred god tribulation, the development speed of the heaven is destined to be slower than that of the saints. It is also because there is no real saint in charge. So it is not uncommon for many major forces to not sell face to the heaven. The dragon clan is not sold either. Although the dragon clan now has only 2 or 3 big cats and small cats. It is the first generation overlord of the prehistoric fairyland after all. The foundation is there. The wealth is there. The most important thing is that the dragon clan is now cooperating with Ho Tu Nyang Nyang. Hao Tian has ideas about the dragon clan, but he thinks it is not worthwhile to offend Ho Tu in order to recruit the dragon clan. In addition to Ho Tu, the dragon clan's current foundation also includes the Azure Dragon God, one of the 4 spiritual beasts. The Azure Dragon God is also a Daluo. But the 4 spirits of heaven and earth are born strong. But they are also born to bear the burden of the prehistoric fairyland. And their actions are not free. But after all, he is also a Daluo. Compared with offending 2 Daluo, Hao Tian resisted the urge to attack the dragon clan. But if Ji Changsheng is willing to take over this cause and effect, he will naturally not refuse. Ji Changsheng pointed at the Jiao Demon King. It's not me who wants to subdue the Four Seas Dragon Clan. It's my Jiao brother. Hao Tian understood immediately. This is the exchange of interests. If the Four Seas Dragon Clan can be subdued, the control and strength of the heavenly court in the prehistoric fairyland will naturally be further improved. He, the lord of the heavenly court, will benefit the most. And what Ji Changsheng wants is the great way of water. And, if the 9-star lords and the Jiao Demon King are included, there are 4 of them who are Ji's party. Many thoughts flashed through Hao Tian's mind. But he did not hesitate at all. Any hesitation for a second would be disrespectful to the wealth of the Dragon Clan. What the Changsheng Emperor said is very true. The Jiao Demon King has indeed worked hard and made great contributions. He should be the 9 stars and be in charge of the great Tao of water. After all, the 9 stars have 9 positions. Giving Ji Changsheng 4 positions has not exceeded Hao Tian's bottom line. He will not give up the other 5. Ji Changsheng is not greedy and asks for more. 4 is enough. Quality is not quantity. He never cares about votes. Daluo is Daluo. The 4 positions he wants. Now there are 2 Daluo and 2 quasi-Daluo. Can Hao Tian find 5 Daluo? Let alone 5. It's hard to get to. If it's so easy to break through the Daluo realm, there won't be so many great powers standing still. And as long as Haotian can't find a real Daluo strongman, the so-called half-step Daluo is just a cloud for Ji Changsheng. What's the use of being able to vote? The fist of Daluo is the hard truth. Ji Changsheng doesn't care who Haotian will give the other 5 positions to. He just signaled the Queen Mother to open a separate table for the 9-star Star Lord. The Queen Mother immediately opened a separate table and hosted it with the Daluo standard. Tai Bai Star Lord joined the party. Later, Luoho and Jidu arrived late. Haotian personally welcomed them, and welcomed them into the Yaoqi at the same time. Ji Changsheng also led the Jiao Demon King to this table. Brother, I have other things to do at the peach banquet today. Brother, you will discuss with other Star Lords here, and taste the delicious peaches. After the peach banquet, brother, go to Shishao Yuqing Mansion to wait for me. I have something important to discuss with you in detail. Since it has been decided to throw the dear teacher out as bait, those who dare to be interested in the flesh of the saint will not be ordinary guys. Perhaps a quasi-Daluo or even a real Daluo master can be fished out. Ji Changsheng certainly has confidence in his teacher, but it is better to be prepared. In the spirit of respecting other Daluo masters, Ji Changsheng is ready to upgrade the journey to the West team in an all-round way. Let the teacher take the bait. Ji Changsheng thinks Jiao Mong is a good mount for the teacher. The Dragon Clan is not good at all. Below Daluo, there are really few better supercars than this newly recognized brother. In this way, if you really encounter danger, close the door and let the teacher go first. If the teacher is tied up, close the door and let the brother go. As the eldest brother, he must do a good job of logistics support and cheering. Director Ji thinks his plan is perfect. Jiao Mong thinks his brother is too polite. Brother Ji, you go ahead and do your work. I'm just going to ask Luoho and Jidu about the promotion to Daluo. Yes. I'm also going to ask Luoho and Jidu about the promotion to Daluo. Tai Bai Jinxing Li Chungging is also very concerned about his own path. Being a disciple of a saint is stressful. Being a brother of a saint is also stressful. If he can't be promoted to Daluo, it will be a loss of face for Taishan Lao Jun. Ji Changsheng comforted, Star Lord. There is no need to have such great pressure. The 9 children of Yuanshi Tianwang are not useful except Yuqingzhen Wang. Tai Bai Jinxing smiled bitterly. Thank you for the comfort of Changsheng Emperor. At the head, Yuanshi Tianwang suddenly felt that the immortal wine in the glass cup was not fragrant. Jidu didn't dare to discuss the saint, and quickly changed the subject. Changsheng Emperor, where is Tien Xingjuan? Senior sister likes quietness and doesn't want to participate in such a lively occasion. So she is still on Tien Star. Queen Mother will let the god of food serve her a meal later. In previous years, there was no such rule. However, rules can be changed by superiors at any time. Li Chengxi really didn't want to show up at the peach banquet. It was not because she was afraid of anything else, but because she felt that her cultivation had not yet recovered, and she could not suppress the female fairies, such as Nua and Queen Mother. It would be boring to go. In addition, she killed the Taoist Junyang, and then went to the Queen Mother's home court for a banquet. I always felt that it was a bit unreasonable. Although the risk is not big, it is safer to stay at home. Li Chengxi didn't want to come, and Ji Changsheng certainly wouldn't force her. So the god of food was a little troubled. It happened to open a table on Tien Star, so that Ji's party members also had a sense of participation. You guys chat. Jioya Star Lord is an independent god, and all treatment is comparable to that of Daluo's strongmen. The Heavenly Court will not interfere too much in management. Everyone discusses on their own. And Changsheng Emperor and I will go to work first. Haotian and Ji Changsheng are both the organizers of today's peach banquet, and they certainly can't just stay around Jioya. Give them full freedom. The Holy Son of Heaven ruled with ease, and the Star Lord sat and discussed. The atmosphere of the Heavenly Court was thriving. This scene made many powerful people quite interested. In fact, Haotian also deliberately did it for these powerful people to see. It is of course a good thing to select the 9 Star Lords internally, but if you can directly recruit Daluo to join, it will be a one-step solution, which can save a lot of effort. Even if you can't attract Daluo's strongmen, Haotian will also open the door to the existence of half-step Daluos such as Jiao Demon King. Although the conferred god Tribulation has added a lot of elites to the Heavenly Court, it is still far from the Heavenly Court created by the ancient demon clan. Haotian knows that there is still a lot of room for improvement in the Heavenly Court. Ji Changsheng didn't think so much. After he left the Joya seat, he looked at Tathagata Buddha again. Tathagata, you just accused me of colluding with Luoho without reason. Do you know your crime? Tathagata, the human race once said that ignorance is not a crime. You are playing tricks. How can I play? A demon of Luoho's level can be recruited by the heavenly court. Tathagata didn't want to say a word. Athletes can never beat referees. He gave up. It's better to return to Lingshan to stabilize the rear, and then take it slowly. There will definitely be a conflict between Haoqian and Ji Changsheng. There can't be two tigers in one mountain. Tathagata has full confidence in this. So he is not desperate. And Ji Changsheng didn't let him go so easily. How can you become a Buddha if you spread rumors? Exaggerate? And lie to deceive people? Tathagata, you should reflect on yourself. Tathagata tried to control his emotions. What the great Emperor Changsheng said is right. Now that Buddhism is established, it should have clear rules and regulations, like the heavenly court, to require its disciples. Otherwise, Buddhism will harbor filth and become a cult, which will harm others and oneself sooner or later. In addition to abstaining from sex and meat, I think we should also add a rule of abstaining from lying. Tathagata, you should learn from yourself. Tathagata gritted his teeth and said, I have my own plan. It must be implemented. Otherwise, I will use the authority of the Heavenly Emperor to help you establish the 7 rules and 8 precepts for Buddhism. What do you think? Ji Changsheng asked with a smile. Tathagata was shocked. No need to trouble the great Emperor Changsheng. I will start to formulate the precepts after returning to Lingshan. The child is teachable. Ji Changsheng nodded with relief. He wanted to pursue the victory. But the Heavenly Court does not have the ability to completely annex Lingshan now. It's all Haoqian's fault for not working hard enough. The Heavenly Court now has to rule the larger vassal states, such as Lingshan and the underworld. If they are really pushed to the limit, they will only suffer a loss. So Ji Changsheng can't do too much for the time being. Okay. Today's event should be enough for you to remember this profound lesson. Go back. Do things cleanly and honestly in the future. And become a Buddha in an upright manner. If you do anything wrong again, I will not be polite. Ji Changsheng waved his hand, indicating that Tathagata can leave. The purpose of stepping on him to brush up his reputation has been completely achieved. And the first show has been very successful. Next, Tathagata needs to quietly accumulate the power of revenge. And he still has a lot of scenes to play later. Asshole. As soon as Tathagata left Yaoqi, he heard the thunderous anger of Emperor Ziwei behind him. You can even break the glass lamp. Are you laughing at this, Emperor? Tathagata sneered at this. He dared not get angry with Ji Changsheng, and only dared to vent his anger on the little fairy at the peach banquet. He was ashamed to be associated with such a person. Tathagata did not return to Lingshan. After leaving the heavenly palace, Tathagata went straight to the underworld. My lady, I have something to ask you. Ho-Tu looked at the huge body in Tathagata's hand, and her tone was a little surprised. Jean Chanzi actually has a true spirit in this life? Ho-Tu certainly did not participate in the peach banquet. She sacrificed her freedom, and could not leave the underworld at all. But Ho-Tu knew everything that happened at the peach banquet. So he was a little surprised to see Jean Chanzi's true spirit and body. Tathagata Buddha explained, Jean Chanzi is different from other demons. Jean Chanzi can regenerate after shedding his shell. Ji Changsheng only knows one thing, not the other. To kill Jean Chanzi, you need to kill both the new and old lives in succession to completely kill him. I see. Ho-Tu regained her composure. Most of the first generation of demons were born and raised naturally, so it was not surprising that they had some magical properties. The regeneration function of Jean Chanzi was not particularly buggy. Please help Jean Chanzi reincarnate. And in return, I can do something for you, Tathagata said. Ho-Tu pondered for a moment, and still sent Jean Chanzi's true spirit into reincarnation. I'll owe it to you first. Thank you, madam. Ji Changsheng didn't know about the deal between Tathagata and Ho-Tu. He was now focusing on Emperor Ziwei. Ziwei was furious at a general who rolled up a curtain, because this general had just knocked over his glass cup and poured the fairy wine on him. Emperor Ziwei was furious. Ji Changsheng was kind-hearted and pleaded for the general who rolled up a curtain. Ziwei, it's just a small matter. Do you have to be so fussy about it? The general who rolled up a curtain looked at Ji Changsheng in astonishment. It was actually the Changsheng Emperor who pleaded for him. The Ziwei Emperor had lost face with the Changsheng Emperor, so he deliberately took him out on him. Or did Haoqian know that he was on good terms with Ziwei's subordinates? Zhuanlian had served Haoqian for many years, and was familiar with Haotian's style of doing things. Under normal circumstances, if he made such a mistake, Haotian would take the initiative to plead for him. Moreover, this time, he did not make any mistakes at all. Yes, the glass lamp was indeed broken, but it was not him who broke it at all. It was Ziwei who broke it herself, and then put the blame on him. This is a frame-up. Haotian controls the heavenly court, and the Queen Mother held a peach banquet, so she would definitely not fail to see the tricks in it. But when Haotian spoke, General Zhuanlian realized that he was going to die. No rules, no order. Take him down and behead him. Zhuanlian's face was ashen. Sure enough, this was a trap. Haotian knew the details of his private contact with Ziwei Emperor's subordinates, and Ziwei Emperor sacrificed his arm to save his master. Only Changsheng Emperor, who was kind by nature, still persuaded him. Breaking a glass cup is not a crime punishable by death. Just demote him to the mortal world. Haotian looked at Ji Changsheng in surprise, not quite understanding why Ji Changsheng was putting on a show. Establishing a character? It was not a big deal. So Haotian still gave Ji Changsheng this face. Then, for the sake of Changsheng Emperor's plea, demote him to the mortal world. The death penalty can be exempted, but the living crime cannot be forgiven. Use a flying sword to pierce his chest and ribs more than 100 times every 7 days to serve as a warning to others. After hearing this punishment, Ji Changsheng did not plead for mercy. General Zhuanlian knelt on the ground instantly. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness, and thank you, Great Emperor Changsheng. Ji Changsheng heard General Zhuanlian's voice. Emperor, when I was a demon in the lower world, I met Jin Chanzi once, and knew some of Jin Chanzi's secrets. Jin Chanzi has shed his shell, and completed his rebirth. Although you killed Jin Chanzi, you still left him with the true spirit of his old body. As long as he reincarnates, Jin Chanzi may still be resurrected. Huh? Ji Changsheng really didn't expect this. After all, he had just ascended to heaven for a few days, and it was impossible for him to understand everything. Jin Chanzi, the second disciple who was highly expected by Tathagata, seemed to be really capable. And General Zhuanlian, an inconspicuous little god, actually knew such a secret, which was also something Ji Changsheng didn't expect. This is probably what good people get. The Emperor pleaded for me today and saved my life. I am grateful. After I go down to the lower world, I will definitely burn incense and pray every day. Before I ascended to heaven, I wandered around the universe and met a real person. I cultivated 3,000 merits, and I have some skills. Tathagata must have sent Jin Chanzi to reincarnation. I am alone and cannot help the Emperor too much. I can only stop Jin Chanzi from returning and stop him from bothering the Emperor. I will do my best for the Emperor. Ji Changsheng looked at the general with a surprised look this time. He is a talent. No, he is a demon. When he introduced himself just now, he said that he was a demon in the lower world before ascending. That's right. He can serve Haotian and dare to communicate with Ziwei's subordinates. He must have some skills. At this time, he sent a message to me because he knew that he had offended Haotian and Ziwei, and he was betting his life that I would help him. If he loses the bet, he loses. It won't be worse than now. If he wins the bet, Ji Changsheng might even help him solve his dilemma. Ji Changsheng admires those creatures who try to grasp their fate. He nodded slightly to General Zhuanlian and said in the same voice, if Jin Chanzi is really reincarnated, you can solve Jin Chanzi's reincarnation for me. I promise you to escape from the cage and regain a bright future. General Zhuanlian's eyes showed the most genuine gratitude. Emperor, rest assured, I will not fail my mission. Even if Jin Chanzi escapes to the ends of the earth, he will seize the opportunity to cut off the roots. This is his only chance to counterattack. Thank you, Emperor Changsheng. Jin Chanzi, I'm sorry. For my future, you must die. Oh, by the way, my lord, I have some friendship with Tian Peng. When I was practicing in the past, I practiced some tricks to search for the breath of those who were reincarnated. Ziwei abandoned Tian Peng, so Tian Peng must be resentful. If my lord wants to take revenge on Ziwei, I am willing to help him find Tian Peng in the lower world. Ji Changsheng looked at Zhuanlian in surprise again. There is such a trick. A small person, doing great things. It turns out that good people get good rewards. Chapter 369 The 5 Decays of Heavenly Beings, the Harvest of Daluo, and the Great Changes in the Pattern of the 10,000 Worlds. It is normal to plant good seeds and reap good fruits. Ji Changsheng boasted that he was kind to others, so there was no problem with good people being rewarded. He quickly accepted this setting. Then he let General Zhuanlian be demoted to the mortal world. Zhuanlian wanted to surrender to him, so he had to test the goods. He still needed a letter of surrender. Otherwise, if it was just someone who could only talk, it would be meaningless to accept such a demon G party. There are employees who can make PPTs and are good at speaking everywhere. General Zhuanlian had offended Chao Ziming before, and senior brother Chao was his special envoy at the time. The broad-minded Changsheng Emperor did not forget this matter. If he wants him to forget, it depends on whether Zhuanlian's boasting can be realized. Ji Changsheng retracted his gaze and said to Haotian with a smile, "Great lord, this general of the rolling curtain seems to have been on duty at the Lingxiao Palace beside you. He can be considered as your confidant. Are you willing to demote him to the mortal world like this?" Haotian said calmly, "It's just a water monster in the lower world. He has some adventures and abilities, so he can't be considered a confidant. In fact, he was originally a confidant. But since he knew that the general of the rolling curtain had a close relationship with the 4 northern marshals under Ziwei, the general of the rolling curtain could no longer gain his trust. This is equivalent to the emperor's guards with swords, and the prince being on good terms with each other in private. No emperor would tolerate such a thing, no matter how useful this guard with swords is." Ji Changsheng remembered the origin of water monster, and then glanced at the Jiao demon king. Since he plays with water, he can be handed over to brother Jiao in the future. With the teacher and brother Jiao around, Ji Changsheng felt that it was safe enough. In fact, there is no need to add a few more members to share the profits. Of course, someone has to do the odd jobs. Dear teacher, as a saint, is responsible for fighting. Brother Jiao, as a quasi-daluo, is responsible for transportation. As a daluo emperor, Changsheng Emperor is responsible for winning without doing anything. Cross it out. He is responsible for making plans. So it seems that 1 or 2 men are indeed needed to do odd jobs. But there is no shortage of such men in Ji's party, since it has been decided to change the actors. Ji Changsheng did not regard the journey to the west deduced by Ho Tu as the golden rule. It is not impossible to start over completely. Let's see if this rolling curtain can bring him some surprises. While Ji Changsheng was thinking about his daluo plan, the silent Emperor Gochen stood up at the second table of the peach banquet. "Great Heavenly Venerable, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it or not." The eyes of other powerful people were attracted again. What's going on? A new show? Will the Peach Festival be so lively this time? However, the great powers did not expect that they would end up eating melons on their own heads. Haotian nodded. "Gochen Great Emperor, please speak." Gochen Great Emperor shocked everyone. "Great Heavenly Venerable, I think the lifespan of these great powers is too long. Once they have achieved success in their practice, they can ascend to the immortal world and live forever. But the prehistoric immortal world also has its limits. If this continues, the heaven and earth universe will be overwhelmed, and the infinite calamity will eventually come, with disastrous consequences. Therefore, there must be some reforms." Haotian was very surprised. "I didn't expect that Gochen Great Emperor would have this intention. How do you think the reform should be carried out?" Emperor Gochen said in a cold and murderous voice, "Below daluo, a life tax will be established. Lifespans will eventually come to an end. The specific details can be discussed in detail. In short, let the creatures below daluo reincarnate and repeat, so that there can be long-term peace and stability. But in this way, won't those powerful people below daluo lose the chance of eternal life?" Haotian couldn't bear it. Emperor Gochen said solemnly, "Their loss of the chance of eternal life is the greatest kindness to all living beings. Please, Great Heavenly Venerable, put all living beings first." Ji Changsheng wanted to complain. The pattern has been sublimated to this point, so the reform should start from daluo. The one who consumes the most resources and is truly immortal is daluo. It is a saint, and the biggest one is Daozu. But Ji Changsheng held back. After all, he is not stupid. In the heavens and the worlds, the real tax object is always the middle class. The big bourgeoisie is the tax collector, who can still exploit the strongest class. It must be the strongest who exploit the lower ones. The life tax has nothing to do with Ji Changsheng for the time being, and it should also be beneficial. So Ji Changsheng does not intend to object. But this time, the powerful people who were just watching the show finally couldn't help themselves. Emperor Gochen's words are inappropriate. We have gone through thousands of hardships to get to where we are now. But Emperor Go Chen's words have made us wait for billions of years of hard work and cultivation go to waste. I will never agree. What's the use of you disagreeing? Once a document comes down from the heavenly court, you have to obey it whether you like it or not. And be grateful, and that's it. Ji Chansheng glanced at the guy who dared to be sarcastic. And then saw a big white bull. Bull Demon King? Did this guy get the invitation? But this guy is a bit arrogant. Pointing at Haotian and cursing the heavenly court. Although Haotian can really tolerate it. Do you have a strong background like me? Haotian can tolerate me. But he may not tolerate you. Brother Niu. This is wrong. This is just a proposal from Emperor Go Chen. And God Haotian has not agreed yet. God Haotian will never agree to such a perverse suggestion that will bring disaster to the world. Niu Mong laughed. Even a fool can see that Haotian and Go Chen are singing the same tune and treating us as idiots. But you can't see it. Silence is today's Yao Qi. Ji Chansheng almost gave Niu Mong a thumbs up. Brother, you are really awesome. You dare to say any big truth. This matter is indeed visible to a fool. But only a real fool will expose it. The new clothes of the Emperor of Heaven. Can you mention it? You are not allowed to mention it. Understand? Ji Chansheng didn't know whether Niu Mong really didn't understand or pretended not to understand. In short, he knew that Niu Mong was definitely on Haotian's blacklist. From Haotian's now somewhat stiff expression, we can tell that Haotian God's heart should be as broad as Chansheng Emperor's. Cough. The one who coughed lightly was Xuandu Master. The Bull Demon King wanted to say something. But after hearing Xuandu Master cough, he closed his mouth reluctantly. This scene gradually made Haotian's eyes murderous. Originally, he was worried that the Tai Ching lineage was behind the Bull Demon King. So he was just angry, and had not thought about killing the bull. But Xuandu Master coughed lightly, stopping the Bull Demon King from continuing to attack, indicating that this matter had nothing to do with the Tai Ching lineage. And it was actually a spontaneous act of the Bull Demon King. Haotian really had a strong killing intent. You? A black glove? Think you are Ji Chansheng? How dare you act cool in front of me? If it weren't for the ninja Dao, Haotian would have wanted to eat beef on the spot. However, the Bull Demon King shut up. But there were still other great powers who objected. Life tax really involves the fundamental interests of all living beings below Daoyuo. Especially those great powers who have been wandering in front of Daoyuo for countless years and have not broken through. It is better to live a miserable life than to die. If you don't die, you may have a chance to break through Daoyuo. Once you die, everything is over. If they can't break through Daoyuo in this life, they certainly don't think there is hope in the next life. Please think twice. Great Heavenly Venerable. Since the great catastrophe of the conferred God, the prehistoric fairyland has been peaceful for 1,000 years. If this order is issued, the prehistoric fairyland will probably be in chaos immediately. Great Heavenly Venerable. There are many powerful people in the realm of the true Lord in the heavens and the myriad worlds. If many powerful people in the realm of the true Lord unite, it will also be a great challenge to the ruling order of the heavenly court. Please veto the proposal of Emperor Go Chen. It was expected that the life tax would trigger collective opposition from the powerful. The knife was on their necks. And the powerful people certainly could not sit and wait for death. So Haotian prepared countermeasures in advance. He nodded slightly. First stopped the noise at the peach banquet. And then said to Emperor Go Chen, Emperor Go Chen, since you proposed this proposal, do you have any follow-up thoughts? I will implement benevolent policies. So I will naturally not destroy the order of the myriad worlds. I still have to take peace and stability as the overall situation. Emperor Go Chen did not think about it at all. But Haotian did. Emperor Go Chen relayed, order will not be disrupted. Even if a life tax is introduced, the situation will remain peaceful and stable as always. Please rest assured. Great Celestial Lord. Oh! Where does Emperor Go Chen get his confidence from? Go Chen said confidently, I have visited Queen Ho Tu. And Queen Ho Tu voted in favor, saying that she can absorb the powerful people whose time is coming to an end into reincarnation at any time and bring the new life. The powerful people were collectively awed. Ho Tu voted in favor of Hao Tian's proposal. The Emperor and Queen Ho Tu joined forces and already had the ability to force the implementation of the life tax. This matter is indeed beneficial to both Hao Tian and Ho Tu. Hao Tian naturally needs no further explanation. The introduction of the life tax means that his rule is becoming more and more consolidated. Ho Tu can also reap huge benefits. Pulling those powerful people with a short lifespan into reincarnation will increase her authority. She has no reason to refuse. Halkyan seemed surprised by Go Chen's action. The Queen Mother Ho-Tu actually agreed. It seems that I am too narrow-minded. With the support of the Queen Mother Ho-Tu, the order can indeed be much more stable. But God is kind. Many Taoist friends have gone through hardships and have achieved success in cultivation. I really can't bear to send them to death just because the deadline is approaching. Although it was crocodile tears. Halkyan's words and deeds still made many powerful people feel relieved. The Heaven Court forced them too hard. They really dared to risk their lives. After all, the Heaven Court wanted their lives this time. For this, Emperor Go Chen was also prepared. The great heavenly venerable is kind. And there is a solution to this matter. Emperor Go Chen said, there are many treasures in this world that can prolong life. The best effect is the peaches in the hands of the Queen Mother, and the ginseng fruit in the hands of the great immortal Jin Yuan. The powerful people instantly looked at the Queen Mother and Jin Yuanzi. The voice of Emperor Go Chen continued to sound. The peaches ripen once every 6,000 years. If you eat them, you will ascend to heaven and live forever. If you eat them once every 9,000 years, you will live as long as the heaven and earth, and as long as the sun and the moon. The life tax has nothing to do with the peaches. Everyone present here today has the opportunity to taste the peaches. So naturally there is no need to worry about your lifespan. As for the rest of you, you can only ask the Queen Mother. I believe the Queen Mother will not be stingy. The Queen Mother smiled and nodded. Don't worry. There are still a lot of peaches. As long as everyone needs it. I will never hide it. No great man could laugh. They all realized that this was boiling frogs in warm water. Dividing and dividing. As soon as the life tax was introduced, the value of peaches increased by more than 100 times. In the future, if you ask the Queen Mother to do something, the price you have to pay will also increase by more than 100 times. The control of the heavenly court over them will naturally increase. This is definitely not good news for them. Unfortunately, unless they can achieve Daluo, they can only let the heavenly court harvest them, because the proposal of Emperor Go Chen weakened their interests. But 90% of the interests went to the Daluo circle, Halkyan God, Ho-Tu Nyang, Queen Mother, etc. Only 10% of the interests will go to the bottom. The number of creatures at the bottom is large, and they can occupy the advantage of public opinion and morality if they get the benefits. The creatures at the top have strong fists, and they can't let anyone say no if they get the benefits. Therefore, these middle-class powerful people had almost no ability to fight back. Emperor Go Chen continued to point out the direction for them. In addition to the peaches, there are also the ginseng fruits of Jin Yuan de Xian. If you smell the ginseng fruit, you will live 360 years old. If you eat one, you will live 47,000 years. With the peaches and ginseng fruits, you don't have to worry about the longevity problem. The Queen Mother and Jin Yuan de Xian are kind to people, as long as everyone is willing to pay a small price. The Queen Mother and Jin Yuan de Xian will definitely be willing to lend a hand. Jin Yuanzi really didn't know about the life tax. He was a general. However, facing the gazes of the powerful people present and listening to the description of Emperor Go Chen, Jin Yuanzi knew that he was the one who got the benefits in this division of interests. If he was shameless, he would be suppressed by the heavenly court. Jin Yuanzi hesitated for a moment and accepted the dividend. He didn't care about such a small benefit, but he didn't dare not take it. At the chief, Nua raised her eyebrows and said, Jin Yuanzi is weaker than I thought. I thought he would stay out. As the ancestor of earthly immortals, Jin Yuanzi has a long history and strong strength. He also holds the ginseng fruit tree, one of the 5 spiritual roots. In ancient times, he was an enemy of Kunpeng. In the eyes of Nua, Jin Yuanzi's weight is not small, but she has not dealt with Jin Yuanzi much. The memory is still in ancient times. Ji Changsheng knew that there was a saint at the chief table, and the saint's conversation would not be heard by outsiders as long as they didn't want to. So he chuckled and said, Mom, the older you are in the martial arts world, the less courageous you are. Jin Yuanzi is no longer the Jin Yuanzi of the past. The most important thing is that if he doesn't take it, how can the Queen Mother take it? If the Queen Mother doesn't take it, how can the Lord of Heaven take it? If the Lord of Heaven doesn't take it, how can the saint take it? This is all a chain reaction. The eating manners of superiors who pay attention to order are generally not so ugly. But superiors still have to eat. To eat well, the people below have to pave the way. They finally reluctantly take the big head. If the people below don't take the small head, they will take the big head directly. Wouldn't the contradictions and resentment be directed directly at them? Zhen Yuanzi obviously understood this truth. Nuwa didn't understand. Or she was too lazy to understand. If it were me, I wouldn't take it. Ji Changsheng laughed again. So Zhen Yuanzi is not you. He gives me the feeling that he is old and has no hope of becoming a saint. Teacher, I think he has a connection with the Western religion. Zuni Saint was a little confused. Changsheng, don't be so radical. Zhen Yuanzi is still very strong. He once fought with Kuimping, and the result was a draw. Ji Changsheng thought to himself that I saw it with my own eyes. It was a fake match. Of course, Zhen Yuanzi must be very strong. A Daluo strongman, or a Daluo who has achieved his own success, is not weak. But Daluo like Tathagata, who has always wanted to become a saint, including Daluo like Domu Yuanjun, who has always looked down on Nuwa, actually has a higher status in Ji Changsheng's mind. They still have the spirit and courage, and their strength is often stronger. Zhen Yuanzi, although he has a lot of experience, he is already old in Ji Changsheng's eyes. In short, Zhen Yuanzi has fallen flat and no longer wants to make any further progress. He is thinking about how to keep his current position. This kind of Daluo is easy to control. Haoyan can control it. Ji Changsheng feels that he can do it too. Ginseng fruit, included in the plan. Teacher, don't worry. I know my limits. Not only Ji Changsheng knows his limits, Haoyan knows his limits too. After Zhen Yuanzi joined the group, Emperor Gochen continued, in addition to the peaches in the hands of the Queen Mother, the ginseng fruit in the hands of Zhen Yuan Daxian, and many longevity treasures in the universe. The Book of Life and Death of the Queen Mother Ho-Tu also holds the authority to control the lifespan of all spirits. If you still want to make a last-ditch effort, go to the reincarnation underworld to pay homage to the Queen Mother Ho-Tuesday. With the consent of the Queen Mother Ho-Tu, you can naturally extend your life. The Queen Mother, Zhen Yuan Daxian, and the Queen Mother Ho-Tu made a lot of money from a life tax. The three Daluo made money, but the interests of 300 million creatures below Daluo were damaged, which was also worth it in the eyes of the Daluo circle. Moreover, it was far more than just the three Daluo who benefited. There are 50 great ways. 49 of them are derived from heaven, and one of them is escaped by man. Heaven will never leave anyone without a way out, and there is always a ray of hope for everything. The introduction of the life tax is aimed at building a better, more harmonious and long-lasting Panga universe, rather than exhausting the pond for quick success and instant benefits. This tax does not force the creatures below Daluo to a dead end, but stimulates them to make better and faster progress, and also leaves them with enough buffer opportunities. Great Tianzuan, what do you think? Haoyan looked around and saw that the entire Yaoqi had calmed down, no matter what the powerful people thought in their hearts. At least they no longer objected on the surface. So, he nodded with satisfaction. Emperor Gochen has thought carefully and arranged everything. Although I can't bear it, I have no objection. There is only one thing that I don't understand. Please enlighten me. Emperor Gochen. Great Lord. Please tell me. Haoyan asked, if you want to implement a life tax and set a life limit, how should it be implemented? The strong men in the realm of the true Lord are free from illness and disaster. How can they die out of thin air? Emperor Gochen bowed to Ji Changsheng. This matter will trouble the southern Changsheng Emperor, who is in charge of the heavenly tribulation. If this matter is to be accomplished, how can Ji Changsheng not benefit? Haoyan still has a clear mind. Ji Changsheng may not be able to accomplish one thing, but if he wants to destroy something, he will definitely succeed. So Haoyan did not hesitate to pull Ji Changsheng into the dividend circle, and gave Ji Changsheng a share similar to that of the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother, and the Zhen Yuan Immortal. Among the calamities, there will be a great calamity of lifespan. When the lifespan of each realm is about to end, one must go through the calamity to experience. If one cannot pass the great calamity of lifespan, one will die and re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. The great Emperor Changsheng is in charge of the calamity, and this matter belongs to you. After passing the level of the great Emperor Changsheng, these powerful beings whose lifespan is about to end will return to the cycle of reincarnation. Ji Changsheng understood that he had become the superior of Ho-Tu Nyongyong. Haoyan's sincerity was not small. The most important thing was that he didn't have to pay anything, and he could add a heavenly calamity out of thin air. He had no reason to refuse. When I was reincarnated in the lower world, I heard that there was a saying in the Buddhist sect of the small world. called the 5 decays of heavenly beings: dirty clothes, withered hair, sweaty armpits, smelly body, and displeasure with the throne. These are the various phenomena that occur when the heavenly beings are about to die. Ji Changsheng took the benefits and passed the blame to Buddhism. Tathagata has been creating Buddhist doctrines. I have also studied them in depth. I feel that there are many dross and essences in them. What Emperor Gochen said just now is similar to the doctrine of Buddha Tathagata. Did you discuss the matter of life tax in advance? Emperor Gochen looked at Ji Changsheng as if he was looking at an animal. At this time, he still wants to pass the blame to Buddha Tathagata. Can't you be a human being? But my mother is in Wanminson, so I have to bow my head. Although Emperor Gochen felt very sympathetic towards the Buddha, he could only stab the Buddha with tears in his heart. The great Emperor Changsheng has a sharp eye. The matter of life tax was indeed inspired by the Buddha. I'd rather die than die. Sorry, Tathagata. I don't want to be scolded either. Emperor Gochen continued to pass the buck helplessly. The Buddha's Buddhist doctrine focuses on the afterlife. So he thought of letting the great man reincarnate. The 5 decays of the gods are the strange phenomena planned by the Tathagata to make the great man fall. So that's how it is. This can be explained. Ji Changsheng said with a big heart, although I have conflicts with Tathagata Buddha, I still admire Tathagata Buddha's strength and erudition. Since Tathagata Buddha and Emperor Gochen both think this is feasible, I will also vote in favor. From now on, add the 5 declines of heavenly beings to the heavenly tribulation, and ask Luo Ho Xingjuan to help me perfect this tribulation. After all, he is not yet a Daluo, so it is still a bit difficult for him to tinker with it himself. It's okay to take the benefits. Luo Ho and Ji do still have to take the blame and work. Luo Ho felt the hostility from the powerful from all sides, and deeply empathized with Emperor Gochen. Ji Changsheng really didn't do anything about human affairs, but the devil had to bow his head under the eaves. Luo Ho could only grit his teeth and say, yes. The eyes of the powerful were completely dimmed. In this way, the dividend recipients of the life tax already include Lord Haotian, Queen Mother Ho Tu, Changsheng Emperor, Luo Ho Star Lord, Jinyuan Immortal. This power is combined. Even if all the creatures below Daluo join forces, it will be useless. The accumulation of numbers cannot cause qualitative changes in front of the Daluo strongmen. What's more, the saint also voted in favor. After dealing with Ji Changsheng, Haotian directly saluted the 6 saints. Saint Haotian has little experience, is cautious, and dare not take the initiative. From the saint's perspective, is the life tax mentioned by Emperor Gochen feasible? The other saints did not speak. The reform cannot be changed by them, and they are too lazy to participate in such things. But Yuan Shi Tianwang nodded. Good. This was the agreement between him and Haotian. So, the saint nodded, and Daluo distributed dividends. In the midst of chatting and laughing, the pattern of the world quietly began to change greatly. Chapter 370. Changsheng returns to his position. The death of the saint. Ji Changsheng looked at the big guys and himself who were chatting and laughing at the chief table, and then looked at the powerful people sitting at other tables below with complicated expressions, and deeply felt that he, the dragon-slaying boy, had become an evil dragon. Not to mention, this feeling is pretty good. Ahem. Life tax is essentially the exploitation of practitioners by the Daluo strongmen. But Ji Changsheng has no intention of stopping it, because although the biggest benefit of this new policy is for them, the Daluo strongmen, it will indeed promote class circulation and open up a certain upward channel for the creatures below Daluo. Of course, the pattern above Daluo is still fixed, or even more stable. But if you want to exploit Daluo, you need a saint or a Taoist ancestor. It is unrealistic to count on Haotian and the current Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng doesn't consider such a distant problem. Get the benefits first. Changsheng. Is there any show? Asked the goddess Nuwa. This good son of mine is too good at making things happen. There had never been so many performances at the peach banquet before, so she had to ask when she could have the feast. Ji Changsheng immediately said, I have another performance, but I need to prepare it. Mom, please ask other big guys. Nuwa looked over. Queen Mother was also waiting. She was the organizer of the peach banquet, but she had not started to control the entire process of today's peach banquet until now. Fortunately, this time, it was finally her turn. Ji Changsheng and Haotian had achieved their goals. So Ji Changsheng heard the Queen Mother's majestic and excited voice. Everyone, raise your glasses together to celebrate the return of the Changsheng Emperor. Congratulations to the return of the great Emperor Changsheng. On the Yaoqi, all the powerful people gathered, except the 6 saints. All the powerful people stood up. They toasted Ji Changsheng. There were wind, rain, thunder and lightning, and strange phenomena occurred frequently. Dragons and phoenixes sang together, and thousands of flowers bloomed. Ji Changsheng looked around, and in the rolling clouds and mist, the gods congratulated the return of the Emperor of Heaven. For a moment, he was also quite emotional. The real great Emperor Changsheng finally returned to his loyal heaven. The fake Yuqingzhen Wang has occupied the magpie's nest for so many years, and it is really not easy for him. Congratulations to all of you. Today the rain is falling. Ji Changsheng has completely obtained the power of wind, rain, thunder and lightning. As soon as he opened his mouth, thunder roared, and the rain fell from the sky, benefiting all the creatures in the sky. On the Tian star, seeing that Ji Changsheng had made such a big scene, Li Changxi simply added icing on the cake and blended the emperor's flowing juice that she had just refined into the rain. On the day when the great Emperor Changsheng returned, the sky rained, the dead were reborn, the bones were covered with flesh, and the difficulties were overcome to gain immortality. Countless creatures received great fortunes that affected their lives. All the heavens and the world shared this grand event. Ji Changsheng never stingy when doing things. When it was time to spend money, he was always willing to spend money. The effect was remarkable. Celebrating the return of the great Emperor Changsheng was the main purpose of this peach banquet. However, Ji Changsheng did not really regard himself as the main guest of this peach banquet. He did not go to the circle of the great powers in the heavens to expand his network. The largest circle was his own table. Only a fool would go to other tables to make friends. With the current status of the great Emperor Changsheng, he was waiting for others to take the initiative to make friends with him. However, the 6 saints were all in the chief position today, and there were not many people who dared to make friends with him. There were only a few great powers occasionally, or teachers and apprentices or relatives who had direct relationships with the saints. After Ji Changsheng finished his appearance, he sat between Nuwa and Junti Saint. Teacher, let's chat privately. Master Jiang can come together. When Master Junti heard Ji Changsheng's words, he didn't see any movement. Ji Changsheng felt that he had left Yaoqi and came to another space. The saint created things with one thought and created the world with one thought. This is the basic operation. Ji Changsheng was not surprised. Hello, teacher and master. I will discuss the expansion of the Western Church with the 6 saints later. Before that, some things must be communicated with the teacher and master to avoid misunderstandings. The Saint Junti and the Saint Jiang nodded together, and Junti said, Changsheng, please tell me carefully. Ji Changsheng said, Teacher, what do you think about the life tax promoted by Haoqian today? Although it was Emperor Gaochen who launched the life tax on the surface, everyone with a brain knew that this must be the arrangement of the god of Haotian. Otherwise, Emperor Gaochen, the creator, would not have gotten no benefits at all. Junti Saint said directly, it is nothing more than harvesting those creatures on the road of evolution. This matter has nothing to do with us. The things that prolong life are easily available to saints, and they will not affect saints and their disciples. The rules are for those who have no background. For those with background, any rules can be negotiated. This is not only true for the heavenly court, but also for all the heavens and worlds. Ji Changsheng realized that Junti did not see the relationship between the life tax and himself. So he helped Junti Saint, Teacher, the life tax does not affect saints and their disciples, but it will make 99% of practitioners, including the powerful, feel a sense of crisis. Junti Saint nodded slightly. Since ancient times, the only way to survive is to die. It's not surprising that they do anything to survive. Haoqian's ambition is too big, and this time, there will be bloodshed. Ji Changsheng reminded, Teacher, in addition to the channels such as peaches, ginseng fruit, and the book of life and death, there is a simpler way to prolong the life treasure. What way? Eat the flesh of a saint. Junti, Jiayin. They almost thought they were hallucinating. Eating the flesh of a saint can indeed make you immortal, or even immortal. The premise is that you have to eat it. Jiayin Saint frowned and said, Cha Sheng, who would be stupid enough to attack a saint? Ji Changsheng whispered, what if the saint was beaten to death and reincarnated? Jiayin Saint was stunned. Then he looked at Junti. Junti Saint was also stunned. This disciple really doesn't expect him to do well. As for why both of them speculated that Ji Chansheng wanted Juenti to reincarnate, let's not mention it, as it would hurt the saint's self-esteem. Teacher. Uncle. Think about it. After the introduction of the life tax, if a saint was killed and suddenly reincarnated as a mortal, eating a piece of his meat would make him immortal. If a Daluo strongman eats him whole, he may even have a chance to be on par with the saint. With such a temptation, how many strongmen can resist it? Juenti thought about the premise laid by Ji Chansheng. Then his heart was pounding. Jia-yin had to admit that Ji Chansheng really dared to think. Teacher. If this reincarnated saint is you, those Daluo strongmen who tried to eat your meat or even eat you whole, would they all owe you karma? If you subdue them and incorporate them into the Western religion, no one can blame you. Juenti Saint. Cha-sheng. What you said makes sense. But the Western Church is no longer there. It doesn't matter. The Western Church will always be the parent company of Buddhism. And it has 100% control. Teacher. Don't worry about this matter. I will handle it. The Western Church has been divided into 3 parts. It is not difficult to make Tathagata surrender. Juenti didn't think this would be a problem. The real problem is, I can't be beaten to death. Juenti shook his head and said, this is unrealistic. Other Daluo masters will know that it is fishing as soon as they hear it. Ji Chansheng laughed. Teacher, do you overestimate the judgment of the Daluo masters? There are still Daluo masters who are willing to believe that my mother is the weakest among the 6 saints. Zuni Saint could not refute. People will believe it even more. Their cognition can be completely guided. I have this method. Ji Chansheng said, Teacher, you don't need to consider whether others believe it or not. You just need to ask yourself, are you willing to take the risk and suffer this grievance? After all, the premise of this plan requires you to give up some face. And it's not just ordinary face. Juenti will become a saint who is beaten to death. Very embarrassing. However, after a moment of hesitation, Juenti let it go. I have asked Subhuti to worship Tathagata as my master. Why should I care about face? Cha-sheng. Who are you planning to kill me in? Taiching or Nua? Ji Chansheng shook his head and said, Teacher, you have no life and death hatred with Taiching Saint and Nua Nyongyong. It would really arouse suspicion if they suddenly killed you. The most suitable saint is Tontian Sect Master. Zuni Saint smiled. Tontian can't kill me. During the conferred God tribulation, I fought him one-on-one. And I used the 7 treasures wonderful tree to shatter his Qingping sword in one move. He may not be my opponent. How can he kill me? Ji Chansheng thought to himself. Uncle San, you should reflect on yourself. Juenti looks down on you. However, Uncle San's record is indeed not superior to Juenti. Without the 4 swords of Zuxian, Uncle San did not beat Juenti in the past, and even lost his sword Qingping sword. But now the situation has changed. Teacher, now Tontian Patriarch has taken back the Zuxian sword formation. He uses the 4 swords of Zuxian to kill you, which is convincing to the outside world. Zuni Saint continued to smile. The 4 swords of Zuxian are only known to be unbreakable by the 4 saints, not invincible by the 4 saints. Even if Tontian uses the 4 swords of Zuxian, he can't kill me. This is not beyond Ji Chengxing's expectations. Tontian Patriarch also used the Zuxian sword formation a lot during the conferred God tribulation. But he didn't really kill anyone. At least none of the Daluo strongmen died. Uncle San's record is really all based on faith and blindly bragging. Ji Chansheng had been prepared for this. So he said, you have to let me play a fake match to create an opportunity for Tontian to kill you. Of course, you can transfer most of the saint's magic power to Subhuti in advance, which should not be difficult for you. Just learn from the Taiching Saint and send an incarnation to reincarnation. Ji Chansheng originally planned to let Subhuti reincarnate. Later, he thought that Subhuti was just an incarnation of the Saint Juenti. The attraction is limited after all. The power of Tathagata Buddha increased greatly because he refined the right hand of the real body of the Saint Juenti. Now that the real body of the Saint Juenti goes to reincarnation, the best effect can be achieved. Attract those real Daluo strongmen to jump out. If you want to fish, the richer the bait, the better. The premise of everything is that Juenti is willing to cooperate. In this regard, Ji Chansheng still admired Juenti's basic qualities. Juenti Saint looked down at his right hand. It looks perfect now. But the body of a true saint is flawless. Although for a saint, regenerating a broken limb should be a basic operation, it has not yet recovered to the level that a saint's body should have. And in Juenti's eyes, it may never recover to that level. The body of a saint is not so easy to repair because a single hair can affect the whole body. Perhaps starting over is really an option. Xuanti whispered, brother. If I want to make up for my immaculate and flawless body of a saint, only the road of reincarnation can completely make it up. Other than that, it is difficult to be perfect. Jia hesitated. Having said that, it is still a bit risky after all. Brother, if you can't come back, it will be difficult for a sub-hoodie to be a saint. Uncle, don't worry. I am willing to personally escort the teacher to complete the body of a saint. In case of danger, I will take the lead and protect the teacher. Ji Changsheng volunteered. Xuanti Saint's heart was once again filled with a warm current. Changsheng is really a very good child to his own people. He also said to Ji Changsheng, brother, with you and Methra watching, my safety will not be a problem. The real Daluo strawman who can bring me danger is still Changsheng. We all know Changsheng's methods, and he will definitely be able to solve the problem. Ji Changsheng immediately promised, teacher, don't worry. If I can't protect you, I will ask other saints for help. I still have a little face. Even if I have problems, I will never let your reincarnation have problems. Xuanti really believed this. The saints would sell Ji Changsheng's face fruit, and his growth rate will be very fast. All the Daluo masters are very confident, and Xuanti doesn't think he will have any problems. Ji Changsheng said so, and the Saint Jian nodded slowly after pondering. Junior brother personally joining the game is indeed the best way to lead out the Daluo masters. Although your plan is risky, Changsheng, the possibility of success is very high. Once successful, the harvest will be amazing. This is natural. The teacher and uncle treat me sincerely, and I will naturally do my best for the teacher. Teacher, uncle, I also plan to do something with the peaches and ginseng fruit tree, including the Book of Life and Death, and even the 9-turn golden pill of Taishan Laojun. The fewer treasures that prolong life in this world, the more attractive the teacher's flesh and blood will be to the strong. In this way, our harvest will be greater. Ji Changsheng gave Xuanti Jian a shot in advance. The two saints in the west did not realize how much Ji Changsheng meant by the tampering. Xuanti just reminded, you can do something, but don't go too far. They are all powerful Daluo masters, and your teacher will not easily provoke them. Ji Changsheng nodded, teacher, don't worry. I know my limits. I did so many things for your teacher's future. Whoever troubles me at that time will be an enemy of my teacher. Ji Changsheng wants to see how many powerful Daluo masters will not give face to my dear teacher. After persuading Xuanti and Jian, Ji Changsheng and his friends returned to Yaoqi. Then Ji Changsheng clapped his hands and attracted the topic to himself. At the same time, Xuanti had already separated the chief from other powerful people in Yaoqi, ensuring that the outside world would not know what happened in the position of the chief. Saints, do you remember the task of investigating the details of the demon clan that Daozu entrusted to you? The 6 saints all looked at Ji Changsheng. They would not forget it. Ji Changsheng continued, I have a way to fish out all the hidden details of the demon clan, but I need the help of all the saints. Zuni chimed in, Changsheng, if you have something to say, just tell me. Ji Changsheng followed suit. You all know that Tathagata refined my teacher's right hand and defeated Subhoodie. It can be seen that the body of a saint has a huge strength bonus for other great powers. Tontian Sect Master sneered. That's because Xuanti is too weak. How can the gap between a quasi-saint and a saint be made up so easily? Zuni Saint said sharply, ashamed. I only broke the Sect Master's Qingping sword with one move, which is indeed too weak. Tontian Sect Master was furious. Zunti, if you have the ability, let's fight again. He was very angry at the peach banquet today, including what Ji Changsheng gave him, and what Tathagata gave him. But with his status, it was not easy to vent his anger on Ji Changsheng and his former disciple. So Xuanti entered Tongqian's sight. What surprised Tontian was that Xuanti was very tough this time. Are you afraid? Tontian, if I can defeat you once, I can defeat you countless times. Among the 3 pure ones, you are the weakest and not worth mentioning. Tontian laughed in anger, slammed the table and stood up. Zunti, I will kill you today. The world changed. Time and space shifted. The next moment, Ji Changsheng found himself in chaos. The Zhuxian sword formation in front of him had already taken shape, with a Zhuxian sword hanging in the east, a Luxian sword hanging in the south, a Xianxian sword hanging in the west, and a Juexian sword hanging in the north. There were doors and windows in front, murderous aura, and gloomy wind. The Saint Juanti and the Patriarch Tontian have already entered the formation. Nua Nyang stood beside Ji Chansheng, looking at the Zhuxian sword formation in front of her, and objectively judged, Zunti's power against the Zhuxian sword formation should not be Tongtian's opponent. But it is difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Yuanzhi Tianwang nodded and said, although Taoist Juanti is hindered by worldly affairs, he has not given up his practice. His knowledge is profound, and it is definitely not something that my third brother can defeat in a short time. This is good. It can make my third brother sober up. Always being ridiculed by Tongtian. Even though he has made great progress in his character, he is still often angry. Yuanzhi Tianwang knows the temper of Patriarch Tongtian. Defeating Juanti with great difficulty will definitely not make Patriarch Tongtian proud, but will only make Tongtian sober. After all, in Tongtian's cognition, defeating Juanti is a very simple thing. Unless it is a one-shot kill, Patriarch Tongtian will become more and more inflated. As soon as Yuanzhi Tianwang had this idea, he felt the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth, and all the ways collapsed, and the crazy laughter of the third brother in the Zhuxian sword formation. Kill Juanti with one sword. I am really invincible in the universe. Yuanzhi Tianwang? Taiching Saint? Nua Nyang blurted out, fake match? Wait, Juanti is really dead? Nua Nyang looked at her eldest son. Ji Chansheng smiled and said, Mom, the reincarnation of the saint. Is this fishing chip enough? After the peach banquet, Juanti's saint was killed on the spot by Tongtian Jiaozhu with one sword in the Zhuxian sword formation, and reincarnated. Ordinary people can live forever by eating a piece of saint meat. A Daluo strongman can be on par with a saint by refining a saint hand. Now, there is a complete saint body. The wind rises in all realms. Ji Chansheng looked forward. He saw mountains of bones and turmoil in the heavens. That was his Daluo road. Chapter 371 Journey to the West to the Great Luo. Uncle San is indeed invincible in the universe. Watching Ji Chansheng go up to congratulate Master Tongtian, the expressions of the other saints were extremely wonderful. Even the Saint Taiching was speechless. Chansheng is deceiving fools? This is a fake match. Except for Master Tongtian. No saint can believe it. What if Juanti could hold on for a few more moves? But the most important thing is that Master Tongtian believed it. This is very annoying. Yuanzhi Tianwang felt a headache, especially when he saw the increasingly confident edge between Master Tongtian's eyebrows. He even began to feel helpless. It's over. Third brother is completely hopeless now. Originally, there was still a little hope of salvation. Now Juanti was killed in one sword. With Tongtian's temperament, no matter how they persuaded him, it was useless. Noah looked at the Saint Jian. As expected, there was no sadness on the face of the Saint Jian. Although the Saint Jian had a bitter face, there was a difference between sadness and daily life. Noah complained, can't Juanti act more realistically? The Saint Jian told the truth. My junior brother said that when facing Tongtian, you don't need to be so perfect. Tongtian will deceive himself. Noah was speechless. But in front, Tongtian was laughing up to the sky. Seeing Ji Chansheng congratulating him, Tongtian felt a little embarrassed. Little Chansheng, I'm sorry. I killed your teacher. But it's okay. Juanti is not very good at teaching disciples. If you want to learn, I will teach you in the future. And I will definitely be better than Juanti. Yuanzhi Tianwang and Taiching Saint in the distance couldn't bear to look directly. He is really getting more and more confident, feeling sorry for being cheated. Ji Chansheng is a good man. He did not continue to cheat the fool. Instead, he comforted him, Uncle San. You don't have to feel psychological pressure. My teacher is not completely dead. Instead, he can use this opportunity to shed his body, reincarnate, and complete the saint's pure and flawless body. And being defeated by Uncle San is not a loss of face for the saint. Tongtian Jiaozhu nodded in agreement. Xiao Chansheng, you are right. Fortunately, he died in my hands. If he was beaten to death by my second brother, Juanti would not have the face to eat at the same table with us when he returns. Yuan. Sure Tianwang. Ji Chansheng said with a smile. Third uncle, you should respect the Tianwang a little. The Tianwang will definitely not want to hear you say that. Tongtian Jiaozhu predicted Yuanzhi Tianwang's prediction. It's okay. The second brother is too proud and refuses to admit that my strength has surpassed his. In order to maintain his own face, he may even think that Juanti died in my hands on purpose. Third brother, Xuanti died in your hands on purpose. Can't you see it? Onlookers. There is only one word for absolute. Nu Wan Yang Yang used great willpower to hold back her laughter. She is not Tong Tian Jiaozhu. And she doesn't want to really offend Yuanshi Tian Wang. Yuanshi Tian Wang became more and more speechless. Tontian Patriarch spread his hands to Ji Changsheng. Look. I guess what second brother said. He would punish him. Which is why second brother couldn't teach Daoyue disciples. Taiching Saint couldn't listen anymore. Third brother. Have you forgotten that Changsheng just said that he would find a way to lure out the hidden background of the demon race? I remember. Tontian Patriarch nodded. Big brother. You don't think Xuanti died in my hands just to cooperate with this plan? Right? Taiching Saint. I do think so. Tontian Patriarch sighed. Brother. Do you believe this? Xuanti is not a fool. How could he sacrifice himself to cooperate with such a plan? You and second brother just don't want to accept the fact that I have become stronger. Taiching Saint. Am I still afraid that you will become stronger? He thought that he had already awakened Tontian Patriarch in the conferred God tribulation. In fact, he did show the majesty that the leader of the three pure ones should have. Otherwise, when he stood up to uphold justice at the peach banquet just now, Tontian Patriarch would not listen to him. But that was before. It's different now. Tontian Patriarch said proudly, Brother, I admit that my strength was indeed not as good as yours during the conferred God tribulation. And I was only a little stronger than second brother. Yuanshi Tian Wang. He wanted to turn around and leave. But he still wanted to see what nonsense Tontian Patriarch could say. Tontian Patriarch did not disappoint him, but that was in the past. A hero does not talk about his past achievements. Big brother. I am no longer the same person I was back then. Sage Taiching said speechlessly. It has not been many years since the conferred God tribulation. Have you made great progress? Very much. Tontian Patriarch raised his proud head. Big brother. Can you kill Xuanti with one sword? Sage Taiching was speechless. He really can't. How can a saint be killed in 1 second? Let Hongjun come. Hongjun can't do it. And he doesn't need a sword. Tontian Patriarch pointed at himself. I can. Big brother. Face the reality. Things develop and change objectively. I broke and then established. And my strength has greatly improved compared to before. Sage Taiching had a Taoist heart of inaction and governance, and had an urge to take action. This guy is simply going to tear down the roof if he doesn't get beaten for 3 days. He must be given a taste of the power of the Iron Fist. But the great master Xuandu stopped him. Teacher, the matter is done. Let's stop while we are ahead. Xuanti died too quickly. It would be useless to wake Tontian up now. And he couldn't wake him up either. The great master Xuandu sent a message. Teacher, even if you defeat the third uncle, he will think you are stronger, and won't think he is weaker. The great master Taiching thought about the character of the master Tontian, and had to admit that what Xuandu said made sense. It would be really difficult to make Tontian doubt his own strength. Tontian was beaten so many times during the conferred God tribulation. But he never forgot his original intention. If he lost to the great master Taiching again, it would not have any impact on the Taoist heart of the master Tontian. Tontian is a typical character who can only see victory and completely ignore failure. It's not to mention that this kind of mentality is very suitable for cultivation. And it is difficult to indulge in negative emotions. In terms of cultivation, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. If Tontian really became sober and rational, he might have been useless during the conferred God tribulation. The Taiching Saint restored his inaction. Everyone has their own fate, so there is no need to force it. He nodded to Xuandu, and then said to Yuanshi Tian Wang, Second brother, let's go. Xuandu is right. The matter is done. Yuanshi Tian Wang also took a deep breath. Then the Taiching Saint said to Ji Changsheng, Cha Sheng, send your plan to the Tishita Palace. I want to take a look. Ji Changsheng said respectfully, the disciple will go to the Tishita Palace to report to you. Uncle later. No need. Let Linglong report. The Taiching Saint also had a headache when he saw Ji Changsheng. This guy is too good at making trouble. It is completely different from his way of inaction. Of course, inaction can do everything. From this perspective, Ji Changsheng also follows the way of inaction. But the Saint Taiching does not want to admit it. He still wants to be in peace. Ji Changsheng, who is disliked by his uncle, felt a little wronged. Third uncle is still the best. He believes everything I say. My father and uncle have been high and mighty for too long. and have lost the most basic trust between people. Alas, what else can I do? I can only forgive them. Then the disciple will communicate with Fairy Linglong in a while. Uncle, you did not let me report this in person. If my wife misses something when she reports it, it can't be blamed on me. Of course I will not lie to you, Linglong. And you, Linglong, will not lie to you. But the same sentence can have several interpretations. A fact is there, and it can also be interpreted from many angles. Only I, the person involved, know the truth. You misunderstood the report you heard from Yu Linglong. It was all your fault for not letting me report in person. The battle and the chaos should not be sensed by practitioners in other places. But the noise of the saints' fall was too loud. So loud that it could not be covered up at all. The 10,000 ways were collapsing. The heavenly way was wailing. The 6 saints' souls were all entrusted to the heavenly way. So they were immortal. Now that the saint has fallen, the entire heavenly way has been weakened. And then all the great powers, who have comprehended the heavenly way, have felt the wailing of the heavenly way, and the collapse of the 10,000 ways. Especially those great ways that Junti is good at. At the peach banquet, the great powers fell into the greatest shock in history. What's going on? Why do I feel the avenue is shaking? No. It's collapsing. This is something that only happens when a saint falls. I feel that the space for ascension has suddenly opened up, and the position of the Tao Master that is blocking my progress has become vacant. But the Tao Master of this Tao is the Saint Junti. How could a saint fall? The saint is immortal, and can survive countless calamities. How could something suddenly happen today? Lingjiu Mountain. Yuanjua Cave. The ancient Buddha Ran Ding couldn't help it, and came out of his diving state and sent a message, which instantly convinced the entire group chat. The great Emperor Changsheng has ascended for 3 days. So it's not sudden. The powerful people fell into a strange shock. So the great Emperor Changsheng has only ascended for 3 days? Calculated in this way, what the ancient Buddha Ran Ding said makes sense. In the past 3 days, the great Emperor Changsheng has had too many things happen. No. It should be said that since the great Emperor Changsheng returned and appeared in the sight of the powerful people, what has happened has already made them overwhelmed. The name Ji Changsheng first became a hot search in the prehistoric fairy world, accompanied by the death of the old quasi-Saint Mingyi leader. Then the great master Xuandu defeated Junti in Junti's home court, which shocked the world. After Ji Changsheng ascended, he immediately demoted Marshal Tianpeng, the top general under the command of Emperor Ziwei, to reincarnation. After that, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was promoted to Daluo. Nua killed Do Muyuanjun. Taiyin Xingjuan attacked Ho Tunyongyong. Tathagata Buddha defeated Subhuti, the incarnation of Junti Saint. After that, at the peach banquet, Changsheng Emperor cooked the golden cicada, suppressed Tathagata, and set the Buddhist precepts. Haoyan introduced a life tax that was enough to shake the world. In the end, the Saint Junti fell. All these major events that involved the Daluo strongmen and even the saints seemed to have a great relationship with Ji Changsheng. Moreover, in a short period of time, the concentrated outbreak did not last long. Just as the ancient Buddha Ran Ding felt, he was even too lazy to collect intelligence now. The intelligence obtained on the first day with huge energy, financial resources, manpower and material resources was immediately outdated on the second day. Who can withstand this? The situation changed too fast. The Daluo strongmen should have been immortal. But since Ji Changsheng came out of nowhere, the Daluo pattern has also begun to undergo major changes that have not been seen in billions of years, which makes people overwhelmed. Now, the saint has fallen, detonating the ultimate king bomb. The world is completely boiling. All the powerful people have to start paying attention to the great changes in the prehistoric fairy world. The Queen Mother made a prompt decision and ended this peach banquet, due to an unexpected reason. Today's peach festival ended early. I am really sorry. I will make it up to everyone twice as much at the next peach festival. All the great powers expressed their understanding. Now they are not interested in peaches. They just want to know what happened. After the peach festival ended, the cause and effect of this holy war began to spread among the high-level officials of the heavens and the worlds, and gradually spread. Have you heard? Junti Saint was killed by Tontian Patriarch with one sword. Is it true? Why did Tontian Patriarch attack Junti Saint? Tontian Patriarch was humiliated by Changsheng Great Emperor at the Peach Festival. But with Tontian Patriarch status, it was too big to bully Changsheng Great Emperor. So he fought with Junti Saint, who made Junti Saint accept Changsheng Great Emperor as his disciple. Isn't it said that saints are immortal? Why did the Saint Junti fall? Brother, you haven't updated the news in time. The rumor that saints are immortal was disproven during the conferred God tribulation. Daozu took out the saint falling pill. And even the 3 pure ones almost died at that time. It's not surprising that the Saint Junti became the first saint to fall. Yes, but he was killed instantly by Tantian Sect Master with one sword. Isn't it a bit exaggerated? It's not exaggerated. Think about it. The incarnation of the Saint Junti, Subhuti, is not the opponent of the Buddha Tathagata. The Saint Junti's original body was killed instantly by Tantian Sect Master's 4 swords of Juxian, which is reasonable. If you convert it this way, it is indeed reasonable. With the help of Junti Saint, don't we have a chance? If it was any other saint, we would definitely have no chance. If it was Junti Saint, it would be a pity to let go of this opportunity. In this situation, if we can get a piece of saint's flesh, we don't have to worry about anything. Rumor has it that Junti's reincarnation needs to go through 9,981 hardships to rebuild the saint's body without any flaws. This is because the Taoist ancestor opened a back door for Junti Saint. Breaking news. In Zishu Palace, the 3 pure ones argued that if the saint wanted to make a comeback after his death, he needed to rely more on himself. Jia Yin could not support himself, and Nu and Yang Yang remained neutral. In the end, the 5 saints reached a consensus that after Junti's reincarnation, Jia Yin should not take action when encountering danger. The opportunity has really come. Ji Changsheng was eventually overshadowed by his dear teacher Junti. Of course, for Emperor Xiaotian, who always respected his teachers, this was not a problem. As long as the teacher is fine, he can do anything. Uncle San, even if you have a grudge with Master Junti, it is a bit too much to kill him with one sword. What's more, our plan requires the cooperation of the 6 saints. Now that you have killed the teacher, the 6 saints are not complete, which will affect the final plan. Tantian Patriarch slapped his head in regret when he heard Ji Changsheng say this. I was so happy to kill just now that I forgot about it. However, Tantian Patriarch quickly said, it's still Junti's strength that is too weak. I didn't expect that he couldn't even take my sword. Ji Changsheng excused his teacher, Uncle San. Is there a possibility that it's not that Master Junti is too weak, but that you are too strong? Tantian Patriarch nodded immediately. Changsheng, what you said makes sense. This matter is still my fault. I lack knowledge of my own strength and didn't realize that I was too strong. Tantian Patriarch is still willing to admit this kind of mistake. Ji Changsheng thought that Tai Ching Saint and Yuanshi Tianwang still didn't master the way to communicate with Tantian Patriarch. How difficult is it to make Tantian Patriarch admit his mistakes? Just hold him and talk. It is not difficult to make Tantian Patriarch do things for you. Still hold him and talk. Uncle San, since you made a mistake, you must make amends. It is a great virtue to know your mistakes and correct them. The teacher is not completely dead yet. He can return to the realm of saints after reincarnation and repairing his saintly body. But this requires your help. Changsheng, you say. Tantian Patriarch immediately prepared to make up for the loss. It is okay to be arrogant. Tantian Patriarch also vividly remembered the scenes and results deduced in the Huahuang Palace before. The 6 saints worked together. 3 died and 3 were injured. And Daozu Hongjun was successfully sealed. It's just a seal, not a kill. This kind of strength is undoubtedly superior to that of Tantian Patriarch at this time. The current expansion of Tantian Patriarch is just that he has begun to be on par with or even surpass the Saint of Tai Ching. But he has not yet reached the level of being on par with Hongjun. So Tantian Patriarch realized the importance of Junti. Ji Changsheng said, Third uncle, go to Lingshan and ask Tathagata to still register Buddhism under the name of Western Church. The name of Buddhism can be kept. And Western Church can hide behind the scenes from now on and only serve as the parent company of Buddhism. All the glory of Buddhism will belong to Tathagata in the future. And the teacher and Master Jian will not steal his credit. Tantian Patriarch calculated for a while, and then nodded decisively. That's no problem. For him, this is not a difficult matter. For Tathagata Buddha, it is actually not a difficult matter. Jian is still alive after all. Tathagata is not so stubborn as to be an enemy of Jian. Moreover, since Tantian Jiaozhu has shown his strength to kill the saint, Tathagata will no longer regard Jian as a threat. Tantian Jiaozhu added, but in this way, Tathagata is a bit at a disadvantage. Although I have cut off the cause and effect with him, it is not good to let him suffer too much. Ji Changsheng expressed his understanding. Don't worry. Third uncle, I won't make it difficult for you. As for Maitreya, I will tell him to cooperate with Tathagata. And the same is true for Guanyin Bodhisattva. Buddhism will maintain superficial peace. And in order to help the teacher return, I will also help Tathagata to strengthen Buddhism. If Tathagata can seize the opportunity and become a saint before we successfully hand over Buddhism to the heavenly Tao for sacrifice, it will be his destiny. Ji Changsheng did not hide the fact that he would use Buddhism to repay the heavenly Tao loan of the two saints in the West. After all, Tontian Patriarch knew about this matter, and he couldn't really insult the intelligence of his uncle. It's more appropriate to exchange sincerity for sincerity. Hearing Ji Changsheng say this, Tontian Patriarch nodded with satisfaction. Changsheng, you really do everything well. If Tathagata is still not satisfied, I will solve it for you. You have given him the opportunity to become a saint with the help of a great religion, which is fair in the eyes of many powerful people in the outside world. The three pure ones also became saints by establishing a religion. This is nonsense. There are many who established religions, but only 6 who became saints. But it is true that establishing a great religion is helpful for becoming a saint. Looking at the strength of the great religion, it can increase the chance of becoming a saint to a certain extent. So Ji Changsheng's chips for Tathagata are not too generous. At least from the perspective of Tontian Patriarch. Ji Changsheng's sincerity is sufficient. He is faced as the middle saint. Thank you, Uncle San. Uncle San, the teacher's sudden death has disrupted all my plans. I have to think about how to help the teacher return successfully. Tontian Patriarch was quite ashamed. This is my fault. Don't worry. I will also think of a way to make up for your loss this time. He himself did not expect to kill Junti. And of course, he did not think that Ji Changsheng would predict it in advance. So Tontian Patriarch's shame now is sincere. And Ji Changsheng's slight disrespect to him at the peach banquet has been forgotten by him. In this regard, Ji Changsheng hopes that Uncle San will continue to work hard. Uncle San, let's say goodbye now. Okay. I'll go to Lingshan to find Tathagata now. After dealing with Tontian Patriarch, Ji Changsheng led the Saint Jian back to Shishao Yuqing mansion. Ignoring his old subordinates for the time being, Ji Changsheng and the Saint Jian went straight to the Tine Illusion in Shishao Yuqing mansion. At this time, Jiao Mo Wang was already waiting here. At the peach banquet, Ji Changsheng told Jiao Mo Wang that he would discuss something with Jiao Mo Wang in detail in Shishao Yuqing mansion after the peach banquet. Ji Changsheng simply introduced Jia Yin to Jiao Mo Wang, and then sat down with Jia Yin successfully, and then went straight to the point. Uncle Master, if the teacher is reincarnated, does Ho Tu have the authority to intervene? Jia Yin shook his head. Ho Tu is only on par with saints in the underworld, not able to kill saints. I have sent an incarnation to protect the reincarnation of my junior brother. Unless the teacher takes action, there will be no problem. Ji Changsheng nodded. This was within his expectations, but he still had to ask to show his concern. This is not called nonsense literature, but emotional intelligence and filial piety. In that case, we only need to consider how to revive the teacher. Uncle, Lingshan has Tontian sect master to help, so it must be an asset of the Western religion. Letting the teacher return and strengthening Buddhism can be arranged as one thing. The Saint Jia Yin thought for a while. Go on. The Tathagata must want to expand the belief in Buddhism. We can help the Tathagata and spread the belief in Buddhism to the country governed by the human emperor. This is an achievement that the Western religion has not achieved before. The country governed by the human emperor has the real foundation of the human race as an endorsement. And even the two Western saints are not easy to provoke. Ji Changsheng is willing to open this loophole for Buddhism. And the Tathagata will definitely not give up this opportunity to surpass the Western religion. Jia Yin was a little moved. Changsheng, are you sure you can convince the human emperor? Ji Changsheng shook his head. No. Really not. The human emperor is a generation of overlords, and it is unlikely that he will follow Ji Changsheng. So Ji Changsheng immediately added, if it doesn't work, the emperor will let us go. Jia Yin, this is a good way to solve the problem. Changsheng is getting more and more arrogant now. But when he thought of Ji Changsheng's current status, he felt that Ji Changsheng was not bragging. I will solve this matter, and you don't have to worry. In short, I want to arrange a great opportunity for Buddhism. If the Buddhist territory can be expanded to the territory governed by the emperor, It will definitely be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This matter will be taken by the teacher. The teacher can be born in a territory governed by the emperor, and then make friends with the emperor, but yearn for Buddhism. So after going through thousands of hardships, go to the West to seek the true scriptures. The teacher will naturally encounter countless difficulties and obstacles along the way. The teacher's saintly body will also attract the covetousness of countless strong men. Once these strong men take action against the teacher, it is equivalent to owing karma to Buddhism. Subduing these strong men and accepting them into Buddhism will naturally strengthen the power of Buddhism. When the teacher walks from the human emperor kingdom to the western Lingshan mountain, the accumulated power and cause and effect of defeating demons along the way can almost multiply the strength of Buddhism. If the situation in the heavens and the worlds becomes more serious, I will destroy all those opportunities to prolong life, and the teacher's saintly flesh may become the only life-saving straw for those powerful people. In addition, Tathagata refined the teacher's right hand to defeat Subhuti, and the teacher was killed instantly by Tontian. Many Daluo strongmen will definitely find it difficult to resist the temptation, as long as the uncle does not leave. It can give these Daluo the courage to take action. Ji Changsheng looked at Jiayin. Jiayin understood what Ji Changsheng meant, and thought, in this case, I can fight with Tontian again, and then be injured by Tontian, and need to retreat for 1,000 years to recuperate. How about it? Ji Changsheng couldn't bear it anymore. Uncle Master, can we change another saint? Jiayin explained, only Tontian is the easiest to deceive, and Tontian has the most fans. Tontian's fans think it's reasonable to lose to Tontian. Ji Changsheng said helplessly, okay. Then let Tontian fight a fake match again. Uncle, I'm so good to you. I'm here to help you gain confidence. You don't have to thank me in the future. As a person who has been educated by the organization for many years, Ji Changsheng has never done good things for rewards. Just do good things. Don't ask about the future. Jiayin asked, Changsheng. Everything else is fine. But how to solve the safety problem of junior brother? Ji Changsheng said seriously, Uncle Master, I will personally let the hard monkey escort the teacher all the way to the west to obtain the scriptures. In addition, Uncle Master, what do you think of Brother Jiao? Jiayin looked at the Demon King Jiao. The Demon King Jiao basically understood what Ji Changsheng meant after listening to the general idea. Seeing the Saint Jiayin looking over, Jiao Demon King also said seriously, if I can help Saint Junti, I will do my best. Saint Jiayin's eyes flashed with satisfaction. The strength and talent of Jiao Demon King are indeed beyond doubt. He said in a gentle voice, this trip to the west will bring immeasurable merits, and you can share the fortune of the great sect and the merits of the heavenly Tao. Jiao Demon King, you are gifted, and you are in charge of the great Tao of water. After this trip, you will basically become a Daluo strongman. Jiao Demon King bowed his head without saying a word. I am willing to die for the saint. Whoever doesn't take such a clear Daluo road is stupid. Jiao Demon King is not stupid. Jiayin is more and more satisfied. With Changsheng and Jiao Demon King here, junior brother's safety can be guaranteed. Without the protection of Daluo's strongmen, it can also give Daluo's strongmen the courage to take action. Changsheng, you can move forward with the plan. The countdown to the journey to the west. Chapter 372 7 Demons Gathered. The death of the human emperor. Jiayin did not stay in Shishao Yiqing mansion for too long. After confirming that Ji Changsheng's plan was fine in the general direction, he went to Lingshan to settle accounts with Tontian and cooperate with Ji Changsheng's plan. This time, Tontian's sect master will surely be more famous. The Jiao Demon King savored the evaluation of Tontian's sect master by Jiayin Saint before, and realized one thing, my dear brother. Is there any other inside story about the death of Junti Saint? Ji Changsheng smiled and nodded. Saints are immortal. How can it be so easy for them to get into trouble? This matter is a big picture. The Jiao Demon King was soaked in cold sweat. A situation that requires the reincarnation of saints? Whose hand is this? Ji Changsheng pointed at himself. The Jiao Demon King once again recalled the conversation between Ji Changsheng and Jiayin Saint before. Obviously, Ji Changsheng was not pretending. The Jiao Demon King had a deep respect for his brother who just met today. Brother, you are too powerful. Fortunately, I am not your target. The Jiao Demon King is not Tontian's sect master. He still knows himself. Please help me solve my doubts. The Jiao Demon King bowed and said, if there is anything that requires my cooperation, please explain it to me clearly, so that I will not drag down the overall situation. It involves the saint. I am really a little nervous. Although Ji Chansheng did not avoid him in the conversation with the Saint Jiang just now, he did not explain it to him. The Jiao Demon King understood the general idea, but he was not clear about many details. He could not guarantee whether he had misunderstood. For this powerful thug, cross it out. For this sworn brother who hit it off at first sight, Ji Chansheng still values him very much. He told the Jiao Demon King about the monster cemetery under Zishu Palace. The Jiao Demon King was stunned. There is such a thing? The monster race has such a foundation? I always thought that I was the strongest rising star of the monster race. The Jiao Demon King was even considered the hope of the monster race's revival. And he felt the same way. Now his worldview has collapsed a little. Ji Chansheng also commented objectively, brother's talent and strength are unquestionable. But in the eyes of the real bosses of the monster race, it is just a front stage trick to cover up the real monster race's foundation. The Jiao Demon King was a little angry from the bottom of his heart. Since the monster race has such a foundation, it has not helped him at all over the years. Unlike the human race, the monster race is a collection of all races. The dragon race has never recognized the Jiao race. And the Jiao race does not recognize the shrimp soldiers and crab generals. In terms of cohesion, the monster race is far inferior to the human race. Although the human race cannot be called united in many cases, it is still much stronger than the monster race. Ji Chansheng has seen many bad guys, but he still feels a sense of belonging to the human race. The Jiao Demon King has basically no sense of belonging to the demon race. He feels a sense of belonging to the Jiaolun clan. After hearing the truth from Ji Chansheng, the Jiao Demon King's impression of the demon race turned negative. When you were not there, it was the Emperor Ziwei who was in charge of the heavenly tribulation. If Dou Yuanjun and Emperor Ziwei were willing to help me, I might not be able to break through to Daluo, the Jiao Demon King said in a deep voice. Ji Chansheng sensed the strength of the Jiao Demon King and nodded decisively. I understand. Are those half-step Daluo-level demon kings who suddenly appeared the demon race's foundation, secretly cultivated by Dou Yuanjun and Emperor Ziwei? The Jiao Demon King suddenly thought of his influence breaking through the circle after he suppressed the 4 Cs and became sworn brothers with the Chansheng Emperor. And then many demon kings who suddenly appeared came to make friends with him. At that time, he still felt that there were so many demon heroes in the world, and he must not be proud and complacent. Now it seems that those demon kings are most likely from such a background. Ji Chansheng nodded again. Brother, you guessed right. Those demon kings have entered the sight of the saint. This time I planned this big situation and pulled brother in, which is also related to them. The Jiao Demon King was shocked. The saint has begun to pay attention to them? Ji Chansheng raised his hand and played a VCR. It was the scene in the Hua Palace where Ji Chansheng and Nuan Yangyang discussed this matter. The Jiao Demon King stood up instantly. My dear brother, you must make it clear to the Yangyang that I have no collusion with them. The Jiao Demon King was really scared. Nuan Yangyang was the ancient demon emperor, a powerful saint who killed Dou Yuanjun and the Lord of the Sticks with 3 punches. The demon king Jiao did not think that the black demon kings targeted by her would be spared. Moreover, from what my brother said, it was not only Nua who targeted these black demon kings, but also Zhu Hongjun. The demon king Jiao cut off ties instantly. I am not familiar with them at all. Ji Chansheng smiled. Brother, you don't have to be so careful. I am here, so I will not let you get into trouble. The demon king Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. Ji Chansheng really gave him a sense of security in this regard. Brother, I don't understand. Since they cannot see the light, why do they want to show up and make friends with me? The demon king Jiao had just asked the question when he suddenly reacted. They are coming for you. They want to be promoted to Daluo. And now they must pass through your hands. After you return and regain the power of the heavenly tribulation, these black households that were previously hidden by the Emperor Ziwei will no longer be able to hide, and will have to jump out. If they can't get in touch with you, they will start with me. Ji Chansheng gave the Jiao Demon King a thumbs up. Brother is worthy of being the most outstanding rising star of the demon race after the witch and lich catastrophe. If the third uncle had the judgment and reaction speed of the Jiao Demon King, Ji Chansheng would not arrange a fake match. The Jiao Demon King thought, so my dear brother wants me to maintain the relationship with them and find out their details and nests? Yes. This is the decree issued by the Taoist ancestor himself. This demon force that has grown up under the eyes of the Taoist ancestor must be completely eradicated. The Jiao Demon King was in awe. The Taoist ancestor spoke. The 6 saints worked. And Ji Changsheng laid out the plan. If he could stand on the wrong side, it would be really an insult to his intelligence. My dear brother, as long as there is a place where I can be used, I will definitely do my duty. He stood firmly with his dear brother, the 6 saints of heaven and the Taoist ancestor. Ji Changsheng smiled and said, there is indeed a place where you are needed. Brother, they want to use you as a channel to get to know me, so you can help them. I have a reincarnated monkey in the lower world, who is currently learning from the teacher incarnation Subhuti, and will soon become a master. Brother can introduce them to my monkey, and they can even become sworn brothers like you and me. The closer the relationship, the more they will relax their vigilance. The Jiao Demon King understood what Ji Changsheng meant, but he was a little worried. Is it too deliberate? Ji Changsheng chuckled and said, it's okay. Now they need me. So even if there are slight flaws, they will deceive themselves. And brother, don't worry. They don't know they are exposed yet. Don't know? Of course they don't know. Otherwise they wouldn't dare to show up. Ji Changsheng said, the monster cemetery is absolutely secret, and they have been keeping it a secret. Even Daozu and the 6 saints didn't find out. The reason they were exposed was due to various coincidences. Dongmu Yuanjun fell into Ji Changsheng's hands, and there was actually no problem. But Ji Shen's ability to investigate the case was too strong, which was beyond the imagination of the demons. And after all, it was under the eyes of Daozu, although Daozu had been in the dark for many years. With Ji Shen's reminder, the dark under the lamp immediately turned into the demons and the stolen goods. And these hidden demons still knew nothing about all this. In fact, even if they noticed it, it would be useless. Ji Changsheng speculated, to a certain extent, Daozu can cut off all the possibilities they find, and even partially modify reality. Unless they are so cautious that they don't take any risks, they will show up sooner or later. So Jiao Demon King relaxed. They can't not take risks. After all, the revitalization of the demon race cannot be solved by hiding. They still have to step into the front after all. Yes, the rise of the Overlord cannot be solved by small means. It is inevitable to face it head-on. So they must take risks. If Ji Changsheng wants to prove Daoyuo, he has to take huge risks. Send his dear teacher to reincarnation, and bring in the 6 saints and even Daozu as investors. This is just him. The demon race wants to revive, but it is the rise of a race. The difficulty is 100 times greater than Ji Changsheng. Want to hide? You can't hide. Especially after Ji Changsheng killed Dongmu Yuanjun and suppressed Siwei Emperor. He couldn't hide even more. Of course, although we have the advantage, we can't just expose ourselves blindly, in order to prevent these monsters from thinking too much. In addition to you and me, we can also bring in some more monster kings to dispel their vigilance. The image of a big white bull immediately appeared in the mind of the Jiao Demon King. My dear brother, Bull Demon King is not bad. He is the black glove of the Tai Ching lineage in the Western Church territory. He has expanded greatly in the mortal world, and is known as the first demon king of the new generation. However, he and the Tai Ching lineage seem to be drifting apart recently. He also came to visit me this time. If he joins, the hidden demon kings will definitely relax their vigilance. Bull Demon King is still very famous, and is unlikely to cooperate with us to act together. Then bring Bull Demon King in. No. Let Bull Demon King take the lead. Ji Changsheng remembered Bull Demon King's performance of directly confronting Haotian at the Peach Banquet. And he also looked at Bull Demon King with new eyes. He really goes all out when there is something going on. It is obvious that he is the material for being the leader. Brother, who is older between you and Bull Demon King? He is older than me. Very good. Then let Bull Demon King be the eldest brother. Let him take charge of things and take the blame. Ji Changsheng picked out his brother who he had known for a long time. It just so happens that Bull Demon King has a background, strength, qualifications, and background. It is completely reasonable for him to lead the gathering. Brother, after you go down to the world, go visit Bull Demon King and make friends with him. No problem. But from my understanding of Bull Demon King, he wants to do big things. If he just makes friends with a few demon kings, he may not be interested. Ji Changsheng smiled, then arranged something big for him to do. Haotian's introduction of the life tax this time will definitely arouse the anger of the people below Daoyuo. The heavenly court has become the target of public criticism. At this time, whoever dares to stand up and make trouble in the heavenly court will become a hero in the eyes of the world and have an incomparable reputation. With such a big thing, brother's understanding of Bull Demon King. Will he be tempted? The Jiao Demon King's heart was in turmoil, not to mention the Bull Demon King. Even I am a little tempted. However, after all, the heavenly palace has the support of the Taoist ancestor. Even if the Bull Demon King is bold, he should not dare to make trouble in the heavenly palace. What if he gets the tacit approval of me, or even the Tishita palace? The Jiao Demon King's eyes lit up. Then he will definitely do a big thing. If the Bull Demon King does a big thing, the other Demon Kings may also join in. I understand. I must convince the Bull Demon King to take action. Ji Changsheng said, brother, you can tell the Bull Demon King my attitude. Let him know that I tacitly support this matter behind the scenes. The purpose is nothing more than fighting for power with Haotian. To disgrace the heavenly court is to disgrace Haotian. With my support, let him do it. The Jiao Demon King smiled. Don't worry, my dear brother. I will visit him. Needless to say, the Bull Demon King will definitely think it is your intention. That's right. In addition, I'm afraid I will have to wrong my brother on the way to the west. Ji Changsheng began to give a shot of prevention. Brother, you are from the demon clan after all. After my teacher Zhuanti reincarnates, he will be very weak at first. I plan to arrange you as his mount. I hope you don't mind. Mount? The Jiao Demon King's first reaction was to frown. No normal demon king would want to be a mount. The Jiao Demon King did not hide his unhappiness about being a mount. Ji Changsheng added, time will pass quickly. I won't let my brother be wrong for too long. It won't take a few days. The few days Ji Changsheng mentioned here refer to the time in heaven. However, it is not long when converted into the human world. At least not for the demon kings with long lifespans. Hearing Ji Changsheng say this, Jiao Demon King's expression eased. And he took the initiative to find a way out for himself. Well, Zhuidi Saint's original Mount Kong Xian is a Daluo strongman. If I can be Zhuidi Saint's mount, it can be regarded as being on par with Kong Xian. And it is not an insult to me. Ji Changsheng chuckled and said, I still feel a little wrong, brother. But please rest assured, brother, the grievance will not be in vain. At the end of this road, you should be a Daluo strongman. In this case, I thank you very much, brother. Jiao Demon King performed a great gift to Ji Changsheng. Before meeting Ji Changsheng, his probability of breaking through Daluo was only 40% at most. But now, after experiencing many blessings, he feels that his probability of being promoted to Daluo has increased to 80%. This is the grace of enlightenment. Although it is not necessarily impossible to be promoted to Daluo by relying on oneself. It will take at least 10,000 years. And if you follow Ji Changsheng to do things, you will have a chance immediately. This cause and effect is not small. So Jiao Demon King is very dedicated to his work. Brother, I will go to visit the Bull Demon King now. Okay. I will inform you in time if I have anything. The layout of the demon clan is almost complete. When the big demons gather together, we can start to make trouble in the heavenly palace and seize all the treasures that prolong life. After the trouble in the heavenly palace, the teacher's reincarnation is almost grown up. We can officially start the journey to the west to obtain the scriptures. In this case, we can temporarily focus on the human emperor. Discuss with the human emperor to see if we can cooperate and have another ally. Ji Changsheng was just about to meet the human emperor when he suddenly received a message from Li Changxi, junior brother. Breaking news. The human emperor has fallen. Chapter 373, Reincarnation Thunder. The inside story of the human emperor. Ji Changsheng? The human emperor fell? Sister, what happened? Why did the human emperor suddenly die? The investment of Hutu and the human religion was so vigorous. So his death was too casual. Right? Although he was not optimistic about this human emperor. The more buffs are stacked, the more severe the backlash will be. Li Changxi said, it's not sudden. You have ascended for more than 3 days. The human emperor has been struggling in the lower world for hundreds of years. It's not surprising that he died. Ji Changsheng. It seems to make sense. In Ji Changsheng's impression, the human emperor has only been jumping around for 2 or 3 days. But in the lower world, he has been jumping around for hundreds of years. Hundreds of years of imperial career. It's not a short time. Come to Taiyin Star. Yu Bihai and Ing Hongya will be here soon. And we need to find out the details from them. Before Ji Chansheng sent Yu Bihai as his envoy and invested in Xianqin. Ing Hongye was also his envoy. And a small prince of Xianqin. If something happened to the human emperor, he would naturally ask his own people. Ji Chansheng immediately went to Taiyin Star. A moment later, Yu Bihai and Ing Hongye also hurried over. Both of them looked obviously shocked. What happened? I can only sense that something strange has happened in the lower world on Taiyin Star. There must be a powerful Daluo behind the scenes, which has blinded my perception, Li Changqi said. After she took control of Taiyin Star, the moonlight covered the place. Unless there was a special cover or a powerful Daluo took action, ordinary things could not be hidden from her investigation. But this time, she looked at the death of the human emperor, just like looking at flowers in the fog, and she couldn't tell the inside story at all. Yu Bihai said in a deep voice, there are indeed two powerful Daluo masters who have taken action. Ji Chansheng and Li Changqi looked at each other. The prehistoric fairyland still has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Suddenly, two more powerful Daluo masters appeared. Can their identities be locked? Ji Chansheng asked. Yu Bihai shook his head. We can only know that one is from the human race and the other is from the demon race. Human race? Impossible. Ji Chansheng directly denied Yu Bihai's cognition. The only Daluo masters of the human race are Xuandu Defashi and Xitigarbha Bodhisattva. Neither of them can take action against the human emperor. Yu Bihai hesitated to speak. Ji Chansheng saw Yu Bihai's hesitation and said directly, just say whatever you want to say. We are all family members. Yu Bihai whispered. The human emperor said that the one who took action was a woman. It is very likely that it was Xitigarbha Bodhisattva. Ji Chansheng frowned. The human emperor can make such a judgment, which must be convincing. But he didn't believe it. In front of Yu Bihai, Ji Chansheng sent a message to Xitigarbha Bodhisattva. Sister Xitigarbha, did you attack the human emperor? Xitigarbha Bodhisattva replied immediately, it's none of my business. The reincarnation underworld is also in chaos now. What's going on? The human emperor's subordinates are almost all reincarnationists. The sudden death of the human emperor has had a certain impact on the operation of the underworld. Although Ho Tu Nyang is the king of reincarnation, it is not so easy to settle the account. Ji Chansheng understood. Ho Tu sent all the outstanding talents among the reincarnationists to the human emperor. But this kind of thing does not conform to the principle of fairness and justice in the way of reincarnation. Of course, no one has ever expected fairness and justice. The creatures who can live to more than 20 years old are not so naive. But the surface work still needs to be done. From the account book, there is no sign of forced control of the reincarnation. There are established rules for the reincarnation of all souls. The starting point of the next reincarnation is determined by the rewards and punishments of the good and evil in the previous life. These are all clear standards. Ho Tu has also publicly promised to abide by these standards. There is also supervision from the heavenly court about the underworld. Now Ho Tu is doing a secret operation. But it still failed. It is equivalent to the chairman of the reincarnation underworld company using the company's money to buy financial products. But it directly exploded and lost all his money. The reincarnation underworld is the reincarnation underworld of all souls, not the reincarnation underworld of the witch clan. The death of the human emperor has a ripple effect. It's too abrupt. As a result, Ho Tu has no time to settle the account. Thinking of this, Ji Chansheng decisively contacted Hao Tian. Great Heavenly Venerable, do you want to reach out to the underworld? Hao Tian, who suddenly received the message from Ji Chansheng, was a little unresponsive. The reincarnation underworld is the territory of Ho Tu Nyang. Changsheng Da Di wants to be the enemy of Ho Tu Nyang? Young people nowadays are too much of a fuss. Ji Chansheng reminded, the underworld is in chaos now. This is a rare opportunity. Hao Tian was startled. Changsheng Da Di. Wait a moment. He realized that something big had happened in the underworld. And Hao Tian naturally had a confidant in the underworld. In less than a minute, Hao Tian reconnected with Ji Chansheng. With a look of surprise. The underworld is really in chaos. The death of Ren Huang was too sudden. Ho Tu Nyang invested too much in Ren Huang. For a while, the account was not evened out. Although Ho Tu controls time and space, Ren Huang also suppresses the 10,000 worlds. When Xianqin gradually grew stronger, and Ren Huang reached the peak, even for Ho Tu, this was her most important investment project at the moment. Nothing else. This wave of thunderstorms, it is no exaggeration to say, is a serious injury. She has to make do with everything to make the account balance. If there is no external force to stir up trouble, the strength of the Earth Queen will certainly be able to handle it in the future. However, the magnanimous Changsheng Emperor sincerely advised the Lord of Heaven at this moment, Great Heavenly Venerable, you are the head of the 6 Imperials, and the Underworld is a subsidiary of the Heavenly Court. Now that the thunderstorm in the reincarnation Underworld has occurred, you should have jurisdiction. I think the Earth Queen should also abide by the rules. Otherwise, once the rules are broken, she herself will not feel good. The authority of the reincarnation is very powerful. There are also many powerful Daluo who are eyeing the authority of the reincarnation, and the Earth Queen has a soft spot that can be grasped. Lord Haotian smiled. Emperor Changsheng is right. Thank you for your reminder. The Heavenly Court should pay more attention to the affairs of the Underworld. I will send an envoy to investigate and make some rectifications to the Underworld when necessary. Is Emperor Changsheng willing to send an envoy with me? It is impolite not to reciprocate. Haotian is returning the favor. But Ji Changsheng did not answer. I just returned and I have to integrate the internal affairs first. I will not participate this time. I hope that the Great Heavenly Venerable can get satisfactory results. Haotian was not surprised. I also hope that Emperor Changsheng can integrate the Shishao Yuqing mansion as soon as possible. After ending the call with Ji Changsheng, Haotian went over everything in his mind again, confirmed that there was no problem, and then went to find the Queen Mother. Queen, we need to work together on this matter. If he were to do it himself, he really wouldn't dare to offend Ho-Tu to death. But if the Queen Mother stood firmly on his side, he would dare to take the initiative. After the Queen Mother collected all the information, she was very moved. The great Emperor Changsheng really holds a grudge. Ho-Tu attacked him once before, and now he decisively adds insult to injury. This is indeed his style. Haotian also nodded and said, compared to the past, the Changsheng Emperor has restrained himself, and Ho-Tu Nyang is still intimidating. They did not doubt Ji Chengxing's purpose, because Ji Chengxing's style has always been to repay a drop of water with a spring, and to kill your whole family if you scold me. That is, Ho-Tu is too strong. Otherwise, they absolutely believe that the Samsara underworld has been overturned by Ji Chengxing. Now there is a chance to stab Ho-Tu. With Ji Chengxing's temperament, even if he can't do it himself, he will encourage others to do it. This is reasonable. Your Majesty, you should visit the Buddha and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, Queen Mother said. Haotian's eyes lit up. What the Queen Mother said makes sense. In the previous Samsara underworld, Ho-Tu Nyang was the largest shareholder and the controlling shareholder. The Western Church was the second largest shareholder, and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was the director of the Western Church in the Samsara underworld. And the Heavenly Court is only the third shareholder of the Samsara underworld. If you want to fight against the major shareholders, of course, the small shareholders must unite first. However, the Western religion chose to join forces with Ho-Tu and ignored him as a small shareholder. Now that the Western religion has become Buddhism, the situation has changed and new opportunities have been born. Tathagata is not a problem, but Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva may be a little difficult. Haotian pondered. The situation of Tathagata Buddha is not good now, and needs to unite with Haotian. There is no obstacle for them to form an alliance. But Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is a remnant of the original Western religion, and is definitely not from the same faction as Tathagata Buddha. The Queen Mother said directly, I will try to persuade Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Haotian laughed. It's really great that the Queen Mother can think it through. You and I are husband and wife. The strength of the Heavenly Court is the strength of you and me. There is really no need to fight. The Queen Mother nodded calmly. Haotian didn't care what the Queen Mother thought. What he wanted was the Queen Mother's authority and background. Since it was a political marriage, he had already realized it. Benefits are the most important, and love is left to the pure love god of war. Let's talk about two things. On the moon star, Ji Changsheng confirmed, it was not Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva who did it, and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva had no reason to do it to the human emperor. Ji Changsheng didn't trust Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva 100% that he would not lie to him. But Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva really had no reason to do it to the human emperor. They didn't even have any intersection. Master, where did the human emperor have the problem? Lishan. Lishan? Lishan, old mother? Ji Changxing instantly thought of a Daluo. He sent the message to Li Huanyan. In terms of intelligence, Li Huanyan is still better. Where is the other demon clan Daluo? What I saw was a white snake. White snake? Ji Changsheng filtered his memories in his mind, and then confirmed, I don't remember a white snake from the demon clan achieving Daluo. Senior sister, do you have any impression? Li Changxi shook her head. I don't remember either. If it is really a white snake, it may have been born in the demon clan cemetery. Ji Changxing's expression. That makes sense. It seems that the demon clan really has hidden background. It is impossible that Dou Mu Yuanjun's family is the only one who can hide under the eyes of Daozu for so many years without being discovered. Moreover, Daozu personally paid attention to it. So it is obviously unlikely that only Dou Mu Yuanjun and one Daluo were born. Ji Changsheng would not be surprised if a few more demon clan Daluo appeared. But Ji Changsheng didn't expect that these remnants of the demon race would choose to attack the human emperor. But Ji Changsheng thought about it, and it made sense. The demon race wanted to revive and become the overlord of the heavens again. And the biggest enemy was the human race. Attacking the human emperor would be the most effective way to undermine the morale of the human race. But the human emperor shouldn't die so easily. Right? Ji Changsheng asked in surprise. Even if two Daluo attack together, the human emperor shouldn't be so fragile. Otherwise, how could he be qualified to be the human emperor? Ji Changsheng had encountered 3 Daluo attacking together before, and they all succeeded in killing their way out of the siege. The human emperor just encountered 2. And he has such a big foundation and so many helpers. So he can't help but fight? Yu Bihai explained, this matter is also related to you. Cha Sheng. What does it have to do with me? Ji Changsheng looked innocent. Yu Bihai glanced at Li Changxi and corrected, to be precise. It has more to do with Li Changxi. Last time the Jiao Demon King took action to suppress the 4 seas. Li Changxi attacked Xian Qin. And Xian Qin had almost no power to fight back. All these actions disappointed Ho Tunyongyong. As far as I know. From then on, Ho Tunyongyong stopped supporting Xian Qin and turned to support another force. Wu Chu. Li Changxi was stunned. This was not in her plan. She was just saving her junior brother. In addition, Li Changxi killed the Taoist Chunyang and cut off the connection between the Taiqing lineage and the human emperor. Up to now, the Taiqing lineage has not continued to send people to contact the human emperor. In other words, the Taiqing lineage and the human emperor have also chosen to break up. Li Changxi also began to look innocent. I swear. This is not my intention. Yu Bihai shrugged. In short, it is like this. When the time comes, the heaven and earth will work together. When the luck is gone, the hero will not be free. Being suppressed by you and alienated by Ho Tunyongyong and Tai Qing, the momentum of the human emperor began to decline. The people's hearts are scattered, and the team is difficult to lead. The internal camps of the human emperor are too mixed. Even if the human emperor suppresses, the major forces have their own ulterior motives. At this time, 2 Daluos suddenly appeared. The matter happened in a hurry. And internal and external troubles broke out at the same time. And the human emperor was in trouble. Once the human emperor is in trouble, Xian Qin will be finished. Ji Changsheng thought about this logic and found it very reasonable. The human emperor started because there were too many investors. Once there is a problem with the investors, the foundation of the human emperor will certainly be in trouble. The king rises with this, and he must fall with this. This is very fair. Ing Hongya, who had not spoken all the time, finally spoke at this time. It's not 2 Daluo. It's 4 Daluo. Everyone looked at Ing Hongya. Ing Hongya said to Ji Changsheng, Changsheng, you can sense whether Emperor Ziwei and Emperor Gaochen are in the heavenly palace. Ji Changsheng used his heavenly emperor authority and only sensed the breath of a heavenly emperor from the Ziwei heavenly palace. But Emperor Gaochen was nowhere to be found. Emperor Ziwei is here, but Emperor Gaochen is not. Ing Hongya said, before, Ziwei and Emperor Gaochen were both in the mortal world. After the peach banquet, when the saint fell and the world was shaken, Ziwei and Emperor Gaochen went down to the mortal world together to kill the emperor. At that time, everyone's attention was on the Saint Juanti. No one expected that 4 Daluo joined forces, plus the traitors around the emperor, to launch a sniper attack on the emperor. Ji Changsheng. Can this be implicated in me? Ing Hongya also said, Changsheng. The saint's fall has something to do with you. Right? Ji Changsheng immediately removed himself. It was Master Tontian who did it. Not me. You pushed Ziwei and Gaochen too hard. Ing Hongya sighed. In the heavenly court, you have the upper hand. Dou Mu Yuanjun has fallen into your hands. And there is not much time left for Ziwei and Gaochen to counterattack. If they don't fight back, they can only be swallowed up by you. but they have no ability to attack you. So, Ing Hongya spread his hands and said, they chose to keep Gao Chen's power first and squeeze the soft persimmon of the human emperor. Compared with Ji Changsheng, the current human emperor does seem to be a soft persimmon. Ziwei and Gao Chen can't do anything to Ji Changsheng. After all, they don't want their mother to suffer in Ji Changsheng's hands. So the world where the human emperor is injured is formed. Ji Changsheng complained, although all this is reasonable. Shouldn't the emperor reflect on himself? He is too lazy to deal with the two rubbish Ziwei and Gao Chen. What the great emperor Changsheng said is very true. I have reflected deeply for a long time. A strange voice suddenly came to Ji Changsheng's ears. He looked at Ing Hongya in shock. Then he saw Ing Hongya blinking at him. That's probably the cause and effect of the matter. Changsheng. How will Ingwa arrange the follow-up? Ji Changsheng pondered. I think about it carefully. Things happen too fast. I still need to think about it. Master, you go back to the mortal world first and protect your own territory. We should still be useful in the future. Yu Bihai readily agreed. With the death of the emperor, Xian Qin must have fallen into civil strife. He is Ji Changsheng's special envoy. And he also has a status in Xian Qin. So he naturally has his own territory. After Yu Bihai left, Ing Hongya took out a dragon-shaped jade pendant. Then, a shadow of an emperor sat in the position where Yu Bihai had just sat. He was wearing a dragon robe, gold and jade, with a resolute face and extraordinary aura. Just by looking at his clothes, Ji Changsheng could determine his identity. Li Changxi was startled and immediately activated the highest confinement authority of Taiyin Star to prevent the news from leaking out. After doing all this, Li Changxi was shocked and asked, the emperor is not dead. The emperor smiled bitterly. I am ashamed. I almost died. If I didn't have some tricks, it would be really difficult to escape from the sniping of the four Daluo masters. Ji Changsheng changed his tone and said with great admiration, under the heavens, there are no more than 2 hands who can successfully survive the sniping of the four Daluo masters. The strength of the emperor is really amazing. The emperor. Emperor Changsheng just said that. Ji Changsheng ignored the words of the emperor and asked directly, since the emperor did not fall, why did he pretend to fall? If Xian Qin did not have you, it would fall apart right before our eyes. It's okay if it falls apart. The emperor was unexpectedly generous. Emperor Changsheng. I paid a great price in the face of the sniping of the four Daluo masters. I did not pretend to die on purpose. But I had to die. The emperor explained. Ji Changsheng nodded to show his understanding. This was different from the fake death of Ing 3. Ing 3 was just looking for trouble. The human emperor was really in danger this time. Even the human emperor at his peak could not be a match for the four Daluo. Not to mention the human emperor, who was seriously injured. If the news of his survival spread, and the four Daluo came again, the human emperor would be dead. Even the four Daluo may not need to take action. The traitor can pose a fatal threat to the emperor. The emperor thought so too. There are traitors inside Xian Qin. As the great emperor Changsheng said, the source of Xian Qin's foundation is too complicated, and the strong men from all sides have intervened. I can suppress it for a while by my own strength, but I can't suppress it for a lifetime. Such a country cannot withstand a cruel test. This time I faked my death and escaped, which is a good opportunity for the demons to dance wildly. Strong winds know strong grass, and turbulent times know loyal ministers. Li Changxi reminded, that's the truth. What if the demons dance wildly and completely destroy your foundation? That means I am not as skilled as others. And there is no way. If I can defeat the four Daluo, I will not make this choice. Li Changxi was speechless. There is really no way to be inferior to others. Why didn't the emperor choose Ho Tu Nyang for protection? Ji Changsheng asked. The human emperor shook his head. The biggest rival of Xian Qin, Wu Chu, is supported by Ho Tu Nyang. I don't trust Ho Tu Nyang now. Even if I can trust her, I don't want to be too involved. Xian Qin is my foundation, not Ho Tu Nyang's foundation. I became the human emperor, not the witch emperor. From the moment I was reincarnated as a human, Ho Tu Nyang and I were no longer on the same path. She is an idealist, but I can't die for her ideal of reviving the witch clan. The human emperor is willing to take risks in a desperate situation and survive after death. This is great wisdom and courage. Ho Tu Nyang did not choose the wrong person. Ji Changsheng explained, unfortunately, the human emperor is indeed subject to too many constraints. Too many original shares were distributed. If he wanted to concentrate power in the later stage, he would have to face a huge vested interest group. Each family has a strong backer, so it is destined to be difficult in the later stage. This kind of thing is very common, and it is also unsolvable. I have carefully reviewed the three emperors' road, although they have also accepted investment. None of them is as complicated as the situation I am facing. Under the constraints of all parties, I will never achieve anything big. This time I have survived a near-death experience, which may be an opportunity to escape the cage. I don't trust outsiders, but there has been no grudge between the Changsheng Emperor and me before. Even if there is, it was the Changsheng Emperor who took the initiative to attack me. Li Changshi touched her nose. Ji Changsheng also felt a little guilty. Emperor Changsheng, you won't report me, will you? Of course. Are you willing to join forces with me? Ji Changsheng was a little curious. Does the human emperor have any bargaining chips now? Of course. There are many capable ministers and generals loyal to me. If I give me some time, I can also fight against a powerful daluo. The children of Xianqin are talented and may make a comeback. What does your majesty want to do? Surrounding the heavenly court from the human world has failed. I don't want to be bound by so many constraints anymore. I want to cut off the firewood and attack the heavenly court directly. The eyes of the human emperor were full of cruelty and determination. I will naturally repay the favor of Ziwei and Go Chen to me 100-fold. I want to form an alliance with Emperor Changsheng, kill Ziwei and Go Chen, and then fight back to the human world from the heavenly court. Ji Changsheng's eyes became completely solemn. The human emperor is the human emperor. He admitted that he spoke a little loudly to the human emperor before, when he really got ruthless. This human emperor did not embarrass the previous ones. What do you need me to do? Haoyan introduced the life tax, which caused dissatisfaction among the powerful people in the heavens. The heavenly court is high above, overlooking the human world, and has also long aroused public anger. I can secretly contact heroes from all directions to attack the heavenly court, if the Changsheng Emperor is willing to cooperate internally and externally. After the matter is accomplished, I will kill Ziwei Gaochen and regain control of the human world. The Changsheng Emperor kills Haoyan, and the heavenly court is the only one in power. You and I will join forces to divide the universe equally. Chapter 374 Information Cocoon. The Great Sage of Balance. Ji Changsheng was neither drunk nor excited. Facing the invitation of the human emperor, he calmly blurted out, "Are you drunk? Ambition is ambition. Objective reality is objective reality. The plan must be practical, and Ji Changsheng will cooperate." In Ji Changsheng's opinion, the human emperor's plan has no chance of success. The human emperor was a little surprised by Ji Changsheng's reaction. What do you think is wrong with the great Emperor Changsheng? Ji Changsheng complained. There are problems everywhere. Li Changshi added, the biggest problem is that Haoyan can't be killed at all. Playing is playing. Making trouble is making trouble. But you can't really joke with Haoyan. In the heavenly court, Haoyan's strength is almost equal to Ho Tu in the underworld. And it's not an exaggeration to be on par with the saints. This heavenly emperor is really good at fighting. Back then, he directly suppressed the ancestor which wore God Xingtian in his prime combat form. That time, the Taoist didn't even make a move. Before entering the heavenly court, Haoyan's strength was already at the Daluo realm. After entering the heavenly court and taking the authority of the head of the 6 emperors, Haoyan's home advantage in the heavenly court is not much smaller than Hutu's home advantage in the underworld. So Ji Changsheng and Li Changshi have not yet made plans to attack Haoyan in the short term. This needs to be done slowly. At least a few days later, the human emperor was getting more and more puzzled. What's the point of being on par with the saints? Didn't the saints all fall? I escaped from the sniping of 4 Daluo. Ji Changsheng. Li Changshi suddenly realized, I understand. Human emperor. Well, from your perspective, there is no problem. The problem is that your information is incomplete. Without reaching the realm of saints, it is impossible to figure out how powerful saints are. It is only through the saints' own bragging or the saints' own performance that others can have a rough standard classification. Domu Yuanjun did not know what level of strength Nguyen Yang was until his death. Xuanti Saint made several moves, which gave other quasi-saints too much confidence. Tantian Jiaju boasted loudly. But he was beaten all the time during the conferred God tribulation. And now he killed Xuanti in seconds. Except for Tantian, other saints in the saint circle still have a clear understanding of strength. However, the strong people outside the saint circle guess the strength of the saints, which really depends on guessing. Ji Changsheng also has to guess. But Ji Changsheng guessed too high, and the others depend on the situation. It is obvious that Do Muyuan Jun guessed too low. Ren Huang, now it seems that he has also been misled by Junti Saint. What? Is there something wrong? The human emperor also realized that there was a problem. The Queen Mother Ho Tu was suppressed by the Taiyin Star Lord, and the Saint Junti could not take down the Styx Lord. It is not impossible to deal with the Saint. Is there something wrong with my cognition? Ji Changsheng. There is a big problem. But you can't be blamed. This matter seems to have something to do with me. I really didn't expect that it was not only Junti and Tan Tian who could give the quasi-saint confidence. I can actually give Dao Yuo confidence. This is a good thing for Ji Changsheng's journey to the West plan. Even the human emperor was deceived. And the demons with generally low IQs are more likely to believe it. The Queen Mother Ho Tu was suppressed by my senior sister, mainly because her freedom was restricted. If she could move freely, we would have died long ago. Li Chengxi did not refute. The reason they bullied Ho Tu was that she was not free to move. Of course, Ji Dang dared to bully the free-moving Dao Yuo, such as Tathagata Buddha. But Ji Dang did not dare to provoke Ho Tu for the time being. Not to mention the free-moving saints. Can the Saint Junti survive the sniping of 4 Dao Yuo without any injury? Asked the human emperor. Ji Changsheng could tell that his teacher was insulted again. But he did not blame the human emperor. Sending the teacher to death is the effect he wanted. It's a good thing that people took it seriously. Ji Changsheng did not correct the human emperor's misunderstanding, and also insulted his dear teacher. Saint Junti may not have the ability to survive the sniping of 4 Dao Yuo. The premise is that these 4 Dao Yuo are the 3 pure ones plus Nuwa. Ji Changsheng thought to himself that I only said half of the words. But it was not a lie. After all, the saints are also in the Dao Yuo realm. But it's not Junti Saint who is supporting Haoqian. It's Daozu. How could the heavenly emperor appointed by Daozu be overthrown? The emperor of man almost made Ji Changsheng lose his temper with one sentence. My target is not Haoqian, but Ziwei and Gaochen. Haoqian is in the plan, and he is your target. Changsheng Emperor. I just promised to help you. Ji Changsheng rolled his eyes. Thank you. You can't help me. The two of us together are not enough to beat Haoqian in the heavenly court. It's not shameful to admit that you are not as good as others for the time being. How many days has Ji Changsheng practiced? When he was not born yet, Haoqian God was already a Dao Yuo strongman, and he had been learning from Daozu for countless years. It would be really strange if he could kill Haoqian now. This was obviously not in the plan of the human emperor. I thought that with the means of the great emperor Changsheng, Haoqian could be overthrown. The tone of the human emperor was very serious. Judging from the situation of the human emperor, there was no need for him to tease Ji Changsheng. So Ji Changsheng had to accept the praise of the human emperor. Human emperor. You really think too highly of me. Human emperor. Emperor Changsheng. You can ask Nuwa and Yuan Shi Tianwang for help. With their endorsement, would the Taoists stand up for a mere boy like Hao Tian? Human emperor. I find that you really think highly of me. Ji Changsheng was even a little flattered. Finally someone realized the value of Emperor Xiaotian. But in the eyes of the human emperor, he was a little too awesome. Are you sure that my relationship with the saint is as good as Haoqian's relationship with Daozu? Haoqian has served Daozu for countless years. The human emperor frowned and said, I know how difficult it is for you to start a business from scratch and become the Changsheng emperor. So I don't doubt your ability at all. Changsheng emperor. I believe Haoqian is definitely not your opponent. Li Chengxi blinked. I always feel that something is wrong. Ing Hongya pointed out this wrongness. Changsheng. The human emperor treats you as someone else's child. You and him accepted the investment of the human cult and Ho Tu Nyang Nyang. And you took a small share. Now you have completely established your foothold. So the human emperor thinks you are a rare monster. Ji Changsheng. I admit that the human emperor has a good eye for people. But your eye for gods is not so good. I am indeed a talent. And Haoqian is not made of clay. You can't help me much in dealing with Haoqian. The human emperor realized that he was in trouble in dealing with Ziwei and Go Qin. The great emperor Changsheng can help me a lot. Ji Changsheng shrugged. The current situation is that Ji Changsheng can help the human emperor. The human emperor can't help Ji Changsheng. If Ji Changsheng can't get the benefits that make Ji Changsheng excited, there is no reason for Ji Changsheng to help the human emperor take risks. This simple truth is naturally understood by the human emperor. He took a deep breath. Emperor Changsheng. What can I give you? Ji Changsheng said it bluntly. If you have to say the most valuable thing in the human emperor, it should be your foundation. The human emperor was slightly stunned. Emperor Changsheng is still interested in the human emperor's foundation? I have a plan next, which requires the cooperation of the human emperor's foundation. If the human emperor can win, there is no need to worry. If the human emperor loses, it's better to benefit me than to benefit Wu Chu. Ji Changsheng didn't hide it. Now between him and the human emperor, he has the upper hand. So there is no need to engage in conspiracy. I am not very interested in being the human emperor. I just need some cooperation from within the human race. Holding the foundation of the human emperor in my own hands is of course the best choice. Of course, I can promise that if the human emperor really falls, I will take care of the cause and effect for all the Daluo strongmen who have hurt the human emperor, including the 4 Daluo who sniped you this time. The human emperor was moved. Are you serious? Ji Changsheng chuckled. Originally, I was going to deal with him, but my plan was not that fast. The human emperor can't wait too long, which will ruin my plan. If I am given a certain amount of time, I can be more confident in killing them. The human emperor nodded. I believe that the Changsheng emperor has this ability, and I know that the Changsheng emperor still needs time to be promoted. But I don't have much time. He can't keep dying. After a while, even if he returns, no one will recognize him. Li Changshi reminded, human emperor, aren't the heroes you can contact still those old and young in the end? What's the difference with you before? There is a difference. This time Haotian offended many new strong men. Moreover, those chess pieces that Daluo planted in Xianqing can be used as cannon fodder to attack the heavenly court. The human emperor promised, I will cooperate with the Changsheng emperor. The Changsheng emperor only needs to do the internal cooperation, and leave the external cooperation to me. I won't let the Changsheng emperor do everything personally. Okay. In the future, Miss Hongya will be the messenger for me to communicate with the Changsheng emperor. I still need some time to recover from my injuries and contact my old subordinates. When I am ready, I will let Miss Hongya notify the Changsheng emperor in time. Okay. It's just in time for me to find some helpers for the human emperor. Although the human emperor said he doesn't need it. Your demon veins on the demon clan should not be as wide as mine and my senior sister. In that case, thank you, Changsheng emperor. The two formally reached an agreement. Then the shadow of the human emperor disappeared. Ing Hongya sensed it, and then heaved a sigh of relief. The emperor has left. Ji Changsheng looked at Li Changshi. Li Changshi used the authority of Taiyin Star to sense it carefully, and then nodded to Ji Changsheng. He has indeed left. When the emperor was hiding in the jade pendant carried by Ing Hongya, Li Changshi did not activate the defense of Taiyin Star, which was a bit negligent. The main reason was that the news of the emperor's death had spread, and she didn't expect it to be false. Now Li Changshi began to take it seriously. This hiding method could not be hidden from her on Taiyin Star. Ji Changsheng relaxed only after getting Li Changshi's assurance. Ing Hongya asked immediately, Changsheng, do you think the human emperor will make a comeback? Ji Changsheng shook his head. He has fallen into an information cocoon, and his perspective is not very open. It's not his fault. It's just that this universe is too big, and the circles above Daluo are also very complicated. He has never been exposed to it, and he doesn't know what difficulties he will face in the future. Ziwei and Go Chen can't even get on the table in the real Daluo circle. Haotian launched the life tax. Go Chen became Haotian's pioneer, and Go Chen had nothing to do with the final dividends. Ji Changsheng wanted to appease the hard demon clan, so he let Ziwei come forward as a scapegoat. And in the end, he also didn't give Ziwei any compensation. The great enemy in the eyes of the human emperor is at the lower end of the Daluo food chain within the real Daluo circle. The human emperor and Ji Changsheng have different goals, so they see different scenery. Ing Hongya said solemnly, then do we still need to cooperate with him? Cooperation. Although the vision of the human emperor has not been opened, his strength is unquestionable. He can escape from the sniping of 4 Daluo, so he still has hard power. With my cooperation, Ziwei and Gaochen will indeed be in danger of their lives. The lack of 3 of the 6 imperial guards is just right for Jinwu to take the throne. In this way, it is also a good thing for me. It is unrealistic to kill Haotian. At least it is unrealistic within a few days. But it is feasible to add sand to the throne of the Emperor of Heaven. Ziwei and Gaochen are not Daluo of the same level as Haotian. Killing Ziwei and Gaochen is very feasible in Ji Changsheng's opinion, and they have been used up, and their value is indeed decreasing. Hongya, don't cut off your contact with the human emperor. When the Tian Palace is in trouble, he will still be needed to complete the fatal blow. Okay. The human emperor wants to cooperate with you. And he is very sincere. Sister, the emperor's flowing juice is useful for all the monsters below Daluo. Right? Yes. Then, I will trouble you to refine some more emperor's flowing juice. The human emperor is planning the foundation of the human race. And I am planning the backup of the monsters. With the emperor's flowing juice in hand, it will be more tempting for the monsters. No problem. One day in heaven is 1 year on earth. While Ji Changsheng and the human emperor formed an alliance, the hard monkey had already completed his studies and returned to the flower and fruit mountain. In a very short period of time, he made a great reputation. After that, the hard monkey flew on clouds and mist every day, traveled around the world, and enjoyed himself in thousands of mountains. He used martial arts, visited heroes, and made magical powers and made friends. Soon he made 6 brothers, namely the Bull Demon King, the Dragon Demon King, the Pung Demon King, the Lion Camel King, the Macaque King, the Ape King, and himself, the Monkey King. They talked about literature and martial arts, drank and had fun day by day, and their relationship became closer and closer. The monkey intimidated the 72 cave demon kings, and with the 6 brothers as his backers, he became more and more arrogant. So he simply proposed directly, brothers, with our magical powers, we will definitely have a place in the saintly position in the future. There are only 6 saints in the way of heaven, but we have 7 brothers, so it is no problem to replace the 6 saints. The demon race has been in decline for a long time, and it is our duty to revive the glory of the demon race. The Bull Demon King and the Dragon Demon King did not react, but the 3rd Pung Demon King excitedly slammed the table and said, 7th brother, it is right. It is our duty to revive the glory of the demon race. The monkey continued, since we want to revive the demon race, we must make a name for ourselves. 6 brothers, our current name is still not loud enough, and it cannot reflect the ambitions of our new era demon race. In my opinion, the Demon King really has no momentum, and we should change the name. What do you think? 7th brother? The Monkey King said loudly, so what if he is a saint? In the past, he was struggling to survive under our demon clan's heaven. If we want to be a saint, we must be a saint stronger than the saint. Great. 7th brother, you have a good ambition. From now on, we are the 7 saints. Bull Demon King and Dragon Demon King wiped the cold sweat from their heads at the same time. Can you call him a saint casually? Are you trying to fool a fool? The Monkey King's eyes swept over, and Bull Demon King and Dragon Demon King shuddered. Okay. It's just to fool a fool. The Bull Demon King surrendered decisively. My dear brother, what you said makes sense. I will be the great sage of flattening the sky. The Dragon Demon King thought that the Bull Demon King was still awesome, so he admitted his defeat. I will be the great sage of covering the sea. The Pung Demon King said, I will be the great sage of mixing the sky. The Lion King said, I will be the great sage of moving mountains. The Monkey King said, I will be the great sage of ventilation. The Ape King said, I will be the great sage of driving gods. 7th brother, what about you? The Monkey King was very proud and said his title, the great sage of flattening the accounts. Chapter 375 The Great Sage of Settling Accounts settles accounts for the first time. 7th brother, why is he called the Great Sage of Settling Accounts? When the Pung Demon King and the others heard Ji Changsheng's title, they were all a little surprised. This name is not domineering at all, compared with the Great Sage of Peace and Heaven and the Great Sage of Huntian. The Great Sage of Settling Accounts seems ordinary and out of place. The Monkey King said directly, 3rd brother, you don't understand. I will settle accounts that the saints can't settle. I am more powerful than the saints, so I am called the Great Sage of Settling Accounts. The most important thing is that the 6 saints ended the era of our demon race. I will settle this account with them. The Pung Demon King stood in awe. The Lion King's scalp tingled. The Monkey King's blood immediately surged. My dear brother, you have great courage. This account must be settled with the 6 saints. Great Sage of Settling Accounts. Good. 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 With a rising star like my dear brother, the demon race will surely become great again. The Bull Demon King and the Dragon Demon King looked at each other. The Bull Demon King's eyes were full of doubts. These idiots are so strong. Why are their brains so useless? He didn't know the origins of these demon kings who suddenly appeared. He only knew that they were really strong. The Jiao Demon King thought that this was the fate of the demon kings cultivated in the greenhouse. A mixed-blood Jialong like him was born in humiliation, grew up in discrimination, and fought back all the way to his current position. He had experienced countless hardships. As the black glove of the Tai Ching lineage, the Bull Demon King made a living in the territory of the Western Church. Although it has been expanding in recent years, it also climbed up step by step from the hard days. Needless to say, Ji Changsheng really created the future with his own hands. Behind the scenery, there is wealth and honor that is fought for with life. A brief review of Ji Lamo's resume will show the difficulty of each step. If you want to deal with them, it is easy to fail with conspiracy and tricks, because they are masters of this. But the Peng Demon Kings are obviously well protected by the hidden bosses of the Demon Clan. So well that even the saints did not find them. How can we expect them to have any heaven-defying experience? Those experiences in this small world are only useful before the Great Luo. And the horizons above the Great Luo cannot be opened at all. In each world, geniuses appear once every 10,000 years. They practice hard for hundreds of years to ascend, and then become one of the 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals who besiege the great sage. In fact, if you can become a heavenly soldier or general, the treatment is not low. They are all organized, which is much better than the countless casual cultivators in the prehistoric fairy world. They are guaranteed to make money regardless of drought or flood. But who let these demon kings do things that cost their heads? Such a career must be taken care of by a wise and brave hero. The Peng Demon Kings are still ruthless. But only being brave and ruthless cannot accomplish great things. Encountering a master of deception like Ji Lao Imo is the end in front of you. The Bull Demon King and the Dragon Demon King were so scared when they heard the title of Great Sage that they almost peed their pants. The Peng Demon King and the others were so excited when they heard the title of Great Sage that they were about to rebel. It would be a waste not to lie to such a fool. Seeing that Ji Changsheng could successfully catch these demon kings with such a straight hook, the Dragon Demon King relaxed and began to cooperate with his brother, seventh brother. Although that is the case, a saint is a saint after all. We have practiced for a short time and should still be far behind the saints. So we still have to take it slow. The saints will be discussed later. There are people who need to be liquidated now. The monkey heart nodded and looked at the Dragon Demon King, second brother. Who do you want to liquidate first? The Jiao Demon King's voice turned cold. Brothers, you should all know my origins. And naturally you also know the grievances between me and the Four Seas Dragon Palace. All the brothers nodded in agreement. The origins of Jiao Demon King and Niu Demon King are both innocent, and their pasts are known to the world. Compared with Niu Demon King's background of Tai Ching, Jiao Demon King's rise is more like the protagonist of a hot-blooded comic. The illegitimate child of humble origin eventually surpasses the entire family. This kind of story is everlasting in all the worlds. And Jiao Demon King is the top of this kind of story. The Dragon Clan was originally a member of the Demon Clan. During the war between wizards and demons, the Dragon Clan was affiliated with the Heavenly Court. But in the final battle, the Dragon Clan chose to stay out of it, and immediately cut ties with the Demon Clan afterwards, turning to befriend the Human Clan. Such Demon Clan traitors are more hateful than their opponents. It just so happens that the Dragon Clan has declined now. Brothers, I think it is better to choose the Dragon Clan as the first target of the reckoning. The Jiao Demon King bowed and said, of course, I will not let you brothers do it in vain. The Dragon Clan is the first-generation overlord of the prehistoric fairyland. It has been passed down to this day and has a strong foundation. It can be said that it is the richest race in the heavens and the worlds. Seventh brother is still lacking a handy weapon. It is just right to go to the Dragon Palace to search for it, which can also enhance the strength of the seventh brother. What do you think, brothers? Second brother is right. Seventh brother does need a handy weapon. First kill the Dragon Clan, then destroy Nuwa. All traitors who betrayed the Demon Clan must accept the reckoning from the Demon Clan. Ji Changsheng did not dare to say a word. The Jiao Demon King also quietly wiped the cold sweat from his head. Killing the Dragon Clan is really against the will of heaven. Destroying Nuwa. Why don't you go to heaven? Brother, why don't we take these fools in as soon as possible? The Jiao Demon King sent a message to Ji Changsheng. I'm afraid that if they continue to commit suicide, they will implicate us. These demon kings really lack respect for saints, especially after Junti was beaten to death. When the Jiao Demon King thought of this, he looked at his brother with a complicated look. Behind every demon king's expansion, his brother is not innocent. Ji Changsheng comforted, brother. Don't worry. There will be a time to use them. In addition, you should tell the Four Seas Dragon Palace that we are going to cause trouble for the Dragon Clan. The Jiao Demon King nodded. With the current strength of the Jiao Demon King, even if the Dragon Clan values bloodline, many dragons in the Four Seas Dragon Clan have secretly surrendered to the Jiao Demon King. Strength is always the best pass. After a while, above the East China Sea, an old dragon soared into the sky and headed straight for the Shishaoyuqing mansion. Emperor Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East China Sea, wants to see you. Please come in. 1 minute later, an old dragon with a dragon head and a human body knelt down at Ji Changsheng's feet. The old dragon greets the great Emperor Changsheng. Ji Changsheng immediately helped Ao Guang up with both hands and said politely, "Why is the Dragon King so polite?" Ao Guang did not get up and continued to kneel. The old dragon is here to apologize today. So Ji Changsheng stopped helping and sat back on the chair. What crime has the Dragon King committed? Ao Guang burst into tears. The old dragon is stupid and incompetent. As the leader of the 4 Sea Dragon Kings and the king of all water creatures, he rules the East China Sea and dominates rain, thunder, floods, tides, tsunamis and other powers. But he is so proud that he forgets that the old dragon himself is a subordinate of the emperor and has not come to pay homage for the past 1,000 years. Thinking of this, the old dragon really deserves death. Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows. This old dragon can speak. It's called a plea, but it actually points out his value. The head of the 4 Sea Dragon Kings, the king of all water creatures, rules the East China Sea, dominates rain, thunder, floods, tides, tsunamis, in addition to his own peak cultivation of the true Lord Realm and the foundation of the Dragon Clan. Even the Heavenly Court can only allow the Dragon Clan to govern themselves. If he is willing to submit to Ji Changsheng, it will certainly greatly increase the strength of the Ji party. But no one likes to be a slave. Not even dragons. Ji Changsheng said calmly, I have returned for 3 days. But the Dragon King only came to worship today. It seems that this plea is not sincere. Ao Guanglong's face turned pale in an instant. Please forgive me, Emperor Changsheng. The old dragon knows his mistakes, and will definitely come to Shishaoyuqing Mansion regularly to report on his work in the future. Is the Dragon King in trouble? Ji Changsheng chuckled. Trouble from the Jiao Demon King? Ao Guan did not speak. Ji Changsheng continued to chuckle. If it is related to the Jiao Demon King, I can't help the Dragon King. I have sworn brotherhood with Brother Jiao, and he has already served as the 9-star Lord in the Heavenly Court. In his dispute with the 4 Seas Dragon Palace, I should stand on his side both publicly and privately, including the Heavenly Court. It will also stand on my brother's side. Ao Guang took a deep breath and his tone turned solemn. Emperor Changsheng, I don't know how much you know about the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan is a race that values blood more than anything else. Ji Changsheng nodded slightly. If it were another race that admired the strong, the Jiao Demon King should have become the Dragon King long ago. Up to now, the Jiao Demon King can only suppress the 4 Seas with tyranny and secretly cultivate his confidence. On the surface, the Dragon Clan is still headed by the 4 Seas Dragon King, which shows the Dragon Clan's rejection of mixed blood. Ji Changsheng actually doesn't like this approach. Typical elitism and xenophobia, or the extreme kind. The class has been completely solidified, and does not accept the rise of the bottom. But whether he likes it or not is not important. What is important is whether he can benefit him. If the Changsheng Emperor and the Heavenly Court fully support the Jiao Demon King to rule the 4 Seas, the final result will only be a lose-lose situation for the 4 Seas Dragon Palace. I believe this is not what the Changsheng Emperor wants to see. Ji Changsheng restrained his smile, and the pressure of the Emperor of Heaven enveloped Ao Guang, causing Ao Guang to groan and kowtow to Ji Changsheng again. Then Ji Changsheng spoke coldly. Are you threatening me? Ao Guang immediately said. The old dragon dare not. The old dragon is just telling the truth. This time, the old dragon came to see the Changsheng Emperor to pay tribute. Please give the old dragon and the 4 Seas Dragon Palace a chance. After that, Ao Guang presented his gift list. Ji Changsheng took the gift list and was a little surprised at the first glance. Then he looked at Ao Guang. Will this emperor have the right to appoint the Dragon Kings of the 4 Seas in the future? Ao Guang fell to the ground with his hands and kissed Ji Changsheng's shoes with his dragon head, expressing his complete submission. The Dragon Kings are elected from within the 4 Seas Dragon Palace. and Changsheng Emperor has the final right to appoint and remove them. If Changsheng Emperor does not like the Dragon King elected from within the Dragon Clan, he can call for a re-election. The Four Seas Dragon Palace will obey Changsheng Emperor's instructions in the future, pay tribute, and accept garrisons. I only hope that Changsheng Emperor will allow the Dragon Clan to maintain the superficial autonomy of the past. Ji Changsheng continued to read. It must be said that Ao Guang's sincerity this time is indeed sufficient. According to the sincerity shown by Ao Guang on the gift list, this is the management right of the Eagle Sauce over the country next door that is living a good life. Ao Guang's generosity made Ji Changsheng suspicious. The Azure Dragon God is still alive, and the Four Seas Dragon Kings are all at the level of the true Lord. In addition, the dragon race has a strong foundation and has accumulated connections over many eras. Even the Lord of Heaven respects the dragon race very much. But the Dragon King is so servile to this emperor. Ji Changsheng narrowed his eyes. Dragon King, your troubles are not just the Jiao Demon King. If it was just a Jiao Demon King, there would be no need to pay such a high price. No matter how powerful the strong men below Daliu are, there is always a way to deal with them. Ao Guang looked up and looked at Ji Changsheng with a bitter smile. What did Tien Xingjuan do? Doesn't the Changsheng Emperor know? Ji Changsheng was stunned. Is it related to Li Chongqi? After the return of Tien Xingjuan, he has refined the Emperor's flowing juice. With the Emperor's flowing juice that can help all monsters evolve, those shrimp soldiers and crab generals can evolve infinitely from now on. With the help of the commander of Jiamuang, the king of the water tribe may change in the future. Old Dragon dare not take such a risk and become a sinner of the Dragon Clan. Ji Changsheng, senior sister is awesome. She is indeed my good wife. You deserve to be the empress. In addition, Old Dragon dare not hide the Emperor Changsheng. When the ancestor dragon was reincarnated, the Dragon Clan strongly supported it, which was not a unanimous opinion within the Dragon Clan. It was pushed by Old Dragon that the resolution was passed. Ji Changsheng was not surprised. There are no factions within the party, and there are all kinds of strange things. The Ji party is already very united, and there are many factions within it. Xuandu Temple, Tianxing Sect, Ingwa, Monster Clan. The Dragon Clan is no exception. If the ancestral dragon succeeded, the old dragon would certainly be in great glory. But now that the ancestral dragon has fallen, the backlash from within the Dragon Clan will soon come. In order to support the ancestral dragon, the Four Seas Dragon Palaces, especially the East Sea Dragon Palace headed by the Old Dragon, have emptied out half of their assets. The Old Dragon also hid it from the rest of the Dragon Clan, and used up a lot of the Dragon Clan's resources. If these things were known to other Dragon Kings, the Old Dragon's position as the East Sea Dragon King would probably be unstable. At this point, Ao Guang kowtowed to Ji Changsheng again. Ji Changsheng laughed again. That made sense. The Dragon King can't stand the audit now? Ao Guang said bitterly. If other Dragon Kings find out the deficit of the Dragon Palace of the East China Sea, and even the entire Dragon Clan, the Old Dragon will step down immediately. Emperor, the Old Dragon has revealed everything. You will definitely not find a subordinate more obedient than the Old Dragon. Even the Jiao Demon King. I hope the Emperor will show leniency. As long as the Old Dragon is still the king of the Dragon Clan, I will measure the material resources of the Dragon Clan and please the Emperor. Please help the Old Dragon. How can I help you? If the Emperor can make up for all the deficits for the Old Dragon, and give a decent explanation to other dragon palaces, and the world's aquatic creatures, the Old Dragon can continue to sit firmly on the throne of the Dragon King of the East China Sea. Although the Dragon Clan has deficits, its foundation is still there. If the Emperor is interested in the treasures of the Dragon Clan, you can also choose at will. Ji Changsheng looked at Ao Guang, who was kneeling in front of him, and said with a sigh, no matter how many treasures I took from the Dragon Clan's treasury, the Dragon Clan's loss account will definitely double in the end. Right? Ao Guang bowed his head. The Emperor is wise, and the Old Dragon still has to take care of other Dragon Clans. How many big forces are there like you who have lost their industries? Ao Guang pondered. The underworld buys and sells life. The Peach Garden smuggles peaches. The Wushuang Temple privately trades ginseng fruits. And the 9-turn golden pills that flow out of the Tushita Palace privately every year are not few. The Old Dragon doesn't know about other small forces. If the Emperor is interested in this, the Old Dragon will investigate it for you later. It seems that this prehistoric fairy world really needs a great sage to settle accounts. Chapter 376. Professional money laundering in heaven and earth. Well known. Ji Changsheng understood the growth path of the monkey. It seems that it is not the monkey that needs those fortunes. It is these big guys who need Ji Changsheng's monkey. There are not many powerful people who dare to settle accounts for these big guys. There are even fewer candidates who can do it on the surface without insulting others' IQ. And if it is Changsheng Emperor to do it, everything is very reasonable. There is no such thing as a loss or a bad account. It's just that Changsheng Emperor cleared up you with one stick. In this matter, my mother and teacher have a small vision. Ji Changsheng's initial vision was also small. Everything has two sides, and they only see one side. We still need to think divergently, and make progress, and grow in continuous learning and experience. Get up. Ji Changsheng gave Ao Guang a seat. This old dragon opened up some new horizons for Ji Changsheng. Although it was not a good thing. Ji Laomo was also experienced after all, and quickly accepted the new settings. The traitor of the Dragon Clan had nothing to do with him. It should be used. Not only should it be used, but it should be used well. After all, this was his first time to settle accounts. Only when the reputation is spread out, the next customer will place an order. As long as he does a good job this time, there may be an endless stream of gods and immortals looking for him to settle accounts in the future. And even queue up. This is very likely to happen. Judging from Ji Changsheng's experience at the end of the universe, there are not many who can withstand the audit. If there is a great sage of settlement who can write off the bad accounts of the past, this person will be a noble person for everyone. The heavenly palace is just the ultimate version of the end of the universe. And there is no difference in essence. In the heavens and the worlds, only the magical power and cultivation strength have evolved. The 7 emotions and 6 desires will never change. So the stage of the inner demon will be a great tribulation. It's okay to let you continue to be the Dragon King of the East China Sea. But I will have some other arrangements for the Dragon Clan in the future. The Dragon Clan and the human race will also strengthen cooperation. Ji Changsheng really has no interest in being the emperor of the human race. And as far as Ji Changsheng knows, although the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors are very powerful, they are also subject to many constraints. After the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors abdicated, they all chose to live in seclusion in Huiyun Cave. They would not and could not leave the mountain easily. Otherwise they would cause the contemporary emperor of the human world and other powerful people to be afraid. Such seclusion is still too restrictive for Ji Changsheng. Compared with the emperor of the human world, the position of the emperor of the heaven, which only has the risk of falling but not the risk of abdication, is more attractive to Ji Changsheng. So Xiao Tiandi does not intend to be the emperor of the human world. It is enough to downgrade to the true dragon emperor. Give up some of the power of the emperor of the human world, and do not have to bear the obligations of the emperor of the human world. As for this obligation, it can be transferred to other forces to bear. For example, the Dragon Clan. This first-generation overlord of the prehistoric fairyland should not be used in vain. Hearing Ji Changsheng's words, Ao Guang was moved to tears. The great Emperor Changsheng is really kind. And he even discussed with the old dragon, Ji Changsheng. Yes, he is really kind by nature. With his and Ao Guang's current status, there is really no need to ask his opinion, or even discuss cooperation with him. Just give orders directly. Ji Changsheng reflected on himself and realized that it was mainly because he was too kind. He couldn't do such a thing without a bottom line. Otherwise, it would be easy to find a few dragon girls to wash feet. After realizing this, Ji Changsheng sighed to the sky. I am really too kind. And I will definitely be a benevolent emperor in the future. Well, Ao Guang, you can go back and prepare. I will settle the account for you right away. Ao Guang left Shishao Yuqing mansion respectfully. Before going down to the mortal world, Ao Guang looked back at Shishao Yuqing mansion, and recalled Ji Changsheng's power, and resumed in his mind. The emperor is ruthless, forcing Tathagata, suppressing Ziwei, backed by Nuwa and Yuanshi Tianwang, and is on par with Haotian. He is indeed a great hero, but his vision is still a little shallow. In this vast sea, which daily expenses, fire consumption and loss are not reimbursed at 10 times? Double the reimbursement is somewhat disrespectful to the foundation and wealth of the Dragon Clan. Ao Guang wanted to explain to Ji Changsheng, but was afraid that he would lose face if he said it directly. Forget it. After all, we are living under someone else's roof. Let's give the emperor some face. When we return to honor the emperor, give him 3 times more, and the emperor will naturally understand. He was not afraid of giving too much and whetting the appetite of the Changsheng Emperor, because he had already seen that the Changsheng Emperor was very poor. He had not seen much of the world. It was time to give the Changsheng Emperor a little shock from the Dragon Clan. The general trend of the world was mighty. It has been concentrated recently. The saint had just fallen not long ago, and the Emperor of Man suddenly had an accident. And it was not long since the Western religion became Buddhism. The heavens and the worlds ushered in a great change that had not happened in 1,000 years since the catastrophe of the conferred God. The Tathagata Buddha had no mind to care about the outside world at this time. All his thoughts were on rectifying the internal affairs of Buddhism. Fortunately, on Lingshan Mountain, Tongtian sect master pressed Jia Yin with his sword, causing Jia Yin's golden body to bleed. And he clearly had the upper hand. Above the sky, the arrogant laughter of Tongtian Patriarch was heard again. Jia Yin, I said you are not my opponent. Although you are stronger than Junti, you are far worse than me. You are proud enough to take my 3 swords. Zuni Saint was killed instantly by Tongtian Patriarch's sword, and Jia Yin Saint was hit by Tongtian Patriarch's 3 swords, and his golden body was bleeding. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the local disciples of the Western sect, led by Maitreya Buddha, were naturally hit hard, and the original Jia sect, led by Tathagata Buddha, was greatly encouraged. The leader is invincible in the world. It turns out that the teacher was not bragging during the conferred God tribulation. That's right. Now it seems that the teacher just can't beat the 4 saints together. But it's not a problem to deal with 1 or 2 saints. The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and Jia sect and his disciples felt that they were okay again. The Tathagata Buddha was also very relieved. I thought the teacher had given up at the peach banquet and had forgotten his original intention. He had wronged his teacher. Although the teacher had matured a little, he was still the young man when he started fighting, and was even more courageous than before. With the teacher suppressing the 2 saints in the west for him, his work was much easier. Maitreya, what do you say? Maitreya Buddha glanced at the sky, and the voice of the saint emerged in his mind. Although he did not fully understand, he still said helplessly, I am willing to accept the loss. Since my uncle lost to Tongtian, Buddhism will be headed by you in the future, and I will still be Maitreya Buddha. Tathagata breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and did not force too much. Maitreya is still the future Buddha, the first successor of Buddhism. After I pass away one day, Buddhism will be headed by Maitreya. The core of the local Western sect headed by Maitreya Buddha all said pooh in their hearts. After the Lord of Heaven introduced the life tax, the strong men below the Daluo level can still have hope if they occupy the toilet without taking any action. If a Daluo strong man like Tathagata occupies the toilet and does not abdicate, Maitreya, the prince, will always be the prince. However, now everyone seems to be willing to make peace. So such words that damage the relationship can only be hidden in the heart. The Saint Jian and the Master of Tongtian both landed at Lingshan. The Saint Jian glanced at Maitreya, nodded slightly, and left a sentence. I need to retreat for 100 years to heal my wounds. You should practice Buddhism well. If you have any questions, go to the Emperor Changsheng. The implication is that the Saint Jian does not plan to come out of retreat within 100 years. Maitreya's face changed slightly. Is the master so seriously injured? The Saint Jian did not look back, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Only a bloody footprint was left. Tathagata saw the pair of bloody footprints, and was also shocked to look at the master of Tongtian. Tongtian Patriarch laughed again. Jia Yin is much stronger than Junti. After receiving my 3 full-strength swords, he only needs to retreat for 100 years to recuperate. His strength should be on the same level as my second brother. The Buddha Tathagata was uncontrollably delighted. Teacher's magical powers are invincible. Jia Yin Saint might have paralyzed him, but Tongtian Patriarch didn't have the brains to do that, and there was no need to lie to him. The Buddha Tathagata was still on guard, but after hearing Tongtian Patriarch's confirmation, the last of his inner vigilance disappeared. The Patriarch Tongtian said carelessly, our relationship as master and disciple has ended, so you don't have to call me master anymore. But I killed Junti before, and now I have defeated Jia Yin. Although there are reasons for everything, I still acted too cruelly. Doing too much is as bad as not doing enough. Tathagata, Buddhism should be affiliated with the Western religion. Otherwise it will damage our reputation. If this had been said before, Tathagata Buddha might have considered it. Now that Jia Yin Saint was beaten by Tongtian Jiaozhu, and he has been in seclusion, Tathagata Buddha has less respect for Jia-in Saint. If Tong Tian Jiaozhu can defeat Jia-in once, he can defeat Jia-in countless times. And if he is given time to strengthen Buddhism, he may be able to compete with Jia-in Saint in the future. Tong Tian Patriarch spoke personally, and Maitreya Buddha and Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva were watching eagerly. So Tathagata Buddha decisively agreed, since the teacher said so. The disciple should obey. Buddhism has always accepted the leadership of Western religion, and has always been the industry of Western religion. Tong Tian Patriarch nodded with satisfaction. That's good. The name of Western religion doesn't need to be mentioned anymore, as long as everyone in Lingshan knows it. Tathagata, develop your Buddhism well. If anyone in Lingshan deliberately obstructs, you can come to me or Ji Changsheng. Tathagata was stunned. Ji Changsheng? Tong Tian Patriarch explained, before coming here, I had a conversation with Ji Changsheng. Ji Changsheng said that he had some misunderstandings with you before, but they have been resolved. In the future, he will do his best to help Buddhism grow, and will no longer deliberately be your enemy. The Tathagata Buddha looked at Tong Tian Patriarch with gratitude. Obviously, he misunderstood. He thought Tong Tian Patriarch was talking to Ji Changsheng with the 4 swords of Zhuxian. Ji Changsheng gave in after the death of Zhuinti Saint. Buddha Tathagata felt a little regretful that he didn't see such a wonderful scene. Regarding Tong Tian Jiaozhu's righteousness, Buddha Tathagata had thousands of words to say. Teacher's kindness is greater than the sky. Tong Tian Jiaozhu thought that Tathagata might have misunderstood something, but he scratched his head, too lazy to explain. Just looked up, a little puzzled. Why is Haotian here? The Tathagata Buddha then sensed that the Lord Haotian had indeed visited Lingshan. When he really saw the Lord Haotian, he found that the figure of the Master Tong Tian had disappeared silently from Lingshan. The Tathagata Buddha was in awe of this. The teacher was indeed extremely powerful. No wonder he could defeat Zhuinti and Jian in a row. With the support of the teacher, how could the great cause of Buddhism fail? The blow he suffered at the peach banquet completely disappeared at this time. The Tathagata Buddha regained his ambition. Greetings, Great Heavenly Venerable. The Tathagata Buddha took the initiative to salute the Lord Haotian. According to the status, the Tathagata Buddha was just a prince under the name of the Heavenly Court, and the Lord Haotian was the Supreme Heavenly Emperor. Although the Tathagata had just been proud, he had not yet completely expanded. He knew that the Taoist Hongjun behind Haotian must be stronger than the Master Tong Tian behind him. So it was not shameful to bow to Haotian. Haotian had also received the news that Tong Tian Patriarch had just defeated Jian Saint, and his face was full of surprise. Did Ling Bao Tianzuan defeat Jian Saint and Lingshan just now? Haotian God asked. Tathagata Buddha nodded reservedly. Ling Bao Tianzuan used 3 swords, and Jian Saint was slightly injured. Haotian God's face changed slightly. He is not a saint either. Now that Daozu has gone into seclusion, Haotian God cannot get first-hand information about the saint. According to his judgment, there must be something fishy about the death of Zhuinti Saint under Tong Tian Patriarch's sword. Saints can fall, but they can't be so casual. But Jian Saint was injured by Tong Tian Patriarch's 3 swords, which is too confusing. When Tong Tian Patriarch didn't have the 4 swords of Zhuxian, his record was terrible. But after getting the 4 swords of Zhuxian, his upper limit was also exaggerated by his fans to be terrible. Even the Lord Haotian cannot control it. The current Tong Tian Patriarch holds the 4 swords of Zhuxian, and only the saints know his true strength. If the Saint Jian was defeated by the Tong Tian Patriarch, who holds the 4 swords of Zhuxian, it sounds reasonable, especially when the Tong Tian Patriarch just killed the Saint Zhuinti. Haotian quietly adjusted his attitude towards the Buddha, making himself more enthusiastic. The Tianzuan who regained the power of the 4 swords of Zhuxian has indeed regained his former unparalleled killing power. I would like to congratulate the Buddha. The Buddha said modestly, Great Tianzuan, you are too kind. My teacher and I have cut off our past relationship. No matter how strong the teacher is, it has nothing to do with me. What is the purpose of the Great Tianzuan's visit to Lingshan this time? I came to the underworld of reincarnation. Does the Buddha still want to spread the influence of Buddhism to the underworld? The Buddha's face turned solemn. Great Tianzuan, please come in. It turned out that the director of the Western sect to the underworld of reincarnation was Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. And Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was also the core of the original Western sect. Although Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva has more power than Maitreya Buddha, he is not from the same faction as the Buddha. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva has now been promoted to Daoyu, and the Buddha is not sure that he can completely subdue Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. If Haotian God is willing to lend a helping hand at this time, he will certainly not refuse. Now Tathagata Buddha and Haotian God need each other the most. Both sides are afraid of each other's deep background and own strength, and they can get what they need and cooperate for a win-win situation. So they talked happily and reached a consensus soon. Great Heavenly Venerable, are you sure you can convince Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? Do you have a relationship with Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva? I believe in the Queen's methods. If Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is also willing to join Buddhism, I will welcome him wholeheartedly. No matter how much share of the samsara underworld Buddhism can get this time, it will eventually be managed by Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. The Tathagata Buddha also knows how to make choices. Compared with letting Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva return to Lingshan headquarters, continuing to dispatch him to the samsara underworld is the best choice. Using Ho-Tu's authority as his bargaining chip, Lingshan will not lose money, and it can also expand the influence of Buddhism. And he can also sell a good fruit to Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Why not? What's more, he can take this opportunity to connect with Haotian God. Of course, the only drawback is that he will offend Ho-Tu. However, those who do great things will always offend people. Compared with other great powers, offending Ho-Tu is relatively the most acceptable to the Tathagata Buddha. Li Changqi's previous move made all the Daluo strongmen realize that Ho-Tu is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. The sudden death of the Emperor of Men gave the powerful Daluo an opportunity to take advantage of the reincarnation underworld. Now is the time when Ho-Tu Nyang is the most flustered, since there is a chance to share a piece of the pie. Of course, it cannot be missed. Tathagata is a ruthless person. He dared to attack the Saint Tai Ching, and stabbing Ho-Tu is even more of a piece of cake. He just expressed his position. And Haotian also got the latest news from the Queen Mother. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva has expressed his willingness to join Buddhism. Tathagata Buddha admired him very much. The Queen Mother has good means, and the Great Heavenly Venerable has good means. He now has no good way to make Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva bow his head. Tathagata Buddha was very curious about how the Queen Mother and Haotian God did it. Haotian was also confused. The Queen Mother then informed Haotian of the conditions of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Ksitigarbha promoted Jinwu to the position of Heavenly Emperor. Haotian's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom. Yuanshi Tianhuang let Jinwu take the throne, and he did not feel threatened, because he knew that the cause and effect between Yuanshi Tianhuang and Jinwu Emperor was Yuqing Jinwang. The two sides were not close in nature, and it was difficult for him to pose a threat to his position. But Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva actually supported Jinwu's promotion. The first generation of human ancestors seemed to have begun to unite. This is not a good trend. The previous human alliances were all on the ground, and they were tossing on the territory of the human race itself. No matter how strong the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were, their influence on him, as the Heavenly Emperor, was limited. If the human race stretched their hands to the position of Heavenly Emperor, with the current strength of the human race, he might not be able to cope with it. Especially, he also knew that Ji Chansheng was also a human. The Queen Mother naturally realized this. So she gave the choice to Haotian. Do you want to agree to Ksitigarbha's exchange conditions? Agree. Although he was wary, Haotian did not hesitate when making the choice, because he had promised Yuanshi Tianhuang to recommend Jinwu to the throne. Even if Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva did not recommend him, he would still do it. He dared not offend Yuanshi Tianhuang. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva just added another weight to Jinwu's promotion. It was enough to help Jinwu gain a firm foothold after he took the throne. After agreeing to Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's conditions, Haotian looked back at Tathagata Buddha. Buddha, it seems that we still need to discuss deeper cooperation. Further cooperation? For example, how to limit the growing strength and power of Chansheng Emperor. Haotian said in a deep voice. Jinwu's promotion to the throne will inevitably be accompanied by the loneliness of Ziwei and Gaoshan. Domu Yuanjuan's line is doomed to lose power. Haotian has realized that the main theme of the future struggle in the heaven will be the game between him and the Chansheng Emperor. And Tathagata Buddha has become his natural ally at this time. In this regard, Tathagata Buddha still hit it off with him. I am willing to help the great heavenly master solve the problems. But the most urgent task should be to investigate the reincarnation underworld. Yes, investigate the reincarnation underworld first. There is no rush to deal with Ji Chansheng. And now is the opportunity to take action against the reincarnation underworld. The Heaven and Lingshan jointly dispatched an investigation team to enter the reincarnation underworld to investigate the chaos of reincarnation. The underworld is like facing a great enemy. At this time, the East China Sea was full of demonic energy, and the famous Crystal Palace of the East China Sea Dragon King was looted by a group of demon kings. Many treasures of the Dragon clan were lost in this looting. The Monkey King, the great sage of account balance, suddenly appeared and shocked the world because he stole the treasure of the East China Sea Dragon Palace. The Tianhe Dingdi Shenzhen stick, also known as the Rui Jingu Bang. This treasure was made by Taishan Laojun himself. It was borrowed by Dayu, one of the 5 emperors of the human race, to control floods. It has human merits, and was later treasured by the East China Sea Dragon Palace. It is a symbol of friendship between the human race and the dragon race. And it is also a thing for the East China Sea Dragon Palace to suppress its luck, even daring to snatch such a treasure with great symbolic significance. The reputation of the great sage of account balance instantly resounded throughout the world. After the incident, the Dragon King of the East China Sea took his family to the Heavenly Palace and asked the Lord of Heaven to uphold justice for the East China Sea Dragon Palace. But the Lord of Heaven avoided him. Rumor has it that he seemed to be afraid of the great sage of account balance, the Monkey King. Instead, it was the great Emperor Changsheng of the South Pole who took the East China Sea Dragon King and his family into the Shishaoyuqing Palace, comforted them, and personally sent the East China Sea Dragon King back to the East China Sea, promising to help the East China Sea Dragon King rebuild his home, with the support of the great Emperor Changsheng. The other 3 Dragon Kings also expressed their generosity. Although the dragon race encountered a major crisis, the cohesion of the race has been further improved, which is an unexpected surprise. When the news reached the reincarnation underworld, Ho Tu Nyang was silent for a long time. Is it true that even if I can see everything clearly, I still can't change the future? Reality does not always develop as she deduced. From the overall situation to the details, there are actually many changes. Her deduction cannot be 100% accurate, but at all major turning points, she can often predict the future. Unfortunately, even if she already knew the reason for the failure, she still couldn't change the final outcome. Even if there were some changes on the surface, the final result was still similar to her initial deduction. Ho Tu was very angry about this. What made her even more angry was the invasion of the heavenly court in Lingshan. My queen, the 10 kings of hell have all turned to the heaven, and Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva has an ambiguous attitude, and seems to have a tendency to merge with Tathagata. The records in the Book of Life and Death are chaotic, which violates the reincarnation regulation signed with Daozu. If the Book of Life and Death is found by the heaven in Lingshan, Daozu and the 6 saints will have a reason to intervene in the reincarnation. Please tell me, my queen, how to deal with the current situation. Ho Tu was silent for a long time again. When his confidants were about to get restless, Ho Tu sighed. Go find Ji Changsheng. Go find the great Emperor Changsheng? Will he help us? Tell him to tear up the Book of Life and Death, and his people's life and death will be decided by himself in the future. In addition, the inheritance of wind, rain, thunder and lightning he got, which came from my gift, and the cause and effect with the Witch clan, will be written off from now on. After successfully helping the Dragon King of the East China Sea to settle the account, the great sage of settlement welcomed the second customer with his good reputation. Chapter 377 Fire Dragon burns the warehouse. Jiuyo is expelled. While the Samsara underworld was in a state of panic, Ji Changsheng was having a celebration banquet with several brothers in Huaguo Mountain. Peng Demon King was full of pride. 7th brother, you have become famous in this battle, and emptied the treasure house of the Dragon King of the East China Sea. It's really a pleasure. Ji Changsheng smiled and clinked glasses with Peng Demon King, and kept reflecting in his heart. It seems that the Crystal Palace of the Dragon King of the East China Sea was indeed emptied. But why can the Dragon King of the East China Sea still honor him privately? And the treasures he honored him with are more than what he robbed. He really has a narrow mind and little knowledge. A poor guy will never know how rich the Tianlong people are. Poverty limits his imagination. Now it seems that compared with the Dragon Clan, these brothers are also poor guys, and they have no knowledge like him. This is normal. The Demon Clan is declining, and the few Demon Kings who have been protected and educated cannot be as extravagant as the Dragon Clan. They were still immersed in the excitement of making a big fuss in the Dragon Palace and suppressing the 4 seas. The Monkey King was even more reluctant. 7th brother, we have settled the account with the Dragon Clan. Who should we go to settle the account with next time? The Lion King said, of course it should be Noah. If we can break through the Nuwa Palace, the glory of the Demon Clan will really be restored. Puff, puff, The Bull Demon King and the Dragon Demon King couldn't help but spray the wine in their mouths. Ji Chongqing's concentration is relatively high. He used Yogwang Luohuan to cover up his shock. Seeing the reaction of the Bull Demon King and the Dragon Demon King, the Lion King frowned and said, "Brother. Second brother. What is your reaction? Are you afraid of Nuwa? The Bull Demon King? Shouldn't we be afraid? Is there something wrong with us? You are really as bold as the demons are." The Yuxiong King persuaded, "Fourth brother. It's normal to be afraid of Nuwa. After all, Nuwa is one of the 6 saints. And her Taoism is much more profound than ours. Give us another 10,000 years, and all 7 of us brothers will be promoted to Daluo. And it will be no problem to break through the Nuwa palace." The Bull Demon King wanted to retreat. The Jiao Demon King also wiped the cold sweat from his head again. These 2 cowards formed a sharp contrast with Ji Chongqing's calmness. Peng Demon King also put down his wine glass and said to Niu Demon King and Jiao Demon King, "Big brother. Second brother. The older you are, the smaller your courage becomes. What can Nuwa do? Sooner or later, you will be defeated by our brothers. Today's Crystal Palace will be the Wap Palace in the future. If you don't have this ambition, why practice Taoism? How can you become Daluo?" Niu Demon King forced a bitter smile. "My dear brother, you are really ambitious. But my brother is still under the command of the Tai Ching Saint, and I dare not disrespect the saint." Jiao Demon King also tried to change the subject. "Third brother. Although Wagwa Mountain has made special arrangements here, and the heavenly secrets are chaotic now, it is better to mention the saint as little as possible. After all, the saint is a saint. If you mention it too much, the saint will still feel it." Peng Demon King casually said, "Second brother. Don't worry. We have our own way to avoid the saint's feeling." "Huh?" Ji Chongqing. Niu Demon King and Jiao Demon King were moved at the same time. Especially Ji Chongqing, who immediately realized that the demon race had been able to hide from the saints for so many years. And they were indeed quite capable. But since these demon kings had shown up at the Jiao Demon King's place, they had actually entered the site of the goddess Nuwa. It can be seen that there is something, but not much. At least after being exposed, it is not so powerful. It's just that Nuwa is lazy and handed the important task to her eldest son. Otherwise, Peng Demon King and his men would have died long ago. But what the second brother said is right. We are definitely not Nuwa's opponent now. Let's take it slowly, Peng Demon King said. It can be seen that Peng Demon King also has self-knowledge. But it's still not much. Seventh brother, I have a good choice for settlement, Peng Demon King took the initiative to say. Ji Chongqing became interested. Who do you want to attack? Third brother? Demon King Peng was murderous, the Witch Clan. Once the biggest enemy of the Demon Clan. Witch Clan? The Witch Clan is no longer a force to be reckoned with now. But Ho-Tu is still here. And the reincarnation underworld is still here. Especially after Haotian introduced the life tax. You and I are in danger of our lives. Which is unbearable. Compared with starting from the channels of peaches, ginseng fruit, and 9-turn golden pills. Going to the reincarnation underworld to tear up the book of life and death is the real choice to solve the problem once and for all. Demon King Peng's analysis was well-reasoned and convinced the demons. Even the Bull Demon King and the Dragon Demon King couldn't help but look at each other. Bull Demon King, why do I feel like his IQ is back online now? Jiao Demon King, he is so stupid. Right? Who doesn't eat dumplings during the Chinese New Year? Peng Demon King quickly revealed his true thoughts. The most important thing is, even if our lives are not in danger, our brothers are always facing threats from the reincarnation underworld. Seventh brother, there are so many tigers, leopards, wolves and insects on the flower and fruit mountain. All the monsters on the mountain. The 72 cave demon kings. And the monkeys and grandchildren you value the most. Can you bear to be separated from them after 100 years? Ji Chongqing narrowed his eyes, and realized that Haotian's introduction of the life tax this time was like a trap. And it seemed to have made these hidden demons angry. A piece of paper from the heavenly court was like a mountain on the heads of all spirits. No matter how strong these hidden demons are, they can't be stronger than Daozu, and the 6 saints now. They still have to abide by the rules of the heavenly court. Otherwise they will be easily exposed. In this way, they will also face the 5 decays of heavenly beings and the end of their lifespans. And many demons may have reached the brink of life and death. So even though it is not suitable for the demons to attack Ho-Tu now, the Demon King Peng still proposed the option of Ho-Tu. Ji Chansheng even diverged his thoughts. Maybe in recent years, the private smuggling targets of magical medicines such as peaches, ginseng fruits, and 9-turn golden pills are all these demons. The only way to digest these treasures quietly, without leaving any traces on the surface, is through the black market. And the best hidden ones seem to be this group of demons. However, after the introduction of the life tax, the price of the treasure that prolongs life will also rise. These guys may not be able to afford it, but we can check along this channel. If there is really a harvest, it will be another big purge. 7th brother. What do you say? Peng Demon King and other 4 Demon Kings all looked at Ji Chansheng. Jiao Demon King looked strange. He understood one thing. Brother, these guys are fooling you as a fool and want you to be a pioneer. Ji Chansheng smiled. 3rd brother is right. When the witches and demons fought for supremacy, Ho-Tu was the great enemy of our demon clan. Now that the human emperor has fallen and Ho-Tu has suffered heavy losses, it is a good time for us to settle accounts. Okay, Peng Demon King said excitedly. 7th brother is really courageous. Brother toasts you. 7th brother. Make trouble in the Dragon Palace and break into the underworld. If you can tear up the Book of Life and Death, from now on, all the heavens and the worlds will praise the holy name of 7th brother. Yes, if you can make Ho-Tu bow her head. In the future, everyone in the 4 seas and thousands of mountains, the 9 netherworlds and the 10,000 worlds will praise 7th brother as a great saint. Making trouble in the Dragon Palace is nothing, but breaking into the underworld is a real test. 7th brother. The brothers will definitely help you with all their strength. Ji Chansheng smiled and clinked glasses with the 4 fools who thought they were fools. Niu Demon King and Jiao Demon King were very strange in their hearts. Niu Demon King looked at Jiao Demon King again and transmitted his voice. 2nd brother. Do you also want to break into the underworld? Jiao Demon King shook his head slightly. Niu Demon King breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, there are still normal monsters. Just kidding. Although they are also within the scope of the life tax. But at their point, everything can be discussed. Not to mention that the Bull Demon King is the black glove of the Tai Ching lineage. And the Dragon Demon King has already taken office in the Heavenly Court. Their identities are actually all members of the tax collection group. They don't care about the life tax at all. What does the 7th brother mean? The Bull Demon King didn't understand. The Dragon Demon King looked up at the eternal cold moonlight, his eyes thoughtful. He seemed to sense the breath of the Taiyin Star Lord. If nothing unexpected happens, the Taiyin Star Lord should have communicated with Ji Chansheng about something. He guessed right. Li Changshi was indeed communicating with Ji Chansheng. Ho-Tu sent the Netherworld messenger to ask for help, hoping that you can come forward to tear up the Book of Life and Death. As long as you take action, all the investment of Ho-Tu in you and the inheritance of the witch clan you have obtained will be completely written off. Junior brother. What do you think? Ji Chansheng blinked. It should be said that Ho-Tu and the Wu clan helped him a lot. Ho-Tu was his angel investor. In his early stage, Ho-Tu's help to him can be said to be decisive. The Wu clan's inheritance of wind, rain, thunder and lightning also helped him to secure his position as the Southern Emperor Changsheng. Even without the help of the Heavenly Emperor, he also had the authority to control small heavenly tribulations. He had promised before that he would help the Wu clan revive. Li Changshi and Ho-Tu had a conflict before, and both sides had a certain degree of unhappiness, which was regarded as cutting off part of these causes and effects. But it is still unrealistic to want to cut it off. Putting aside Ho-Tu, Ji Chansheng still owes the Wu clan's inheritance. Li Changshi gave her opinion directly. Junior brother. I think it can be done. After Hao Tian introduced the life tax, the importance of the Book of Life and Death, which can determine the lifespan of all spirits, has been infinitely increased. This time, the sudden death of the Emperor left Ho-Tu no time to settle the account. Now the joint investigation team of the Heavenly Court and Buddhism has entered the underworld. If they really find out something, according to the previous reincarnation agreement, Ho-Tu will even have to hand over the Book of Life and Death, which involves Ho-Tu's core interests. The core interest of the underworld is the power of reincarnation. But after the life tax, the underworld has another core interest, which is to control life and death. If the Book of Life and Death that determines the life and death of all spirits is forced to be handed over, Ho-Tu's loss will be too great. Generally speaking, it is also against the rules for a Daluo strongman to attack a non-Daluo. The Book of Life and Death is a great treasure that can ignore identity restrictions and reasonably legally and legally decide the life and death of all spirits. Now that the life tax has become a fait accompli, the value of the Book of Life and Death can even be raised to the level of the list of conferred gods, which is a treasure that Ho-Tu cannot lose. Ji Chansheng nodded. It can indeed be done. But in this way, Haotian and Tathagata will be completely offended. The monkey can deceive others, but it should not be able to deceive Tathagata and Haotian. It's okay to offend Tathagata. And now I will confront Haotian. At this stage, Haotian is still very powerful. Li Changshi convinced Ji Chansheng with one sentence. It's okay. Haotian will endure it. Ji Chansheng. Senior sister. What you said makes sense. Then do it. Ji Chansheng found that he liked Haotian's way of endurance more and more. But you still have to have a legitimate reason. Senior sister. Is the nether messenger still there? Yes. Ji Chansheng soon saw a nether messenger. What does the great Emperor Chansheng want? Tell the Queen Mother Ho-Tu that Haotian and Tathagata are now eyeing the underworld. And I need a reason to take action. For example, I have an incarnation in the lower world. The great saint of balance. If the soul-collecting messenger from the underworld goes to collect my soul and take my life, I will have a reason to attack violently. And Haotian and Tathagata will not find fault with me on the surface. We are all righteous leaders. The righteous leaders cannot do things without following the rules, like the evil ones. The reputation is very important. Ho-Tu quickly gave Ji Chansheng a reason to take action. The heart monkey was taken directly to the underworld by the soul-collecting messenger. The underworld is an independent world opened up by the Queen Mother Ho-Tu in the prehistoric fairyland. It is similar to the Wahuang Palace, the 8th Scenery Palace, and the Yushi Palace. She has already finished the sacrifice. Although it is still in the prehistoric fairyland, it only listens to her orders and is not bound by the many rules of the prehistoric fairyland. The reincarnation underworld is in the center of the underworld. Ji Chansheng was taken to the netherworld to die. So naturally there was nothing to say. He sensed it a little bit. And the golden monkey raised his 1,000-pound stick, scaring the bull-headed ghost to hide everywhere. The horse-faced ghost to run north and south. And the ghost to the Sanluo Palace. No powerful person came to stop him. As a superpower under the sage tradition of the prehistoric fairy world. If the sage is not counted, the strength of the reincarnation underworld is even stronger than the sage tradition. It's like a piece of cake to kill the other monsters in the Wahuang Palace except Nua. There is no pressure to destroy the members of the Chanjiao except Yuanshi Tianwang. Such a reincarnation underworld is definitely not something that Ji Chansheng, who has not yet achieved the Daluo, can wreak havoc. But he did it. Ji Chansheng thought to himself that it was fortunate that I was not the third uncle. This fake match was really easy to swell. It was almost to the Sanluo Palace in the center of the netherworld. And there was no powerful person to stop it. Huda treated me as the third uncle and refused to even pretend. This time, it was Ji Chansheng who misunderstood Ho-Tu Nyang Nyang. There are naturally masters in the underworld of reincarnation. But this time, the pressure faced by the underworld of reincarnation is unprecedentedly strong. The investigation team jointly sent by the Heavenly Court and Buddhism made Ho-Tu Nyang Nyang feel huge pressure. Because the one sent by the Heavenly Court was Li Chongding, the Tai-Bai Star Lord. The one sent by Buddhism was Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva himself is a powerful Daluo, the second boss of the underworld. When she came forward, no one dared to oppose her except Ho-Tu Nyang Nyang. And Li Chongding, the Tai-Bai Star Lord, had just been promoted to the 9 stars. This is nothing. More importantly, he is also the younger brother of Taishang Laojun. It is not difficult to move Tai-Bai Star Lord. If Taishang Laojun behind Tai-Bai Star Lord is provoked, Ho-Tu can't stand it. Especially this time. Ho-Tu's hand was indeed not clean. In the Sanluo Palace, intense questioning was going on at this time. Led by Tai-Bai Star Lord Li Chongding, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was in charge. In the dark, Jidu Star Lord, who had just been promoted to the 9 stars, was also looming, deterring the masters of the underworld from acting rashly. Confess and be treated leniently. Resist and be treated severely. If you don't confess, others will confess. If others confess first, you will lose the opportunity to make meritorious service and reduce your sentence. Before I came to the underworld, the great saint and benevolent Jade Emperor of the mysterious sky personally told me that the underworld of reincarnation involves all realms and must not be taken lightly. No matter who is involved, we must investigate it to the end and never tolerate it. Since I am standing here today, It means that I have already obtained certain evidence. In addition, I have the help of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and the innate magical power of Ting. Everyone, do you want to make meritorious service and reduce your sentence? Or resist to the end? I will give you 3 minutes to consider. After 3 minutes, I will officially start asking questions. Also, after 3 minutes, I want to see the Book of Life and Death. Tai Bai Star Lord has a dignified face and puts pressure on the underworld of reincarnation. He was born as a god of war, and with the help of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and the looming Jiddu Star Lord, as well as the power and justice behind them, he obviously had the upper hand in terms of momentum even though he was in the underworld of reincarnation. The Queen Mother Ho-Tu never showed up. The 10 kings of hell looked at each other, and were a little hesitant for a while. They were theoretically appointed by the heavenly court, but they were working on Ho-Tu's territory. Moreover, they themselves had not been clean in these years. If they dared to betray Ho-Tu, Ho-Tu would let them taste the iron fist of the Wu clan. But if they don't betray Ho-Tu, Tai Bai Xingyuan seems to be able to let them taste the iron fist of the heavenly court. They feel that they are too difficult. At this moment, all the ghosts rushed to the Sunluo Palace, reporting, "My king, trouble, trouble. A hairy-faced thunder god is coming outside." Qin Guangwang, the head of the 10 Hell Kings, was overjoyed, crossed out, furious, and immediately stood up to suppress it. The other 9 Hell Kings followed closely. Star Lord, wait a moment. We will be back soon. Tai Bai Xingyuan didn't give Tai Bai Xingyuan a chance to refuse. After the 10 Hell Kings went out, they immediately opened the ban of the Sunluo Palace. Even for the Daluo strongmen, it is not so easy to break through the ban set by Ho-Tu Nyongyong on her territory. After locking up the joint investigation team of the Heavenly Court and Buddhism in the Sunluo Palace, the 10 Hell Kings all breathed a sigh of relief, and then immediately greeted Ji Changsheng, who came with ill intentions. Ji Changsheng was also shocked when he saw the 10 Hell Kings, especially after seeing King Qin Guang, 10 half-step Daluo masters. King Qin Guang, who was in the lead, gave Ji Changsheng the feeling that he was almost the same as a Daluo master. He seemed to be the kind of person who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Daluo in the underworld with the help of authority. Although he certainly couldn't compare to the real Daluo like Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. The Daluo of the underworld was still Daluo. After all, he was in the underworld now. This lineup was too luxurious. Not to mention him. Even if the 7 great saints were pulled over, Ji Changsheng was sure that he couldn't beat the 10 kings of hell, the 10 sons of the underworld, who were in charge of the reincarnation of the 10 worlds, were still on their own territory. So it was not surprising for Ji Changsheng to kill a Daluo. The underworld of reincarnation began to show the tip of the iceberg. Who is this monster? Dare to trespass into the underworld. Leave your life behind. Without saying anything, King Qin Guang attacked directly. Ji Changsheng was stunned. Did Ho-Tu not communicate with the 10 kings of hell? Although he was stunned, Ji Changsheng's hands were not idle, and he smashed down with a stick. Boom! The samsara underworld was in turmoil. The souls of the netherworld trembled. King Qin Guang turned pale, vomited blood and retreated. It's the Monkey King, the great sage of account settlement, who is so powerful. I am not his opponent. Ji Changsheng. It would be strange if you were not my opponent. Ji Changsheng hit King Qin Guang with a stick. King Qin Guang hit the void that time. So the samsara underworld was in turmoil, and the souls of the netherworld trembled. All thanks to King Qin Guang. Then King Qin Guang took Ji Changsheng's stick and specially removed his defense. So he turned pale, vomited blood and flew back. This fake match is not worthy of carrying the shoes of Junti Saint. Even if it were Uncle San, he would not be fooled. Attack together. The 10 kings of hell joined forces. The pressure that could suppress Daluo enveloped the entire netherworld. Ji Changsheng absolutely believed that ordinary Daluo would be at risk of falling under such a siege. So the netherworld trembled again, and hundreds of millions of ghosts knelt on the ground and prayed to Ho-Tu Nyongyong. Everyone could feel that a shocking battle had taken place in the reincarnation underworld. But the battle came and went quickly. 1 minute later, the 10 kings of hell all had blood on their mouths and begged for mercy. Great sage, spare me. You are so powerful. We are no match for you. We are the 10th generation of Hades, the son of the underworld. And I wonder what the immortal has come to the underworld for. Ji Changsheng lowered his head and looked at the blood on the Rui Jingubang. He looked at the 10 kings of hell, who were trying to get close to his stick. He immediately looked up to the sky and sighed. What if you use some magic? King Qin Guang whispered, if you use it, it will be you, the great sage, who defeated us. It's just that you are a master of magic, so I can't hide it from you. Great sage, please do us a favor. Ji Changsheng. King Yama promised, great sage. The Book of Life and Death can control the life and death of all living beings under Daluo. Great sage, help us solve the trouble of the Book of Life and Death. In the future, the relatives and friends of the great sage will not be subject to the jurisdiction of the Book of Life and Death. And the great sage will gain the greatest friendship from our underworld. King of Quarters added, we will spread the great sage's reputation to all realms. From now on, not only the prehistoric fairyland, but also all the heavens and all realms will spread the legend that the great sage is bowed to by all the mountains and seas. And the 9 netherworlds and 10 categories are all expelled. What can Ji Changsheng say? He didn't want to refuse. Besides, they really gave too much. So, the fire dragon burned the warehouse. Joyo was removed from the list. After causing havoc in the dragon palace, the great sage of account balance Monkey King broke into the underworld and defeated the 10 sons of the underworld by himself. Although he was only at the true lord level, he showed strength comparable to that of Daluo and escaped from the reincarnation underworld. The 10 worlds were shocked. Ji Changsheng himself was also shocked, because at this time, he had not finished marking the Book of Life and Death. The 10 kings of hell were nervously helping him turn the pages. Great sage. This. Here. And here. Yes. All marked. Great sage. Give this dog an extra 500 years of life. This is my second aunt's. Great sage. This page must be torn off. Only Li Daoyan is my friend on this page, so there is no need to tear it off. Right? The king of hell knelt on the ground with a plop, except for Li Daoyan. Everyone else is my man. Great sage. Please give him a break. The 10 kings of hell knelt down together. Great sage. Please give me some leniency. Ji Changsheng. This is really hard to judge. So, after Tai Bai Xingjuan, who had gone through untold hardships to break through the restrictions of Sunluo Palace, went out and saw the 10 kings of hell kneeling and trembling at the feet of the great sage of balance. While the great sage of balance was wantonly altering the Book of Life and Death, he was truly arrogant and insolent. Chapter 378 Fame spreads across the world. Guests flock to it. In fact, Pingzhong Dasheng is not as arrogant as Tai Bai Xingjuan looks. He is in a complicated mood now. While altering the Book of Life and Death, he feels sorry for Daozu. Although he also knows that he makes money from selling cabbages and has a heart for selling white powder, he still feels from the bottom of his heart that Daozu has a hard time. I thought that with Daozu's suppression, the order of Hongwang Xinjia is stable. The gods and immortals in the sky perform their duties. Everything is thriving, and the overall atmosphere is booming. But after a deeper understanding, I found that this Hongwang Xinjia, from top to bottom, is not much stronger than Changshengji. The collapse of corruption is everywhere. All kinds of violations by middle and high-level officials. The 6 saints and the 6 imperials have their own plots. There are also various evil demons such as Do Muyuanjun, Luoho, and the remnants of the demon clan making trouble. Under such circumstances, Hongwang Xinjia can still maintain the order of yin and yang on the surface. And the world is clear. It can only be said that Daozu is still too strong. The foundation is still too solid. He suppressed many chaos with his own strength. It is similar to the past, when Yu Linglong suppressed a group of heroes and giants in the Changsheng world with her own strength. It can be seen that Xiaoyu has the appearance of a Taoist ancestor. The Taoist ancestor is called Old Yu. Thinking of this, Ji Changsheng sent a message to Yu Linglong. Wife, come on. I think you can be a mini version of the Taoist ancestor. Yu Linglong? What mini version of the Taoist ancestor? Did you not take medicine today? She really couldn't keep up with Ji Changsheng's brain circuit. Beating is love. Scolding is love. Ji Changsheng accepted Yu Linglong's love. Back in the Changsheng world, Xiaoyu successfully cleaned up the entire Changsheng world with his assistance, clarified the Jade Universe, and suppressed all chaos. Now that Daozu has his help, he will surely be able to clear up the Jade Universe. He continues to be his working emperor. The prehistoric fairyland and the immortal world are no different. They will all be doomed without him. As for whether Daozu needs his assistance, Ji Changsheng does not need to ask Daozu. The answer is obvious. Haotian is incompetent, and will only lead to a greater tragedy if he takes his time. Only he can rise up with a 1,000-pound stick, clear up the Jade universe, and return a bright and clear world to the prehistoric fairyland. After completely erasing the Book of Life and Death, the great sage of Pingzhang was ambitious and felt his sense of mission. And Taibai Xingjuan was also furious at this time. Who is this monster? How dare you destroy the Book of Life and Death? Ji Chansheng glanced at Taibai Xingjuan. Before he could speak, he heard King Qin Guang speak loudly. Star Lord. Wait a minute. This is the great sage of Ping'ang, who is very powerful. And I am not his opponent. Taibai Xingjuan was startled. He immediately recovered his sanity from his anger. His strength is not much different from that of King Qin Guang, and they are basically on the same level. He can beat King Qin Guang in the Heavenly Palace. King Qin Guang can beat him in the underworld. In other words, they are also half-step Daluo level beings. With the power bonus of the home advantage, they can rival Daluo to a certain extent. But it is obvious that their Daluo is useless outside their home court. They are typical bullies at home, and their gold content is naturally not as good as the real Daluo. King Qin Guang is not even a match for the great sage of Pingzhang, which is something Taibai Xingjuan did not expect. At this time, the information about the great sage of Pingzhang also came into his mind. You are such a bad monkey. You first robbed the Dragon Palace, and then made trouble in the underworld. Do you really think that the Heavenly Palace can't take you in? Although Taibai Xingjuan was timid, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and Jidu Xingjuan were behind him. After he regained his sanity, he did not admit defeat. Then Taibai Xingjuan found that Pingzhang Dasheng looked at him with a strange look. Monkey. Do you know me? Taibai Xingjuan keenly discovered that something was wrong. Ji Chansheng smiled and said, Of course I know you. But unfortunately, you don't know me. Taibai, your information is out of date. As the younger brother of Taishan Laojun, he didn't recognize his origin. Ji Chansheng immediately saw that Taibai Xingjuan had limited prospects. Even with the full help of Taishan Laojun, it would be difficult to break through Daluo. Moreover, Taishan Laojun might not really care about this younger brother. Otherwise, he would not have been out of touch with him. After realizing this, Ji Chansheng understood that Taibai Xingjuan's investigation in the underworld this time was just in accordance with Haotian's will, and had nothing to do with Taishan Laojun. Then his attack on Taibai Jingxing was just a slap in Haotian's face. As for Taishan Laojun, if it doesn't work, let his wife act cute. It's not certain who is closer. After realizing this, Ji Chansheng made up his mind, and took out his Rui Jingdu Bang again. The Dragon Palace has been settled. The underworld has made a big fuss. And it's time to aim at the Heavenly Palace for the next settlement. Taibai, go back and tell Haotian that the cause and effect between him and our demon clan. The king and the brothers will slowly settle with him. You are presumptuous. Taibai Xingjuan did not realize the true identity of the great sage of balance, until Ji Chansheng hit him with a stick. And he didn't react. With a cultivation level close to Daluo, he was tightly controlled. Then, he was beaten by Ji Chansheng with an iron rod, and his head was full of stars. Until this time, the other 6 demon kings among the 7 great saints finally arrived. 7th brother. We are late. 7th brother. Have you done it? Good fellow. The 10 Hades are kneeling on the ground, and Taibai Xingjuan is beaten. My dear brother, you are really an unparalleled warrior. Ji Changsheng's bravery completely stunned the demon kings including Peng Mong. They are still in awe of the reincarnation underworld. After all, the king of reincarnation is Ho Tu Nyang, and it is well known that behind Taibai Xingjuan is Taishan Laojun. But the 7th brother went up and beat him violently. This scene was more exaggerated than they had expected at first. They thought they were here to rescue, but they turned out to be cheerleaders. Ji Chansheng did not beat Taibai Xingjuan to death. After teaching Taibai Xingjuan a little lesson, Ji Chansheng began to call his friends. Brothers, let's go back to Huagua Mountain for the banquet. I have already conquered the underworld. 7th brother is mighty. Today's events will surely shock the world. 7th brother, you are absolutely worthy of the title of Great Sage. The 6 demon kings surrounded the great sage Pingzhang and left the underworld. No one dared to stop him. Of course, ghosts didn't dare either. Looking at the heroic back of the great sage Ping'ang, countless ghosts in the underworld began to worship him. The legend of the great sage Ping'ang, the Monkey King, also spread rapidly throughout the world with the help of the reincarnation hub. When Ji Changsheng's figure completely disappeared, Taibai Xingjuan climbed up from the ground. His forehead was bulging high, and golden stars were still appearing in front of his eyes. But he didn't have time to care. He just looked at Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and Jiddu Xingjuan for a moment. The attack of the great sage of balance account was indeed swift and violent. But it was not beyond his ability to deal with. And he could have easily taken it. But at the moment when he was about to attack, he lost control of his body. This was not Ji Chongqing's control skill. It could only be the second boss of the underworld, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Who attacked? Bodhisattva. I need an explanation. Tai Bai Xingjuan tried to keep his voice calm. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva is a powerful Daluo. Although his background is very strong, he is not Daluo. There is a wall between Daluo and non-Daluo. And it is difficult for Taishan Laojun to attack Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva just because he lost face. But Tai Bai Xingjuan can't be beaten for nothing. He needs to know what he has overlooked. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva helped him solve the puzzle. The great sage of balance accounts is a disciple that Subhuti just accepted. Subhuti's disciple? Juanti Saint? Didn't Juanti Saint just accept Changsheng Dadi as his disciple? Tai Bai Xingjuan's words stopped here. He looked at Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, who looked calm. He then looked at Jiddu Star Lord, who seemed to be smiling. Then he looked at the 10th Pluto, who slowly stood up from the ground. He finally understood what happened. How could the superpower in the underworld, the Queen Mother of the underworld, be overthrown by a demon king who had not even reached the Daluo realm? So that's it. It was the Chongqing Emperor who did it. This vengeance. Tai Bai Star Lord gritted his teeth. Even if he is the elder, he can't be so unscrupulous. The rules of heaven are strict. And there are saints 3 feet above your head. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and Jiddu Star Lord both looked at Tai Bai Star Lord. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was fine. Jiddu Xingjuan clapped his hands directly. It's tough to have a saint incarnation as a brother. Tai Bai. Hold on. Don't be a coward. She, a Daluo inner demon, didn't dare to go against Ji Chongsheng. Tai Bai Xingjuan actually had such courage. Jiddu admired it very much. Tai Bai Xingjuan himself was a little guilty. He ignored this, and quickly found the Book of Life and Death. King of Hell. I will report the matter of the Book of Life and Death to your Majesty truthfully. You'd better not go too far. It's really too far. Tai Bai Xingjuan only took a glance, and felt that his IQ was trampled on the ground. You said that the great sage of balance gave your second aunt's dog an extra 500 years of life? King Yama nodded, yes. Tai Bai Xingjuan laughed in anger. Is he so boring? King Yama scratched his head. I really don't understand the great sage. Hee hee. Tai Bai Xingjuan almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. You are very good. As the younger brother of Taishan Laojun, Tai Bai Xingjuan rarely feels such a speechless situation. Today he has learned something new. It turns out that the Hades in the underworld can do things so without any limit. I will go back to report to His Majesty. And you can take care of yourselves. Wait a moment. Xingjuan. King Qin Guang stopped the furious Tai Bai Xingjuan. One sentence made Tai Bai Xingjuan's anger disappear, and even broke out in a cold sweat. Xingjuan. Our animal path in the underworld has recently collected a lot of Pegasus souls. Do you know what the situation is? Tai Bai Xingjuan's face did not change, but his body was obviously tense. The sharpness in his eyes also disappeared instantly. King Qin Guang continued with a smile. The celestial horse is provided for the heavenly soldiers and generals. But when the netherworld messenger was seducing souls, he did it in the mortal world. This is really strange. As an important military material of the heavenly court, someone actually dared to resell it. Looking at the entire heavenly court, who has the courage to do this? King Yama guessed. It must be as powerful as the god of war. King Qin Guang looked at Tai Bai Xingjuan. Xingjuan is the god of war who ascended. Do you know anything about this situation? No. Tai Bai Xingjuan answered decisively. King Qin Guang nodded. In addition to the Pegasus, I also found a batch of 9 revolutions golden pills being resold on the black market. Brother, you said too little? In addition to the 9 revolutions golden pills, there seem to be magic weapons produced by the Tishita Palace. Yes. It seems that someone died from the magic weapons produced by the Tishita Palace some time ago. But as far as I know, didn't the magic weapons that Taishan Laojun failed to refine go back to the furnace for remaking? Xingjuan, you and Laojun have a deep brotherly relationship. Do you know the inside story? I don't know. Tai Bai Xingjuan still answered decisively. King Qin Guang nodded again, and said leisurely, the great sage of balance accounts is honest and fair. He can balance the accounts of the EC and the underworld. But I wonder if he can balance the accounts of the heavenly court. It's hard to say. But looking at the heavens and the worlds, the only one who dares to participate in such a big event is the great sage of balance accounts. If I am not clean, I will definitely ask the great sage of balance accounts for help. But this king has always been upright and has never violated the laws of heaven. So there is no need for the help of the great sage of balance accounts. If a demon king like the great sage of balance accounts, who is kind to the gods, suddenly gets into trouble, I am afraid that many gods and immortals will not agree with the strength of the great sage of balance accounts. Nothing should happen, even if the heavenly court sends troops. After all, judging from the number of lost celestial horses, it is hard to say how many heavenly soldiers and generals there are in the heavenly court. Yen Luo. Stop talking nonsense. Brother, I am not talking nonsense. You and I are in charge of reincarnation, and we have seen similar things. If the commanders in the army want to get rich, 9 out of 10 will rely on empty salaries. Take the Marshal Tianping for example. He is said to have 100,000 naval forces under his name. At the time of our first trial, there were only 60,000. The salary of the 40,000 naval forces was directly divided into 30% and 70% and paid to him and Emperor Ziwei. Enough. Tai Bai Star Lord interrupted the 10 kings of the underworld. I have my own ideas about this matter. Your Majesty, you have your own ideas about the world. Your Majesty, you have your own ideas. King Qin Guang held Tai Bai Star Lord's hand and said meaningfully, Star Lord, one more friend means one more way. Translation: Are you sure you have no use for the great sage of balance accounts? Tai Bai Star Lord cannot be sure. So he let the 10 kings of the underworld spread the reputation of the great sage of balance accounts throughout the world. Afterwards, he returned to heaven. He did not report to Lord Haoqian at the Lingshao Palace immediately. Instead, he turned around and went to the Tushida Palace. Unfortunately, he came to nothing. Today, Yuanshi Tianwang gave a lecture in Yushu Palace, talking about the Hunyuan Dao. The ancestor went there in person. I wonder what the Star Master has to say. The person who spoke was a third-generation disciple of the human religion, and the only one among the 3 generations of the human religion, Yu Linglong. As for Tai Bai Star Lord Li Chengding, although he is the younger brother of Taishan Lao Jun, a peak true lord, and one of the 9 stars, he is still not included in the human religion. The disciples of the human religion value quality over quantity. Tai Bai Xingjuan looked at the fairy Linglong in front of him, hesitated for a moment, and then bowed and asked, Linglong, I heard that you have a close relationship with the great Emperor Changsheng. Yu Linglong told the truth. Indeed, we have some friendship. Xingjuan wants to see him for something? Tai Bai Xingjuan's smile became more and more amiable. There are some small things I hope he can help with. Linglong, can you introduce him to me? After a pause, Tai Bai Xingjuan lowered his voice. I will give you a commission. Yu Linglong? Is mental illness contagious? Chapter 379 Changsheng Emperor. I can also talk. I can also love my country. Yu Linglong didn't know at this time that Pingzhong Dasheng had a relationship with Ji Changsheng. She was busy practicing now, and didn't care about these trivial matters, because she was not needed for the time being. Ji Changsheng didn't disturb Yu Linglong's practice. Ji Changsheng's cognition has always been very clear. Let his wife practice hard, and he will treat guests to a meal. You compete with me in strength, and I compete with you in wife. You compete with me in connections. I won't be polite. Jiang Hu talks about fighting and killing, but also about human relationships. Ji Lao Demon Lord is hard to catch one with both hands. He felt that he and his wife were very hard, so there was no need to add more burdens to each other. So Yu Linglong felt that Tai Bai Xingjuan was mentally ill. What the hell is the commission for no reason? Xingjuan and Changsheng have a relationship? She hadn't heard of it before. She remembered that the relationship between Tai Bai Xingjuan and Taishan Lao Jun was popularized by herself and Ji Changsheng. Tai Bai Xingjuan said sincerely, not yet. But friendship is built by getting along. Changsheng Dadi and I got to know each other after fighting, and we hit it off right away. Yu Linglong immediately understood. He hit you. Tai Bai Xingjuan. Why don't you guess that I hit Changsheng Dadi? Yu Linglong smiled. Then you are gone now. Based on her understanding of Ji Changsheng, let alone hitting people, he can kill the whole family if you scold him. Of course, Tai Bai Xingjuan's family is difficult to kill. After all, Taishan Lao Jun is there. But killing Tai Bai Xingjuan is not a difficult task for Ji Changsheng now. Even if he is Taishan Lao Jun's younger brother, Yuan Shi Tianwang's son can die. So what's wrong with Taishan Laojuan's brother? He's not Tai Ching Saint's brother. The incarnation of the brother. This relationship is more than one level. It's not necessarily as close as her and Tai Ching Saint. The fact that Tai Ching Saint didn't even include Tai Bai Xingyuan in the sect of Renjia shows this. When encountering a good seedling, such as Xuandu Defashi, Tai Ching Saint also rushed to accept him as a disciple. But if he didn't reach that level, Tai Ching Saint didn't care at all. So in recent years, Tai Bai Xingyuan has been getting closer to Haoyan God. And his relationship with Tishita Palace is certainly not distant. But it's far from that close. If he was that close, Tai Bai Xingyuan wouldn't have to be Haoyan God's white glove. Look at the treatment of Xuandu Defashi in the heavenly court. Look at Tai Bai Xingyuan again. The difference in status is obvious. Therefore, Yu Linglong did not take Tai Bai Xingyuan seriously. Even though Tai Bai Xingyuan was stronger than her, and ranked among the 9 stars. As a half-step Daliuo level strongman. Generally speaking, the powerful ones would pay attention to him and make comments. Among the comments of many powerful ones, the peak strongmen of the Xinjuan realm, who had the hope of breaking through Daliuo, included Jinwu, Jiao Moang, Niu Moang, Yaoshi Liuli Guangfu, including Yang Jian, the third-generation disciple of the Chan sect who emerged in the conferred god tribulation. Guanyin Bodhisattva, who had greatly improved his strength by worshipping the Western sect. And even Jiao Tianxian knew who was trapped by love. But there was no name of Tai Bai Xingyuan. With his identity and background, he could not be listed with the above names. And his true talent and potential were self-evident. Yu Linglong was naturally working hard for Daliuo. Tai Bai Xingyuan was not a target she paid attention to. As a war god, Tai Bai Xingyuan's temper exploded instantly at Yu Linglong's contempt. He endured it. A general should have the bearing of embracing all rivers. So Tai Bai Xingyuan ignored Yu Linglong's words and continued to say with a smile, Linglong, I am actually the second-generation ancestor of the human race. I share the same human blood with Changsheng Emperor and you. Xuandu Defashi is the first-generation ancestor. Later, Tai Ching Saint established the human religion. And while protecting the human religion, he shared the fate of the human race. Unlike Dou Mu Yuanjuan's family, Tai Ching Saint is decent. Since he became a saint of the human race, he reincarnated the Taishan Laojun, one of the 3 pure ones that he cultivated, into the human race. At that time, it was the second generation of the human race. Tai Bai Xingyuan Li Chongjing is the younger brother of the reincarnation of Taishan Laojun. And of course, he is also from the human race. This is to establish a relationship with Yu Linglong. Yu Linglong knew about this. So she was still confused. Xingyuan, you are the elder. Just tell me if you have anything to do. I dare not tell you. Tai Bai Xingyuan was a general and a prime minister. And he changed from a god of war to the white glove of Lord Haoyan. His political EQ is naturally full. I just want to let Changsheng Emperor know that I am on his side. We are all human beings. And humans don't lie to humans. Tai Bai Xingyuan whispered, I can talk to him about what he wants to do. And I can help him make more friends. Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East Sea, and the 10 kings of the underworld are nothing. The relationship within the heavenly court is more complicated. Changsheng Emperor may need someone to lead the way for him. Yu Linglong became more and more confused. Xingyuan, aren't you a confidant of Lord Haoyan? This is something that everyone in the heavenly court knows. Tai Bai Xingyuan lowered his voice even lower. I am only my brother's man. I will be the confidant of whoever becomes the heavenly emperor. Yu Linglong, tell my words to the Changsheng Emperor. Also, tell the Changsheng Emperor that he first robbed the Dragon Palace and then made a big fuss in the underworld. The news has spread throughout the heavens and the worlds. This behavior has seriously damaged the prestige of the heavenly court. Haoyan God will definitely not sit idly by. I will help him turn things around. Turn things around? Unless the Changsheng Emperor wants to make peace with him now. Even if Lord Haoyan breaks up with me, as long as he still wants to negotiate, I can help. Even if the great Emperor Changsheng wants to start a war, I am sure that the Commander-in-Chief will become our man. Again, I can also negotiate. If the great Emperor Changsheng is worried, tell him that I was introduced by King Qin Guang. Yu Linglong is the only disciple of the 3rd generation of the human teaching. In the eyes of Tai Bai Xingyuan, she must be one of his own. It is impossible for him to tell Haoyan about this. So Tai Bai Xingyuan finally said it very bluntly, fearing that Yu Linglong would not understand, and there would be problems with the message. The great Emperor Changsheng has done a good job in the Dragon Palace and the underworld. After his reputation is established, I believe that many powerful people are willing to ask the great Emperor Changsheng to help. But how can the great Emperor Changsheng have that time? With the identity of the great Emperor Changsheng, it is not appropriate to do such a small thing. I can help him. Linglong. In the future, there will be a share for me and a share for you. Yu Linglong's white jade face was thoughtful. Although she was confused before, she understood after Taibai Xingyuan said it so bluntly. The account-settling great sage, who suddenly appeared, was Ji Changsheng? Think about Ji Changsheng's style. And then think about the unscrupulous operation of the great saint of balance. It is indeed very unified. Is Taibai Star Lord trying to rush in to get a fight? Is there a deficit? The big one can no longer be made up? So he can only let Changsheng help him balance it? Judging from what Taibai Star Lord meant, there are still many similar situations in the heavenly court. TSK. That's normal. The same thing is not uncommon in the Changsheng world. After all, Yu Linglong has been in charge of Xuandu Temple. She is not the kind of simple girl who doesn't care about the world and doesn't tolerate any sand in her eyes. She just doesn't bother to care about these things. Which doesn't mean she doesn't understand them. I have already known the vastness of the universe. But I still pity the green grass and trees. After seeing thousands of sails, when you are qualified to choose the future path, you will make the final choice at that time and become what kind of person. Yu Linglong finally chose to become a pure cultivator, rather than indulging in these petty tricks. The road is long. The scenery along the way is magnificent enough. And the temptation along the way is not enough to make her stop. There are also many people who think that the wild flowers on the roadside are more beautiful. So they give up moving forward. Taibai Xingyuan wants to have it all. He wants to pick the wild flowers on the roadside. And he also wants to climb the road ahead. But how difficult is it to have the best of both worlds? Ksitagarbha Bodhisattva has been alone in the underworld for 10,000 years for Daluo. Yang Jian, as Haodian's nephew, gave up his career in the heavens, which would surely lead to his career advancement, and chose to fight for himself in the human world, away from the intrigues of the heavens. Jinwu hid under the Ziwei tent, tempered himself, endured humiliation, and only now began to show his fangs. Pain and tempering are the necessary path to Daluo. How can you see the rainbow without going through wind and rain? Yu Linglong understood it completely. After looking at Taibai Xingyuan, she realized why Taibai Xingyuan had never been included in the sect of Renjiao. However, she still agreed. Don't worry, Xingyuan. I will relay your original words to Changsheng. Everyone will make their own choices. The door of Daluo has never been open to all living beings. Yu Linglong has no intention of teaching Taibai Xingyuan how to be a human being. Respect the fate of others. Linglong, have you improved your Taoism again? Taibai Xingyuan's current Taoism is definitely better than Yu Linglong's. So he saw through Yu Linglong's Taoism at a glance. Yu Linglong nodded to Taibai Xingyuan. I understand a little. Thank you, Xingyuan, for your guidance. Taibai Xingyuan began to be confused. What did I point out? Didn't I point out the division of spoils and the settlement of accounts? Is this a true genius? Discussing the division of spoils and the settlement of accounts can improve the realm? When Taibai Xingyuan thought of this, he seemed to realize why he could not worship Renju. There seems to be a gap between him and this kind of genius. If he could also gain enlightenment by dividing the spoils and settling accounts, Taibai Xingyuan felt that he would have already reached Daluo by now. After Taibai Xingyuan left, Yu Linglong immediately informed Ji Changsheng. After listening to Yu Linglong's retelling, Ji Changsheng smiled. Taibai Xingyuan is really a wonderful person. Yu Linglong said directly, he is just a borer. The ancestors and Haotian are doing their best to help him improve his strength. I dare say that if he was replaced by Jiao Demon King Yang Jian and others, they would have already become Daluo masters, and would not use their status and position to gain benefits like him. His strength and approach really don't live up to his background and resources. Ji Changsheng was very calm. Wife, how many royal relatives are capable? Isn't this normal? They are usually the ones who make the most money. This is true for all the heavens and the worlds. Throughout the dynasties, from ancient times to the present, when have there been no four major families? Yu Linglong agreed. It is indeed normal. But it is also a waste. It has always been like this. Which does not mean it is always right. But you can still help him. Ji Changsheng laughed again. I thought you would be mortal enemies with such behavior. Yu Linglong's tone was somewhat helpless. If he was in the lower world, He was greedy for the spiritual stones of Xuandu Temple, and I would definitely deal with him. Now he is getting the benefits of the heavenly court, and there should be benefits from the Tishita Palace, and it is not my turn to take care of it. I can see that Tai Bai Xingyuan is still very sincere in cooperating with you. When you are in charge of the heavenly court, and I am in charge of the Tishita Palace, it will not be too late to be mortal enemies with such people. Ji Chansheng gave Yu Linglong a thumbs up. It makes sense that Xuandu Temple can become the best in the world in your hands. Wife, do you want to be in charge of Tishita Palace? Yu Linglong said frankly, after ascending to heaven. I observed that the ancestors basically don't care about anything. The incarnation of Taishang Lao Jun is mostly refining pills and weapons. At the level of the ancestor, he only cares about Taoism and doesn't care too much about many details, which gives the following a lot of room for operation. Ji Chansheng nodded, like my mother. Nguyen Yang Yang is also free range. The saints are still too strong. The big things in our eyes are trivial in their eyes. The emperor's heart is all over the world. Not 1 or 2 counties. The saints' eyes are all over the world. And they care even less. Unless it touches their bottom line. It is difficult for the saints to end easily, since the ancestor does not care about Tishita Palace. And my teacher does not care. It is better for me to take care of it. I think Tai Bai Jinxing, the 2 boys of gold and silver who burn fire for the ancestor, and the ancestor's Mount Qingniu, are not so honest. There is one thing you may not know, Cha Sheng, that the Bull Demon King was completely supported by Qingniu, and the ancestor and my teacher have never shown their faces. Ji Chansheng was not surprised. The Bull Demon King is not even Daluo. Of course, he can't let the Tai Ching Saint and Xuandu Master personally teach him the tricks. It is already a great honor to let the Tai Ching Saints mount help. Black gloves are different from white gloves. Black gloves can be thrown away at any time after use. This does not mean that the Tai Ching Saint and Xuandu Master are unaware of it. Let's not worry about the Bull Demon King. Wife, if you want to take over the Tishita Palace, I will help you arrange it right away. This is not difficult. Not difficult? Not difficult. According to the information I got from the underworld, your analysis is still too conservative. The deficit of the Tishita Palace is much larger than you think. I help these guys make up for the deficit. Even if I beat them up, they will still thank me. Then you can arrange it. Tell me where you need my cooperation. Yu Linglong has always been at ease with Ji Chengxing's methods. He is better than her in doing things. She is more focused on cultivating Taoism. How should I reply to Tai Bai Xingyuan? Just tell him that I know, and see his sincerity. Tai Bai Xingyuan quickly showed his sincerity. When Ao Guang, the Dragon King of the East China Sea, and Qin Guangwang of the underworld encountered trouble caused by the demon monkey, they naturally turned to the Lord of Heaven for help. Since they are all vassal states of the Heaven Court, they have been bullied, and the Heaven Court must give them face. Not to mention that this was the initiative of the Great Sage of Balance. So when Ao Guang and King Qin Guang reported to Haotian, they were more indignant than each other. Ao Guang, the Great Sage of Balance, bullied the little dragon, forced him to sit in the water house, demanded weapons, and wanted to wear armor, and showed his ferocity. He frightened and injured the aquatic creatures, and scared away the turtles and crocodiles. The dragon of the South Sea trembled in fear, the dragon of the West Sea was miserable, and the dragon of the North Sea lowered its head and surrendered. I am now reporting, hoping for the holy judgment. I beg the heavenly soldiers to capture this evildoer, so that the sea and mountains will be peaceful, and the lower Yuan will be safe. King Qin Guang, the netherworld is the underworld of the earth. There are gods in the sky and ghosts on the earth. And the yin and yang rotate, birds are born and beasts die. And they are male and female, pregnant with a girl and giving birth to a boy. This is a natural number, and cannot be changed. Now there is a demon monkey Pingzhong Dasheng born in the Liannong heaven of Huaguo Mountain, who is violent, and refuses to be arrested. He uses his magical powers to kill the 9 ghost messengers. He relies on his power to shock and injure the 10th generation of King Ci. He makes a big fuss in Luozen and forcibly cancels his name. It leads to the extinction of reincarnation. And there is no life or death. I beg you to dispatch the divine soldiers to subdue this demon. Sort out yin and yang, and keep the underworld forever. Haoqian looked at the 2 memorials that insulted his IQ, and wanted to take an Ao Guang and King Qin Guang. But after taking a deep breath, Haoqian decided to hold back. Tai Bai, what do you think? Tai Bai Star Lord bowed his head and said, Your Majesty, please remember the mercy of life and death and issue an imperial edict to recruit him. Summon him to the upper office. Grant him an official position. Register his name on the talisman. And confine him here. If he obeys the will of heaven, he will be promoted and rewarded later. If he disobeys the will of heaven, he will be captured right now. First, it will not mobilize the troops and waste their resources. And second, it will be a good way to capture the immortal. This was an open response. At the same time, Halqian heard the voice of Tai Bai Xingyuan, Your Majesty. This great sage of Pingyang is the incarnation of the Monkey King of Chansheng Great Emperor. And he worships Subhuti as his teacher. His behavior is obviously competing with Your Majesty. If Your Majesty wants to turn against Chansheng Great Emperor at this time, I am willing to be the vanguard. If Your Majesty still wants to be patient for a while, I am willing to come forward to surrender and appease the great sage of Pingyang first. As long as he arrives in the heavenly palace, won't he be at Your Majesty's mercy? Hao Tian's eyes flashed with admiration. Tai Bai is still a loyal person. As for his choice, as long as he can endure, he will naturally endure it first. Although the network behind Ji Chansheng is not as good as his, it is really strong enough. Even if he has to tear his arms apart, he must have the upper hand in morality, so that the saint behind Ji Chansheng cannot come forward. So Hao Tian nodded slightly. According to your request, Xingjuan will go to Waguishan to recruit. Tai Bai Xingjuan accepted the order. Above Lingshao Palace, undercurrents surged. Meanwhile, Waguishan and the other 6 demon kings were eating meat and drinking wine. Brothers, after the fight in the Dragon Palace and the underworld, we should settle the next account. 7th brother is right. Do you have a target? Ji Chongsheng threw out a very tempting target. How about the heavenly court? The demon kings, who had always been inflated, were unusually cautious this time. Peng Demon King said, the heavenly court inherited the fortune of the ancient demon court, and it does have a great cause and effect with our demon clan. But after all, Hong Jun is supporting us, so I'm afraid it's not easy to move. Ji Chongsheng looked at Peng Demon King in surprise. Eating dumplings again? Why is your IQ still online? Ji Chongsheng persuaded, 3rd brother. What if we can cooperate with the people in the heavenly court? Peng Demon King's heart moved. 7th brother has an insider in the heavenly court? How about the southern pole Chansheng Emperor? Peng Demon King and Lion Camel King looked at each other instantly. The great Emperor Chansheng and the Lord Halqian are fighting for power, but they are still weak and need external support. Halqian's introduction of the life tax has offended the great powers of the heavens. Brothers, if we call for help at this time, we will surely get 100 responses. With the cooperation of the great Emperor Chansheng, it is not a delusion to step on the south sky and shatter Lingshao. 7th brother is right. Let's do it. Chapter 380. Open the gate of heaven. Welcome the great sage. The great sage comes and does not check the accounts. Wait, does the 7th brother know the southern emperor of immortality? The one who asked the question was the bull demon king. Not many people knew that the great sage of balance accounts was Ji Chongsheng's heart monkey. Even Tai Bai Star Lord did not know. So the bull demon king was certainly kept in the dark. He only knew that the Jiao demon king must be the spy of the southern emperor of immortality. He was not sure that the great sage of balance accounts was also. After all, the Peng demon king and his men also suddenly appeared. And it was reasonable for the Peng demon king and his men to suddenly appear. And for the monkey king to suddenly appear. Even the Peng demon king and his men did not know that the great sage of balance accounts was Ji Chongsheng's heart monkey. The channel through which they wanted to make friends with Ji Chongsheng was the Jiao demon king. And the great sage of balance accounts, in their eyes, was a fool who appeared and happened to be an object that could be used. As for why the great sage of balance accounts said that he could contact the immortal emperor, they had not thought much about it before. When they heard the bull demon king say this, they realized this problem. So Peng demon king also became curious. Yes. 7th brother, do you know the southern pole Chansheng great emperor? Ji Chongsheng thought that his teacher did a good job of keeping secrets. Although the whole world now knows that Junti Saint accepted him as a disciple, few people know that Xin Yuan studied under Subhuti. Subhuti kept it a secret himself. And Ji Chongsheng never mentioned it after he became a master. When a saint does not want someone to know something, it is really difficult for others to find out the news. And the magical powers that Pingyang Great Saint learned from Subhuti, such as law of heaven and earth, 72 transformations and other methods, are completely unrelated to Ji Chongsheng or even Junti Saint. What Noah said was right. The knowledge of Junti Saint is indeed profound. And there are many strengths that have not been shown in front of people. So except for those who know the inside story. Those who don't know the inside story will not connect Ji Chansheng with Pingyang Great Saint. And those who know the inside story dare not say anything. Including Hao Tian. The matter involves the 6 saints. He can be an enemy of Ji Chansheng. But he dare not destroy Ji Changsheng's plan for the 6 saints. So, even though Pingyang Great Saint is famous in the world, few people know about his origins. If it were usual, many strong people would be confused. Thanks to Peng Demon King and others. Help Pingyang Great Saint share this pressure. Now that there are suddenly more strong people who don't know their origins, Pingyang Great Saint's origins are not so conspicuous. Facing the doubts of several demon kings, Ji Chansheng said, as a matter of course, I don't know him. Niu Mong was fooled by Ji Chansheng, since the 7th brother doesn't know the southern Chansheng emperor. Why are you sure he can help us? Ji Chansheng pointed at Jiao Mong. With the 2nd brother here, the Chansheng emperor will certainly help us. Ji Changsheng's tone was too normal. As a result, Niu Mong didn't think of how to refute. Peng Mong was also stunned. And then nodded subconsciously. 7th brother. What you said makes sense. Niu Mong looked at Jiao Mong with a black face. Are these 2 idiots? Jiao Mong didn't dare to reveal information to Niu Mong this time. One of them is indeed an idiot. The other one treats you as an idiot. Since Ji Changsheng doesn't want to be exposed, Jiao Mong certainly can't ruin his brother's stage. So the Jiao Demon King said, if 7th brother wants to join forces with the Chansheng Emperor, I can indeed be the middleman. I still have some face in front of the Chansheng Emperor. Ji Chansheng was very satisfied. 2nd brother. Tell the great Emperor Chansheng that although we are sworn brothers as demon kings, if the great Emperor Chansheng is willing to join, he can also become one of the 8 great saints. Yes. What the 7th brother said makes a lot of sense. The Lion King immediately agreed. Although you and I are brothers who dominate the world, the great Emperor Chansheng is also a hero of the time, and is qualified to be sworn brothers with you and me. Ji Changsheng was a little surprised. 4th brother's evaluation of the great Emperor Chansheng is so high. The Monkey King complained. Who let the great Emperor Chansheng be in charge of the heavenly tribulation? If we want to be promoted to Daluo, we have to pass the level of the great Emperor Chansheng. If we can develop the great Emperor Chansheng into our own brother, it would certainly be a good thing. And the Emperor Lu Jiang of the Taiyin Star Lord is also of great benefit to you and me. What the brother said makes sense. But I didn't think so much. Ji Changsheng's simplicity was unanimously recognized by the other demon kings, except the Jiao Demon King. The Bull Demon King obviously has a higher IQ than the Peng Demon King and the others. He took the initiative to suggest, if you brothers really want to settle accounts with the Heavenly Court, the best partner is not the Chansheng Emperor. The Chansheng Emperor has just returned to the Heavenly Court, and has not yet established a firm foothold. He may not have the courage to be an enemy of Haotian. In my opinion, perhaps the Ziwei Emperor and the Gaochen Emperor are better choices. Ji Chansheng was a little confused. Why do you say that? Brother? Aren't Ziwei and Gaochen 2 wastes? The Bull Demon King patiently explained. The Ziwei Emperor and the Gaochen Emperor are indeed at a disadvantage in the Heavenly Court at this time. For this reason, it is better to help in times of trouble than to add icing on the cake. Dongwu Yuanjun has lost power. Ziwei and Gaochen have been suppressed in the Heavenly Court. And Haodian God and the Chansheng Emperor will not let them go. At this critical moment of life and death, if we are willing to help Ziwei and Gaochen, they will definitely have reason to cooperate with us from inside and outside to break through the Heavenly Court. Ji Chansheng was convinced again. Big brother is much wiser than me. It sounds reasonable. Unfortunately, we brothers are not familiar with Ziwei and Gaochen. When Peng Mong saw that his 7th brother was so heroic, his eldest brother offered advice and suggestions, and his 2nd brother could also contact Chansheng Emperor. He suddenly felt that he, the 3rd brother, and his other brothers were very incompetent. This is not okay. When you are out there, you have to give yourself face. So Peng Mong said decisively, 7th brother, don't worry. What big brother said does make sense. In this case, leave the matter of contacting Ziwei and Gaochen to me. Niu Mong's heart moved. 3rd brother has contact with Ziwei Emperor and Gaochen Emperor? So far, Niu Mong only knew the origin of Jiao Mong. He knew nothing about the origins of the other 5 brothers. It was not easy to ask. After all, demon kings are generally irritable. If you check the household registration at any time, it is very likely that they will become enemies. It was not until Peng Mong introduced himself that Niu Mong discovered some traces. Peng Mong explained, "The elders have contact with him. And I don't know Ziwei Emperor and Gochen Emperor." "I see." Niu Mong did not ask more. This is a taboo. He knows. And suddenly several half-step Daliao-level demon kings appeared. If you say they have no origin, no ghost will believe it. In this case, let the second brother contact Changsheng Emperor. And the third brother contact Ziwei Emperor and Gochen Emperor. Now there are only 5 of the 6 emperors in the heaven. And Ho too is inconvenient to move in the underworld. If we can win over Changsheng Emperor, Ziwei Emperor, and Gochen Emperor to our side, we will definitely succeed. Niu Mong said this and got excited. He is a demon king with great ambitions. Although the attack on the heavenly palace was not something that Tai Ching had told him, the bold demon king began to take the initiative. Once the black gloves start to have their own ideas, they are easily abandoned by their masters. The bold demon king himself knows this. But desire is so difficult to control. Brother, I still have some connections in the prehistoric fairyland. And I can get a few more strong supporters. If you want to do it big. The Jiao Demon King looked at the already arrogant Bull Demon King and the other 4 good brothers, whose eyes began to shine, and mourned in his heart. The demon race really has no future. Fortunately, I am from the Jiaolong clan. What does the life and death of the demon race have to do with me? So the Jiao Demon King also happily participated in it. I support my elder brother. If you want to do it vigorously, and let the names of the 7 great saints be passed down through the ages. For a time, the Flower and Fruit Mountain was full of ambitions. At this time, a little monkey outside the cave, through the layers to the depths of the cave, said, "My king, there is an old man outside, carrying a corner of the document, saying that he is an angel sent by heaven, and there is a decree from Haotian to invite you." Ji Changsheng was not surprised. Niu Mong also reacted instantly. "Seventh brother, you have made a big fuss in the Dragon Palace of the East China Sea and the Samsara underworld. It seems that you have been noticed by Haotian, but only one messenger was sent. It should be a recruitment." Ji Changsheng nodded. "In this case, I will pretend to accept the recruitment of Haotian's son and go to the Heavenly Palace to find out the details. Second brother, you contact the Southern Pole Changsheng Emperor. Third brother, you contact the Ziwei Emperor and the Gochen Emperor. I will fight with Haotian in the Heavenly Palace to buy time for you. Seventh brother, you are so calculating. Just do as you say. Let's drink this cup, and brothers will work together on great things. Seventh brother, please take care in heaven." 5 minutes later, the 7 great saints dispersed. Ji Changsheng welcomed Taibai Xingjuan in. As soon as he entered the water curtain cave, Taibai Xingjuan performed a great ceremony to Ji Changsheng. "Meet the Changsheng Emperor." Ji Changsheng helped Taibai Xingjuan up and said calmly, "Xingjuan is my elder. There is no need to perform such a great ceremony." Taibai Xingjuan began to make up for his previous behavior. "I didn't know that the great sage was the incarnation of the emperor before, and I have offended you a lot. Please forgive me, Emperor." Ji Changsheng smiled and said, "It's okay. This emperor is magnanimous. Anyway, I beat you up, and I didn't suffer any loss. Xingjuan, what is the purpose of coming to Huaga Mountain this time?" Taibai Xingjuan told everything truthfully. After listening to this, Ji Changsheng casually asked, "What position is Haotian going to give me?" Taibai Xingjuan knelt on the ground with a thump. Ji Changsheng had already dodged before Taibai Xingjuan touched the ground. He dared not take advantage of this. After all, Taibai Xingjuan and Taishang Lao Jun can barely be considered peers. "Xingjuan, it's not a festival, so there's no need to perform such a great ceremony." Ji Changsheng frowned and said, "If it gets out, I won't be able to explain to Lao Jun. Brother won't know." Ji Changsheng heard clearly that the key point of this sentence was brother. From Yu Linglong's retelling and Taibai Xingjuan's own performance, this guy is quite clear about life and clearly distinguishes between a backer and a boss. "Emperor, the great heavenly venerable has not yet decided what position to give you. I dare to ask you to take up the position of the Imperial Horse Supervisor first." The Imperial Horse Administration? It is a place where celestial horses are raised. Although the position of the priest is not high, the turnover is sufficient, and it is considered to be the logistics manager of half of the heavenly army. Ji Changsheng raised his eyebrows. This was really beyond his expectations. The Imperial Horse Administration has much more power and turnover than he imagined. Although it doesn't sound good, who was the last head of the Imperial Horse Administration. Tai Bai Xingjuan pointed at himself. Ji Changsheng. How much did it lose? Tai Bai Xingjuan coughed lightly and said, Emperor. After you take office as the Imperial Horse Administration, you only need to make a big fuss in the Imperial Horse Administration and drive all the celestial horses out. I will definitely reward you handsomely. All the celestial horses? Facing Ji Changsheng's surprised gaze, Tai Bai Xingjuan's old face blushed. Emperor, you don't know that there is an unspoken rule in the prehistoric fairyland that only Daluo can have a mount. After the conferred god tribulation, some true Lord Realm Masters also began to tame mounts. But the number was not large. For those practitioners who don't have a mount and want to save some energy when going out, there is only one choice, Tianma. Riding a Tianma does not violate the unspoken rules of the Mount Circle, will not be envied by the demons, and because it is produced in the heavenly court, it is also a symbol of status. So in the heavens and all realms, Tianma has a very good market. It can be said to be the coolest supercar under those top mounts. Moreover, it can be mass-produced. Ji Changsheng translated Tai Bai Xingjuan's words, and then went straight to the point. Xingjuan, where is your current wealth in the heavenly court? Tai Bai Xingjuan said weakly, protect the top 5 and strive for the top 3. Ji Changsheng was shocked, including Haotian God, Queen Mother, Lu Yu, Taishang Lao Jun. This guy can actually protect the top 5 and strive for the top 3. How many celestial horses have you smuggled over the years? Tai Bai Xingjuan did not answer Ji Changsheng's question, but looked at Ji Changsheng bravely. Emperor, I am willing to donate half of my wealth to Shishao Yiqing Mansion. Ji Changsheng was stunned. I only asked the Emperor to save me from the water and help me pass this level. What difficulties do you have? The matter of the Imperial Horse Administration can no longer be concealed. Qin Guangwang has already found out, and it is only a matter of time before the Great Heavenly Venerable finds out. Although the Great Heavenly Venerable treats me well, he will never allow this. If the matter is exposed, my brother will lose face, and may also break off relations with me. At this point, Tai Bai Xingjuan's face became firm. I have just entered the 9 stars, and nothing can happen. Emperor, if you help me now, I will definitely go through fire and water for you. He still wants a future. He has been greedy enough. Now he wants a safe transition. Compared with the previous Tai Bai Jinxing, the status of Jioya Xingjuan is 1 step higher, and he is only half a step away from Daluo. Ji Changsheng heard that Tai Bai Xingjuan wanted to make a push for Daluo. He was not optimistic about this, but Tai Bai Xingjuan's request could still be agreed. Xingjuan is the 2nd generation ancestor of the human race and my predecessor. The Saint Tai Ching has been kind to me. For the sake of my uncle, Xingjuan's affairs are naturally my affairs. Tai Bai Xingjuan's face was happy. But you have to pay more. Tai Bai Xingjuan. Emperor, I dare not deceive you. My qualifications are limited. If I want to be promoted to Daluo, I am afraid I can't do without spending money. In these years, I have worked hard to accumulate such a fortune, and I also want to try my best to be promoted to Daluo. So I have to keep at least half of my fortune. Ji Changsheng felt that Tai Bai Xingjuan had a really high EQ. To be able to describe corruption and abuse of power as working hard to govern, he must have at least 300 years of experience in internal struggles in the heavenly court. But I am willing to help the Emperor expand his clientele. Tai Bai Xingjuan took the initiative to say, Emperor, there are many powerful people in this huge heavenly court who want your help. If the Emperor suddenly contacts them, it is likely to arouse their suspicion. If they take the initiative to ask the Emperor for help, they don't have that channel. I think the Emperor is unwilling to expose the connection between the great sage of balance accounts and you. I am willing to help the Emperor to contact you. Ji Changsheng looked at Tai Bai Xingjuan and said in a very strange tone, you really have a talent for doing business. This is also a pyramid scheme. The upper family develops the lower family. We are all one family. Even Tai Bai Xingjuan can charge a certain amount of agency fees. Although his talent for cultivation is not very good, Tai Bai Xingjuan has maxed out his talent in business and breaking the law. Tai Bai Xingjuan said modestly, I have also absorbed a lot of human experience. Our human culture is broad and profound, and there are many extraordinary people. Shut up. The human culture has been tainted. Ji Changsheng really didn't want to associate with such a shameless person. But Tai Bai Xingjuan's proposal still made him somewhat tempted. Tai Bai Xingjuan also saw Ji Changsheng's excitement and struck while the iron was hot. Emperor, you have just ascended to heaven not long ago. And you don't know the real situation of the heavenly court. Although the heavenly court has only grown for 1,000 years since the conferred God tribulation, it already has many problems. The problems accumulated by the high-level gods fighting each other are more than those accumulated by the demon race in the heavenly court for 10,000 years in the past. It's just that Daozu is in power now, so all problems are hidden. It would be fine if Lord Haotian could just lie down. But from what I know about your majesty, he still has ambitions. So the contradictions in heaven will inevitably erupt. Especially after you ascend to heaven. 9 out of 10 confidants that the great heavenly venerable can use now have problems. He thought that heaven was growing stronger. But in fact, as it grew, problems were also growing. And they were even more serious. Although heaven looks very powerful, it is a paper tiger that can be broken with a single poke. Emperor, as long as you make a call, I am sure that I can sacrifice half of heaven to achieve your reputation. Ji Changsheng. Half of heaven is rotten? Tai Bai Xingyuan looked at Ji Changsheng in surprise, and said strangely, Emperor is really kind-hearted. How could it be that only half of it is rotten? At least it is rotten 80%. Ji Changsheng. Sure enough, I have to rely on you to rectify heaven. Haotian doesn't have the ability to be the Emperor of heaven. Let's not talk about the distant past. Let's just say that the current Heavenly Court Army Marshal Li Tianwang has falsely reported at least 100,000 heavenly soldiers over the years. Now that the great heavenly venerable has freed up his hands to start checking the accounts, Li Tianwang's position is also in jeopardy. If the Emperor is willing to lend a hand, these 100,000 heavenly soldiers will all be the ladders for the great sage to climb. Li Tianwang must be grateful to you. With such a commander, why worry about not being able to defeat the Lord of Heaven? Tai Bai Xingyuan persuaded step by step. It fully demonstrated that he is a talent. It has only been 1,000 years since Li Tianwang became a god. He can become the Heavenly Court Army Marshal and do such things under the eyes of Haotian. He must be a top talent. Heaven, a place where elites gather. A group of talents gather together. It can make the Heavenly Court fall to this point. In this regard, Ji Changsheng can only sigh. If heaven has not given birth to me, Ji Changsheng, the Heavenly Court will be like a long night forever. This world really depends on him to rise up with a 1,000-pound stick to clear up the jade sky. Go to heaven.